Chapter 1. How could I possibly be your daughter? Father. The phone rang, its melodic chime echoing in the air as Ling Yu grasped his Oppo A5. Hello. May I speak to Mr. Ling Yu? A woman's voice resonated from the other end upon answering the call. Yes, this is Ling Yu, he replied, glancing at the unrecognized number. Curiosity piqued regarding the caller's identity. I am Xiao Kexin. Do you have a moment to meet? Upon hearing her name, Ling Yu's mind wandered, recalling a familiar face. She was a prominent celebrity frequently featured on television and mobile videos, a new generation singer-songwriter with extraordinary vocal talent. During her university years, she was hailed by the media as an emerging diva. After graduating, she spent a year studying abroad, returning with an even more formidable presence. Her fan base and the quality of her work soared, earning her widespread acclaim and elevating her status to that of a queen of song within a year. Could it truly be the Xiao Kexin he imagined, or merely a coincidence of names? Ling Yu hesitated to associate the voice on the phone with the celebrated diva, and with a heart full of questions, he responded, I have a moment, but may I inquire about the purpose of your call? The woman's voice soon echoed again. You're the father of my daughter. She wishes to meet you. Your daughter? The father of your daughter is me? This must be a jest. It was utterly implausible for a stranger to claim such a thing. After a prolonged silence, the woman, sensing his disbelief, took a deep breath before revealing a shocking truth. When you were 20, you donated sperm at a hospital. My daughter was conceived through in vitro fertilization. Using your donation, I do not seek anything from you. I only wish for my daughter to meet you, and I hope you can oblige. Upon hearing the term sperm donation, Ling Yu was jolted into realization. Indeed, he had donated sperm at 20, as the woman had stated. Yet he could never fathom that a single donation could result in a daughter. Wasn't it said that such donations would remain frozen for eternity? How could it be that someone was chosen so swiftly? Moreover, didn't the hospital guarantee anonymity? How had she managed to find him? Miss, I am uncertain how you located me. My donation was solely for the hospital's compensation. I never intended for someone to bear my child. I am still quite young and do not wish to be ensnared by such misunderstandings. Please forgive me. Goodbye. Without waiting for her response, Ling Yu abruptly ended the call. You wish for me to bear the consequences of your decision? One absurd thought. Ling Yu was convinced that the woman on the other end of the line must be desperate to seek him out. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, the woman who identified herself as Xiao Kexin stood in bewilderment, holding her phone to her ear. Dressed in a flowing home dress, her slender figure accentuated, her bare-faced complexion revealed smooth, fair skin, and her delicate features, paired with enchanting peach blossom eyes, made her appear as though she had descended from the heavens to experience the mortal realm. Xiao Kexin, upon realizing the phone call had ended, turned off her phone screen and glanced at the little girl seated on the sofa, engrossed in an animated show. The child, sitting obediently with her hair in twin ponytails, would occasionally glance over at Xiao Kexin while she was on the phone. The little girl bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Kexin, her features mirroring hers with the exception of her eyes. This child was indeed the daughter Xiao Kexin had mentioned, born from the donation of Ling Yu. Mummy, were you just talking to Daddy? The little girl asked sweetly as she clambered up onto the sofa to face Xiao Kexin. Xiao Kexin, standing at 1.71 meters towering over the sofa, bent down, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair, and replied, Yes, Daddy will finish up soon and we'll be able to see. Lingling in no time in response to her daughter's inquiry. Xiao Kexin could only continue weaving her fabric of lies. Her daughter's name was Xiao Lingling. Sharing her surname as Xiao Kexin had originally intended to be a single mother. In recent years, Xiao Lingling had expressed an overwhelming desire to meet her biological father. Unable to resist her wishes, Xiao Kexin resorted to bribing the hospital staff to reveal Ling Yu's identity. She had thought that a mere introduction between Xiao Lingling and Ling Yu would suffice, but it seemed Ling Yu had misconstrued the situation. Pondering this, Xiao Kexin picked up her phone again and composed a message to Ling Yu. Meanwhile, Ling Yu lay on his dormitory bed, feeling a sense of panic. He was a traveler from a parallel world. Upon awakening, he found himself standing before a grand building, clutching a bouquet of 99 roses, dressed in a suit, and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. A large crowd surrounded him, pointing and whispering, predominantly female, as he stood before a girl's dormitory. Confused as he had just arrived in this new realm, he struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired. Fragments of memories flooded his mind. He realized he had crossed into a parallel universe where he was an orphan with exceptional academic prowess at IN High School. He had secured a scholarship and achieved the highest score in the city during the college entrance examination. Ultimately, he gained admission to the prestigious City Music Academy in Xiao Country, aspiring to fulfill his dream of becoming a music creator. Perhaps the Ling Yu of this world had worked excessively hard from a young age, which led him to fall head over heels for a girl during his university years. He became infatuated, spending his hard-earned money on gifts for her, even sneaking off to the hospital to donate plasma in order to afford a new smartphone for her. On the penultimate day before graduation, Ling Yu had splurged his recently received salary on a suit, roses, and a diamond ring. The girl had stated during their time at university that she did not wish to date, and Ling Yu had believed her. However, with graduation looming just days away, he planned to confess his feelings to her, recalling her words that he would be the first she would consider if she ever chose to. Date that A.S. Ling Yu made his way to the girl's dormitory. He caught sight of the girl who had captured his heart. At this moment, the girl stood beneath the girl's dormitory, and Ling Yu assumed she was awaiting him, having been seen by numerous alumni along his journey. A.S. Ling Yu approached. The girl noticed him, her gaze falling upon his attire and the rose he held. Yet, rather than surprise, her eyes were filled with trepidation. Soon, however, the distant roar of an engine pierced the air. A Porsche Panamera drove straight toward them, and it appeared the girl was acquainted with the driver. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, she joyfully entered the vehicle, leaving Ling Yu standing still, disheveled by the wind. Ding-dong. A message arrived on his phone from the girl. Ling Yu, thank you for your ongoing care. You are a good person. However, you are far too impoverished to deserve my affection. I would not even consider giving you my heart. Reading the message from the girl shattered Ling Yu's heart. In the next instant, an alternate version of Ling Yu traversed into this realm, just as he received a call from Xiao Kexin. Having gathered all the pertinent information amidst the crowd, Ling Yu swiftly returned the diamond ring to his pocket and, relying on his memory, dashed back to the boys' dormitory. Without removing his shoes, he leapt into bed and began to contemplate his current predicament. Dingling. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone rang once more. It was a message without a label. The phone number felt familiar, as if he had just encountered it.mr. Ling Yu, I am Xiao Kexin, a singer. I genuinely only wish for you to meet my daughter, and I am willing to offer you compensation. Chapter 2, the renowned Lu Shuping. Is she really the diva, Xiao Kexin? But how could she possibly have a daughter? And claiming that I am the father of her daughter? Very well, where shall we meet? After a prolonged mental turmoil, Ling Yu ultimately resolved to respond. While organizing his thoughts, he unearthed a grave issue. His former self had squandered the entirety of his recently received salary on an ardent confession to a girl. His WeChat balance had dwindled to a mere two-digit figure, leaving the transmigrated Ling Yu utterly flabbergasted. A devoted admirer is doomed. A love-stricken mind is destined for failure. At the CAF opposite the Municipal Music Academy, Xiao Kexin swiftly confirmed the address and sent it to Ling Yu. After verifying the information, he replied that he could leave immediately. If she truly is the illustrious diva, Xiao Kexin, then I could leverage her connections to earn a substantial fortune through songs from Blue Star. If not, I shall accept a sum and bide my time. After all, there are countless talent agencies to choose from. The transmigrated Ling Yu was originally a music creator in Blue Star. Unfortunately, the entertainment industry in Xia Country was exceedingly competitive, rendering him unable to establish himself. He spent most of his time working at a music studio, occasionally taking on freelance projects, struggling to make ends meet. He drifted further from his initial aspirations. Fortunately, the memories of this world's Ling Yu did not contain any of his songs for Blue Star. Moreover, this version of Ling Yu, due to his exceptional academic performance, had already received invitations from multiple talent agencies. He was poised to rise swiftly in the industry post-graduation. But alas, he was merely a wretched, devoted admirer. In an instant, that fiery heart shattered. Resolute in his decision, Ling Yu vowed to live anew in this body. This time, it must be a grand and fervent existence. After rising from bed, he removed his suit jacket and leather shoes, opting for a pair of casual sneakers before heading out. Ling Yu, I warned you that Lin Xiao was no good, yet you insisted. At this moment, his roommate, Lu Miqing, was engrossed in a video game. Upon seeing Ling Yu rise from his bed, he wore an expression of frustration. "It's all in the past, old Lu," Ling Yu replied. The individual he referred to as Lin Xiao was the girl who had so disdainfully dismissed him. Ling Yu enjoyed a good rapport with his roommate, along with others, had urged him to relinquish his infatuation with Lin Xiao. Regrettably, the former Ling Yu had been impervious to their counsel. However, times had changed. The current Ling Yu possessed an elevated state of consciousness. He was a keyboard warrior from Blue Star. "I have matters to attend to. Farewell," Ling Yu declared. Making his way to the CAF Xiao Kexin had mentioned, without engaging in further conversation with Lu Mingqing. As he traversed the path to the school gate, he was met with the scornful gazes of his classmates. After all, the saga of his romantic entanglements had already spread like wildfire across the campus network, and everyone was aware of today's events. Undeterred by their stares, Ling Yu continued his journey, arriving at the CAF. The establishment was not overly crowded at the moment, so he settled into a corner seat. "Sir, what would you like to order?" the waitress inquired as she approached Ling Yu to take his order. Ling Yu had never been fond of coffee, yet it was inconceivable for him to order a cup of milk tea. "I shall have a cappuccino," he decided. After placing his order, he took out his phone to enhance his understanding of the world around him. "Sir, please enjoy," the waiter said. Before long, the cappuccino was served. Ling Yu expressed his gratitude and took a sip. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ling Yu?" A mature, voluptuous woman wearing sunglasses suddenly seated herself across from him. Ling Yu put down his coffee and regarded the woman, who was clad in a black lace dress. Her exquisite features remained partially obscured by her sunglasses, complemented by a white shawl that draped elegantly over her shoulders. She appeared poised, with just a hint of makeup. However, Ling Yu quickly discerned that she was not Xiao Kexin. "May I ask who you are?" Ling Yu inquired, rummaging through his memory for any information about this woman, but found none. The woman placed her handbag on her lap and scrutinized Ling Yu for a moment before responding, "I am Kexin's manager, Lu Shuping. I am here to escort you to her residence." At that moment, Ling Yu realized that this woman was the very force behind Xiao Kexin's rise to stardom, the renowned talent creator, Lu Shuping. Lu Shuping had once held a prominent position at Tianxing, a leading company in the music industry of Xia country, and many first-tier artists owed their success to her guidance. During the 4 years of Xiao Kexin's university life, she had solely dedicated herself to nurturing Kexin's career. However, she had resigned 4 years ago due to illness, coinciding with Kexin's overseas studies. Ling Yu was taken aback to find such a legendary figure before him. "Hello, Teacher Lu. I am Ling Yu, a recent graduate from the Municipal Music Academy. It is an honor to meet you," he said, bowing respectfully. "Shall we proceed?" Lu Shuping seemed disinclined to engage in pleasantries, lacking any form of courtesy. "Yes, of course." Ling Yu dared not overstep. Lu Shuping was merely a middleman, sent to fetch him on Kexin's behalf. Following Lu Shuping outside, he noticed a Lexus parked at the curb. She approached the vehicle, which automatically opened its door. It was only after Lu Shuping had seated herself that Ling Yu felt it appropriate to enter. To Kexin's home, Lu Shuping instructed, removing her sunglasses to reveal a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. The driver activated the navigation system and set off toward their destination. "Mr. Ling, is 100,000 sufficient?" Lu Shuping initiated the conversation, likely referring to the payment Kexin had promised. Ling Yu was now certain that the woman who had contacted him was indeed Xiao Kexin. However, he wondered how she could have possibly given birth to a daughter. "Teacher Lu, the money is of little concern to me. If this matter is genuine, I am willing to listen to your proposal," Ling Yu replied earnestly, his tone sincere. This was surely a pivotal moment, a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of success. A wealthy benefactor, "Here I come," is indeed true, and it is merely Ling Ling who wishes to meet you. "Personally, I hope you will accept the payment," Lu Shuping stated. A seasoned manager who handled personal matters with meticulous discretion. If Ling Yu were to accept the money, it would afford her some measure of control over him. Conversely, if he refused, he might find himself at her mercy instead. The fact that Xiao Kexin has a daughter is known to only a select few within her trusted team. Now that the biological father has resurfaced, should this information leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish Xiao Kexin's current image. Since this situation has unfolded, I wish to shoulder some responsibility. Ling Yu declared with utmost conviction, absolutely not. If I accept payment, I would have no justification to cling to you, especially since she is Xiao Kexin, the illustrious Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu was well acquainted with the pop diva, having once been a student at the Municipal Music Academy. By the time Ling Yu entered his first year, Xiao Kexin had already graduated, yet her legend continued to thrive. The former campus belle, possessing both talent and beauty, was the goddess of countless male classmates. Thus, upon confirming the identity of the child's mother, Ling Yu envisioned a scene of a wealthy woman serving him lavishly. Lu Shuping was somewhat taken aback by Ling Yu's words. Faced with such unexpected fatherhood, he still contemplated taking responsibility. Was there an ulterior motive? Wait, the Municipal Music Academy? Could it be that you, she scoffed, I would never fall for your tricks. I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. Chapter 3. This Xiao Kexin, I could weep. Really, no need for that. Ling, we are taking good care of her, and you are merely a recent graduate. Your future is still long ahead, so there is no necessity. Lu Shuping smiled, clearly implying that he was unworthy. You little rascal. How dare you harbor intentions toward my Kexin? Do you believe I won't break your legs? Very well, but I shall not require any money. I will complete my graduation ceremony tomorrow and start working the day after. Ling Yu understood the wisdom of patience. Safeguarding oneself was the first step toward gradual progress. Subtly navigating through the complexities of life. Well, I wish you success in your work. Lu Shuping had not anticipated Ling Yu's steadfast attitude. This boy was not to be underestimated. Lu Shuping ceased her conversation with him and took out her phone to hasten the preparation of a bank card with a deposit of 100,000. Soon, the driver arrived at their destination, the finest residential complex in the city, Jinshan Tianhua, in the underground parking lot of Building 6. Lu Shuping led Ling Yu into the elevator and pressed the button for the 23rd floor. In a short while, they arrived at the door of apartment 2301. Ling, Daddy will be coming soon. After Ling Yu agreed to meet, Xiao Kexin conveyed this news to Xiao Ling. Really? Daddy is coming to see Ling? Upon hearing the news, Xiao Ling was overjoyed and immediately rushed to embrace her mother's long legs. Xiao Kexin lifted her daughter, affectionately rubbing her nose against Xiao Ling's. Of course, why would Mommy lie to Ling? Hee, Mommy. The mother and daughter shared a tender moment before Xiao Kexin set Xiao Ling down on the sofa and retreated to her room to change. However, Xiao Ling did not linger on the sofa, finding no interest in the animated show on television. When Xiao Kexin emerged from her room, she discovered that Xiao Ling was no longer on the sofa. Looking around, she spotted a small figure sitting on the steps by the entrance. Ling, what are you doing? Xiao Kexin understood how much her daughter longed to see her father. She knelt beside her, gently stroking her little head. I am waiting for Daddy. Xiao Ling looked up at Xiao Kexin, her eyes sparkling with joy. Let us sit on the sofa for now. Daddy hasn't tea arrived yet. Xiao Kexin was aware of Lu Shuping's work style. She was likely still at the CF. After all, what Ling Yu had said during her earlier phone call was indeed accurate. This was a choice she had made willingly, and she could not coerce Ling Yu into it. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned offering money. However, in this instance, she had miscalculated. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, momentarily startling Xiao Kexin, who had been about to lift Xiao Ling back onto the sofa. Yet, her daughter quickly scrambled behind her. As Xiao Kexin approached the door, Xiao Ling clung to one of her legs. Although she was eager to see her father, a hint of trepidation lingered within her. Creak. Upon opening the door, Lu Shuping came into view. Ling, your aunt is here. Oh, where's our little Ling? Lu Shuping stepped inside first. Upon noticing Xiao Ling hiding behind Xiao Kexin, she began to tease her. However, Ling did not respond. Instead, her gaze shifted to Ling Yu, who stood behind Lu Shuping. Once the door opened, Ling Yu immediately noticed Xiao Kexin. He was dressed in a loose white long shirt paired with brown trousers, which accentuated his tall and well-proportioned figure. His exquisite face was lightly adorned with makeup, and he possessed the same charming peach blossom eyes as Lu Shuping. For a moment, he was utterly captivated. When he regained his composure, he exchanged a glance with the little girl hiding behind Xiao Kexin. To his surprise, She abruptly turned and dashed away, her tiny feet pattering as she sprinted down the hall. Within seconds, she had retreated to her room and closed the door. Is that Ling Ling? Perhaps I frightened her. My apologies. Ling Yu felt somewhat at a loss. Wasn't she supposed to rush into his arms, initiating a tearful reunion? Ling Ling, are we playing hide and seek? Auntie is coming to find you. After changing into her slippers, Lu Shuping exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Kexin and headed towards Ling Ling's room. It's all right. She must be feeling shy. Xiao Kexin extended her hand. Hello, I am Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu, he replied, shaking her slender fingers. Once inside the house, Xiao Kexin poured Ling Yu a cup of tea. They both sat on the sofa, maintaining a considerable distance, and the atmosphere grew rather awkward. I'm truly grateful for your visit. Ling Ling has been incessantly expressing her desire to see her father, and I simply had no other options. Xiao Kexin broke the silence, her face etched with regret. I understand. Ling Yu waved his hand, feeling somewhat reserved, though he had been part of the entertainment industry in his past life. Xiao Kexin's figure and appearance were unparalleled among the actresses he had encountered. May I ask you a question? Ling Yu's curiosity was piqued. He had heard that it was quite common for female celebrities to undergo in vitro fertilization. Yet Xiao Kexin was so young. Why would she choose to embark on this journey during her career's zenith? It seemed rather peculiar. I know what you're wondering, Xiao Kexin began to explain, her voice flowing effortlessly. Shortly after Xiao Kexin's graduation, Lu Shuping experienced health issues and, upon medical examination, was diagnosed with a blood disorder. This ailment necessitated the use of newborn umbilical cord blood, and only a blood relative could provide a viable chance for treatment. At that time, Lu Shuping had only one family member left who could potentially bear a child, her niece, Xiao Kexin. Upon learning this, Xiao Kexin resolutely underwent in vitro fertilization, ultimately succeeding in curing Lu Shuping. It became clear why Xiao Kexin chose to undertake such a procedure at a young age. After listening to Xiao Kexin's story, Ling Yu finally understood. Xiao Kexin, you have truly moved me. Let's connect on WeChat. In the future, if Ling Ling wishes to see me, she should feel free to say so. There is no need for formality. Ling Yu exclaimed as he pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat app. When Xiao Kexin noticed Ling Yu displaying the QR code, she promptly scanned it with her phone. Xiao Kexin has requested to add you as a friend. After Ling Yu accepted the request and clicked on Xiao Kexin's profile, he was greeted by a heartwarming photograph of a mother holding a little girl against a sunset backdrop. Ling Yu, may I go in to see your daughter? Spoke Lu Shuping as she emerged from Ling Ling's room. Yes, ma'am. Ling Yu responded respectfully, standing up to salute Xiao Kexin before making his way toward Ling Ling's room. He gently knocked on the door. Ling Ling, may I come in? He inquired in the softest tone possible. Phew, being a father is quite an experience. How could it possibly compare to the discomfort of carrying a child for 10 months? Ling Yu thought to himself. Guomin, came Ling Ling's voice from within. Ling Yu slowly turned the doorknob and peeked inside. As expected, a child's room was adorned in vibrant colors. He noticed the bedspread was puffed up, indicating that Ling Ling was hiding beneath it. Ling Yu entered without closing the door. Considering it was their first meeting and wishing to ease any concerns Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping might have, Ling Yu had previously thought himself indifferent to children, but the ones he did not favor were always those of others. The little girl before him, though not yet verified, could hardly be mistaken. Hello there, Ling Ling, he greeted, sitting down on the floor beside the bed and gently tapping on it. Are you my daddy? A small head emerged from the blankets, and Ling Ling studied Ling Yu before tilting her head in inquiry. Oh dear, what language is daddy? Is it a special language for angels? Yes, indeed, Ling Yu replied, captivated by the sight of the little girl sporting twin ponytails and the same enchanting phoenix eyes he possessed, complemented by her adorably chubby cheeks. A radiant smile spread across his face. This is my daughter. My heavens, how incredibly adorable, he thought. Is this the exquisite result of two of the most perfect beings on earth? Truly magnificent. Ling Ling, still nestled beneath the covers, remained silent, continuing to observe Ling Yu. My name is Ling Yu. You may call me Ling Ling Daddy, he encouraged, taking the initiative due to their first encounter. Ling Ling Daddy? My daddy? Ling Ling echoed, repeating Ling Yu's words. I adore children. With such a delightful little one, I must have a dozen. Ling Yu exclaimed. Ling, may I hold you? Ling Yu found himself utterly defenseless. How could he resist such an adorable daughter? Ling momentarily paused upon hearing her father's words, then flung aside the blanket and leapt into his arms. Caught off guard, Ling Yu staggered backward, instinctively protecting Ling as they both tumbled to the floor. Huh! Ling is amazing, he exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by his daughter's spirited nature, and he felt a warm glow knowing that she cherished him. Listening to the commotion, Xiao Kexin finally felt at ease. After exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Shuping, the two resumed their tasks. Daddy, don't you want Ling? Ling clung tightly to Ling Yu, her voice tinged with tears. How could I not? Ling is Daddy's treasure. The sight of his child's sorrow pierced Ling Yu's heart like a knife as he gently soothed her back. Then why did you only come to find me now? Ling's sobs grew more intense, and panic surged within him. What to do? Has Ling heard Mommy sing? Ling Yu desperately sought to change the subject. Yes, Mommy sings beautifully. Upon hearing mention of her beloved mother, Ling's interest peaked. Daddy loves singing too, which is why he decided to learn. Sensing his strategy was working, Ling Yu continued. Learning? Did Daddy ask Mommy to teach? Although Ling was easily distracted, her understanding was still limited. No, Mommy has to work, so Daddy goes to school. Ling Yu followed her lead, continuing to console her. Ling knows what school is. There are teachers there, right? After a few exchanges, Ling had ceased her tears, engaging in cheerful conversation with Ling Yu. This little rascal is adept at charming children, yet he spent 4 years as a devoted admirer. Meanwhile, Xiao Kexin had retreated to the kitchen, while Lu Shuping eavesdropped outside. Prior to this, Lu Shuping had meticulously scrutinized Ling Yu's background. His accomplishments before entering university were indeed commendable, but once he arrived at university, he encountered formidable challenges. As evening fell, Ling Yu stealthily exited Ling's room, gently closing the door behind him. Turning around, he saw Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping watching him from the sofa. She's asleep, he whispered to them before downing a glass of water that Xiao Kexin had poured for him. Would you like to stay for dinner? Xiao Kexin had prepared a meal in the kitchen. Ling Yu smiled. No, I have matters to attend to. If Ling wishes to see me again, she can call. Xiao Kexin accompanied him to the entrance, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much for today. This is for you. She handed him a bank card. Ling Yu hesitated, feeling conflicted. He admitted to having ulterior motives initially, and he certainly needed the money now. However, after hearing Xiao Kexin's story, his intentions shifted. After a mental struggle, he accepted the card, saying, consider it a loan. I promise to repay you. With that, he turned to leave, but the elevator had yet to arrive, and the silence was deafening. Desperation welled up within him. Why? Why hasn't the elevator come yet? I am not human. I truly am not. Oh wait, I have traversed here. It is only because my predecessor squandered all the funds that I contemplated this audacious endeavor. Indeed, the present Ling Yu has arrived from another realm. It is not his doing. With this thought, he felt a weight lift from his conscience, though he still clutched the bank card tightly in his hand. He resolved that this money must be returned. His daughter must be acknowledged, and as for Xiao Kexin, they would take things one step at a time. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ling Yu changed his attire and borrowed a guitar from the dorm leader, Li Zhang. On his way back, a plan began to form in his mind. This world is as advanced as Blue Star, and thus he intended to delve directly into the realm of the internet. In the puzzled gazes of Li Zhang and Lu Mingxing, he set up his phone against the backdrop of the setting sun, sitting on a chair. Old Lu, could you check if I'm in frame? Ling Yu asked, noticing Lu Mingxing idly staring at him. You're in. Looking quite handsome, Lu Mingxing remarked after glancing at the screen. Adjust the angle so only my mouth is visible. Avoid capturing my entire face. After Lu Mingxing made the necessary adjustments and posed accordingly, Ling Yu instructed, Gentlemen, please remain silent. I am about to record a song. Old Lu, please start the recording. With everything in place, Ling Yu began to strum the guitar. A captivating melody filled the air, causing Lu Mingxing and Li Zhang to sit up straight. They had never witnessed Ling Yu so earnestly focused. What is brother you up to? He usually exudes inspiration, yet today he seems to embrace such a melancholic prelude. Li Zhang, having just returned from outside the campus, whispered to Lu Mingqing, unaware of the events that transpired earlier that day in the girls' dormitory. As Ling Yu played, he leaned back until he was nearly against the dormitory door. He had attempted to confess his feelings today, but Lin Xiao had run off with someone else. Lu Mingqing shook his head, sensing that Ling Yu must have endured a significant emotional blow. Scattered moonlight filtered through the clouds. Upon hearing Ling Yu's first line, Li Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? Is he really that intense today? Hiding from the crowd, scales spread across the ocean, waves drenched the white dress. Attempting to push you back, Ling Yu sang, feeling a wave of emotion. The Ling Yu of this world possessed genuine talent, and he wielded it with remarkable ease. The waves sing a lullaby, yearning to warm you. Listen to the depths of the sea, whose lament guides you. As the sorrowful notes grew increasingly poignant, Lu Mingqing sensed something amiss. Oh no, I hope Ling Yu isn't feeling despondent. You cherish the salty breeze of the sea, treading upon the dampened sand. You say that people should return to the ocean. You inquire where nostalgia may dwell, if anyone loves you, and if the world can ever be serene again. Li Zhang swallowed hard. These lyrics, always wearing a smile for the indifferent, the faces of people on the shore remain unrelated. The fleeting beauty of life dissipates into smoke. After completing half of the song, Ling Yu marveled at his predecessor's vocal prowess, having developed his vocal cords exceptionally well. Chapter 5. Do not let him leap from the ledge. You inquire about the destination of one's soul after death, whether there exists someone who loves you. The world has indeed cast you aside, perpetually donning a facade of smiles towards the indifferent. The faces of those on the shore display a dispassionate detachment. The world holds no lingering affection, all dissipating into smoke. Lu Mingqing and Li Zhang felt their hearts racing as they listened to the second stanza of the lyrics. Yanggu, keep an eye out. I truly fear he might leap from the balcony upon finishing the song, just as they had quietly deliberated. The subsequent lines genuinely startled them. Too late, you once laughed while weeping. Too late, your trembling arms. Too late, no one will rescue you. Too late, you clearly despise suffocation. As the song concluded, Ling Yu placed down his guitar, intending to walk over to his phone to stop the recording. Ling Yu, don't do it. There's no need for such a woman. As soon as he stood, Lu Mingqing dashed over, collapsing to the ground, clutching Ling Yu's leg. He held on tightly, grasping Ling Yu's pants with both hands. Yes, Ling Yu, don't act impulsively. In the next moment, Li Zhang had also wrapped his arms around Ling Yu's other leg. What is happening? What are these two doing? Ling Yu was utterly bewildered, then began to struggle. Let go. What are you doing? Please, Ling Yu, don't lose hope. The final stanza of the song had already left Li Zhang and Lu Mingqing with red, swollen eyes, and now, believing Ling Yu was about to jump, they were on the verge of tears. Amidst the chaos, the door swung open. A man with gelled hair entered. Sipu Weici. The newcomer was Zheng Wenhao, a local from the city and a resident of their dormitory, often absent from it. What are you all doing? Zheng Wenhao gazed at the scene before him, utterly perplexed, especially as Ling Yu's pants were nearly being pulled off. How's he? Quickly stop him. He is about to jump. Li Zhang shouted loudly, prompting Zheng Wenhao to rush over and embrace Ling Yu. Who the hell is jumping? Let go. I need to stop the recording. Ling Yu felt an immense urge to unleash a torrent of expletives. After a considerable commotion, the four finally settled down to debate. How's he? Give your opinion. Who would be bewildered after listening to this song? Li Zhang was the first to speak, presenting the initial sharp point. Lu Mingqing joined in, reproaching. What same person writes such a song? Ling Yu, having just swallowed his anger, felt it rising again. You two are utterly insane. Didn't I say I was recording a video? Indeed, it had been mentioned. Yet who could tell if you were recording a suicide video? Lu Mingqing continued to retort, though his confidence was waning. Exactly. Li Zhang remained unyielding, echoing the sentiment. Ling Yu, infuriated, could hardly contain himself, wishing desperately to hurl them from the balcony. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Zheng Wenhao, having watched Ling Yu's recently recorded video, clicked his tongue in amazement. Truly, the power of love is remarkable. especially the outcome of unrequited affection. It has inspired such a splendid piece. Setting aside Ling Yu's emotional experiences and today's sorrowful tale, this song, if presented in the current music scene, would undoubtedly be a top-tier empathic piece. Teachers often say that great works stem from life. Indeed, Ling Yu embodies this principle, immersing himself in the narrative. Ling Yu is noble. Such matters ought to be borne by Ling Yu. Ling Yu ceased his idle chatter with his companions, delivering a final admonition to his 3 roommates. Refrain from any further antics, lest I ensure your absence from tomorrow's graduation ceremony. In Xiao Kexin's household, little Lingling, having just been lulled to sleep by Ling Yu, awoke to find herself alone in bed. She hastily descended from her bed and raced out of her room, only to discover Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping seated at the dining table, enjoying their meal. "Where's Dad?" a bleary-eyed Lingling inquired, failing to spot Ling Yu. Lu Shuping promptly approached and gathered Lingling into her arms. He has returned to school for his studies. Tomorrow marks his final day, and in 2 days, you shall see him once more. Lu Shuping had been eavesdropping while Ling Yu was in the room. Thus, she was well prepared to explain to Lingling. Lu Shuping placed Lingling at the dining table after a comforting embrace. Lingling responded with a subdued "oh" and nestled against Lu Shuping, displaying her discontent. Xiao Kexin retrieved Lingling's bowl and chopsticks from the kitchen, mashing up several dishes on the table before placing them in front of Lu Shuping and Lingling. At nearly 3 years of age, Lingling needed to begin trying various foods and eating from the family table. "Will Lingling eat by herself, or shall Annie feed you?" Lu Shuping gently inquired. Lingling tilted her head back in Lu Shuping's embrace. "Lingling will eat by herself." Once Lu Shuping settled Lingling in her high chair, the little one began to eat enthusiastically, making delightful sounds as she savored her meal. After dining, the group relaxed on the sofa. Lingling was engrossed in a cartoon, while the adults were preoccupied with their phones. The scattered moonlight filtered through the clouds as a notification chimed from Lu Shuping's phone, revealing a short video that had garnered over 120,000 likes. Underwater? Original? As a manager, Lu Shuping understood much about the industry, yet she had never heard this song before. Xiao Kexin, too, grew curious and leaned in to watch alongside her. Evading the crowd, the scales of the vast sea. The second line resonated, causing Lingling, who had been captivated by the cartoon, to suddenly turn her attention to Lu Shuping's phone. "Lingling, Dad? Although the individual in the video remained faceless, Lu Shuping and Xiao Kexin sensed a familiarity. Upon Lingling's remark, Xiao Kexin noted that the video creator was named and rained on. Sharing a knowing glance with Lu Shuping, they nearly confirmed that the person in the video was indeed Ling Yu. "I want to watch too," Lingling exclaimed, climbing onto the sofa to peek at the screen, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of the young man in white. "Dad. Lingling, Dad. Lai Bujiji. Lai Bujiji." The video continued to play, and Lingling joyfully sang along. As the song concluded, both Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping were left astonished. Meanwhile, Lingling mimicked Ling Yu's recent guitar-playing pose on the sofa. They were well aware of Ling Yu's academic prowess, yet they had never anticipated that he could compose such an evocative song. Lu Shuping tapped on the profile picture of the video creator, which featured a family of 3 entering the page of been rained on. The description was succinct. "I've been rained on, providing you with an umbrella. My identity is anonymous. Please do not disclose my information. All songs are original. Unauthorized use is prohibited." Ding ding ding. Xiao Kexin's phone chimed. "Andy, look." Just then, she noticed a message notification from Ling Yu, who had sent her a satellite message. "Dear Kexin, I have composed a song, and should you find it to your liking, I would be delighted to share it with you, without any expectation of reward." Upon opening the link, Kexin discovered it was the very video she had just seen with Lu Shuping. This young man is quite audacious. His intentions are so apparent. With a modicum of talent, he seeks to ascend to the heights of my esteemed Kexin. I shall not allow you to succeed. The song is rather pleasing, and if you're fond of it, we might consider purchasing it. Lu Shuping contemplated the commercial potential, and indeed, it is quite impressive. This little rascal, dreaming of casting a wide net to catch a big fish, how naive. Chapter 6, twinkling brightly. Very well, I shall hand it over to my aunt. Kexin was quite fond of the song. Recently, due to Ling Ling's circumstances, her engagements had diminished significantly. This song had already garnered considerable attention. In performing, it would surely help maintain her popularity. After sending a message to Ling Yu, Kexin decided to pass his satellite to Lu Shuping, believing it more appropriate for her to handle such matters. Goodness, brother Yu, the song you just performed received over 120,000 likes in just 2 hours. Lu Mingqing, the fourth member of their dormitory, rarely referred to Ling Yu as brother. Incredible. Li Xiang had also listened to it live, but had not anticipated such a surge in popularity. Ling Yu, would you be interested in embarking on a grand adventure together? You provide the talent, and I'll provide the funds. We shall share the spoils equally. Zheng Wenhao, a local, often indulged in nightly revelries. At that moment, Ling Yu lay on his bed, astonished by the rapid influx of attention. He opened the comments section. I just returned from the hospital, diagnosed with depression. What should I do? Life felt hopeless, and after listening to this song, I have lost all hope. The world is quite beautiful. I shan't return in my next life. Depression passes by. Thank you, dear singer, for voicing my pain. Light one up. Accompany one. The comments varied wildly, with many expressing sorrowful sentiments gleaned from the song. Ling Yu felt a sense of unease. What if something goes awry? Yang, may I borrow your guitar once more? Ling Yu rose from his bed, seized Li Xiang's guitar, and made his way outside. Hey, where are you off to? Li Xiang, engrossed in his game, inquired as he noticed Ling Yu darting away without a reply. Ling Yu had already departed the dormitory, striding down the corridor. He is definitely up to something again. Lu Mingqing, struck by a thought, sprang to his feet and urged the others to follow. Keep up, keep up. Zheng Wenhao, restless, hurried after them. Apologies, everyone. Li Xiang was in the midst of a game, yet he soon tossed off his headphones and dashed outside. In the game, his Yasuo had just avoided another death, and teammates expressed their gratitude in the chat. Ling Yu found a dimly lit corner on campus and began adjusting the angle of his phone. Top, top, top. The sound of flip-flops approached from behind. Ling Yu turned to see the trio from his dormitory. What brings you here? Brother Yu. Go, go, go. Strike a pose. I'll set it up for you. Lu Mingqing was eager to see what song Ling Yu had composed this time. Zheng Wenhao, producing a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere, beckoned Li Xiang to sit on the curb. Before long, Lu Mingqing positioned the camera in such a way that only the lower half of Ling Yu's face was visible, then gestured to him. The guitar began to play, and a lively prelude filled the air. Click! Something special. Zheng Wenhao, who was munching on sunflower seeds, was witnessing a live performance for the first time. Typically, he had little opportunity to interact with Ling Yu, as the latter often worked part-time and returned late to their dormitory. If one has too many grievances against this world, they become hesitant to move forward after falling. Why must one be so fragile and decadent? Do you remember when you said home is the only fortress? As the fragrance of rice flows, we continue to run. A faint smile, the dreams of childhood that I know. As Ling Yu reached the chorus, the trio of seed crackers became restless. Is this style themed around childhood? Though Zheng Wenhao enjoyed leisure activities, he had earned his place at the City Music Academy through sheer talent. This fellow, Ling Yu, whose recent singing suggested despair, now presented a nostalgic song. Could it be that those who have suffered heartbreak emerge stronger? What on earth? Is Ling Yu hiding his talents? The trio was taken aback. They were well aware of Ling Yu's academic prowess, especially someone who could secure scholarships while juggling part-time work. Yet today, he unveiled 2 songs of such remarkable quality that they were left speechless. Don't cry. Let the fireflies take you away. The countryside's ballads are an eternal refuge. Let us return home, back to the initial beauty. After finishing the lyrics, Ling Yu concluded the instrumental with the guitar and stood to stretch. Ling Yu, incredible, Li Xiang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. If you weren't entangled in worldly affairs, you would have already transcended. Lu Mingqing shook his head while helping Ling Yu turn off the recording, handing the phone back to him. Ling Yu found Lu Mingqing's words utterly ridiculous and playfully swatted him. Ling Yu, what do you say? Shall we dive into the entertainment industry after graduation tomorrow? Zheng Wenhao, recognizing Ling Yu's potential, sought to keep this talent close. Ling Yu understood Zheng Wenhao was serious, yet he had pressing matters to attend to. Sorry, I have to take care of the kids. Ling Yu packed his belongings, intending to return to the dormitory to edit. He left behind 3 bewildered faces. If you're going to make excuses, at least do it well. Desperate flatterer. Meanwhile, Xiao Kexin had just finished bathing Ling Ling and was now soothing her to sleep on the bed. Mummy, can you sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star? Ling Ling had napped earlier and wasn't feeling very sleepy. Xiao Kexin? Is that a song? Xiao Kexin had never heard of it. I can, oh. Can Ling Ling sing it? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. After Ling Ling finished, she nestled into Xiao Kexin's embrace. Mummy, was it beautiful? Xiao Kexin was astonished. She had never heard this song, nor sung anything similar to Ling Ling. Though simple, this nursery rhyme was catchy and easy for children to learn. It's so lovely. How did Ling Ling come to know this song? Papa Ling Ling taught me to sing it. Hearing Xiao Kexin's praise made Ling Ling beam with joy. Ling Yu? No wonder. Can you sing it for me, Mummy? Ling Ling is aware of Xiao Kexin's remarkable singing talent and wishes to hear her sing. Certainly. Can Ling Ling teach her mother to sing? Ling Ling is more than willing to impart her knowledge to Xiao Kexin, guiding her word by word until, ultimately, she drifts in a slumber enveloped by Xiao Kexin's melodious voice. Knock, knock, knock. Yu, wake up. Early in the morning, Ling Yu is awakened by Lu Mingqing's clamorous voice. What's going on? Ling Yu, roused from sleep, glances at the clock. It's only 7. Leaving 2 hours until the graduation ceremony. Your video rice aroma has gone viral. It has garnered over 600,000 likes, and Under the Sea has surpassed 1 million. Lu Mingqing exclaims excitedly. Previously, he had been quite disdainful of Ling Yu's role as an ardent admirer, but now that Ling Yu has achieved recognition, Lu Mingqing is genuinely pleased and has risen early to monitor the video's performance. Goodness, it seems that Li Xiang from the opposite bed has also been disturbed. After a brief exclamation, he flops back onto his bed to continue sleeping. At this moment, Ling Yu fully awakens and opens his phone. As Lu Mingqing had indicated, he curiously checks the comments section. Xiao Kexin. The song Under the Sea evokes a silent oppression, while rice aroma stirs nostalgic memories. The creator is truly remarkable. Hu Li Min. Both Rice Aroma and Under the Sea are masterpieces. The creator's talent is exceptional. The video for Rice Aroma not only received praises from netizens, but also endorsements from the rising star Xiao Kexin and the formidable singer Hu Li Min. Together, the videos amassed a staggering total of 160,000 likes. Indeed, Ling Yu has risen to prominence. Oh wait, he has simply weathered the storm. After awakening, Ling Yu does not return to sleep. He responds to several comments before preparing for the graduation ceremony. Chapter 7. Graduation Ceremony. Beep, beep, beep. During the ceremony, Ling Yu receives a message on his phone. Upon checking, he discovers a message from Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu, I have plans tomorrow and will be away for 3 days. Would you have time to visit Ling Ling? Ling Yu had been contemplating how to fabricate an excuse to see his daughter, and now Xiao Kexin reaches out so promptly. He types back, of course I have time. After the graduation ceremony concludes, Ling Yu reminisces about the last celebratory moment shared with his classmates before entering society. It feels as though his youth was just yesterday. Ling Yu, are you really not considering what I said? In the dormitory, Ling Yu and his 3 roommates are packing their belongings. Zheng Wenhao, whose family resides locally, has already left after packing. The remaining trio plans to spend one final night together. I don't know where to go next, but there is something I really want to do, so I cannot agree to you. Ling Yu had initially intended to choose from the offers he received from an agency after graduation. However, after returning home yesterday evening, his thoughts had shifted. While at Xiao Kexin's house, he conversed with Ling Ling for quite a while, mostly soothing her with sweet words. Daddy, if you're not going to school anymore, can you stay with Ling Ling every day? I wish I could, but I don't have that privilege. Daddy will play with Ling Ling whenever he can. You know that adults have to work to earn money. Ling Yu remains self-aware. If he were to visit daily, Xiao Kexin might misconstrue his intentions as wanting to take her daughter away. Today, I discovered that I have a daughter. However, Xiao Kexin has been nurturing her for almost 3 years, having carried her for 10 months. No, Daddy wants to be with Ling Ling every day. Ling Ling shook her head vigorously in Ling Yu's embrace, disagreeing with his statement. Sensing that the little one was on the verge of tears, Ling Yu felt a sense of helplessness and could only concede, "All right, Ling, Daddy will always be with you, forever and ever." How does that sound? Ling nestled in Ling Yu's arms, lifted her head, her eyes reddened and brimming with unshed tears. Daddy mustn't lie to Ling. The little heart seemed so pitiful. "Rest assured, I would never deceive you. This evening, I shall return to borrow. No, I mean to borrow, yes. To borrow a piece from the predecessors." Observing Ling's aggrieved expression, a profound sense of kinship surged within Ling Yu. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a peculiar thought persistently distracted Ling Yu. How could Daddy ever deceive Ling? He cherished her too dearly for that. Ling Yu lifted Ling and carried her back to bed. "Daddy, I want to hear you sing." Ling and Ling Yu lay side by side on the bed, father and daughter facing each other. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu said, "Daddy will sing you a little star." Tomorrow marks the day of his official graduation, and Ling Yu must also contemplate his future living arrangements. After packing his belongings, he decided to leave the school. He planned to rent an apartment through a real estate agency. As an orphan in his previous life, Ling Yu's past was vastly different from his current existence in Blue Star. He could easily dismiss the requests of a small child, even though Ling was born from hope. In fact, he could argue that it was none of his concern. Yet, a subconscious feeling gnawed at him, as though an alien thought was interfering with his mind. Ling Yu speculated that this might be a remnant of his past self. Perhaps a lingering desire remained, and Ling had become his beacon of hope, the final thought before his disappearance. Therefore, he sought accommodations not too distant from Xiao Kexin, providing himself with a semblance of security. After all, one could never predict when his former self might awaken, and he might find himself on the rooftop one day. Ling Yu discovered a well-located one-bedroom apartment, approximately 60 square meters in size, at the real estate agency. It was only about 3 kilometers away from Xiao Kexin's home. Reluctant to let go of the opportunity, he ultimately decided to rent it despite the steep monthly rent of over 6,000. After locating the landlord with the agent, the landlord quickly processed the paperwork upon learning that Ling Yu was a university student. "Thank you, landlord." After wrapping up, Ling Yu glanced at his phone, realizing it was already past 3. He hastily ate a little something before planning to return to the school dormitory, intending to move the next day. "Ling Yu, what are your plans for the future?" Li Ziang paused his game upon seeing Ling Yu return. Ling Yu, feeling somewhat fatigued, took a sip of water and slumped into a chair. "I plan to stay in the city. With Yuji's capabilities, he would undoubtedly thrive, transforming like a dragon amidst the clouds." The 2 videos he posted last night had garnered over 1 million likes, making it effortless for him to become an internet sensation in the city. Lu Mingqing, having closely followed Ling Yu's posts about the ocean and the fragrance of rice, felt genuinely pleased to see his former roommate flourish. Li Ziang and Lu Mingqing have both secured internships and will set off tomorrow. The trio is on the brink of parting ways. "Shall we go out for a meal tonight?" Ling Yu pondered. Although he had traversed through realms, he had developed a good rapport with his 2 roommates and understood the intricacies of human relationships. "I've been waiting for your invitation, you go." Upon hearing Ling Yu's intention to treat, Lu Mingqing immediately chimed in. Li Ziang, engrossed in a video game, was in the midst of a fierce battle. "Sure. Are you kidding me? You dare to leap over the spring?" After discussing their destination for the evening, Ling Yu began to utilize his old laptop to borrow some musical compositions from the Blue Star. After composing several songs and applying for copyrights, Ling Yu stretched and glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 7 in the evening. "Let us go. I'm done here." Noticing the late hour, Ling Yu stood up and bid farewell to Li Ziang and Lu Mingqing. Let us go. Today, I want to hold back with you, you go." Lu Mingqing playfully draped his arm over Ling Yu's shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. Li Ziang, having paused his game, jumped up to open the door. "Come on, the prince is treating." Soon, the 3 arrived at the Bullfrog restaurant they had booked earlier that afternoon. They ordered a few bottles of beer to bid a jovial farewell to their university days. Knock, knock, knock. The next day, Ling Yu was awakened, as usual, by Lu Mingqing pounding on his bed. "You go. We're leaving. Take care." Lu Mingqing and Li Ziang had risen early, eager to catch their ride. "Wishing you a smooth journey," Ling Yu mumbled, still groggy from the previous night's revelry, but managed to pull back the blackout curtains to bid the two farewell. Ha ha ha. Brothers a heart. If there's anything, just call. Stay in touch with us. Li Xiang's voice boomed as he grabbed his luggage and headed out. Until we meet again, Lu Mingqing followed suit. Now, the dormitory was left with only Ling Yu, who had no desire to linger. He rose to organize his belongings, determining what to discard and what to retain. In the end, he was left with just a suitcase, a backpack, and a large bag. Ling Yu hailed a cab to the apartment he had rented the previous day. Having visited before, he found the minimalist decor and fully furnished setup to his liking. All major appliances were in place, and he merely needed to tidy up before moving in. After preparing the apartment, Ling Yu stepped out into the morning sun. It was 9 o'clock, and he planned to grab a bite before heading to Xiao Kexin's residence. Ding dong. Ling Yu arrived at Jinshan Tianhua and showed the security guard the proof that Xiao Kexin had sent him the night before. He ascended smoothly to her abode. However, as he approached the entrance, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Yesterday, he had trailed Lu Shuping closely, devoid of this sense of recognition. Now alone, Ling Yu was certain he had been here before, during his previous life as a part-time performer. Creak. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman. Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping had already left early, and it was Min Jie, who had worked as their housekeeper for several years, who answered the door. Hello, are you Mr. Ling? Xiao Kexin had briefed Min Jie before leaving, informing her that someone would come to accompany Ling and relaying the relevant details. Yes. May I ask who you are? On the day Ling Yu arrived, Sister Min happened to be on leave, and Ling Yu had never met her before. Please come in. I am the maid from Miss Xiao's household. You may call me Sister Min. As she welcomed Ling Yu at the door, Sister Min introduced herself. In Chapter 8, the first time accompanying my daughter, Ling had just woken up, enjoying breakfast on the coffee table while watching cartoons. When she heard someone knock at the door, she initially paid it no mind. It was only when the sounds of Ling Yu conversing with Sister Min reached her ears that she realized he had arrived. Ling dashed towards Ling Yu, who squatted down and exclaimed, "Oh, Ling, Daddy has missed you so much." She was small and soft, and he adored her instantly. "Oof, you didn't come yesterday." Ling initially wrapped her arms around Ling Yu's neck, but upon hearing his words, she began to question him. Ling Yu, seeing his daughter sulking, merely smiled brightly. "Daddy had his last day at school yesterday. Can you not be mad at Daddy?" Ling scrutinized Ling Yu for a while before once again hugging his neck tightly. Ling missed Daddy too. It turned out that children were indeed easily soothed. They were simply adorable. Ling Yu gently stroked Ling's little head and said, "Daddy can come to see Ling every day from now on." Ling beamed with joy, tightening her embrace around his neck. "Daddy, let us play later," she murmured sweetly, nestled in his arms. Ling Yu brought her to the sofa and sat down, quietly waiting for her to finish her breakfast. At just over 2 years old, she could already feed herself. Truly my daughter. After Ling had finished eating and wiped her mouth and hands clean with a tissue, she looked up at Ling Yu with eyes full of anticipation. Ling Yu lifted her onto his lap. "What does Ling want to play?" "I want to sing." "Daddy, teach me to sing." It seemed that Xiao Kexin had inspired her interest in music. "All right, Daddy will teach Ling a new song." Ling Yu remembered quite a few nursery rhymes from Blue Star and began teaching her a new tune. Before this, Sister Min had not held Ling Yu in high regard. She had cared for Ling shortly after her birth, treating her like a granddaughter for 3 years, and Ling had grown quite close to her, even calling her grandma. Sister Min had never seen Ling's father, so in her mind, he had already been branded as a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and child. This belief remained unchanged until Sister Min came to work today. When Xiao Kexin revealed the circumstances surrounding Ling's birth and informed her that Ling Yu would be coming today. Upon hearing Xiao Kexin's story, Sister Min was moved to tears. They had been together for over 2 years, and Sister Min had always thought it must be incredibly challenging for the young Xiao Kexin to raise a child alone. She never anticipated the story behind it would be so touching. When Ling Yu first arrived, Sister Min was astonished. She had expected him to be an ordinary man, but upon seeing him in person, she was taken aback by his striking appearance. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a healthy complexion and handsome features, he bore striking resemblance to Ling with his almond-shaped eyes. Seeing the tender scene between father and daughter on the sofa, brought Sister Min great joy. It had been a long time since she had seen Ling Ling so happy. She then took out her phone, intending to record a video to share with Xiao Kexin. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Kexin had just finished her tasks. It was only now that she indulged in breakfast, taking out her phone to check messages. She noticed a video sent by the housekeeper. Normally, when she was busy outside, Min Jia often sent videos of Ling Ling. However, today was different. The video featured a man as well. In the footage, the man was teaching the little girl to sing. There's no one like mother in this world. Children with mothers are treasures, thrown into their mother's embrace. Happiness is immeasurable. Was this another original nursery rhyme of his? Moreover, he was teaching Ling Ling to sing it. What is wrong, Kexin? Why are you crying? Lu Shuping, who was having breakfast nearby, heard the commotion from Xiao Kexin's side. She looked up to see Kexin's tear-streaked face. Lu Shuping hurriedly approached to comfort her, saying, "Kexin, are you all right? What happened?" She took out a tissue to gently wipe the tears from the corners of Kexin's eyes, also noticing the phone in her hand. The video showed Ling Ling imitating every word of the song sung by Ling Yu. There's no one like mother in this world? Oh no, how could Kexin endure this? Lu Shuping was quite astonished. How extraordinary was Ling Yu's talent. In recent days, top-notch songs have been springing forth as if they were free. After the video concluded, Xiao Kexin requested Min Jia to send her more videos of Ling Ling and Ling Yu. Once she touched up her makeup and composed herself, she returned to her busy schedule. "Daddy, do I sing well?" After finishing the song, Ling Ling immediately displayed a proud expression towards him. Looking at his innocent daughter, Ling Yu affectionately replied, "Not bad at all. You sing much better than Daddy. Ling Ling is amazing." Giggling with joy at her father's praise, Ling Ling celebrated by running around the living room, her movements lively and exuberant. "Be careful, don't run too fast." Ling Yu, enchanted by Ling Ling's spirited demeanor, gently reminded her. Throughout that morning, Ling Yu enjoyed playing with Ling Ling immensely. It was his first earnest engagement with her, and for the first time, he felt how adorably charming children could be. Min Jia, observing the warmth between the father and daughter, chose not to intrude, completing household chores with ease and joy. "Mr. Ling, what would you like for lunch?" As noon approached, Min Jia prepared to go grocery shopping and inquired about Ling Yu's culinary preferences. Having just acquainted herself with him, she hesitated to ask, and he promptly waved his hand, saying, "I'm not picky. Whatever is convenient for you will suffice." For lunch, while Ling Ling usually ate independently, today she surprisingly turned to Ling Yu with a pout, saying, "Daddy, will you feed me?" "Of course. Sit tight, and Daddy will serve you." Ling Yu was more than willing. He knew Ling Ling could eat by herself, but his daughter deserved to be pampered. After checking with Min Jia about what Ling Ling could eat, he attentively mashed the food a little before carefully bringing it to her mouth. "Oh, what a cute little face. Look at those adorable pouty lips." Watching Ling Ling eat so obediently, Ling Yu felt his heart melting. After ensuring that Ling Ling was well fed, Ling Yu swiftly finished his lunch and, after a brief respite, took Ling Ling back to their room to prepare for an afternoon nap. Under Naruto's persuasion, the once terrifying Zabuza awakened to his senses and defeated the ruffian leader. Subsequently, Zabuza, along with Haku, ventured to a distant land, while Kakashi led Team 7 to accomplish their mission, returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. As Ling Yu coaxed Ling Ling to sleep, she insisted on hearing story. His recollections of those fairy tales were rather vague, and he was not fond of their peculiar plots. So he adapted a previously watched anime and narrated it to her. As Ling Yu was engrossed in his storytelling, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Ling Ling had become still. Upon closer inspection, he realized she had fallen asleep. Ling Ling was indeed asleep, yet her small hands clung tightly to Ling Yu's clothing. Ling Yu dared not move, so he closed his eyes and joined her in slumber. At 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Kexin finally concluded her engagements for the day. She decided to make a video call to Min Jia to see what Ling Ling was up to. They were still asleep. At that moment, Min Jia arrived at Ling Ling's door. She turned the camera towards the room, allowing Xiao Kexin to observe what Ling Ling and Ling Yu were doing. As Xiao Kexin gazed at her phone screen, she saw the father and daughter peacefully sleeping on the bed. Not wanting to disturb them, she noted a call if anything came up. Xiao Kexin had hoped that Ling Ling would rejuvenate her after a long day of work. but she was taken aback to find her usually lively daughter sleeping soundly with someone else. This left her feeling rather discontented, as if her cherished treasure had been snatched away. Chapter 9. Keep up the good work. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed in Ling Ling's room. What the heck? Who just slapped me? Ling Yu awakened with a start and turned to see his adorable daughter still in slumber. Relieved, he settled back down. After a while, unable to sleep, Ling Yu gently pried Ling Ling's arms from around him, being careful not to wake her. All right, just one last leg. Slowly now, easy does it. Daddy, where you going? Just as Ling Yu was almost free, Ling Ling suddenly opened her eyes, sleepily questioning him. Ling Yu was startled. Nowhere, sweetheart. Daddy just woke up and was thinking of getting a glass of water. Would you like some? By the time Ling Yu finished speaking, Ling Ling had already sat up. Oh wow. She stretched lazily, rubbing her eyes that were still heavy with sleep. Yes, I want some too. After sleeping for over 3 hours, the father and daughter rose from the bed and made their way to the sofa, where Ling Yu poured a glass of water for Ling Ling. They lounged on the sofa, both appearing as if carved from the same mold, lost in thought. Min Jie, witnessing this scene, snapped a photo and sent it to Xiao Kexin. Ling Ling, did you have fun today? Upon receiving the photo from Min Jie, Xiao Kexin immediately called for a video chat, now aware that Ling Ling was awake. I had a blast. Daddy taught me to sing today and told me stories. Ling Ling gleefully recounted her day of joy spent with Ling Yu, chatting animatedly. Seeing that Ling Ling no longer required his company, Ling Yu retrieved his laptop from the backpack he had brought and began to busy himself nearby. Ling Ling, Mommy is going to have dinner now. Shall we continue our chat later tonight? Around 6 o'clock, Xiao Kexin finally had her second meal. Keep up the good work, Mommy. Ling Ling could discern the weariness etched on Xiao Kexin's face, and her reluctance was not as pronounced as before. After ending the video call, Ling Ling began her search for Ling Yu's presence. She discovered him fervently typing away on his laptop at the dining table. Not wishing to disturb him, Ling Ling settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, adjusting the volume to a level that was faintly audible to her. Ling Yu cast a glance at Ling Ling, noting that she had already concluded her conversation with Xiao Kexin. At that moment, she sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in an animated show. Observing his busy demeanor, she stifled her laughter, often stealing glances to ensure she wasn't interrupting him. Her affection for this little girl grew immensely. It is often said that daughters are like a warm, comforting garment, and at that moment, Ling Yu truly understood the sentiment. This continued until dinner, where Ling Yu, just as he had done at noon, fed Ling Ling before attending to his own meal. Sister Min, I have something to attend to shortly, so I'll leave Ling Ling in your care, he said as he finished eating and approached the kitchen to greet Sister Min. All right, Mr. Ling, she replied, busy with her tasks. Returning to the sofa, Ling Yu gently caressed Ling Ling's little head. Ling Ling, Daddy has to go now, but I will come to see you again tomorrow, all right? Upon hearing her father speak to her, Ling Ling turned her head, her eyes visibly reddening. Her delicate features contorted into a heart-wrenching expression as she clutched his clothing tightly. No, Daddy, don't go. The tremor in her voice signaled the onset of tears that welled in her eyes. Do you know where Daddy is going? Ling Yu asked, a triumphant smile gracing his face, which left Ling Ling momentarily stunned. Before she could fully comprehend, he continued, Daddy is going to buy a gift for Ling Ling. Really? Ling Ling's expression of grievance lingered. Of course. Daddy has forgotten to bring a gift for you twice before. So this time, I will choose something that you will surely love. Ling Yu embraced Ling Ling, cradling her in his arms and soothing her gently. But I still want to play with Daddy for a little while longer. Ling Ling yearned for the gift, but also wished for Ling Yu to delay his departure. However, if I wait too long, I might not be able to buy it, and I wouldn't be able to present it to you tomorrow. In truth, while using the laptop earlier, Ling Yu realized that it was on the verge of retirement, lagging even during typing. He needed to extensively borrow songs from Blue Star, and an inadequate computer simply wouldn't do. Thus, he planned to take advantage of the remaining time to ensure his computer equipment was in order, allowing him to utilize the advantages of a time traveler sooner. Then Daddy must come early tomorrow. I want to see you the moment I open my eyes. After a round of coaxing, Ling Ling finally relented. Tomorrow, Daddy will come bearing gifts to wake you up. Goodbye. Daddy, goodbye. Ling Ling, held by Sister Min, waved her little hand in farewell as they escorted Ling Yu to the elevator. After departing from the Jinshan Tianhua community, Ling Yu headed straight to the computer store. Selecting a moderately priced laptop, equipping it with a sound card, purchasing a pair of monitoring headphones, and finally acquiring a keyboard and drum pad to complete a basic composition setup. Once all was in order, he proceeded to the mall to choose a present for Ling Ling, which he intended to give her the following day. That evening, Ling Yu returned to his apartment past 9 o'clock, eager to complete the full versions of Under the Sea and Rice Aroma for upload to the music platform. However, he also recalled his promise to his daughter and thus took a shower and went to bed by 11, not wishing to disappoint Ling Ling. The next morning, before 7:30, a gust of wind roused Ling Ling from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a man gazing at her with a gentle smile. "Daddy." After a long struggle the previous night to lull her to sleep, she woke to find Ling Yu, who had kept her company, watching over her. Any remnants of morning grumpiness dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Ling Ling stretched out her arms, and Ling Yu promptly lifted her. "Daddy didn't lie to you, did he? Come on, let us get you washed up." After meticulously brushing her teeth and washing her face, Ling Yu carried her into the living room. "Daddy, what is that?" Ling Ling asked, spotting a beautifully wrapped gift box on the sofa. "That is a present for you from Daddy. Let us open it together." Ling Yu set the eager Ling Ling down, and she dashed to the sofa, eager to unwrap the box. Observing her clumsiness, Ling Yu stepped in to assist, and together they successfully removed the colorful ribbon and wrapping paper. "Tada!" Ling Yu exclaimed as he lifted the lid of the gift box, adding a dramatic flair. "Wow, it's the guitar Daddy plays when he sings." Inside the box lay a children-esque guitar, though Ling Ling was unaware of its name. "What did you see Daddy play?" Ling Yu pondered, momentarily perplexed. "I've never played guitar in front of you." But in the next moment, as Ling Ling picked up the guitar and sang a few notes, realization dawned upon him. "Come on, little chick. Come on, little chick." Could it be that she had seen the video from Under the Sea? Ling Yu was oblivious to the fact that it was Ling Ling who first recognized him, and that Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping had only made the connection after Ling Ling's prompt. "How was that, Daddy? Did I sing well?" Ling Ling asked, beaming as she sought his approval after singing a few lines. "Of course, our Ling Ling is amazing. Would you like Daddy to teach you how to play the guitar?" "Guitar? Is this it?" "Yes, indeed." "Cool, me. Let Daddy show you how to hold it." Chapter 10. Encounters and Beyond. Ling Ling was utterly captivated by the children-esque guitar Ling Yu had gifted her, immersing herself in learning with unbridled enthusiasm. By the end of the day, she had mastered strumming, plucking, and finger-picking with considerable skill. Meanwhile, at the ninja school, with the help of classmates from other classes, Mingren caught up with Sasuke, intending to persuade him not to skip school. Later that evening, Ling Yu stayed at Xiao Kexin's home until after 9, regaling Ling Ling with stories. Just as he became animated in his narration, he noticed that Ling Ling had fallen silent. He quietly left the room, treading softly. Exiting, he exchanged greetings with Min Jie, planning to return the following day. Upon returning to his apartment, Ling Yu finally completed the arrangement for Under the Sea. The demo for Rice Aroma was also nearing completion. He resolved to retire before midnight, with plans to accompany Ling Ling the next day. This was the happiest time of Ling Yu's life across both of his existences. Children were simply delightful. "Daddy Ling Ling, come with me to vanquish the fish demon." Around 7 in the evening, Xiao Kexin hurried back home after a busy day, only to hear Ling Ling's exuberant voice calling out. "Ling Ling the hero, I am ready. Just waiting for your final strike." "Cool, me." In reality, it was Ling Yu feeding Ling Ling, who was enjoying fish for dinner that night. "Ling Ling, Auntie is back." Upon hearing Lu Shuping's voice, Ling Ling turned her head to see Lu Shuping and Xiao Kexin, both looking travel-worn, entering the living room. "Did you miss Mommy?" Xiao Kexin and Ling Ling exchanged glances, and all fatigue seemed to wash away. "Mommy, Auntie!" Ling Ling exclaimed as she climbed out of her high chair. Seeing this, Lu Shuping rushed over to scoop her up. "Oh dear, Annie has missed you so much." Cradling Ling Ling in her arms, Lu Shuping affectionately nuzzled her delicate little head. Ling Ling, feeling the warmth of Lu Shuping's affection, erupted in laughter, giggling. "I missed Annie too. Cool, me. Let Mommy hold you as well," Xiao Kexin chimed in, leaning in for a hug. "Hello, Teacher Lu," Ling Yu greeted, observing the heartwarming scene without interrupting as Lu Shuping made her way to the dining table, nodding and smiling in response while accepting the bowls and chopsticks that Min Jie had just brought out. After dinner, Ling Ling showcased the fruits of her guitar practice to Lu Shuping and Xiao Kexin in the living room. Though the sounds were somewhat unsatisfactory, she adeptly imitated the basic techniques of strumming, plucking, and picking. With Xiao Kexin returning home today, Ling Yu had no intention of overstaying. After exchanging a few whispers with Ling Ling, he decided it was time to leave. As he stepped outside, it was unclear what he had just shared with Ling Ling, for she no longer clung to him as she had before, with only Xiao Kexin following behind. "Thank you for your help these past few days," Xiao Kexin expressed. Having received numerous videos and photos from Min Jie showcasing the joyful moments between Ling Ling and Ling Yu, which brought her great comfort. After all, since Ling Ling began to form memories, she frequently expressed a desire to see her father, which had once caused Xiao Kexin considerable distress. Now that Ling Yu had promised to visit Ling Ling often, she felt a sense of joy. However, from Xiao Kexin's perspective, was this truly for the best? "By the way, I've completed the accompaniment for the underwater piece. I will send it to you when I return," Ling Yu remarked just as the elevator arrived, sensing there was little left to say before bidding farewell and turning away. "Goodbye." Watching Ling Yu's retreating figure, Xiao Kexin appeared lost in thought. Once back at his apartment, Ling Yu quickly busied himself with work, as he had an advertisement to attend to. He needed to record a video that night. His underwater and rice fragrance videos had garnered over 2 million likes, an exceptional level of popularity. Many advertisers approached him, hoping he would include a spoken advertisement for their brand within his videos. Numerous brands requested that he feature their products on his promotional platform, while others sought to have him don their clothing for video shoots, among various advertising strategies. Ling Yu was well-versed in these matters, having been a victim of similar marketing tactics in his previous life on the platform of Blue Star. What surprised him even more was the number of invitations he received for collaborations, from both emerging artists and established singers with 1 or 2 hit songs to their name. Ling Yu had a recollection of at least a dozen individuals, one of whom was Hu Limin, who had previously commented on his song video. Hu Limin is a technically proficient and formidable singer, capable of performing any song with equal finesse, regardless of the age or gender of the audience. He can sing as well as the original artists, yet there exists a critical flaw that has kept him in relative obscurity: a lack of emotional depth. Listeners appreciate his singing, yet fail to be captivated by the essence that draws one into the realm of the song. Hu Limin is distressed by this, feeling that what he lacks is a signature piece that would unequivocally belong to him. Ling Yu resolved to compose a song for Hu Limin, not merely out of gratitude for the assistance he had once rendered, but also because he found himself entangled in a predicament. Numerous music and talent agencies sought to sign him, most offering meager contracts, while a couple of industry giants approached him with veiled threats. However, after encountering Ling Ling, Ling Yu's perspective had shifted. He no longer aspired to leverage the memories of Blue Star to become a celebrity. Faced with the complications presented by these companies, he decided to let his talent speak for itself. He set his sights on creating a piece that would evoke the same emotional resonance as the original. Drawing upon Hu Limin's style, Ling Yu's mind raced through the memories of Blue Star, recalling a timeless masterpiece by a still-living original artist. After Ling Yu departed from Xiao Kexin's home, Lu Shuping and Xiao Kexin engaged in playful activities with Ling Ling. Having not seen her for a few days, they noticed that Ling Ling had become even more vivacious. "Oh, I almost forgot." Once Xiao Kexin had bathed Ling Ling and was preparing to lull her to sleep, Ling Ling suddenly rose from her bed, seemingly intent on something significant. In response to Xiao Kexin's puzzled gaze, Ling Ling climbed down and hurried to her room to rummage through her belongings. Before long, she returned to Xiao Kexin's bed, clutching a stack of papers held together by a clip. "Mommy, this is from Daddy for you," Ling Ling proclaimed as she handed the papers to Xiao Kexin. As she perused the documents, Xiao Kexin discovered that the 6 sheets contained the lyrics, musical score, and an overview of the narrative and singing approach for 2 songs. Encounter? Later? Xiao Kexin was astounded to hold the handwritten versions of the 2 songs, both of which were emotional in nature, featuring simple, singable lyrics and melodious tunes, rivaling the lead tracks of her previous album. How could he have composed two pieces of such high quality in one go? Xiao Kexin was utterly amazed by Ling Yu's talent after reviewing the two songs. Wait a moment, my dear Ling. Mommy needs to consult Annie, she said. Her admiration for the songs evident. Eager to bring these compositions to life, she could hardly contain her excitement. Okay, Mommy, go ahead. I will sleep first, Ling replied, obediently settling back in a bed and covering herself with a blanket, aware that the air conditioning would be quite cold once she drifted off. Seeing her daughter so well-behaved filled Xiao Kexin with delight. The following day, Ling Yu awoke close to noon. The night prior, he had recorded a video and finalized the full version of Rice Aroma for submission and review, while also creating a demo for the song intended for Hu Limin. Chapter 11. National Style Songs After the Rain. The video has finally been released. This time, he has produced a new song. Is it true? I shall go and see it now. After getting up, Ling Yu edited the video he recorded last night and posted it. This time, he, like a few days ago, used the video to showcase his new song, A Lamp of Parting Sorrow. Standing solitary by the window, I linger behind the door, pretending you have not yet departed. The familiar place feels like a return. The full moon brings even more loneliness. The candlelight flickers in the middle of the night, silently reproaching me. In this video, Ling Yu no longer plays the guitar. Instead, he employs the keyboard, maintaining a style that remains only partially revealed below the mouth. East wind breaks? Is it ancient style music? Yet, the video description claims it is a national style song. What does that entail? I am uncertain, but it sounds remarkably impressive. In our summer kingdom, only ancient style prevails. The trend of naming styles after nations has yet to emerge. Who is playing the pipa, performing East wind breaks? Time peels away on the walls, evoking childhood memories. I distinctly recall that year when we were all so young. Now, the gentle sound of the zither resonates. My anticipation unheeded. As the chorus resonates, viewers of the video are profoundly moved. Wait, why does it seem as though I hear the pipa sound from my childhood? Played by my grandmother? I too recognize the similar tones of my grandfather's eru. Are these the traditional instruments of our summer kingdom? Netizens are uncertain whether the sound originates from instruments they have encountered before. Yet many in the music industry who viewed the video remarked, this is indeed the sound of the pipa and eru. I never expected the creator could incorporate them into popular music so seamlessly. Truly remarkable, having appeared so youthful after the rain. It is astonishing to discover he has engaged with traditional instruments and managed to blend them together without feeling out of place. I sincerely wish I could converse with him. Though not the complete version, the creator's vocal prowess and the application of instruments transported me into a realm of artistry within mere moments. National style songs truly live up to their name. The praise in the comments section continues to grow. Two renowned singers, previously seen in the comments of other videos, have now emerged. Xiao Kexin. This song is undoubtedly the first to carve out a distinct style for the music history of our summer kingdom. Hu Limin. Thank you to the creator for bringing us music that belongs to our country. National style songs have sparked lively discussions online. Some express agreement, while others dissent. Yet the majority remain spectators. After all, this is merely one song. Should he release a few more in the future, it might indeed initiate a wave of national style music. However, as the music reached its midpoint, an advertisement abruptly interrupted the experience, leaving viewers somewhat speechless. Why insert an advertisement into such a top-tier work? Is this a form of selling art? When Ling Yu returned to his apartment after grabbing a bite to eat, the video had garnered over 100,000 likes in just half an hour. Oh no, it seems I become a bit idle. Ling Yu sat on the sofa, browsing a certain app, as if he were still in the Blue Star. What shall I do? Lacking connections and resources, I am at a loss for what to pursue beyond the internet. Sigh. Never mind. I shall first enjoy an audiobook and take a nap. An audiobook? Ling Yu seemed to have an epiphany and quickly searched for audiobook software on his phone. Finally, I downloaded the Xia Country reading software, Red Persimmon Reading. In this world, where even novels lack the flamboyance of Blue Star, a new avenue has emerged for borrowing Blue Star's works. Subsequently, Ling Yu also downloaded Red Persimmon Reading on his laptop, adopting the pen name Love Rising with the Wind. What should he write? Martial arts? alternate history, or perhaps fantasy? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu ultimately decided that his first borrowed work would be the Blue Star novel, Zhu Xian. Throughout the afternoon, Ling Yu diligently typed away, seamlessly replicating more than 20 chapters in his mind. By 7 in the evening, had it not been for the rumbling of his stomach, he might have forgotten to eat. In a flurry, he released the 20-plus chapters he had composed. Is this not a martial arts novel? Goodness. The Divine Sword of Thunder Command. It turns out Lu Sueki is the foremost among the younger generation. The nine heavens mystical abyss transforms into divine thunder. Majestic heavenly might is summoned by the sword. How did the author conceive such ideas? I feel that what I previously read, such as the Shadowless Sword and Fire Cloud Spear, pales in comparison to even a single move from the cultivators in this novel. That night, after the release of Zhu Xian, Ling Yu remained oblivious to the multitude of astonished comments from readers. After finishing his meal and returning to the apartment, he received a video call from Xiao Kexin. In the climax of the story, Naruto utilized the power of the Nine-Tails Fox to engage in a decisive battle with Pain, who proved to be exceedingly strong, even trapping Naruto in the Earth Seal midair. Meanwhile, Ling Yu's little sister, Ling, who had grown accustomed to falling asleep to his storytelling over the past few days, dozed off just as he was getting into the story. Miss Xiao? Xiao Kexin held her phone up, allowing Ling to see Ling Yu on the video. Noticing that Ling had fallen asleep, Ling Yu decided not to continue. Just call me Kexin from now on. Ling is asleep, I'll hang up now. Fearing she might disturb Ling, Xiao Kexin moved aside to bid farewell to Ling Yu softly. Ling Yu was momentarily captivated by Xiao Kexin's natural beauty after a shower. Taking some time to regain his composure. Oh, all right, goodbye. Xiao Kexin was truly beautiful, and she was an older sister figure, sigh. After ending the video call, Ling Yu collapsed onto the sofa, lost in thought. Over the past few days, he had been able to spend time with Ling because Xiao Kexin was not home. Now that she had returned, he felt hesitant to visit her. Yet, he had developed a genuine fondness for the child. What was he to do? It was quite vexing. After grappling with his thoughts for a while on the sofa, Ling Yu still couldn't devise a way to live with Ling like a real father and daughter. Forget it. I should focus on making money first. Like a zombie, he approached his computer, donned his headphones, and resumed crafting Blue Star's melodies from his mind. Just as he was about to begin, his phone vibrated. An unfamiliar number appeared, but Ling Yu chose to answer. The girl introduced herself as an editor from Red Persimmon Reading, intending to sign a contract with him for the recently published novel, Zhu Xian. Ling Yu thought, why not? Although it has only been a few hours since the release, this is indeed a positive development. He entered the author's center to finalize the contract and noticed a flurry of messages awaiting him. However, he paid little attention, as he was eager to return to composing. The following day, Ling Yu awoke and checked his author's center. It has come to my attention that the novel Zhu Xian has remarkably gained popularity overnight. The author, who is deeply engrossed in their craft, must be urged to provide updates. I implore you, dear author, to hasten the release of another chapter. I can hardly restrain my excitement. Why has there been no mention of rewards for updates, with no cap on contributions? Has anyone brave enough to test this? In the capital, at the Hong Shitsi Reading Company, within the editorial department, Zhu Xian has soared to the top 3 of the new book rankings in just one night. It has also entered the top 50 overall. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted in the office, igniting a fervor among the staff. Achieving such heights in a single night, this book is poised to be a blockbuster of the year. Its momentum is simply overwhelming. Could it possibly be the work of a prominent figure under a pseudonym? Chapter 12, A Tale of Fantasy. The editors in the office engaged in animated discussions, their gazes frequently drifting to a young woman seated at a desk in the corner, eyes brimming with envy. Chun Lily, upon hearing the commotion in the office, felt a surge of exhilaration, her face flushed with excitement. A fervent lover of literature, she graduated from the Chinese department and joined Hong Shitsi Reading as an assistant editor. However, after more than a year, her performance had been rather unremarkable, leading her to doubt her own abilities. Yet, just last night, she stumbled upon a manuscript left behind by other editors. This book was a literary gem, brimming with originality. Unfortunately, the other editors, recognizing it as the work of a newcomer, had shown no interest. Captivated by its content, she felt an inexplicable conviction that this book was destined for greatness. Thus, she hurriedly gathered information and sought to sign the author. Lily, the chief editor is calling for you. Under the envious gazes of her colleagues, Chun Lily rose with a buoyant step toward the chief editor's office. She knocked gently on the door, and upon receiving a response, she entered. Seated behind the desk was a slightly portly middle-aged man. Upon seeing her, he exclaimed, "Lily, welcome. Please take a seat." Typically stern, the chief editor's demeanor today was surprisingly warm, almost hard to believe. As Lily settled into the chair, she found it difficult to adjust to the editor's cheerful countenance. "Congratulations, Lily. The success of Zhu Xian in just one night is astounding, and your contribution is paramount." The chief editor began addressing serious matters, his smile softening slightly. "The year-end assessment committee has decided to reward you, and the bonuses will be executed at the highest level. I hope you continue your excellent work." Lily could hardly fathom such wonderful news so early in the day. Her small canine teeth peeked out from her lips in delight. Having only joined the company a little over a year ago, she recalled last year's meager year-end evaluation and paltry bonus. Her impulsive decision from the previous night proved to be remarkably wise. Overjoyed, Lily reveled in her happiness. Zhu Xian has only released a little over 20 chapters and is still in its debut phase, yet the team holds high hopes for this book. Lily must ensure effective communication with the author. Understood? The chief editor, aware of Lily's novice status, gently reminded her. "Thank you for the reminder, chief editor. I shall certainly keep it in mind." Lily, elated yet modest, responded earnestly. Ling Yu never anticipated that Zhu Xian would become an overnight sensation. At that moment, he was fervently typing away. How did he suddenly become a writer? It wasn't until the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, that Ling Yu managed to copy and paste nearly 30 chapters. Now he could take a breather for a few days. Subsequently, he published 5 chapters and clarified the update situation in the latest authoress note. If he was in a good mood, he would add 5 chapters. If he was in a bad mood, he would still add 5 chapters. After spending the majority of the day writing and feeling rather disheartened, he decided to forego updates for the day. However, why was Ling Yu updating so swiftly and not engaging much with his readers? Because he regretted writing Zhu Xian, especially the old version. He dreaded the potential backlash. Now that Zhu Xian had gained popularity, Ling Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Whether it was the plot direction or the character whom readers mistakenly believed to be the female lead, he was certain this book would spark considerable controversy. Having witnessed the disputes over the female lead, Ling Yu resolved not to engage in any discussions. He might even complete the entire manuscript in a short span. But could he truly evade the consequences? Unless he possessed the audacity of the original author. Suddenly, a notification chimed on Ling Yu's phone. Someone had added him as a satellite friend. "Hello, Mr. Ling. I am Chun Lily, the editor from Hong Shitsi Reading with whom you signed a contract last night." After accepting the friend request, Chun Lily sent a very formal message. Ling Yu politely replied, "Hello, Miss Chun. I look forward to your guidance. Mr. Ling, your chapter release pace seems rather hasty. May I inquire if you have ample stored manuscripts?" Chun Lily was aware that Zhu Xian had only been released the previous night, and each chapter exceeded 5,000 words. Even a production team's donkey wouldn't dare to operate at such a speed. "I plan to publish it within a month or 2. Ling Yu candidly shared his thoughts with Chun Lily. However, he was utterly unaware of the astonishment this revelation would evoke in her. "No way. Seriously? A month or 2? Are you writing a short essay? Mr. Ling, I believe your theme diverges from traditional martial arts. There's no need to rush. I hope you can elaborate on the content with greater detail." Zhu Xian was Chun Lily's first signed bestseller, and she certainly hoped for Ling Yu to cultivate a steady flow. However, Ling Yu's next response pulled Chun Lily out of her panic. "The theme of Zhu Xian should be categorized as Xinxia, and I am nearing completion. Moreover, I intend to write in this genre for my next work. I wish to expedite the release of my next piece and not prolong it unnecessarily. I must finish Zhu Xian quickly." It started off with a bang. What more could follow? Even the passing dogs would have something to say. Xinxia? Chun Lily did not expect Ling Yu's eagerness to conclude Zhu Xian was to pave the way for a new book. She became increasingly convinced that AI Yi Sui Feng Qi was a pseudonym for a prominent author experimenting with a new theme. Discussing the next work while the first novel was just beginning? Wasn't he that a bit overconfident? Well then, Mr. Ling, best of luck. Please inform me once your new book is published, and I will expedite the contract procedures for you. Despite her doubts, Chen Lily felt a wave of excitement as she replied. Over the course of this past year, I have faced numerous setbacks due to a lack of resources. At last, I have found a reliable partner, and the days of fortune are finally upon me. After conversing with Chen Lily, I intended to take a moment to rest. But as I lay in bed, I found it impossible to calm my mind. I decided it would be best to write instead. Once Bai Yao has passed, I shall promptly publish the remaining chapters and bring the story to a close. Thus, I approached my laptop with the intention of drafting more material for Zhu Xian. Ding ding ding. As soon as I logged into the Authoress Center, my phone, resting nearby, began to ring. Hello, Ling Ling. It was a video call from Xiao Kexin. Upon connecting, I was greeted by Ling Ling's angelic face filling the screen. Upon seeing me, Ling Ling leaned back, hands on her hips. Ling Ling's daddy, why haven't you come to see me for so long? The expression on her face was one of mock indignation. Yet to me, she appeared nothing short of adorable. Daddy promised to teach Ling Ling a new song last time, but I'm just a bit slow, and I haven't prepared it yet. I feigned a look of grievance in an attempt to evade her scrutiny. This tactic proved effective. Oh, is that so? Ling Ling tilted her head, her small mouth scrunching in a pout. But Ling Ling misses Daddy very much. Can you come and play with me first? Alas, the roles had reversed, and now it was Ling Ling who felt wronged. How about I come to see you tomorrow? Though I was wary of what Xiao Kexin might think, I could not bear to see Ling Ling's disappointment. If necessary, I could simply compose a few more songs. Okay, I want to see Daddy when I wake up tomorrow. Her face lit up with joy upon hearing my promise. Chapter 13. The children. After my conversation with Ling Ling, I did not continue writing as I had initially intended. Instead, I ventured outside. Having moved into the apartment nearly a week ago, aside from the first 3 days spent enjoying home-cooked meals at Xiao Kexin's, I had been dining out for the remainder. Having lived independently for a considerable time in Blue Star, I resolved to stock the refrigerator with some provisions. The cost of living in the city is quite steep. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, I returned, laden with bags. After putting everything away, I prepared to cook. Cooking alone is indeed a hassle. I hastily whipped up a simple tomato and egg noodle soup to suffice. While eating, I took out my phone to tally my earnings over the past few days. 3 songs had sold for 90, and an advertisement brought in another 5. Combined with tips from a Xiao Huang bike and my novel, I was nearing 300. Truly, money seems to come as if carried by the wind. Yet, I felt as though I had overlooked something in my calculations. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, I decided to focus on filling my stomach. Ding ding ding. Just as I was scrolling through videos, a message arrived from Wei Xing. How is the song you promised to write for me coming along? Is the demo ready? No rush. Take your time. Yes, 2 days prior, I had agreed to help Hu Li Min with his song, and now, barely a day later, he was already inquiring about it. He claimed he wasn't in a hurry. Was he trying to rush me like the king of hell? Not yet, Mingo. It's only been a day, and I haven't even settled on a theme. Although I had indeed made some progress on the demo, it was far too soon to send it out. After all, even a single lyric often requires months of contemplation and refinement. I took the liberty of asking, my apologies, Ling Yu. Hu Li Min was aware that he was placing unreasonable demands on himself. He was exceedingly eager to discover the style of song that Ling Yu would compose for him, particularly the previously mentioned traditional Chinese music. In the past, Hu Li Min had attempted to incorporate traditional instruments into his own compositions, but unfortunately, the results always felt somewhat awkward, leading him to abandon the endeavor. He was particularly fond of the seamless blend of the pipa and eru in Ling Yu's earlier piece, East Wind Breaks. The synergy was nothing short of exquisite, and the lyrics were truly a masterpiece. It's all right, brother Min. I will strive to send you a demo within 10 days, and then we can discuss it, Ling Yu remarked, reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness. Composing 2 songs in a day was something he had done during his school days, but producing 2 pieces of traditional music in such a short span felt almost implausible. Moreover, he was currently being targeted by several companies that began to imitate east wind breaks, releasing traditional instrument songs that failed to create any significant impact. However, strength lies in numbers. He knew he could not compete with them alone. I will bide my time, and when I make my move, let us see how you suppress me. All right, I shall come looking for you then. Hu Limin was taken aback by Ling Yu's confidence in producing a demo within 10 days. Such a guarantee was rare among contemporary musicians, especially considering the few exceptional pieces Ling Yu had penned in recent years. After their conversation, Ling Yu typed for a while before surrendering to sleep, feeling a bit dizzy from the prolonged reading. Papa Ling, why are you only just arriving now? Pouted Ling, who was curled up on the sofa at Xiao Kexin's home, visibly upset and unresponsive to anyone's attempts to console her. Ling Yu had forgotten to set his alarm the previous night and awoke past 9 o'clock. By the time he hastened to Xiao Kexin's residence, it was already well past 10. I'm truly sorry. Papa was up late writing a song for Ling and couldn't wake up this morning. I promise it won't happen again, he apologized, though the words felt insincere. The notion of a new song and his inability to wake up seemed like mere fabrications to placate a child. However, upon hearing that Ling Yu had written a new song for her, Ling's expression momentarily brightened, only to quickly revert to a frown. If you deceive me again, I shall spank you. All right. You may spank me now, Ling Yu responded, playfully presenting his backside to her. Giggling, Ling finally smiled and playfully slapped him a couple of times with her soft little hands before embracing him from behind. Xiao Kexin, watching the father-daughter duo reconcile, felt a sense of relief. Before Ling Yu's arrival, Ling had been sulking, prompting Xiao Kexin to worry and frantically call him. Ling, quickly, let Papa perform the song he wrote for you. Over time, Xiao Kexin had developed a keen anticipation for Ling Yu's works. Ling Yu retrieved his laptop and equipment from his backpack and connected a Bluetooth speaker at Xiao Kexin's place. Ling sat obediently on the sofa, while Xiao Kexin, Lu Shuping, and even Min Jie watched with eager eyes as Ling Yu adjusted the sound card on his computer. Ling Yu's fingers danced across the keyboard, evoking the pure, cleansing sounds of a piano, followed by the melodious strains of a song. The dark sky hangs low, the bright stars accompany. Insects flutter, insects flutter. Who do you long for? Yet another catchy nursery rhyme. One wonders how he manages to compose such exquisite musical pieces. Xiao Kexin possesses immense musical talent. Previously, she had Lu Shuping, a seasoned producer, charge Ling Yu for his songs Encounter and Later, as well as for the initial piece Under the Sea, each priced at 30. Now, witnessing the consistently high quality of Ling Yu's musical works, her admiration for his talent and knowledge only deepens. Having been an agent for many years, Lu Shuping has listened to Ling Yu's compositions and can only describe them with 2 words: prodigy. Sister Min lacks the discernment to evaluate a piece of music's quality. She simply finds this song straightforward, delightful, and so catchy that she can sing along after just one listen. Ling, on the other hand, understands nothing of this. She only knows her father is exceptionally talented and that the song he composed is indeed beautiful. Titled Insects Flutter, Ling expresses her fondness for it. Upon finishing the song, Ling notices the audience erupting in applause, with Ling bouncing on the sofa, exclaiming, "I love it. Daddy sings so well." Observing Ling's joyful demeanor, Ling Yu's mind drifts to certain thoughts. Ling, do you remember how many songs Daddy has sung for you? Suddenly, a look of sorrow crosses his face, leaving those around him puzzled. Ling senses her father's discontent and hurriedly rushes to his side. I remember. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, Mommy's good, and this one. Unaware of the reason behind Ling Yu's sudden melancholy, she feels a twinge of anxiety herself. Can Daddy sell the songs he sings for you to earn money? Ling Yu's words perplex Lu Shuping and the others, especially Lu Shuping herself. You can sell your songs if you wish, but why the gloomy demeanor? For whom are you putting on this show? Yet, before a response could materialize, Ling Yu continued, Daddy wants to use all the money earned to help other sick children. Ling, would you be willing? As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just moments ago, Ling Yu had seen Ling's happiness and was reminded of the events in his past life on Blue Star. During his time working odd jobs, He had once assisted at a special education school, helping children prepare for performances. Now, as a father, he recalls those disabled children striving on stage, a memory that pierces his heart. Ling Yu had once supported those children in overcoming their physical limitations, and the memory remains vivid. Coupled with his lingering regrets from his 20-plus years as an orphan, his eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 14. The final song, Xiao Kexin, and the others were initially taken aback by Ling Yu's words, not fully processing their meaning until they noticed the tears welling in the eyes of this strong man. Helping sick children? Child welfare? Xiao Kexin was uncertain of Ling Yu's intent, suspecting it was related to some charitable cause. Ling, already anxious from her father's sorrowful expression, was now on the verge of tears. The empathy exhibited by young children can be remarkably profound. Ling exclaimed, "Daddy, don't cry. I promise you." Her heartfelt outburst caught Ling Yu off guard, stirring within him a poignant sense of sadness as memories flooded back. Although Lu Shuping shared similar sentiments with Xiao Kexin, believing that Ling Yu had been unjustly accused, her affection for Ling surpassed that of anyone else, even more so than Xiao Kexin's. Upon witnessing Ling's tears, she hurried over to comfort her, saying, "It's all right. Ling, Daddy isn't crying. He just got some sand in his eyes. You should blow on them." Yes. Daddy has sand in his eyes. Ling Yu quickly chimed in, realizing the effectiveness of Lu Shuping's approach. To his surprise, Lu Shuping seemed even more adept at soothing a child than he was. Xiao Kexin then joined in, encouraging, "That's right, Ling, help Daddy by blowing on his eyes." The combined efforts of the three finally coaxed Ling to cease her crying, allowing Ling Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. After this brief interlude, Xiao Kexin's home returned to its previous atmosphere of laughter and joy. Later that evening, before Ling Yu was set to leave, he approached Xiao Kexin, saying, "Here is your bank card back. Thank you." He produced the card she had given him during his first visit to see Ling, now replenished to the original sum of 100,000 yuan. Xiao Kexin hesitated to accept it immediately, although Ling Yu had indeed promised to return it. She did not share that sentiment. She harbored concerns that Ling Yu's presence was tethered to certain vested interests and feared that accepting the card might dissuade him from returning. "Just take it," Ling Yu insisted, pressing it into her hand. He then added, "I would like you to sing the 3 nursery rhymes I composed. How much would that cost? Are you truly using this for charitable purposes?" Xiao Kexin recalled the events of the afternoon. "Yes," Ling Yu affirmed with utmost seriousness. His past experiences at a special education school had left a profound impact on him, and he felt compelled to contribute now that he had the means. "There is no need for payment. If you require assistance in the future, feel free to ask, but let us not discuss money any further." Xiao Kexin appeared somewhat impassive, yet Ling Yu sensed an undercurrent of displeasure. "Understood. Thank you very much." Ling Yu was perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor, but felt reassured when she agreed. The performance of the songs would undoubtedly generate significant buzz. That evening, upon returning home, Ling Yu diligently worked through the night to produce the accompaniments for Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, Only Mother is Good in the World, and The Little Bug Flies. The melodies of these nursery rhymes were not overly complex, and he completed the task just past midnight. The following day, he sent the compositions to Xiao Kexin. When she received the message, she assumed that Ling Yu had already completed the work. After inquiring about the singing style, she did not pursue the matter further. 3 days later, when Ling Yu arrived to play with Ling, Xiao Kexin handed him the disc containing the freshly recorded nursery rhymes. It rained, and a video was just uploaded. "Go check it out," she exclaimed. "Why has this update taken so long? Is a national style song? Huh? Nursery rhymes? Twinkle, Twinkle? This voice sounds so familiar. Could it be Xiao Kexin singing? Am I still dreaming?" To everyone's astonishment, the esteemed content creator has collaborated with Xiao Kexin. Upon receiving 3 nursery rhymes recorded by Xiao Kexin, Ling Yu promptly paired the audio with an image that resonated with the essence of the songs. He then released the video, complete with scrolling lyrics. However, this time, not only did the style of the video and the songs differ dramatically from previous works, but the accompanying description also left netizens in awe. Song title: Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, lyrics and music by Ling Yu, performed by Xiao Kexin. "I shall donate all proceeds from this nursery rhyme to children's charities. Feel free to use the audio and copyright, but all earnings must also be donated to children's charities. Kindly screenshot and share the receipts in the comments. I shall not remind you. Ling Yu noted that copyright awareness in this world is exceptionally strong. In Xia country, copyright matters are handled with even greater diligence and severity than in Blue Star, with virtually every infringement resulting in legal action. Thus, Ling Yu boldly declared this online. Wow, the audacity to allow free use without reminders. Ling Yu is truly impressive. Is this a public welfare initiative that invites everyone to participate? This is the first time in my life that I find something both outrageous and credible. The content creator is so charismatic. I'm utterly enamored. Yet, why does the profile of the individual above indicate they are male? In the comments section, besides netizens, many celebrities also chimed in. Xiao Kexin, thank you all for loving these songs. I hope everyone will actively participate in this charity initiative launched by the esteemed creator. Hu Limin, this charity initiative is incredibly interesting. I will organize a sing-along at my next concert. Yuan Chenxi, I've already asked my dance teacher to start choreographing. In the comment section of Ling Yu's video, aside from Xiao Kexin and Hu Limin, there was also a new rising star, Yuan Chenxi, a first-rate singer-dancer. Yuan Chenxi is a student at the Imperial Capital Dance Academy. After graduation, she signed with the entertainment giant Xiao Culture. With the adept management of Xiao Culture and her exceptional talent and hard work, she has achieved remarkable success as both an actress and a singer. It is worth mentioning that Yuan Chenxi and Ling Yu are somewhat acquainted, having met once before. Yuan Chenxi is 2 years older than Ling Yu and had participated in an exchange program organized by her school at the Municipal Music Academy, where Ling Yu was among the students accompanying her. However, their interactions were minimal, and at that time, Ling Yu was still a devoted admirer of Lin Xiao. Yuan Chenxi? Wow, quite impressive. Let us take another look. Spotting Yuan Chenxi in the comments, Ling Yu recalled her visage from the original memories. He clicked on her profile to confirm once more. Within a day, Ling Yu released the audio videos of all 3 nursery rhymes, interspersed with an advertisement. He ensured that the proceeds from these advertisements would also be donated, clearly stating this in the video descriptions for the viewer's awareness. Ding ding ding. A few days later, Ling Yu received a satellite call. Ling Yu, send me your address. I'm coming to find you. The caller was Hu Limin, to whom Ling Yu had just sent a demo of a song. Little did Ling Yu expect that just a few minutes later, he would receive a return call requesting his address. No, is this guy coming to confront me? It's merely 3 words with 15 twists. Isn't it excessive? What's wrong? Is the little fellow not to your liking? Ling Yu felt a sense of unease, not immediately grasping Hu Limin's address. It's not that I am dissatisfied. It's that I am utterly enamored. I wish to come over right now and collaborate with you on this song. I simply cannot wait any longer. Chapter 15. Commencing the fray on the other end of the line, Hu Limin was exceedingly excited, wishing he could teleport to Ling Yu's side instantly. He was eager to transform the demo Ling Yu sent him into a complete musical piece. Brother Min, I understand your urgency, but please hold on. Allow me to finish the composition first, and then you can take a look at it, all right? Ling Yu merely intended to convey the challenges he faced in producing music. Otherwise, if he carelessly presented a song as he had done previously, it could lead to considerable complications. My apologies, Ling Yu. I'm feeling anxious again. But remember to inform me at the earliest opportunity, and I will rush over. Hu Limin maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was tumultuous. The two continued their conversation, during which Hu Limin inquired about the possibility of incorporating several traditional instruments for enhancement. Ling Yu did not refuse, as these instruments were already an integral part of the composition. They just hadn't been included in the demo. Subsequently, Ling Yu also asked whether Hu Limin could manage the vocal techniques required. Hu Limin confidently asserted that it was all manageable. Ling Yu was now quite eager to see if this song would, like Blue Star, be humorously dubbed by netizens as a posthumous masterpiece of the original singer. Seated before his computer, Hu Limin still listened to the demo Ling Yu had just sent him, tentatively titled Moonlight. He donned monitoring headphones, repeatedly immersing himself in the musical segments of the demo. This song truly possesses a profound ambience, wholly compensating for my shortcomings before the audience over the years. However, Despite concluding his recent conversation with Ling Yu with utmost confidence regarding his ability to master the song's transitions after several attempts, a flicker of doubt began to creep in. It's all right. Hu Liming, you can do this. Keep going. He fervently encouraged himself, diving back into the lyrics and melodies of the demo. Why does this cowardly author only update 5 chapters daily? Is he trying to frustrate me? I am truly exasperated. He clearly stated that happy moments would lead to 5 additional chapters. Does he not find joy every day? Each night, he was irresistibly reminded of that senior sister, reminiscent of Lu Sueki. Oh, wretched author, why not just end my misery? Meanwhile, Ling Yu was diligently writing for Zhu Xian. Over the past few days, he had surpassed 50 chapters and updates, and the book was experiencing an extraordinary surge in popularity. With the word count now sufficient, he had progressed beyond the novice phase, securing the 2nd position on the overall rankings of male-oriented novels in Hong Shitsi, just a step away from the 1st place occupied by One Sword in the Jianghu. Since you all have expressed such fervent demands, I shall present the goods directly. Ling Yu, unbeknownst to the mischief brewing in his mind, wore a sly and cunning smile as he opened the Author's Center to publish the customary 5 chapters for the day. In the author's note, a passage reads, "Recently, my mood has improved significantly. Today, dear readers, your generous support is much appreciated, with a maximum of 20 chapters to be released." Ling Yu has faithfully transcribed the old version directly from his mind. After careful organization, each chapter contains no less than 5,000 words. Publishing 5 chapters daily among the authors on Hong Shitsi reading is indeed a mark of dedication, perhaps even bordering on relentless effort. Moments later, while Ling Yu was engrossed in his writing, his phone buzzed with notifications. Principal Huang has sent 100 gifts. Xiao Kexin has contributed 100 certifications. The arsonist of affection has gifted a king of gifts. The dream of 900 million girls has sent 2 certifications. The Author Center erupted with reward notifications, and Ling Yu's expression gradually morphed into a wicked grin. Very well. Today, your joy shall be matched by tomorrow's despair. Adding to the 5 chapters previously released, he published an additional 15 chapters, fulfilling his promise of 20. After expressing gratitude for the rewards in his author's note, he hinted at the chapter count for the next day. Tomorrow, if I'm in a good mood, I shall release 10 chapters. Observing the author's generosity, netizens showered him with praise. Author, you are amazing. Wishing you find love soon. As he read through the compliments, Ling Yu's demeanor became increasingly mischievous. No need for thanks. I hope you all find as much joy tomorrow as you did today. The apartment echoed with his manic laughter. Again, his phone chimed with a message from editor Chen Lily. Mr. Ling, is it truly okay for you to update like this? Do you have any manuscripts left? Zhu Xian is the first blockbuster novel signed by Chen Lily, and witnessing Ling Yu's astonishing pace today filled her with anxiety. No worries. I'm nearly finished with Zhu Xian. I have plenty of manuscripts, Ling Yu asserted confidently. His writing speed is indeed remarkable, as if he can effortlessly transcribe all the memories of Zhu Xian from his mind, akin to a protagonist wielding a golden finger. In the past few days, Ling Yu has drafted nearly 100 chapters, nearing completion. Reassured by Ling Yu's words, Chen Lily's worries finally subsided. All right, I understand. I won't disturb you any longer. Looking at the clock, she noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. After tidying up, Ling Yu prepared to leave for Xiao Kexin's home. Ever since the last time he had nearly wept in front of Ling Ling due to painful memories, she has insisted on having Xiao Kexin call him via video every day. Ling Yu now dedicates several hours each day to visit Xiao Kexin. Today, he had promised Ling Ling to spend time with her. Daddy, Min Jie opened the door to let Ling Yu in, and upon seeing him, Ling Ling rushed towards him. He squatted down to embrace her, affectionately rubbing her little head. Today, Ling Ling looked particularly exquisite, her delicate little head adorned with 2 bun hairstyles. The light blue and white floral Lolita dress made her resemble a little princess. As evening approached and mealtime drew near, Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping returned from their busy day outside. Ling Yu, under Ling Ling's persistent entreaties, decided to stay for dinner before departing. Ling Ling, no longer as dependent on Ling Yu as she had been at the beginning, displayed remarkable understanding and obedience. However, she would still linger for a prolonged farewell before finally relenting. Outside the door, Xiao Kexin accompanied Ling Yu as they awaited the elevator. "I am about to release a new album, and I have included 2 of the 3 songs you wrote." The two had grown quite familiar with each other. Yet many times, it was Xiao Kexin who broke the ensuing awkward silence. "Congratulations. Which 2 songs are they?" Ling Yu understood well that all 3 songs he had given to Xiao Kexin were exceptional works. In fact, Encounter and Later could undoubtedly be hailed as masterpieces within the realm of music. "I have also included 4 songs of my own composition in this album, and I hope they do not diminish the quality of your works." This album marked Xiao Kexin's 9th in her musical career, and perhaps due to its significance, it contained a total of 9 songs. 3 of these were sourced from the studio's music director or purchased from other musicians. Encounter was featured as the lead track, while the remaining 8 pieces were all of remarkable quality. Chapter 16, Macau. Xiao Kexin felt that placing Later alongside Encounter in the same album was somewhat extravagant, so she planned to reserve it for her next release. Despite her status as a pop diva, she appeared somewhat insecure in Ling Yu's presence. "How could that be? Kexin is so talented. My 2 songs surely pale in comparison to yours." Xiao Kexin had begun to make a name for herself during her university years, and her career could be considered exemplary for female singers in Xia country. Ling Yu dared not underestimate her simply because he was a traveler from another time. "Ding! The elevator has arrived. I am eagerly anticipating your album. You must provide me with a signed copy." As the elevator door opened, Ling Yu prepared to take his leave. "Until next time," Xiao Kexin replied affirmatively. The following day, upon rising, Ling Yu's first action was to open his laptop. He promptly published the next 10 chapters of Zhu Xian, revealing the truth of past events. Zhang Xiaofan and Ling Yu were indeed pitiful. The battle between good and evil. The demonic sect had directly launched an assault on the mountain. Was this the essence of fairy tales? Today's update of Zhu Xian featured the demonic sect's attack on the Qingyun sect, a pivotal turning point in the novel during Ling Yu's previous life on Blue Star. "How dare this lovelorn author leave off here?" he exclaimed in exasperation. "I'm truly fed up. Today, I cannot even give a reward for an additional chapter. Otherwise, I would have willingly spent my savings to urge the author to progress the story." Principal Huang inquired, "Can the author provide additional chapters?" Ling Yu had already stated the previous day that he would only release 10 chapters today, neglecting to revisit any comments urging for more. Huang Zisong, a rich second-generation heir, had returned to Xia country after studying abroad, armed with a few small financial goals set by his family to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. He was now thriving in his chosen field. In his spare time, he would often peruse social media and read novels. A few days prior, he had noticed a new fantasy genre added to the reading platform he frequently used. Although there were only a few works available at that time, he was astonished to see Zhu Xian ranked 2nd overall among the top listings. This ignited a fervent curiosity within him. Upon delving into a few chapters, he found himself utterly captivated. After finishing all the chapters, he generously rewarded the author, anticipating an increase in updates. However, the author paid him no heed. It was only when he perused a discussion forum that he realized the author was indeed impervious to such incentives, updating only at his whim. Huang Zisong felt helpless, possessing wealth yet lacking recourse. Yesterday, he observed the author brazenly mention rewards for updates. With his ample finances, he promptly bestowed 5 gifts, eagerly anticipating the new chapters. Today, the latest installment of Zhu Xian unveiled an assault by the demon sect on the Qingyun sect, much to Huang Zisong's excitement. Yet at the pivotal moment, the narrative abruptly ceased. Huang Zisong was infuriated. After updating Zhu Xian, Ling Yu proceeded to wash up and descend for breakfast. During this time, Chen Lili sent a message requesting his social media handle. With Zhu Xian now immensely popular, Hong Shitzi Reading planned to collaborate with Ling Yu for extensive promotion. However, Ling Yu had not left any social media accounts, and Chen Lili was tasked by her superior to accomplish this. Subsequently, Ling Yu registered a social media account under the moniker Love Drifts with the Wind, mirroring the name of the author associated with Hong Shitzi Reading. With Chen Lili's assistance, he secured verification on the platform and began engaging in promotional activities. In the afternoon, after Huang Zisong had finished reading the 10 chapters released that day, he began scrolling through social media. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face within the promotional topics for Zhu Xian. Clicking on the profile, he saw a family portrait as the avatar, with the bio indicating the author of Zhu Xian. Huang Zisong immediately followed the account and sent a direct message. Author, would you consider increasing the updates? How about 10,000 per chapter? However, by evening, he had yet to receive a response and resignedly sought companionship for leisure. The next day, Huang Zisong awoke early, eager for the latest updates of Zhu Xian. Ling Yu appeared visibly excited at his computer, seemingly preparing for something significant. The exhilarating moment arrived. Ling Yu released the 10 chapters of Zhu Xian he had stored. Ding ding ding. At noon, having just finished his lunch and cleared the table, Ling Yu intended to work on the accompaniment for the monthly song he had promised Hu Li Min. However, as soon as he sat down, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. Mr. Ling, you can't do this, Chun Lily exclaimed when he answered the call. Having just read the latest chapters, she, a devoted fan of Biao, could not accept the current events unfolding for her beloved character. In today's update, Biao had used a love spell to protect Zhang Xiaofan, subsequently falling into a coma after blocking a fatal blow. Could you possibly alter the plot? Although Chun Lily had her own biases, as the editor of Zhu Xian, she often needed to guide Ling Yu based on feedback from the readers in the comments. I cannot change it. I've already written numerous drafts. It has begun. The competition among the female leads has commenced. In the previous life, readers of Zhu Xian on Blue Star had differing opinions on the sequence of appearances for the two female protagonists. The majority believed that Lu Sueki was the primary female lead. Following Biao's selfless act for Zhang Xiaofan, the perception of the primary female lead began to polarize. Though Bai Yao remained in a state of unconsciousness throughout the latter part of the story, her condition stemmed entirely from her profound love for Zhang Xiaofan. Very well. Chun Lili was equally anxious. The narrative surrounding Bai Yao had ignited a fervor among the readers, leading to an unprecedented surge in the popularity of Zhu Xian, which ascended to the pinnacle of the Hong Shitsi reading chart. Macau, Macau, Macau. Author, I cultivate fruits. Please provide your address, so I may send you a couple of boxes. Wait, Bai Yao has perished? How dare you, author? Face me. Would you consider changing the storyline? I shall pretend I have never read it. I implore you. After concluding a call with Chun Li, Ling Yu decided to cease his involvement in Zhu Xian, opting to let the readers express themselves freely. Minggu, I have sent you the piece Moonlight. Please review it and inform me of any necessary revisions. That evening, Ling Yu completed the song intended for Hu Li Min and forwarded it. All right, I shall listen to it now. Hu Li Min, brimming with anticipation, responded to Ling Yu and made his way to the recording studio. Ling Yu, this song you have crafted is truly exceptional. I adore it. Thank you immensely. Hu Li Min's message arrived in the early hours of the morning, and Ling Yu only saw it the following day. As long as Min Gu enjoys it, I am pleased. A delightful collaboration indeed. Ling Yu's remuneration for this song exceeded that of Xiao Kexin by a significant margin, amounting to 35. The collaboration was indeed very gratifying. Presently, the comment section of Zhu Xian and Ling Yu's Weibo had become inundated with requests for a plot alteration and complaints. It even trended on Weibo. Since yesterday, Ling Yu had refrained from responding to the unfolding events, fully aware that if he continued to update according to the original narrative, this matter would not simply resolve itself. His silence provided an opportunity for those with ulterior motives, one of whom was a fellow author, the creator of a sword in the Jianghu, known as Xiao Tianxia. Given the current popularity of the xinxia genre, he found it astonishing, as martial arts novels had accompanied readers for many years. It was disheartening to witness this genre being overshadowed in such a brief period. However, he felt deeply ashamed of certain authors for their inaction, producing narratives that readers found unacceptable, igniting controversy merely to attract attention. Chapter 17. The first novel concludes Xiao Tianxia was the foremost author of martial arts literature under the Hong Shitsi reading platform, with his works long dominating the charts. The sudden emergence of Zhu Xian struck him as ludicrous. Yet today, this very novel had surpassed his own, claiming the top position. Xiao Tianxia ventured to examine Zhu Xian, With years of experience as a novelist, he recognized it as a remarkable work. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede. How could he, a longtime figure of prominence, be overshadowed by a newcomer? Upon witnessing the widespread controversy surrounding Zhu Xian, he finally saw an opportunity. He promptly published a critical article on Weibo, determined to suppress that which had captured the hearts of many. However, his Weibo post failed to deliver any significant blow and ultimately ensnared him as well. Laughing at your pathetic self. What business do you have meddling in our affairs regarding Zhu Xian? Cast aside your martial arts novels. Each year brings a new iteration, yet you dare to linger? If Bai Yao cannot survive, neither shall you. Mark my words, not even Jesus could save you. The controversy surrounding Zhu Xian continues to simmer. Yet the parties involved remain blissfully unaware. After releasing 10 chapters today, Ling Yu promptly logged off. The comments from 99 of his readers were scarcely worth a glance. Is he afraid of the tempest? Today marks another day of toil, as Ling Yu plans to record 2 music videos, one for immediate release and the other as a backup. He aims to further bolster Zhu Xian, inviting the storm to rage even fiercer. Once the 2 songs were recorded, he began editing the footage for today's release, smoothing over the parts that revealed too much of his face and inserting an advertisement in between. After enduring a downpour, the video is finally ready for release. What a lengthy wait. Is this the theme song for a television drama, Zhu Xian? It appears that After the Rain is also a reader of Zhu Xian. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Dear content creator, could you kindly share the address of the author of Unrequited Dog Coin? Thank you. The 2 songs Ling Yu recorded today were Zhu Xian Love and I'm Back. Both by his previous self, Xiao Qi. He used After the Rain to release the first song. With an intriguing video description, this is a song I wrote for my dear friend's novel, Zhu Xian Love. I hope you all enjoy it. Haha. Earning traffic from the video while also attracting readers. What a perfect scheme. Is it a novel? I shall take a look. Quite captivating. I strongly recommend everyone to check it out. The previous commenter is correct. Initially, Ling Yu had over 500,000 followers on Weibo and more than 2 million on a certain platform. A single song and a video have facilitated a considerable exchange of followers. Weibo gained over 600,000 new followers, while the other platform saw an increase of 300,000. Ling Yu exclaims, "This is professionalism." In the days that followed, apart from spending time with Ling Yu dedicated his spare moments to writing. He had just completed the manuscript for Zhu Xian and contemplated the next novel he might borrow from the Blue Star series. However, with ample time at his disposal, Ling Yu is in no hurry. Today marks the final day of July. After midnight, he has an important matter to attend to. On his apartment desk lies a signed physical music album, marked in bold with a permanent marker. This album, titled Encounter, shares its name with the lead track and is the 9th album by Xiao Kexin. After midnight, After the Rain released a video featuring him singing a segment of the chorus from Encounter, with a note, Xiao Kexin's new album is a tremendous success. On Weibo, Love Drifts with the Wind also shared a congratulatory message for the release of Xiao Kexin's 9th album. What a beautiful voice. We are so fortunate to encounter our beloved Kexin in this lifetime. To his astonishment, the lead track was penned by After the Rain for Kexin. Thank you, dear creator. Her voice truly suits the depths of a sea. Encountering her has exhausted my luck for this lifetime. Xiao Kexin boasts a substantial fan base, and within an hour of midnight, over 20,000 digital albums were sold. When Ling Yu awoke the following day, the sales had already surpassed 100,000. Truly deserving of the title queen. What an impressive feat. Ling Yu had only heard of her fame before. Now, he comprehends the vastness of Xiao Kexin's renown. Congratulations. The album's success is remarkable. Ling Yu arrived at Xiao Kexin's home. Xiao Kexin had been quite busy these past few days, and today marked the first morning he saw her. She was dressed casually in a beige long dress, her high ponytail lending her an air of youthful vibrancy. He ought to express his gratitude for her song. Xiao Kexin had been occupied with the release of her new album in the surrounding cities, and today she finally finished her tasks, appearing relaxed and content. While she could take a break, Lu Shuping still had to supervise data at the studio, returning home only late at night, as in previous days. At noon, Ling Yu fed Ling. Since his arrival, he had grown accustomed to this routine and intended to ensure that Ling experienced the unique happiness that belonged to childhood before she grew up. "Daddy, let us sing. Today." Ling had woken up a bit late and had no intention of taking a nap. The father and daughter exchanged melodies in the living room, during which Xiao Kexin also joined in. To Sister Min's eyes, this scene resembled that of a genuine family of three. Zhu Xian has come to an end. Thank you all for your continuous support and companionship. We bid farewell to the Jianghu. By mid-August, Ling Yu finally concluded Zhu Xian. Although he received more criticism than praise, he also garnered a considerable number of fans and earnings. Perhaps due to it being his first book, the fan base was not extensive, yet the profits were quite substantial. The combined rewards and royalties amounted to over 700,000. Baiyao ultimately did not resurrect. Author, I will fund a meet and greet. Though Lu Sueki accompanied Zhang Xiaofan until the end, the primary female lead must be Baiyao. What was said above is correct. First love is always the most cherished. I am truly exasperated by you all. Baiyao supporters, hurry and accompany your Baiyao, just as Ling Yu had imagined. Even though the book had concluded, the competition over the female lead would persist. Ling Yu chose not to concern himself with the actions of his readers. He neither took responsibility, nor rejected, nor took the initiative. After posting a video of Xiao Qi's song "I'm Back" on his rain-drenched social media account, this novel could be deemed as having concluded its operation. However, it seemed Ling Yu had forgotten that the real profits lay ahead. "Mr. Ling, now that Zhu Xian has concluded, a publishing house has approached us wishing to help release a physical book. What do you think?" Today, the conclusion of Zhu Xian prompted Lily to receive numerous calls from publishing houses, game companies, and animation studios, with the majority being from film and television companies. That sounds great. Ling Yu had collected many albums and novels from his favorite artists in his past life, and he was eager to engage in something he had once envied in this life. Are you interested in selling game and film adaptation rights? Many companies had reached out today. Upon hearing Ling Yu's agreement to the publication of a physical book, Lily proceeded to convey the matters brought forth by other companies. As for film rights, let us set that aside for now. Game rights are fine, and adaptations are also acceptable. In his previous life, Ling Yu had followed the film adaptation of Zhu Xian, which had failed spectacularly. Therefore, in this life, he intended to keep that door open, waiting for technology to advance before proceeding. Since Ling Yu had signed a contract with Hong Shizi Reading, the copyright of Zhu Xian would yield a share for them. Thus, Ling Yu entrusted all these matters to Lily. Chapter 18. Is he going to eat the child? While Ling Yu was in the process of completing the full version of the music video he had filmed, he received a friend request. Chunxi applies to add you as a friend. Note, long time no see. Ling Yu Jr., I am Yuan Chenxi. Huh? Another celebrity reaching out? Hello, Senior Yuan. Ling Yu rummaged through the memories of the original owner and realized that there hadn't been much interaction between them. During his sophomore year, Ling Yu had hosted a delegation from the Imperial Capital Dance Academy, and Yuan Chenxi was one of the members. However, they had merely exchanged a few greetings. The junior hasn't forgotten me. Of course not, Senior Yuan. You are so beautiful. How could I possibly forget? The sudden friend request from Yuan Chenxi made Ling Yu feel it was not simply a nostalgic gesture. Yet, before he could message her to inquire about her intentions, Yuan Chenxi sent a link from a popular video platform along with a message. This should be you, right? Indeed, the link Yuan Chenxi sent was to a video of a rain-soaked vlogger. So what if you recognized it? I am least afraid of threats. Senior Yuan truly possesses an eye for talent. You recognized it right away. The approach of a public figure undoubtedly carried a level of assurance. Moreover, Ling Yu had long contemplated strategies for when he would be exposed. I have a small favor to ask. Would you be able to agree to it first? What? If I don't agree, do you plan to expose me? Cyberbully me? I, Ling Yu, am most fond of helping others. So please, Senior, go ahead. He opened Yuan Chenxi's satellite page, ready to block her at any moment. I would like to invite you to collaborate on a song. Is that all right? Upon reading the message, Ling Yu felt he had overthought it. Sure, but just so you know, my services come at a considerable price. Seeing there were no aggressive undertones, Ling Yu began to engage more earnestly. Yuan Chenxi was pleasantly surprised by Ling Yu's agreeable nature. Thank you, Ling Yu Jr. You needn't worry about the price. My company is quite accommodating. Ling Yu recalled Yuan Chenxi's management company, Xingxiao Wenhua, a substantial opportunity indeed. Do you have any specific requests? After all, I'm still relatively inexperienced and need to study thoroughly. My style is singing and dancing, but if you find that too challenging, we could opt for a pop song that you are proficient at. In Ling Yu's mind, the concept of difficulty didn't exist. It was merely a matter of showcasing his talent. All right, senior, I will keep you updated. Ling Yu had never composed music in the singing and dancing genre before, but he could certainly draw inspiration from elsewhere. He was quite curious about how Yuan Chenxi recognized it from the video and how she managed to find his satellite page. Ling Yu's questions harkened back to his sophomore year. At that time, he was a young man ardently infatuated. Yuan Chenxi had come to the Municipal Music Academy for a 3-day exchange with the delegation from the Imperial Capital Dance Academy, and she, along with several female classmates, had been assigned to the female dormitory. At that time, the Municipal Music Academy had designated a female student to partner with Yuan Chenxi for assistance. However, the young lady suddenly fell ill, and thus, Ling Yu stepped in. This was rather peculiar, wasn't it? How did it come to be that a male partner was chosen? In truth, Ling Yu harbored no ulterior motives towards Yuan Chenxi. Rather, he sought an excuse to draw nearer to Lin Xiao. At that time, it had been 2 years since Ling Yu pursued Lin Xiao, who had sternly warned him not to visit her in the girls' dormitory. Consequently, this infatuated Yuan Chenxi was left speechless upon learning the truth. Yuan Chenxi was, after all, the legitimate belle of the Imperial Capital Dance Academy, and it was astonishing that someone would approach her for the sake of another girl. Upon uncovering the reality, Yuan Chenxi paid little attention to Ling Yu's foolishness. Their most frequent exchanges revolved around Ling Yu's classmates requesting him to inquire about borrowing a satellite from Yuan Chenxi. At that moment, she complied, curious to ascertain whether Ling Yu was indeed genuine. Eventually, the outcome was not what she had anticipated. Nevertheless, Yuan Chenxi seized the opportunity to add Ling Yu as a friend. After agreeing to Yuan Chenxi's invitation to collaborate on a song, Ling Yu resumed his music production. Over the next few days, they conversed only once. Senior Yuan, could you send me videos of your dance practice? Preferably casual ones, as I seek inspiration. Aren't you able to borrow songs from Blue Star? Quite impressive. Following Ling Yu's request, Yuan Chenxi had no choice but to send him several videos of her rehearsing in the dance studio, showcasing her drenched in sweat, undeniably truthful. During these days, Ling Yu was at Xiao Kexin's home, accompanying Ling, as numerous engagements followed the release of her new album. She had also participated in a music variety show. Daddy, could you take Ling out to play? While coaxing Ling to take a nap, she posed this question to Ling Yu. He had always visited Xiao Kexin's home without ever taking Ling out. This was the first time Ling expressed such a desire. Ling Yu gazed into Ling's innocent eyes. Daddy will take Ling to the mall tonight, okay? Can we not go now? Ling seemed impatient, reluctant to sleep. Daddy is a bit tired. Let us go after we wake up, all right? Upon hearing Ling Yu mention his fatigue, Ling felt a pang of concern. Believing he was laboring hard outside, she extended her tiny hand to cover Ling Yu's eyes. Sleep. Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. All right. Ling must sleep too. After dinner, Ling Yu took Ling out. Initially, Sister Min intended to join them, but upon realizing it was the first outing for the father and daughter, she refrained from mentioning it, merely reminding them to be cautious. I'll set Ling down now, but you mustn't run off. Stay close to Daddy, understood? Understood. Upon arriving at Mandamal, Ling Yu let Ling down, allowing her to walk ahead while he held onto her hood from behind. Before leaving, Ling had worn a dress at home, but being a seasoned internet user, Ling Yu had already researched how to take a child out. He changed Ling into a hooded long shirt and trousers, ensuring convenience for himself while preventing any accidents for the little one. Come on, Ling, have a sip of water. Father and daughter strolled through the shopping mall for a while. Ling Yu retrieved a small water bottle with a straw from his backpack for Ling. As soon as she took the bottle, she began to sip, but after a short distance, she paused. Daddy, I want to play on a slide. It seemed that Ling had visited the mall before. Turning her head, she expressed her desire to Ling Yu. He picked her up and, following the mall's map, found the children's area. Be careful, Ling. Once Ling Yu set her down, she scampered off excitedly. Goodness, what is that man up to? He seems so fierce. Does he have a penchant for children? Could he possibly be a trafficker? A few parents were discussing Ling Yu, who stood outside the children's area like a vigilant watchtower, his gaze fixed intently on the happenings within. After all, Ling was a little girl, and this was the first time Ling Yu had taken her out. His nerves were a touch frayed. Since he had little else to do, he decided to keep watch. After about half an hour of play, Ling Yu felt it was time. Ling, come over here. Hearing her father's call from the ball pit, where she was expending her youthful energy, Ling, though uncertain of his intentions, obediently ran to him. First, let us wipe off some sweat. Ling Yu took a towel from his backpack and gave Ling a thorough wipe down. After a brief rest, he cautiously allowed her to drink water, instructing her to sip slowly. Let us go, Ling. Daddy will take you shopping. What do you think, Ling? Isn't this one lovely? Ling Yu led Ling to the men's clothing store, trying on various outfits for her amusement. The nearby sales associate looked on in disbelief. While he was indeed handsome, it was unusual for a grown man to change outfits like a woman, seemingly enjoying it endlessly. Seated on the sofa, Ling was serious as she shared her opinions with Ling Yu. Daddy, this one looks like flowers. It's beautiful. Daddy, you look so handsome. This one isn't pretty enough. Let us skip it. Ultimately, from the dozen outfits he had tried, Ling Yu selected two simpler ones that Ling deemed lovely. They then proceeded to the children's clothing store. In the children's shop, with the help of the staff, Ling tried on numerous outfits, akin to how Ling Yu had earlier. Now they had switched roles, one trying on clothes and the other evaluating. Ling Yu carefully chose 3 outfits for Ling, 2 dresses and a summer outfit. After purchasing the clothes, they enjoyed a light snack. Daddy, these fries are delicious. Can I have a bite of the ice cream? After indulging in some junk food, Ling Yu took Ling home. Having been preoccupied with Ling and unable to check his phone, he finally sat in the ride-sharing vehicle back to their apartment and glanced at his messages. He discovered that Lily had just sent him a satellite message. Mr. Ling, I have filtered through all the companies interested in obtaining the rights to Zhu Xian and am now sending them to you. File. After thanking her, Ling Yu opened the file and was surprised to find a significant number of companies interested in the game licensing. Following Lily's screening, there were still 7 contenders, exceeding Ling Yu's expectations. Among them were even 2 gaming giants, Penguin and Gongi. The authorization for anime adaptations is notably abundant, with a total of 26 interested companies for animation and manga. Several companies have opted to acquire both animation and manga rights simultaneously, totaling 12, including the aforementioned Penguin Company. After perusing the documents sent by Lily, Ling Yu refrained from making any hasty conclusions, choosing instead to deliberate carefully before making a decision. Editor, Chun, I have made my choice. I do not intend to buy out the game rights, nor do I plan to sell the animation and manga rights separately. If any companies are still interested, let them negotiate with me directly. A few days later, after formulating a solution, Ling Yu sent a satellite message to Lily. He had hastily concluded the Zhu Xian novel due to fears of online backlash, yet he had truly forgotten how immensely popular Zhu Xian once was. Over the span of 12 years, more than 20 game versions of Zhu Xian emerged, achieving the remarkable feat of over 1 million registrations within a week of launch. During that period, it was common to find half of the patrons in internet cafes engrossed in the game. The anime adaptation, although only produced in 2022, garnered an impressive viewership of 20 million upon its debut, although its popularity did wane somewhat thereafter. However, the release of the second season was met with overwhelming acclaim, and achieving such success amidst an aging readership is commendable. All right, I will inquire with them and respond to you once confirmed. This was Lily's first encounter with handling matters related to novels. She had never imagined she would be able to sign a contract for such a popular work. Initially, when she received calls from those renowned companies, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Now, she has gained a semblance of composure, her perspective and confidence significantly enhanced. After concluding his discussions with Lily, Ling Yu commenced the creation of his second novel. Recognizing the formidable earning potential of his previous work, he was determined to secure the rights to the most popular fantasy work from Blue Star. With the outline prepared, he contemplated promoting it vigorously. He logged on to Weibo and, under the account Love Drifts with the Wind, published a post. Little Li Z, with lofty aspirations, wishes to learn the ways of the sword and ascend to the clouds. As the sun reaches its zenith, unaware, I revel in dreams daily. Li Xiaoyao. To this day, Ling Yu's Weibo is inundated with comments. Some scold him, others defend Bai Yao, yet the majority urge him to release a new book. Oh, the unrequited love dog can still compose doggerel? Who is Li Xiaoyao? Is that the author's name? I'll find him and await good news. Hurry up with a new book. I've read Zhu Xian 3 times already. As time passed, many netizens began to notice discrepancies within the poem. Currently, the author Love Drifts with the Wind is the most renowned in the realm of fantasy. Ling Yu's fanbase continues to expand exponentially. This doggerel must be a prelude to a new release, right? I recall the Zhu Xian sword that Bai Yao wielded. Oh, it seems we are in for another fantasy tale. Unrequited love dog, write swiftly, just release a snippet. Is this a lack of sincerity? In the capital, Chun Lily was at home resting. After a day filled with matters concerning Zhu Xian, she was finally able to take a breath. Chun Lily was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in her mobile phone, scrolling through her social media feed. Suddenly, she paused, astonished to see that Ling Yu had posted a message. Li Xiaoyao, is a new book coming out so soon? She recalled Ling Yu mentioning that he would promptly conclude his novel Zhu Xian before embarking on a new literary endeavor. Hey, Mr. Ling, are you launching a new book? Given Ling Yu's peculiar tendencies, Chun Lily sensed something amiss. Without delay, she dialed his number. Despite being preoccupied with the authorization matters concerning Zhu Xian, her enthusiasm for her editorial role remained fervent. Is it another fantasy tale? Xian Jian Qi Xiaozhuan? Indeed, her intuition was correct. Ling Yu had conceived yet another idea, still within the realm of fantasy literature. I will upload your poem to the backend. Could you please send me the outline for my review? Dismissing the busyness of the day, Chun Lily retrieved her laptop, prepared to work overtime. She first uploaded the poem and the title of the novel to the backend, then perused the outlines sent by Ling Yu. At that moment, Ling Yu had just finished filming a music video, dedicating recent days to transforming previously registered musical compositions into complete versions. He had not updated for over half a month, leaving previous collaborators in a state of anxious anticipation. Their partnerships had been transactional, one-off collaborations for payment. Although Ling Yu had promised several advertisers that he would prioritize future collaborations, the silence over the past weeks had left them frantic. Upon reaching out, he had deflected their inquiries, citing a temporary hiatus from video production. They feared he would not return to work with them, exacerbating their anxiety. Presently, Ling Yu boasted over 3.6 million followers on a popular platform, leading him to be selective in choosing advertising partners. Indeed, a few previous collaborators have been dismissed. Beep. After sending the outline to Chun Lily, he began editing the recently filmed video. Not long after, another notification pinged on his phone. Mr. Ling, does this new work also culminate in a tragic ending? Might be altered? Chapter 20, All-Rounder. Having just reviewed the outline, Chun Lily learned of the fate of Zhao Linger, who perished in Li Xiaoyao's arms. Remembering the controversies sparked by Bai Yao's demise in Zhu Xian, she felt compelled to advise Ling Yu. Impossible. Absolutely not. Ling Yu held firm, open to modification but deeming it unnecessary. Chun Lily found herself at an impasse. Please inform me before the new book's release, so I can assist with promotion. Ling Yu resumed his video editing. This time, he had filmed a music video for Yixing Yu Ni by Shui Munyanhua, akin to his first project, Haidi, set against a sunset backdrop with guitar accompaniment. However, he wore attire provided by an advertiser, lending a more polished appearance. Ling Yu managed to release the freshly edited video before midnight, securing his earnings for the day. The content creator is truly remarkable. The recently uploaded complete songs are extraordinarily captivating. My memories drift away slowly, yet I cannot forget everything about her. The song was delightful, the attire stylish. When would the creator reveal themselves? Your clothing and the advertised brand are the same. Is this merely a pursuit of profit? This cannot be true. You truly care for us, right? Ling Yu's latest video has garnered unprecedented attention, surpassing all previous ones, even attracting a multitude of celebrities to witness it. In addition to the familiar faces of Xiao Kexin and Hu Limin, as well as the previously invited Yuan Chenzi, numerous prominent and emerging artists from the Mandarin music scene have joined the fray. After a single night, the video has accumulated over 2 million likes, leaving Ling Yu astounded. Ling Yu, how is the song you promised to write for me coming along? Is everything progressing smoothly? Yuan Chenzi inquired through a message. Noticing that Ling Yu had timed the previous night to release an original music video, she was eager to check on the status of the song he was composing for her. I've completed it. However, I'm uncertain if it suits your style. I'll send it over for you to listen, he replied. Yuan Chenzi's musical style tends to be bold, yet Ling Yu's composition for her embraces a more sweet and melodic essence. All right, I'll take a look, she responded before promptly opening her email to receive the file. As Yuan Chenzi donned her headphones, a lively rhythm filled the air. The initial notes featured Ling Yu's whimsical voice, followed by the authentic lyrics. Speak of love a little more, gaze at me a little longer, show a little more affection, so I can truly see. The song, titled Love You, resonated with Yuan Chenzi's musical expertise, revealing its suitability for performance and dance. Although it diverged from her established style, she found herself captivated by the melody. Traditionally, her image had been crafted by her agency, and she had never ventured into a sweet style before. Yet, she adored this song immensely. Despite adhering to her agency's direction, she often felt inclined toward a more sultry persona, while in private. She was merely a quiet girl who cherished her solitude and adored cute things. Upon realizing that Ling Yu had penned a sweet dance track for her, Yuan Chenzi immediately sought out her manager, Gao Li, determined to acquire the song. A treasure like this is hard to come by. This time, I want to make my own decisions. At the headquarters of Xinxia Cultural Entertainment in the capital, Yuan Chenzi accompanied her manager to the general manager's office. Manager, Chenzi just received the song Love You. Please have a listen, Gao Li said, placing the song on the desk for playback. Earlier, Yuan Chenzi had shared the track with Gao Li, expressing her desire to include it in her next album. However, Gao Li hesitated, fearing the song might not pass the company's review due to its stark contrast to Yuan Chenzi's established style. Seeing her request dismissed, Yuan Chenzi began to sulk. Under her persistent insistence, Gao Li reluctantly agreed to advocate for her, albeit without any guarantees that the higher-ups would approve. The matter soon reached the music director at Xinxia Cultural, prompting the general manager to summon them to his office. Indeed, this rainy talent is truly exceptional, commented a man with slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses, who was none other than the general manager, Tan Mingxian. Chenzi, how did you come to know him? Tan Mingxuan inquired, intrigued by Yuan Chenzi's connection to Ling Yu. With only his mouth visible, Ling Yu's identity was likely recognized only by those familiar with him. Yuan Chenzi hesitated to reveal Ling Yu's identity. However, she understood that it was a matter of personal privacy. Since Tan Mingxian did not press Yuan Chenzi to disclose Ling Yu's identity, he continued, I have a matter to discuss with him. Could you provide me with his contact information? This request was reasonable. This time, Yuan Chenzi did not decline, as it was merely a phone call. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Mingxian remarked, Chenzi, this song is quite good, but if you wish to sing it, you must either transform your style or take a different approach. The recent investment of substantial resources by the summer culture in Yuan Chenzi made it implausible for her to change her direction casually. A failed transformation could lead to unimaginable losses for the company. After some reflection, Tan Mingxian considered Ling Yu's versatility in songwriting. Yuan Chenzi had the potential to thrive both in acting and music. Therefore, he suggested, why not invite Ling Yu to create a few more songs for you? You could become a versatile singer, a multi-talented artist. He concluded his unfinished thought, holding great optimism for Yuan Chenzi's future and acknowledging her relentless efforts. Gao Li and Yuan Chenzi were taken aback by Tan Mingxuan's words. A versatile singer? A multi-talented artist? Gao Li had been by Yuan Chenzi's side since her debut 2 years ago. She had witnessed the girl's extraordinary talent and knew how hard she worked behind the scenes. Whenever there were no engagements, Yuan Chenzi would attend classes at the Beijing Film Academy, spending her free time in the dance studio. Within 2 years, she had established herself in the entertainment industry. The resources provided by the company were significant, but it was her dedication that truly contributed to her success. All right, Manager Tan. I shall continue to strive, Yuan Chensi replied, unafraid of hard work. She had faced the challenges of acting, singing, and dancing over the past 2 years without fear. Now, it was merely a matter of exerting herself even more. Just as Yuan Chensi finished speaking, a muted phone on the table vibrated. I hope you can achieve it, Tan Mingxian said, seeing that their conversation had concluded, allowing them to leave. However, not long after the office door had closed, Yuan Chensi burst back in with fervor. Manager Tan, Ling Yu has sent a demo of a new song. Please listen to it. After sending the song Love You to Yuan Chensi, Ling Yu anticipated that she might return it. The act of returning a song was contrary to Ling Yu's principles. Since you sought me out, I shall not let you down. You are guaranteed to profit from this. Even if you do not like it, you must accept it. Ling Yu, determined to earn a profit from Yuan Chensi, sent over an incomplete demo of Sunset and added a note. This is a backup song. If you truly dislike the previous one, you may exchange it for this. However, this song is more expensive, so additional payment is required. Chapter 21. You must accept what you do not want. I wish to gift you my love that never sets, hearts intertwined, traversing the world. You are the celebration. You are the clear sky. My love remains awake, with unending thoughts flying by your side. My love remains awake. A bright melody filled Tan Mingxuan's office, resonating with the chorus of Sunset, recently sent by Ling Yu. Tan Mingxian, Yuan Chensi, and Gao Li were repeatedly captivated by the chorus sung by Ling Yu. Their hearts profoundly moved. This song evoked a sense of fantasy and resonated closely with the style of Chensi, proving to be more fitting than the previous one. Tan Mingxian expressed his thoughts on Never Setting Sunday. Yuan Chensi felt a surge of excitement. This dance track encapsulated the essence of a traditional love song, which she adored. Meanwhile, Ling Yu found himself perplexed in his apartment. Why, after assisting someone for the second time in writing a song, had she not replied? He had sent 2 songs without receiving a single response. Did she deem the music from Blue Star unworthy? No, I am a great transcender. I must promote the Chinese music scene and elevate our national prestige. Yuan Chensi, like before, picked up her vibrating phone from the table. She turned off the music and discovered another message from Ling Yu. In a solitary night, where should my heart be placed? After an embrace, where should my hands rest? Ling Yu sent yet another song demo, and the powerful beats resonated from her phone. The 3 in the office were now numb to the onslaught. Another one? Tan Mingxian was at a loss for words. 3 songs in one go, albeit 2 were demos. Yet, the speed at which he composed was astonishing, and all 3 tracks were of such high quality. Yuan Chensi had not responded to him after receiving Love You, leading Ling Yu to assume that she found the first 2 songs unappealing. Consequently, he retrieved another pre-prepared demo titled Suddenly Remembering You from his computer and sent it over. I, Ling Yu, am here to conduct business. Whether you want it or not, you must pay. He decided to request a price for the 3rd song first. Tan Mingxuan, aware that Ling Yu had previously composed for Xiao Kexin, urged Yuan Chensi to inquire about the cost. The 3rd song, which resonated with Yuan Chensi's distinctive style, was an intoxicating dance track. Yuan Chensi turned off the music and messaged Ling Yu to calm him down, who demanded 500,000 for a song. Yuan Chensi looked at Tan Mingxian with cautious eyes, realizing for the first time that a song could command such a price. After pondering Ling Yu's quote for a moment, Tan Mingxian replied, "All right, let us also ask about the prices for the first 2 songs." He felt the price was somewhat steep, but not unreasonable. As the general manager of a major entertainment company in Xia country, he could gauge the quality of a song merely from a short demo. After Yuan Chensi inquired about the pricing, she relayed Ling Yu's quotes to Tan Mingxian. In his apartment, Ling Yu was joyfully engrossed in music production, a smile gracing his lips. Having suddenly earned 5 million, he found that money indeed flowed like the wind. After a moment of hesitation upon hearing the quotes, Tan Mingxian agreed to purchase all 3 pieces. Ling Yu was working diligently on the compositions, his spirits high. The 3 songs intended for Yuan Chensi were completed in less than 2 days. Love You was pre-prepared, leaving only two to finalize. Now, he awaited the arrival of the contract, ready to pocket the 1.5 million. Today, Xiao Kexin and Liu Shuping were both at home. The variety show recorded by Xiao Kexin is nearing its conclusion, titled Summer Country's Good Voice. Xiao Kexin is one of the mentors. Daddy, do you have a new song? While playing with Ling Ling in the living room, Ling Ling exclaimed this, igniting great anticipation in Xiao Kexin and Liu Shuping, who were seated on the sofa. Of course I do. Just for you. Ling Yu took Ling Ling's children's guitar, tuned it, and began to play. I hear your voice. It evokes a special feeling, making me incessantly think, daring not to forget you. I remember someone who will forever remain in my heart, even if I can only think of you this way. The original song flowed effortlessly from his lips. Although it was not their first encounter, Xiao Kexin and Liu Shuping were still quite taken aback. I love you, loving you, just like a mouse loves rice. No matter how many storms may come, I will always be by your side. As the chorus played, Xiao Kexin felt a touch of sentiment. She had not expected that each of Ling Yu's original songs would be so catchy. Coolme, let us sing together. As the chorus approached its conclusion, Ling Yu invited everyone to join in. I miss you, thinking of you, no matter how bitter it may be. As long as it brings you joy, I am willing to do anything to love you. The song was simple enough for the three adults to follow along with Ling Yu, while Ling Ling merely hummed, clearly still learning. Ding ling ling. After dinner, Ling Yu's phone rang. He stepped on a balcony and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Greetings. Mr. Rain-Soaked. I am Tan Mingxian, the general manager of Xinxia Culture. Tan Mingxian had obtained Ling Yu's contact information from Yuan Chenxi, hoping to sign him on. Manager Tan, I apologize. I have already reached a verbal agreement with Xiao Kexin Studio, but if you have any collaboration in mind, I will certainly do my utmost. Numerous entertainment and music companies had approached him beforehand. Liu Shuping had already inquired whether Ling Yu harbored aspirations of becoming an artist. However, Ling Yu was not keen on stepping into the limelight just yet. He believed that earning a modest income while remaining in the shadows was quite satisfactory. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Tan Mingxian did not harbor high hopes but grew curious at the mention of collaboration, as he had a dilemma at hand. I happen to need 2 songs for a television drama. Would Mr. Ling care to give it a try? The 2 astute men were very straightforward in their dealings. Ling Yu readily agreed, suggesting they first review the script. He was confident that no television drama would be beyond the capabilities of Blue Star Music. Upon returning home that evening, Ling Yu examined the script sent by Tan Mingxian, titled Deep Affection in the Rain. Why does this seem so familiar? A tale of love and hate set in the Republic of China? This is, as he skimmed through the script. Memories of a summer nightmare from his time at Blue Star surged back. Back then, he had a sister who monopolized the television, leaving him powerless to resist. He could only endure watching the frequently replayed dramas. All he remembered from that time was either or I really want to. Now, glancing at the script on his computer, that feeling of helplessness washed over him once more. Within a few days, Ling Yu sent 2 songs to Tan Mingxian. One piece is Deep Affection in the Misty Rain, and the other is Longing So Much. In the office of the music director at Xinxia Culture, Ling Yu had just uploaded the songs to the computer. To his astonishment, the music director, Xia Hongwei, upon receiving Ling Yu's compositions, began to listen intently. After the final note, he was utterly taken aback. Chapter 22, belonging as the music director for a leading entertainment company in Xiaogua. His expertise was undoubtedly among the best in the nation. He believed that Ling Yu's 2 songs were nothing short of extraordinary. Each lyric seemed to have been born from the television drama Misty Affection, resonating perfectly with his imaginative conception of the show's essence. Thus, he promptly forwarded the 2 songs to Tan Mingxian, urging him to secure them without delay. Hello, Mr. Ling, are you busy? After listening to the music, Tan Mingxian called Ling Yu. At that moment, Ling Yu was engrossed in his writing, aiming to expand his manuscript for the legend of Sword and Fairy. He intended to leave the readers no respite, much like Zhu Xian. Manager Tan, how do you find those 2 songs? Ling Yu answered the call, aware that Tan Mingxian was inquiring about the songs he had sent earlier. Of course, Mr. Ling's songs are excellent. However, our music director is somewhat dissatisfied. I wanted to ask how much you plan to price these two songs, as the decision rests with me. If your price is reasonable, I will certainly prioritize them. Ling Yu deciphered the intent behind Tan Mingxuan's words. The cunning fox was attempting to negotiate a lower price. I see. My talent may be modest, yet I have poured my heart and soul into these two pieces, so I cannot undervalue them. Therefore, I propose this, for both songs for 100,000 for usage rights, or 800,000 for a complete buyout. These two songs could not be compared to what Ling Yu had offered Yuan Chenxi, and they were merely intended for use in the drama. Tan Mingxian leaned more towards a buyout, recognizing the quality of the songs. Allowing their own artists to perform them would yield mutual benefits. After negotiations, Xingxia Culture agreed to purchase the two songs outright for 850,000. Ling Yu found this acceptable. After all, if Tan Mingxian only wanted usage rights, he would have to find someone to perform them, which would be quite troublesome. Mr. Ling, a company interested in Zhu Xian would like to inquire when you plan to discuss it with them. Ling Yu received a message from Chun Lily. She had already relayed Ling Yu's intentions to those eager to acquire Zhu Xian. While the remaining companies claimed to be in no rush, they were secretly contemplating how to expedite the negotiations. Well, what do you think? Ling Yu lacked relevant experience and intended to ask Chun Lily for her thoughts. Let us find a place and wrap up the contract within a day. They should be well prepared by now. Ling Yu found Chun Lily's suggestion quite reasonable, primarily as he needed to discuss the pricing in detail. He was not well versed in other matters and could offer no further advice. Let us schedule it for 7 days from now. With the decision made, Ling Yu began his preparations. Having just passed September, he arrived in the capital. He first booked a conference room at the hotel where he was staying, reserved for 2 days later from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Subsequently, he sought out a local law firm and engaged a legal professional to review the contract 2 days later. With these matters attended to, he began to explore the capital. Ling, look where Daddy is. The Great Wall. Just a day remained until the negotiations for Zhu Xian, and Ling Yu decided to climb the Great Wall. Wow, that's amazing. Daddy, did you walk here? Ling, unfamiliar with the vastness of the Great Wall, marveled at its grandeur in the video, mistakenly believing Ling Yu had trekked there on foot. No, Daddy took the cable car after buying a ticket. It's too long to walk. Is that an amusement park? Is the cable car the one that goes whoosh? Ling envisioned it as a roller coaster ride. No, this is a scenic spot. Feeling somewhat bored alone, Ling Yu frequently called Mingjie to chat with Ling. Daddy, come back soon. Yes, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Bye. On the following day, Ling Yu arrived early at the hotel conference room he had reserved 2 days prior. Hong Shitsi reading placed great importance on the Zhu Xian negotiations, sending a senior executive to accompany Chun Lily. Chun Lily arrived at the hotel address provided by Ling Yu with a company executive. Upon entering the lobby, a server approached to inquire. After they mentioned the name of the conference room reserved by Ling Yu, the server promptly escorted them to his location. Inside the conference room, Chun Lily spotted a young man and a sharply dressed man, not knowing which was Ling Yu. Meanwhile, Ling Yu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the arriving man and woman in professional attire, he recognized the woman as the one from Chun Lily's social media photographs. Hello, I am Ling Yu. He introduced himself, rising as the key figure to greet his guests and walking towards Chun Lily and her companion. This was Chun Lily's first encounter with Ling Yu. His voice resembled that which she had heard over the phone, yet his appearance diverged from her expectations. Although Ling Yu often spent time away from his apartment, he frequently visited Xiao Kexin, which contributed to his gradually fair complexion. Dressed in casual attire, his youthful visage exuded an air of boyish charm. Nice to meet you. I am your editor, Chun Lily, and this is the vice president of Hong Shitsi Reading. After inviting both to sit, others began to arrive, all there for the gaming rights to Zhu Xian. Ling Yu had previously discussed the agenda with Chun Lily. Negotiations for gaming rights would commence at 2 o'clock, followed by anime rights negotiations at 4. Based on Ling Yu's suggestions, Chun Lily had conducted a second round of selections. 5 gaming companies had confirmed their attendance. The conference room was spacious, with each company's team comprising 2 to 3 individuals, occupying less than half of the room. Thank you all for coming, and I greatly appreciate your recognition of the work Zhu Xian. Ling Yu rose from his seat to address the attendees, beginning with some preliminary remarks. As you may know, I do not intend to purchase the gaming rights outright, as I wish to incorporate a revenue-sharing clause into the contract. Upon the utterance of these words, the representatives from various companies were taken aback, astonished by Ling Yu's unwavering confidence. They were acutely aware that by including a profit-sharing clause, they could secure the game copyright at an exceedingly low price, merely needing to provide Ling Yu with annual dividends. Conversely, a buyout would enable Ling Yu to demand a substantially higher price, ensuring immediate financial gain. The representatives were indeed surprised by Ling Yu's self-assurance. Prior to this meeting, they had speculated about his intentions, but with this confirmation, they began to reassess their original strategies. After a brief period of hushed discussions among themselves and their associates, they reached a consensus. The novel Zhu Xian, steeped in the fantasy genre, was undeniably suitable for adaptation into a game. Furthermore, its readership comprised the target demographic for online gaming. They could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. As negotiations commenced, the initial offers saw only a slight increase. However, by the conclusion, Penguin Games made a dubious choice, doubling their offer outright. The other companies could hardly tolerate this blatant maneuver and reacted vehemently. Several formidable firms engaged in a bidding war. Yet in the end, it was Penguin Games that secured the rights for $15 million along with a share of the profits. Despite their initial fervor, the remaining 4 companies refrained from storming out post-negotiation, opting instead for a courteous farewell, recognizing that this was not their first encounter in such competitive circumstances. In Chapter 23, the representatives from Penguin Games, led by their jovial vice president, bid farewell to the other company representatives after successfully acquiring the game rights for Zhu Xian. Following a detailed discussion with Ling Yu and Hong Shitzi reading, the contract was duly signed. However, after the contract was finalized, the vice president inquired about the contact information for Ling Yu's close friend, Lin Yu, as Penguin Games intended to purchase the songs Zhu Xian Lian and I'm Back for use as promotional tracks for the Zhu Xian game. Ling Yu, however, revealed that those songs currently belonged to him, leaving the others somewhat astonished, as they were well aware of Lin Yu's rising fame. If those songs were to be given to Ling Yu, it would indicate a profound bond between the two. Ling Yu verbally agreed to sell each song at a friendly price of 300,000, contingent upon them sending the contract. Thus concluded the first round of negotiations. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, yet the next negotiation was slated for 4. The Penguin Games team remained on site, representing Penguin Animation in the forthcoming bidding. While awaiting the next meeting, they casually inquired whether Ling Yu had any intentions of selling the film rights. Ling Yu, having previously stated his reluctance to part with them for the time being, declined outright. The subsequent negotiations for the animation rights proceeded smoothly as well. The representatives from Penguin, with their considerable financial backing, swiftly acquired the animation rights for $10 million plus a profit share. Mr. Ling, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Farewell, they said as Ling Yu, along with Chen Lili and the vice president of Hong Shitzi reading, saw off the representatives from the second round of negotiations. The vice president of Hong Shitzi reading also mentioned needing to leave early. Sister Lily, are you available? Would you like to stay for a meal? The dishes here are quite delightful. Sure. Ling Yu and Chen Lili finished their dinner quite early. After bidding farewell to Chen Lili, Ling Yu commenced a video chat with Ling Ling in his hotel room. The following day, news broke online regarding the astronomical sale of AI Yi Sui Feng Qi's novel, Zhu Xian, which fetched an astonishing $25 million. Additionally, another announcement related to AI Yi Sui Feng Qi surfaced. He tweeted, "The second work has been confirmed and will commence publishing tomorrow. Stay tuned, everyone." The fans of AI Yi Sui Feng Qi were ecstatic upon seeing his tweet. Coupled with the news of Zhu Xian's sale price, his tweet exploded in popularity. Ling Yu, however, remained oblivious to this buzz as he had just landed at the city airport, en route to Xiao Kexin's residence. He had purchased gifts for Ling Ling and the other 3 women, deeming it too cumbersome to return home first. Upon returning home in the evening, Ling Yu tweeted once more, "Wine sword immortal, riding the winds with my sword, banishing demons across the realms. With wine, I frolic in joy. Without it, I become untamed. I drink rivers dry, swallow the sun and moon, 1,000 cups without faltering. I am the Wine Sword Immortal. This poem, spoken by the Wine Sword Immortal in Xian Jian Qi Xia Zhuan, embodies a carefree spirit, and he intended it to generate anticipation for his novel's release the next day. I can't wait. Hurry up. Just publish the book already. We have to wait until tomorrow to read it. Oh no. Is this poem describing the protagonist of the new novel? Excited. The previous poem seemed to aspire to reach the clouds like the Sword Immortal. So this poem must refer to a character in the new work. Ling Yu's tweet ignited a fervor among numerous readers, who wished the dawn would arrive in the blink of an eye. Currently, Hong Shizi Reading had established the book Xian Jin Qi Xia Zhuan, and a contract had been signed. The chapters, however, had yet to be released. Many readers who ventured and discovered that the donation amount had already surpassed 200,000. This spectacle left other authors, who had come to investigate, utterly astonished. The new book Xian Jin Qi Xia Zhuan was released as scheduled, much to the delight of the original readers of Zhu Xian. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the new book has finally arrived. 20 chapters at once. Has the author had a change of heart? Let us hope there are no similar plot lines to Bai Yao this time. 18Z has already placed an order. Dear author, tread carefully. I will trust you once more. Let's see. After releasing Xian Jin Qi Xia Zhuan, Ling Yu published a new video on a social platform. Is this the new national style theme? It sounds wonderful. The guzheng in it is so evocative, and the lyrics are profoundly meaningful. No wonder it has been through the rain. This song makes me feel liberated from worldly constraints. What is the nature of your relationship with that author? Just after releasing a new book, you're already pairing it with a new song? The content of Ling Yu's music video featured a guzheng rendition of Xiao Yaotan, also promoting his good friend's new book. Once released, it quickly surpassed all of Ling Yu's previous videos, garnering over 3 million likes in less than 5 days. The two accounts complemented each other, benefiting the same individual, Ling Yu, who had been diligently working behind the scenes. Since Ling Yu had given Moonlight to Hu Limin had begun to toil tirelessly on his new album, striving to create it to the best of his abilities. He harbored a profound admiration for the national-style music that Ling Yu often spoke of, and endeavored to craft several pieces himself, incorporating traditional melodies and poetry as lyrics. Hu Limin, despite his tireless efforts, could only emulate the styles of Ling Yu's current works, Dongfengpe and Yuguang. From this, he managed to create 2 songs imbued with his own ideas. However, Hu Limin felt a sense of helplessness, as he intended to include 10 songs in his album. Recently, with Ling Yu's release of Xiao Yaotan, the popularity of national-style music surged once again, leading to a notable increase in aspiring musicians attempting to imitate this genre, thus amplifying Hu Limin's pressure to complete his album promptly. In a moment of desperation, he sought out other music producers to purchase 5 songs, and subsequently approached Ling Yu, requesting his assistance in composing one more piece. Not a problem, brother Min. Leave it to me. Ling Yu readily agreed. After all, he was never short on musical inspiration. Upon hearing Ling Yu's affirmation to write the final song for him, Hu Limin felt a weight lift from his heart. Having surpassed 30, he was aware that his vocal vitality was waning. If he could not achieve a breakthrough soon, he might resign himself to this level of accomplishment for the rest of his life. Ling Yu was surprised to find that Hu Limin had yet to release Yuguang, but he thought little of it. He had already decided which song to write for Hu Limin and sent it over the following day. Ling Yu, I'm truly grateful to you. The 2 national-style songs you composed for me resonate deeply with me. The piece Ling Yu provided was Hong Yin, featuring the same vocalist as Yuguang. Though it did not quite match the previous song's brilliance, it was still equally compelling. Despite Ling Yu's rising stature and the increased value of his work, he did not raise his fee, accepting a modest sum of 350,000, just as he had for the earlier piece. Once Hu Limin had finalized the 10 songs for his album, he began promoting and organizing events. He also arranged for the music videos to be filmed, with the release of his new album scheduled for the 22nd of next month. Everything was progressing at a frantic pace, as he planned to shoot music videos for 3 songs, including Yuguang and Hong Yin. He even consulted Ling Yu for suggestions, to which Ling Yu recommended the original work by Lan Xing as a reference. However, he made slight adjustments to Yuguang. considering it was originally the theme song for an anime. In mid-October, among the artists releasing new albums, besides Li Min, who successfully enlisted Ling Yu's help, there was another singer, Yuan Chensi, who had also sought Ling Yu's songwriting assistance. Chapter 24. A tiff upon receiving Ling Yu's compositions, AI and I, Ribu Luo, and suddenly remembering you. Tan Mingxian promptly began preparations. Yuan Chensi had already achieved fame, with notable accomplishments in both acting and music. However, she often found herself overshadowed by the rising star, Xiao Kexin. From a commercial competition perspective, despite their distinctly different musical styles, the media frequently conflated the two. Xiao Kexin had risen to fame at a young age, experiencing a remarkably smooth career trajectory, while Yuan Chensi, endowed with exceptional talent, had only been in the industry for 2 years, yet her musical style resonated immensely with audiences, bringing her fan base perilously close to rivaling that of Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu composed 3 exceptional dance tracks for Yuan Chensi, which caught the attention of Tan Mingxian, leading him to lavish rewards upon Yuan, elevating her status to that of Xiao Kexin. Furthermore, Yuan Chensi's artistic career was destined to flourish, surely surpassing Xiao Kexin in the future. Tan Mingxian scheduled the release of Yuan Chensi's new album for October 31st, merely days apart from Li Min's album launch. Unbeknownst to Ling Yu, Tan Mingxian's plans would soon entangle him in considerable trouble following the album's release, as he was currently indulging in a shopping spree. With next month marking the 3rd birthday of Ling Ling, Ling Yu was in pursuit of a suitable gift for her. Rest assured, Mr. Ling, we shall certainly assist you in this endeavor. After being respectfully escorted out of Zhang Dafeng jewelry store by the manager, Ling Yu lingered for a while longer before returning home. It was the first time he had spent such a sum, yet he felt it was well worth it. As night fell, past 9 o'clock, Ling Yu finished dinner and headed back to Zhang Dafeng jewelry store, where he deliberated for approximately 2 hours before finalizing his desired purchase. All while being well prepared. In a buoyant mood, he accessed the writer's center and submitted 5 chapters of Xiao Kexin. Wow, what is up with the author today? An unexpected update? Exclaimed the readers. Despite receiving numerous rewards from prominent figures previously, there had been no indications of additional chapters, which seemed peculiar. Look, a new female character has appeared. The 5 chapters he had just released coincidentally featured Li Xiaoyao vanquishing the villainous Lin Yu, prompting many readers to recognize a strangely familiar plotline. Lin Yu and Zhao Ling, a dual female lead? Hold on, I feel as though I've encountered this before. One is obedient, while the other is clear in love and hate, although they do not resemble each other. This. No. Could it be another trap? The author of 18 Sons also received notifications, urging fellow readers not to panic. Ling Yu paid no attention to the comment section. As time passed, Ling wanted to go out to play. On this day, Ling Yu visited Xiao Kexin's home as usual, only to find Ling and Xiao Kexin in a standoff upon his arrival. Noticing Ling Yu, Xiao Kexin gently addressed Ling. Daddy is here. Would you like to go out with Daddy? No, Mommy must come too. Ling Yu was taken aback by Ling's resolute stance, kneeling beside her to console her. What is the matter, Ling? Isn't it nice to go out with Daddy? He suspected Xiao Kexin was rather busy and potentially fatigued, which may have led to Ling's restlessness. However, as soon as Ling Yu attempted to comfort her, Ling's small frame crumpled with a look of distress, and tears like pearls began to cascade from her eyes. Oh dear, it's all right, Ling. Mommy works very hard to earn money. How about Daddy takes you out to play? Witnessing his daughter's pitiful demeanor left Ling Yu flustered, and he promptly scooped Ling into his arms, offering frantic comfort. Yet, her cries persisted and grew increasingly sorrowful, while Xiao Kexin's delicate face silently shed tears as well, leaving Ling Yu bewildered. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't I have soothed the little one first? Why are you crying too? Ling Yu found himself at a loss between the 2 weeping figures, as Min Jie, who had just opened the door for him, rushed over to carry Ling towards the room. Ling Yu remained squatting in place, staring up at the tearful Xiao Kexin. He was perplexed, for she knew that Ling was rather easy to console, and such a situation should not have arisen. It's nothing, just a child. A little coaxing will suffice. Ling Yu rose and approached Xiao Kexin, softly offering comfort. I, woo-woo. Much like Ling, Xiao Kexin wept even more heart-wrenchingly at Ling Yu's words, her hands covering her small face, rendering her utterly inconsolable. What to do now? Should he consult Baidu, or perhaps Shihu? Ling Yu found himself at a loss. Xiao Kexin was not Ling, and he could not treat her as one would a child. Thus, it's nothing, he declared, disregarding the potential consequences, and resolutely enveloped Xiao Kexin in his embrace. He had never envisioned himself playing an important role beside her. Ling was merely a coincidence, and he possessed sufficient self-awareness. Ling Yu dared not entertain any improper thoughts. For Xiao Kexin was as unattainable as the stars in the sky, yet he sensed her helplessness and sorrow. At the very least, he felt compelled to provide Xiao Kexin with a solid support, rather than merely standing by her side. Xiao Kexin continued to weep, her sadness deepening, though now her arms were tightly wrapped around Ling Yu. He realized that it was not a confrontation between the mother and daughter, but rather Xiao Kexin's attempt to escape. Previously, Ling Yu had taken Ling out to play, and she was well aware of the enjoyable places, unlike other children who could not bear to be apart from him. He naturally assumed that Ling frequently ventured out to play, yet just moments ago, she had insisted quite firmly that Xiao Kexin join her. Given the undisclosed nature of Ling's identity, Ling Yu could conceive only one possibility. Xiao Kexin cried out loudly in Ling Yu's arms, seemingly releasing her pent-up emotions. He gently stroked her back, and the beauty in his embrace did not invoke any other thoughts within him. I am sorry for Ling. After several minutes, Xiao Kexin managed to stabilize somewhat, though her voice remained choked with sobs. I dare not take Ling out. Woo-woo. She too shared the sentiment that both mother and daughter had endured grievances. Ling Yu had once searched online and found no trace of Ling in Xiao Kexin's life. At that moment, he had thought Xiao Kexin was capable of silencing all rumors. It now appeared that she had never been seen with Ling in public, thus avoiding the prying eyes of the media. It is not your fault. Ling will understand. Upon grasping the reasons behind her plight, Ling Yu's heart ached more profoundly for the woman in his arms. After graduating from university, she had embarked on a promising career, yet she had selflessly given birth to a child, embracing the role of a mother. All the heartache and injustices she had endured remained unexpressed to others. Upon learning the circumstances surrounding Ling's birth, Ling Yu regarded Xiao Kexin with newfound respect, finding her strength remarkable beyond measure. Men often perceive women as troublesome beings, yet they recognize one truth. Once a woman transitions into the role of a mother, she becomes fearless and courageous, for mothers are indeed the greatest heroes. Chapter 25. Super Mommy Xiao Kexin. Thank you for bringing Ling into this world, for gracing my life with such a delightful daughter. Ling Yu held Xiao Kexin close, tilting his chin against her head, completely ignoring her continued sobs as he spoke to himself. Xiao Kexin's tears flowed unabated. It was uncertain whether she truly comprehended Ling Yu's words, yet her emotions gradually began to calm. Ling Yu gently withdrew her head and gazed into her enchanting eyes, wiping away the tears that adorned her cheeks. As he tended to her disheveled hair, he couldn't help but exclaim, even when crying, "Kexin is so beautiful." Xiao Kexin appeared to have never experienced such tender treatment, and instinctively sought to bury her face once more in Ling Yu's embrace. However, for reasons unknown, Ling Yu reached out, cradling her delicate face in his hands. From now on, let us strive together, Super Mommy Xiao Kexin. Upon finishing his words, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Once a weeping Xiao Kexin, she now seemed frozen in place, her tear-filled eyes meeting Ling Yu's cautious gaze after the kiss, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. I want to kiss too. Upon hearing the voice, Ling Yu turned to see Ling, the little one, approaching them with a look of distress. Xiao Kexin had already turned her back before Ling arrived, leading the latter to believe her mother was upset. I'm sorry, Mommy. I promise I won't be fierce anymore. Unbeknownst to Ling Yu and Ling, Xiao Kexin's emotions had stabilized. Her cheeks now flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Mommy isn't angry, so Ling shouldn't be upset either, all right? Ling Yu intended to lift Ling, but Xiao Kexin swiftly turned and took her away, speaking as she led her towards her room. As long as everything is all right. It remained a mystery what Xiao Kexin and Ling discussed within the confines of the room. Yet they ultimately reconciled. Ling, come drink some water. Xiao Kexin instructed Ling Yu to take Ling outside, where the latter was joyfully playing in the children's area of the mall. Beep, beep, beep. While resting with Ling Yu received a message from Xiao Kexin. She sent him the address of a restaurant, suggesting they have lunch together. Does Ling like it? Following the address provided by Xiao Kexin, Ling Yu arrived at a private dining establishment, announcing the name of their reserved room, which the server confirmed before leading the father and daughter inside. Upon entering the room, they discovered Xiao Kexin embracing a panda plush larger than Ling herself. It's a giant panda. I love it, Ling exclaimed, rushing toward Xiao Kexin to hug the plush toy. Shortly after they were seated, the server brought forth an array of distinctive local dishes. Ling Yu relished the meal, savoring flavors he had never encountered in either life. Throughout the meal, he continued to observe Xiao Kexin, mindful of his earlier impetuousness. However, throughout the meal, Xiao Kexin did not afford Ling Yu the opportunity for eye contact, attending to Ling's needs instead, a stark contrast to his own demeanor. It seemed that Xiao Kexin wished for Ling to become independent sooner, whereas Ling Yu believed Ling was still too young, offering assistance whenever necessary. Whether it was feeding or attending to life's minutiae, he never hesitated to help. After the meal, Ling Yu was astonished to find that Xiao Kexin had joined them, even producing 3 tickets to Disneyland. Daddy, Mommy, I want to ride the carousel again. As dusk approached, Ling was exuberantly tugging at Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin, sprinting through Disneyland, embodying the joy of a harmonious family of 3. All 3 were adorned with Mickey Mouse ears, while Xiao Kexin was meticulously wrapped in a face mask and sun protective sleeves. Ling Yu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was the first outing for both Xiao Kexin and Ling, as well as his inaugural adventure with Xiao Kexin. Although he had experienced numerous romantic entanglements in his past life, they were all fraught with mutual desire, overshadowed by his financial struggles. Now, encountering such an ethereal sister and having a daughter of their own, it was a scenario he had never dared to envision. Throughout the afternoon, the trio relished various attractions at Disneyland. Upon hearing Xiao Kexin mention returning home, Ling eagerly wished to ride the carousel once more. Ha ha ha, Daddy is amazing. Xiao Kexin and Ling sat together while Ling Yu sat apart, dramatically spreading his arms and tilting his head in playful exhibition. Ling mimicked him, imitating his pose while nestled in Xiao Kexin's embrace. Did you have fun today, Ling? Xiao Kexin asked as she carried Ling towards the exit of Disneyland, with Ling Yu beside them, holding the Disney merchandise he had just purchased. Yes, today there's a panda, a mouse, and a duck. Ling danced joyfully in Xiao Kexin's arms, recounting the small gifts Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin had bestowed upon her, her eyes sparkling with delight. After sharing a litany of familiar characters, she tightly hugged Xiao Kexin's neck, exclaiming, "Today Mommy and Ling came out to play. It was so much fun. Daddy was happy too. Let us come out together again next time." Ling Yu's words were undeniably true. This was a joy he had never experienced before, having toiled alone in his previous life. Now, having traversed into this parallel universe, he sensed that the original soul had left behind a legacy of loneliness and helplessness, which often cast a shadow over his mood. Yet, every time he encountered Ling and Xiao Kexin, his spirits lifted as though their presence infused him with warmth and exuberance. Regardless, Ling Yu was unconcerned. In this life, he was determined to cherish the rare happiness that came his way. Ling, Lu Shuping has arrived, waiting at the entrance of Disneyland, with her Lexus parked by the roadside. It's time to go home for dinner. Annie bought hairy crabs. Lu Shuping embraced Ling and entered the vehicle first. Ling Yu glanced at Xiao Kexin, who had just turned to face him. Let us go. Though Xiao Kexin wore a face mask, Ling Yu sensed a subtle smile gracing her lips. Why has the author only updated today? Are they feeling unmotivated? Do you understand how agonizing it is to wait from work to clock out, enduring the tedium of idleness? It must be intentional, absolutely deliberate. I shall lodge a complaint. This morning, Ling Yu had forgotten to update the legend of the Sword of Fairy due to the events that transpired at Xiao Kexin's home, causing a momentary tension that led him to completely overlook it. It was only after returning home from dinner that evening that he remembered. Nevertheless, he managed to update 10 chapters, providing a semblance of comfort to his readers. Alas, after enduring the rain, the author sang a love song once more. How enchanting! I once again believe in love. As military training near its conclusion, I plan to showcase this song by the author. It's beautiful, Xiao Kexin remarked. After Ling Yu updated his novel, he also posted an original music video on a social media platform, albeit with a brief advertisement interspersed. Lying on his bed, Ling Yu reminisced about the kiss he shared with Xiao Kexin today, and he felt himself becoming ensnared in emotions. Today, Ling Yu received a phone call from an individual claiming to be a director who expressed interest in using his recently released Song Qing Fei De Yi as the theme for a new idol drama he was filming. Of course, I will create a complete version as soon as possible. Excellent. I look forward to our collaboration. The director was quite forthright, requesting Ling Yu to perform the song and purchasing the rights for 650,000. Chapter 26. Journey to the capital. Merely 3 days after Qing Fei De Yi was released on social media, an increasing number of filmmakers sought out Ling Yu, all drawn by the allure of the song. They were directors from various films and television shows, yet they arrived too late. For the song had already been secured by the idol drama Xing Hai Lu Yuan the very next day. Upon hearing this news, they expressed their disappointment and inquired about the copyright for Yisheng Yu and I. Ling Yu regrettably informed them that it too had already been authorized elsewhere. This revelation led to quite the commotion, as Ling Yu discovered for the first time the peculiar temperament of directors. One by one, they insisted that he compose a tailored song for their projects, a request that Ling Yu found overwhelming. He promptly quoted a price of 500,000 per song, hoping to dissuade them. However, their responses were unexpected. They readily agreed and sent their scripts to him. Tofu Master? Isn't that a reference to the original work? They are even adapting it without any anime inspiration? A martial arts film? That seems simple enough. Truly, this is a parallel world. The three kingdoms are already present. Oh, I have seen this. I believe I will begin to miss you, but Ling Yu observed the scripts sent by the 4 directors, all of which seemed quite familiar. Within a few days, he completed the songs and sent them to the directors. Ling Yu composed 2 songs for each film or television series, presenting them with a challenging decision. For the movie Tofu Master, he crafted versions of Drift and All the Way North, which left the director in a state of deliberation for quite some time. For the martial arts film, he selected Difficult Scriptures and Blade Light, Sword Shadow, impressing the director with his fluent Cantonese, prompting him to investigate Ling Yu's origins. The director of the Three Kingdoms themed drama opted for one song, Chow Chow, while passing on the other. The director of the final idol drama was thrilled with the songs Prank and Encounter, deciding to acquire both. In just a few days, Ling Yu sold a total of 7 pieces of music, earning a substantial sum. Upon checking his bank balance, he found it had exceeded 30 million, which filled him with pride. While reveling in his financial success, Ling Yu received a message that left him utterly astonished. Xiao had reached out to him. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Ling Yu?" A voice from the capital inquired. "Yes. Who is this?" "Oh, I am Director Zhang from the 2024 National Day special program of Xiao. I would like to know if you would be interested in performing a song at that time." Upon hearing the words of the caller, Ling Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. At this moment, he could barely consider himself more than a minor internet celebrity. Was he truly deserving of such an invitation? The very thought filled him with trepidation. After all, he was merely a viral figure, unworthy of appearing on Xiao. However, in my eyes, Mr. Ling Yu is no ordinary internet celebrity. His novels have captivated the literary world, and his music has birthed a unique style. How could he not be worthy? Ling Yu, upon listening to Director Zhang's remarks, began to grasp the reality that his true identity had been uncovered. Naturally, the invitation from Xiao was not something he dared to decline, yet he was reluctant to make an appearance. "Director Zhang, I am truly delighted to receive this invitation. However, I have a small request that I hope you might accommodate. Feel free to express it. May I wear a mask?" Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback by Ling Yu's desire to wear a mask. It was his first encounter with someone who wished to appear on Xiao without revealing their face. Director Zhang had taken an interest in Ling Yu due to his recent rise in popularity within the realm of traditional Chinese music, leading him to investigate a young man with a tragic background who was also a novelist. The ancient saying, "Heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating all things as straw dogs." Sages are unfeeling, treating the populace as straw dogs, originated from a freshly graduated youth, leaving him profoundly astonished. Initially, Director Zhang had hesitated to invite an internet celebrity, fearing it might be considered disrespectful. However, Ling Yu's traditional music and fantasy-themed novels had already won his admiration, prompting him to extend the invitation personally. Although such a request was virtually unheard of on Xiao, he readily acquiesced, even suggesting that Ling Yu be credited as Ling Yu. At last, Ling Yu felt a sense of relief. "What song do you plan to sing?" "Dongfeng Por Xiao Yaotan." "I intend to perform a song that aligns with the significance of the evening event. I will send it to you tomorrow." Ling Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that neither Dongfeng nor Xiao Yaotan suited the occasion. Instead, he recalled a widely beloved song from the Blue Star. After accepting Director Zhang's invitation, Ling Yu began to feel anxious. He had intended to quietly amass wealth. So why was he suddenly invited to a show that he could not decline? Ling Yu had few confidants to confide in. Among them were his former roommates, and Xiao Kexin was one of them. "What should I do? I need your advice, Kexin." Upon arriving at Xiao Kexin's home, he found her there and immediately divulged the entire situation. However, before Kexin could respond, Lu Shuping, who was playing nearby with Ling Yu, chimed in, as expected of Mr. Ling Yu, to be on the same program as my Kexin. How had Ling Yu suddenly found himself on Xiao? He was merely a minor internet celebrity. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned by Lu Shuping's words, and Xiao Kexin swiftly added, "Well, since the director has agreed to let you wear a mask, once you finish singing, it will be over, so there's no need to be afraid." Kexin understood Ling Yu's reluctance to show his face, though she was uncertain of the reason. Hearing her words, as soothing as those of a celestial being, brought Ling Yu a sense of calm. Indeed, it wasn't such a big deal after all. Perhaps he had overthought it. With a touch of self-deprecation, Ling Yu was filled with joy. "Wait, is Kexin also going to be on this program?" After calming down, Ling Yu recalled Lu Shuping's earlier words. "Let's go together then." Xiao Kexin nodded, inviting Ling Yu to accompany her. This year's National Day special program in Xia Country would be broadcasted live, requiring a rehearsal once a day for 3 days prior. Ling Yu decided to travel to the capital 3 days in advance with Xiao Kexin, even bringing along Ling Ling and Sister Min. "Come on, Ling Ling, put this on." Ling Yu handed Ling Ling a pair of noise-canceling headphones he had prepared, having learned online that such devices could alleviate discomfort in children's ears during takeoff and landing due to changes in air pressure. Knowing this, he ordered them without delay. Ling Yu, Ling Ling, and Sister Min were seated in economy class, as the flight was short. Meanwhile, Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping occupied business class, both to maintain discretion and due to their status. The flight to the capital took approximately 2 hours. Despite it being Ling Ling's first time on an airplane, she experienced no discomfort, thanks to the attentive care from Ling Yu and Sister Min. Chapter 27. The mask soon, the group landed at the airport in the capital. Ling Ling, don't walk too fast. Since their stay in the capital was extended, each of them had a suitcase, leaving no hands free to carry Ling Ling. Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping walked ahead, both leading the way and maintaining a low profile. Ling Yu glanced around and noticed that there were no fans of Xiao Kexin, solidifying his thoughts. Although Xiao Kexin was well covered, her aura was distinctly different from the ordinary. In his past life, celebrity arrivals were always crowded, yet here, not a single person recognized the star in their midst. Clearly, it was all a fade. After checking into their designated hotel and dropping off their luggage, Ling Yu took the inquisitive Ling Ling out to explore the area. Daddy, what is this?" After wandering nearby for a while, Ling Ling spotted a young boy passing by, captivated by a sugar figurine he held. "Little friend, where did you buy that?" Seeing Ling Ling's interest, Ling Yu inquired about the location of the shop. Guided by the young boy, Ling Yu found an elderly man selling his wares in an alley and ordered a panda-shaped sugar figurine that Ling Ling adored. Take it slow. Yes. Blow more. The elderly man encouraged them to blow the sugar themselves, guiding Ling Yu as he puffed air while the man shaped the confection. Do you like it, Ling Ling? I love it. Buy one for Mommy too. And for Aunt and Grandma. The stage for the National Day program had been set. Although Ling Yu had witnessed various performances in his previous life, this production was exceedingly meticulous. The stage, while not extravagant, boasted top-notch lighting and stage effects. With over 200 staff members present. Perhaps it was the live broadcast, but the sheer number of personnel and equipment left Ling Yu quite astonished. Having been a mere background crew member in his former life, the opportunity to step onto the stage in this new existence filled him with overwhelming nerves. Due to his identity and fame, Ling Yu was not assigned many performances. He was only required to sing one of his songs. However, the song he intended to perform was laden with pressure. He believed that such a stage deserved to be grander, and thus, he planned to sing a song that would astonish the entire Summer Nation. Initially, director Zhang anticipated that Ling Yu would perform a song he had previously released, but upon receiving the audio, he was utterly astounded. Hello, Ling Yu. At the rehearsal on the first day, Ling Yu donned a half-face mask with a red base and golden lines. It was the first time director Zhang met Ling Yu. They had previously agreed that he could wear a mask, and upon seeing him, Zhang greeted him warmly. Greetings, Director Zhang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ling Yu extended his hand for a handshake, and after a brief exchange, Director Zhang expressed his admiration for the music Ling Yu was about to perform. After their pleasantries, Director Zhang approached Xiao Kexin nearby and greeted her enthusiastically. The director was quite busy. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, he returned to his duties. Ling Yu was scheduled to perform just before the final act, which was the third-to-last performance of the evening. Are you Ling Yu? Ling Yu stood at the edge of the stage, feeling a bit lost, akin to a mere footman, when suddenly, a stout man approached him, wearing the mask. Other stars and performers did not recognize Ling Yu. In fact, many speculated that he must be quite unwell to wear a mask on a summer television program, considering it an affront to decorum. Hello, Ming Yi. It's our first meeting. Upon recognizing Hu Limin, Ling Yu's face lit up with a smile, as he was the first person, aside from Director Zhang, to greet him. Although Hu Limin had never seen Ling Yu's face and was unaware of his participation in the program, he had perused the program list and was surprised to find a familiar name. After searching the stage area, he felt that the masked individual most closely matched the age and demeanor he expected, prompting him to inquire. Upon asking, the masked figure confirmed his identity. Yet Hu Limin stared in astonishment at the mask adorning Ling Yu's face. Why are you wearing a mask? This is a splendid opportunity for fame. Although Ling Yu was merely an internet celebrity, he could certainly be considered a newcomer in the music industry, and his recognition was steadily rising, along with his growing fan base. Hu Limin expressed his bewilderment, noting that many rookie stars had the chance to perform 2 songs, unlike Ling Yu, who concealed his face. I still prefer not to reveal my identity. And besides, this could become a unique aspect of my persona. Director Zhang had indeed suggested this. If Ling Yu had ever shown his face or disclosed his identity online, he would have certainly been prohibited from wearing the mask. However, since Ling Yu had not done so, Director Zhang contemplated the matter and deemed it feasible, thus allowing it as a personal characteristic. Though they had collaborated before, it was their first face-to-face meeting. Hu Limin had long desired to express his gratitude to Ling Yu in person, but had been preoccupied with various commitments. Meeting Ling Yu today, he reflected on the young talent before him, marveling at his brilliance. Indeed, the future belonged to him. After an extended conversation, the staff approached to remind Hu Liming to begin preparations. In response, Hu Liming expressed his intention to treat Ling Yu to a sumptuous meal in the capital as a token of gratitude for composing 2 songs for him. Ling Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Although Hu Liming had not yet completed half of the rehearsal schedule, he departed early, while Ling Yu commenced warming up for his upcoming performance. Mr. Rain-Soaked, it is now your turn. All right, what are the great stars, the powerful talents, and the prodigies? In a moment, I shall have you all sing conquer for me. Rain-Soaked, such a familiar name. Isn't that the internet sensation who has recently gained fame? Indeed, if you look below the chin, the resemblance is striking. Shortly after Hu Liming approached Ling Yu, the number of people interested in Ling Yu began to rise. They speculated that Ling Yu was a newcomer from some company, wearing a mask as a gimmick, and they whispered among themselves, their voices loud enough for Ling Yu to feel a surge of anger. Next on stage was the rising star of the music scene, Mr. Rainsoaked. He was set to perform his original patriotic song, Children of the Summer Country. Ling Yu sang Children of the Summer Country, a carefully chosen piece from his past life on Blue Star. As the host introduced Ling Yu according to the live broadcast procedure and handed him the microphone, Ling Yu stepped into the center of the stage. As the spotlight dimmed gradually, shifting to a warm yellow hue, the screen displayed a fluttering 5-starred red flag. A magnificent prelude, accompanied by stirring harmonies, filled the air. Ling Yu brought the microphone to his lips, and the lyrics flowed forth. 5,000 years of wind and rain, how many dreams have been concealed? Yellow faces, black eyes. Yet the smile remains unchanged. Upon hearing the first lines sung by Ling Yu, the audience was left in astonishment. Chapter 28. Her father, after finishing his performance. Ling Yu arrived at the grand finale stage of the Summer Country's elite. As he descended from the stage, many approached to greet him. Ling Yu responded with indifference, neither flattering anyone nor displaying disdain towards those who had previously mocked him. I never expected your stage presence to be so impactful. You will surely receive numerous invitations in the future. Are you really not interested in joining our studio? Lu Shuping, unable to contain herself, once again extended a contract invitation to Ling Yu as they returned to the hotel after the rehearsal. Initially, Lu Shuping had treated Ling Yu with some coldness, fearing he might overshadow Ling Ling. However, having interacted for some time, she recognized Ling Yu's admirable character and genuine affection for Ling Ling. This song of yours will undoubtedly be frequently featured on summer TV, remarked Xiao Kexin, not defending Lu Shuping, but rather sharing her own thoughts on Ling Yu's performance of Children of the Summer Country during the rehearsal. Indeed, otherwise, those individuals would always have to seek you out. With a manager, you could easily take a hands-off approach. What Annie said was not unfounded. Ling Yu might encounter issues he could not resolve alone if he continued as he had before. Xiao Kexin echoed Lu Shuping's sentiments, but her motivation was genuinely for Ling Yu's benefit. I believe I can maintain my current situation for a while longer, Ling Yu mused. In his past life, he had witnessed many things, and the most shocking of all was when a friend had sent him a blank sheet of paper requesting a signature, only for him to be swindled out of 20 million. Ling Yu did not expect to encounter such situations, and he had not even exposed his real name online. He cherished these days of quietly accumulating wealth. He would consider revealing his identity when the time was right. In truth, Ling Yu was genuinely afraid of showcasing his identity in public. In his previous life, his singing skills and talents were merely mediocre. He could only maintain a modest existence behind the scenes, which was sometimes unstable. He remembered their agreement to prioritize their studio. The fruits of our labor should not benefit outsiders. Lu Shuping held a high opinion of Ling Yu. Wait a moment. Are you coming with me to have dinner with my dad? Xiao Kexin asked as she lowered her head, scrolling through her phone, feigning busyness. Sure. Ling Yu, unfamiliar with the culinary delights of the capital, recalled that the private restaurant Xiao Kexin had taken him and Ling Ling to was exquisite, and he believed she had an exceptional knack for finding delicious food. Now, as Xiao Kexin planned to take them out to eat again in the capital, he anticipated that it would be equally delightful. Wait, Dad. Ling Yu had researched Xiao Kexin on Baidu, but found no information regarding her family. He had assumed her parents were just ordinary people. However, considering Xiao Kexin's smooth journey in the entertainment industry, it seemed peculiar. Despite being a top diva, she had no scandals, which was highly unusual. Ling Yu found it strange. No matter how capable Xiao Kexin was, even with Lu Shuping's connections, it was hard to believe she could achieve such a status. Furthermore, regarding Ling Ling, even if Xiao Kexin did not appear publicly with her, surely some audacious media outlets would have caught wind of it. If her parents were indeed influential figures, he could also seek to benefit from such connections. Does her dad know about me? Ling Yu's heart was filled with questions, yet he only dared to inquire about matters concerning himself. I don't know. We haven't talked about it. Should I bring some gifts? After all, it's my first time meeting your dad, or rather, your uncle. Xiao Kexin, hearing this, quickly intensified her phone activity. Ever since the last argument between Xiao Kexin and Ling, she had begun to avoid Ling Yu's gaze, leaving him somewhat perplexed. It was likely due to Ling Yu having kissed Xiao Kexin on the forehead, leading her to perceive him as a frivolous individual. After tidying up at the hotel, the three of them, along with Ling, arrived at a renowned barbecue restaurant in the capital. By the time they reached, it was already past 8 in the evening. Inside the private room, a middle-aged man in a suit had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Ling Yu and the others enter, the man immediately put down his phone, a warm smile spreading across his face. "You've arrived." This middle-aged man was none other than Xiao Kexin's father, Xiao Kexin. "Dad." Xiao Kexin had not seen her father in a long time and called out affectionately. "What the? Isn't this the chairman of Dammy Technology?" Ling Yu was taken aback when he realized that the person welcoming them was the chairman who had recently ventured into the new energy vehicle industry. He had suspected that Xiao Kexin's family might be extraordinary, but he never imagined it would be the tech mogul Xiao Kexin. "My dear daughter, you've lost weight again. Cool me. Sit down. I've ordered many delicious dishes for you." Xiao Kexin affectionately ruffled Xiao Kexin's hair and pulled out a chair for her. "Grandpa, do you miss Ling?" Lu Shuping cradled Ling in her arms as the little girl reached out, yearning for Xiao to hold her. "Oh dear, my little treasure. Grandfather thinks of you every day." Although Xiao had yet to reach his 60s, upon seeing Ling smile, he resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. "Brother-in-law," Lu Shuping greeted, passing Ling to Xiao. "Please have a seat." Xiao embraced Ling, inviting Lu Shuping to sit, only to find an unfamiliar man in their midst. This evening's private banquet was quite curious, particularly with a man accompanying Xiao Kexin and the others, leaving Xiao perplexed. "Grandfather, this is Ling's daddy." Before either Xiao Kexin or Lu Shuping could respond, Ling introduced Ling Yu to Xiao. "Hello, uncle." Ling Yu, shaken from his astonishment, quickly returned the greeting. Upon hearing Ling's words, Xiao's smile vanished, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Ling Yu, the authoritative aura of his position pressing down upon Ling Yu. Though anxious within, Ling Yu did not shy away from Xiao's gaze, meeting his eyes with calm resolve. He was neither Xiao's subordinate, nor had he committed any wrongdoing. So why should he fear? Soon, however, Xiao broke the silence. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat." During the dinner, Xiao tended to Ling's needs while engaging in playful conversation with Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu had never witnessed Xiao Kexin in such a childlike state, and Lu Shuping joined in the merriment, leaving Ling Yu feeling rather solitary. "This old fellow dares to encroach upon my position," transforming his frustration into appetite. Ling Yu indulged in the feast that arrived, devouring the delectable roasted meats. Yet, the food felt tasteless to him. This meal became one he would not soon forget. After all, a tech magnate and a pop diva would seldom cross paths in their busy lives. As dinner drew to a close, it was nearing 10 o'clock, and Ling had fallen asleep in Lu Shuping's embrace. "Please, carry Ling to the car. I wish to speak with Mr. Ling," Xiao said. Both Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping felt a tinge of concern upon hearing his words, though they kept their worries concealed. "Take care of yourself until we meet again," Xiao Kexin advised before rising, and Lu Shuping waved farewell as the three departed the private room. Ling Yu felt little emotion, merely satiated from a meal. He calmly regarded Xiao, awaiting his remarks. Chapter 29. "We are all citizens of Xia country. Have you met my daughter before?" Ling Yu anticipated Xiao would offer him a sum of money to stay away from his daughter, but instead, he was met with such a question. Had this been at school, Ling Yu certainly would not have encountered Xiao Kexin. After graduating, she had not participated in any alumni activities and had never returned to the city's music academy. However, Ling Yu recalled quite clearly from his past life that he had crossed paths with the community of Jinshang Tianhua after arriving in this parallel world. He could not distinctly remember if he had visited Xiao Kexin's building, but he vaguely recalled escorting a girl to the hospital one night. Was that girl Xiao Kexin? However, the girl was bundled up tightly, her voice hoarse, making it difficult to recognize her upon arrival. Ling Yu was truly uncertain whether this girl was Xiao Kexin. Yet he pondered why Xiao Kexin would pose such a question. He had indeed encountered her before, Ling Yu was at a loss regarding Xiao Yijuan's intentions and could only resort to the process of elimination, initially dismissing the negative. No wonder. Can you ensure my daughter's happiness? Xiao Yijuan seemed to be reminiscing, his expression tinged with a sorrow he desperately sought to conceal. Of course, Ling Yu's acquaintance with Xiao Kexin stemmed from his connection with Ling Ling. It was all mere coincidence. Yet, Ling Yu was profoundly certain of his affections for Xiao Kexin. I hope your recognition of Kexin is based on your own merits, not merely on your relationship with Ling Ling. Upon hearing Ling Yu's response, Xiao Yijuan stood to depart, ascending into Xiao Kexin's chauffeur-driven vehicle. Both she and Lu Shuping regarded Ling Yu intently. Did my father trouble you? Xiao Kexin understood that aside from being gentle with family, Xiao Yijuan maintained a fade with others. Not all. Ling Yu shook his head. Did he utter any harsh words? Xiao Kexin assumed Ling Yu was feigning nonchalance and pressed further. He hopes I can bring you happiness. Ling Yu met Xiao Kexin's gaze with utmost seriousness. This was not only his immediate response, but also his aspiration for the future. What are you even thinking? My Kexin is not someone you can casually pursue. Lu Shuping interjected, unable to restrain her ire upon hearing Ling Yu's words. The dim light inside the vehicle cast a shadow, causing Xiao Kexin to tilt her head towards the window, a subtle smile gracing her lips, unnoticed by Lu Shuping and Ling Yu. The days leading up to the National Day program quickly passed, culminating in the live broadcast this evening. Dear viewers, welcome. You are now watching Xiao Dream National Sentiment, the 2024 National Day special program on Xiao. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the new Xiao, and we are here to collectively experience the vibrant developments of the new era. The broadcast commenced, and the host began their address. The venue was orderly, proceeding methodically as rehearsed. In the comment section of Ling Yu's social media account, a lively discussion among fans was underway. I've received insider information. The revered host is appearing on Xiao. Are you certain, sister? Isn't he known for avoiding the spotlight? I also spotted a message in a group chat, claiming Ling Yu will perform a patriotic song. Wow, a patriotic song, how exciting. No way. Which channel is he on? Following hints from some insiders in the comments. Many fans of Ling Yu adjusted their televisions to Xiao. Those without access to a television opened Xiao's news account on social media, eagerly awaiting. Which one is the revered host? Why is someone wearing a mask? Could it be Ma Chao? The man in the red and gold half mask and suit must be Ling Yu. How handsome. Although Ling Yu's appearance was fleeting, his well-defined jawline was swiftly recognized by observant netizens. As awareness of Ling Yu's participation in the Xiao program spread, the viewership in the Xiao news accounts live stream surged. The live broadcast has commenced for 30 minutes. Initially, the audience count fluctuated around 500,000. But following a fleeting glimpse of Ling Yu on camera, the viewer count surged past 700,000. Can someone provide a hint about when Ling Yu will take the stage? I need to take a moment. Not you too, my friend. You're also working overtime. Seeing that I'm not the only one laboring during the National Day holiday lifts my spirits considerably. A sudden influx of viewers overwhelmed the live chat, leaving the director's studio astounded. Quick, investigate which segment prompted the spike in followers. Director Zhang noted the inexplicable rise in numbers and instructed his team to look into it. It's that masked man, Ling Yu. He boasts nearly 5 million followers on a popular platform and is a formidable singer-songwriter. His team swiftly uncovered the cause, as the comments in the live chat were overwhelmingly focused on him. Let us give him more screen time. Director Zhang understands that in this era, traffic reigns supreme. This was the first time a Bourgeois participated in a program, specifically the summer live show, and surprisingly, he was not daunted. Truly, he is my good friend, exuding great presence. Brothers and sisters, I am in the capital, and I have a thought. The program progressed steadily until it was time for Ling Yu to make his appearance. A resounding boom echoed through the sky as a Bourgeois dazzled onto the stage. Cheers erupted. Those long legs, that charisma, how delightful. Ling Yu stood at the center of the stage, clad in a sleek black suit, his hair styled impeccably. The rhythm of the prelude reverberated, captivating the audience even before the lyrics began. As the majestic harmonies rose, The viewer count reached its peak since the broadcast commenced. An impressive 2,300,000 viewers tuned in simultaneously, a figure that any popular platform would hesitate to reveal. Moreover, this count only accounts for online viewers, excluding those watching from their televisions. This prelude is incomparable to that of Shui Ran. Having just completed overtime during the holiday, I was relieved not to be late. After experiencing the prelude, I would declare Abuaju the strongest performer of the night. The audience in the live chat was just beginning to stir with excitement when the first lyric followed. 5,000 years of wind and rain have concealed countless dreams. Yellow faces and black eyes, yet the smile remains unchanged. Each national day, this world merely revisits a few familiar songs. The expectations from the summer program are exceedingly high. Now, Ling Yu presents a brand new patriotic song, igniting a passionate fervor among the viewers. The same tears, the same pain. The suffering of the past remains etched in our hearts. Memories of past hardships resurfaced, and the live chat was suddenly inundated with comments. Though I have not lived through the wars documented in history books, I shall never forget the sacrifices of my forebears. My grandfather recounted the famine of yesteryears, a calamity unimaginable in our current age. The earthquake of '76 was truly terrifying. The history of our great nation was recounted by netizens, revealing the profound pains endured by our beloved motherland. Hand in hand, regardless of you or me, we march forward with heads held high, letting the world know we are all citizens of Xia. Chapter 30. Steady the course, we are all citizens of Xia. The live chat on the Xiaoshi news account was flooded with this declaration. 5,000 years. Do you understand how these 5 millennia have been endured? Never forget national humiliation. Revitalize Huaxia. Regardless of the hardships faced on the road once traveled, our predecessors have forged ahead, and the future path lies before us. As Ling Yu concluded his performance, the live stream audience surged to an astonishing 1.6 million, nearly tripling the initial viewership at the start of the show. Director Zhang. The number of viewers has surpassed 1.6 million. Director Zhang had been attentively monitoring the viewer count, which began to rise steadily following Ling Yu's performance. The influx of viewers was due to those already in the live stream, sharing it with friends and acquaintances, inviting them to join. Ultimately, those who arrived late were drawn by the buzz surrounding Ling Yu's performance. The camera remained fixed on Ling Yu before the host began to speak, granting him ample exposure. Ling Yu, this time you have truly made a name for yourself. Performing patriotic songs on the Summer Channel and elevating the live stream audience to unprecedented heights. Jean Juder, a renowned restaurant famous for its Peking duck in the capital city, housed only Hu Liming and Ling Yu in a private room. Today marked Hu Liming's generous invitation, which Ling Yu had accepted while rehearsing for the National Day program on the Summer Channel. Not at all. It was merely luck. During yesterday's Summer Channel news broadcast, Ling Yu's performance of People of Xia had already gone viral on social media, with numerous marketing accounts editing clips of him. Those who had missed his live performance were now tuning in. Do not be modest. Hu Liming waved his hand and lifted his glass. At your age, achieving such success is truly remarkable. I'm genuinely happy for you. Cheers. The two enjoyed some drinks that evening, mindful of moderation as both were singers and needed to protect their voices. All right, I will certainly remember. In the parking lot, Ling Yu and Hu Liming prepare to depart. Hu Liming's new album is set to be released on October 22nd, and he asked Ling Yu for help in promoting it. Ling Yu readily agreed, noting that 2 of the songs were his own compositions, and he would certainly not refuse. Upon returning to the hotel, Ling Yu retired early, as he and Xiao Kexin planned to take Lingling sightseeing the next day. Lingling, we're going to the Forbidden City, which was once the Imperial Palace. The following morning, the group of 5 from the city rose early and enjoyed breakfast at the hotel restaurant. Xiao Kexin had meticulously arranged the day's itinerary, visiting the Forbidden City in the morning and the Great Wall in the afternoon. Ling Yu found Xiao Kexin's arrangements quite satisfactory and intended to cooperate fully. It's so vast. Lingling ran freely within the Forbidden City, her innocent exuberance reflecting the essence of childhood. Ling Yu had visited the Forbidden City during his last trip to the capital, and returning now filled him with awe once more. Ling Yu felt quite joyful these days. Not only had he engaged in friendly exchanges with Xiao Kexin's father, But he had also bravely confronted something he had long feared since his time traveling. The revolution is not yet complete. Comrades must continue to strive. Oh, Daddy, wait for me. Ling Yu leaped over Ling Ling's head and dashed towards the palace ahead. How dare you bully Ling Ling? Stop right there. Lu Shuping could no longer hold back. Ling Yu had first flirted with Xiao Kexin and now was teasing her precious child. Xiao Kexin and Sister Min watched the trio's playful antics, their eyes filled with laughter. Returning to the city, Ling Yu resumed his daily routine, diligently composing songs and drafting manuscripts as usual. Having registered numerous copyrights for Blue Star Music, I am nearing the completion of the chapters for The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Oh, Li Xiaoyao you oaf. As a devoted member of the Bai Yao faction from Zhuxian, I have chosen Lin Yu this time. Li Xiaoyao, you must release my Yu at once. The updates for The Legend of Sword and Fairy are progressing swiftly, having reached the point where Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yu develop deep feelings for one another. Recently, following the explosive success of Summer Nation on Xia TV, an increasing number of individuals have sought to collaborate with Ling Yu. Brands, advertisements, programs, and more have all approached him, but he has resolutely declined every offer. Ling Yu gazes at the mountain of money beckoning him, yet he turns away with unwavering determination. For he understands a fundamental truth: excess can lead to downfall. Once a mere internet celebrity, he has now transformed into a prominent figure with a patriotic anthem that has garnered him fame. However, Ling Yu is also aware of many undisclosed matters within the industry, such as the infamous Tusu incident, where reputations can crumble in an instant without a trace. Although Ling Yu has remained out of the public eye, he is nonetheless registered and known. Recently, his rising prominence has prompted him to adopt a more cautious approach. The thematic songs he has composed are rich in sentiment. As the composer, who has weathered storms, not recently performed as the masked singer of Summer Nation, Starseed Paradise has also featured the song Qing, Fei E, composed by the same artist. This October, 2 television dramas have incorporated his music. Truly, he is the artist I avidly follow. My rain god is set to rise once more. How delightful! I hope more people will experience the artistry of the rain god. Previously, Ling Yu penned Qing Shun Shun Yu Meng Meng and Hao Xiang for Tan Ming Xian, which were utilized in his production's drama, Yu Meng Qing Shun. This series was already halfway through production, awaiting the perfect theme song. Upon receiving Ling Yu's 2 compositions, Xinxia Culture hastened their release and promotion, resulting in the broadcast on October 12th. The aired Yu Meng Qing Shun has received widespread acclaim, and many have noted that the 2 songs were produced by the rain god. However, our work was progressing smoothly. How did our ratings plummet so drastically? In the office of Yao Mang Entertainment in the capital, a middle-aged man, seething with anger, flung documents across his desk, reprimanding his subordinates in a fit of rage. Our drama Young Bao Zheng was on par with Starseed Paradise, but upon the premiere of Yu Meng Qingshan yesterday, we suffered a sharp decline. The subordinates understood the reason for their manager's fury and cautiously reported the facts. The general manager of Yao Mang Entertainment, Tang Ziyi, found it intolerable that his company's production was being overshadowed by Xinxia Culture. The 2 companies have been bitter rivals for years. Even in their fierce competition with Starseed Paradise, their emotions remained unaffected. It was Xinxia Culture and their general manager Tan Ming Xian who had long been at odds. The animosity between the 2 firms has persisted, with neither willing to concede. Yet now, with Xinxia Culture's drama eclipsing his own Young Bao Zheng, which had aired for over a month, he could no longer endure it. Is there a way to regain our standing? Tang Jie inquired of his subordinate. What is the quickest time frame? Both Starseed Paradise, which premiered around the same time as us, and Yunming Qingshan from Xinxia Culture have employed the recently popular musician Ling Yu's original songs. Perhaps we should also reach out to him for a promotional song? Chapter 31. Little Rainbow. Upon returning to the city, Ling Yu planned to purchase both a car and a house. In a city where land is exceedingly precious, he intended to exhaust his funds entirely. After consulting with Xiao Kexin regarding the housing prices in nearby neighborhoods, he discovered that even the most affordable units exceeded 150,000 per square meter. With his budget of just over 30 million, acquiring a property seemed quite the challenge. The earnings Ling Yu amassed post-transmigration from short videos and advertisements were merely modest. As his fan base grew, he could command 200,000 per advertisement. However, without engaging in live commerce, his income from the influencer sphere remained disappointingly low. The music copyright fees borrowed from Blue Star amounted to several million, and the royalties from the novel Zhu Xian, although substantial, were under 3 million due to the short payment cycle. Yet, Zhu Xian had generated a staggering 25 million for Ling Yu, a true windfall. Frugality was key. He had just surpassed a balance of 35 million. A brand new 2024 Bentley Continental cruised along the road, its sleek black package exuding a sense of modernity. Hey, at last, I've acquired the car of my dreams. Ling Yu reveled in the exhilaration of driving the Continental he had purchased just 2 days prior, en route to the Yafa community. Obtaining a city license plate was notoriously difficult, but prior to his car purchase, Ling Yu had inquired with Lu Shuping about possible avenues. Lu Shuping had worn a knowing smirk, reveling in her perceived advantage over him. Ultimately, she agreed to assist him, albeit with the understanding that he would owe her a favor in return. Ling Yu had grown quite familiar with Lu Shuping, to the point of contemplating addressing her as aunt, but her intimidating gaze had compelled him to downgrade to sister. With Lu Shuping's emphatic assurance, the transaction was completed that very day, and the license plate was secured. Ling Yu recalled how, upon delivering the plate to his apartment that morning, Lu Shuping had joyfully reminded him, "Remember now?" Though it was merely a mutual favor, Ling Yu couldn't shake the feeling that she had something over him. The Yafu community, located less than 2 kilometers from the Jinshan Tianhua, where Xiao Kexin resided, had been a selection Ling Yu had pondered over extensively online. Yet, he knew he must visit in person to truly assess the property. "Mr. Ling, do not let the patience of our sales staff mislead you," the agent assured. Ling Yu was indeed impressed by the spacious 180 square meter flat, boasting a panoramic view. Priced at over 170,000 per square meter, the total cost exceeded 31 million, enough to deplete his current funds entirely and still leave him short. However, Ling Yu felt conflicted, having just acquired a car with a landing price exceeding 4 million. Purchasing this apartment now seemed daunting. Although the Yafu community's property aligned perfectly with his desires, he had no choice but to pause his quest. After exploring a few more properties in nearby neighborhoods, Ling Yu returned home. Aside from the initial Yafu community, he found the others lacking. It seemed that one could not encounter exceptional opportunities at first. Otherwise, everything else would merely serve as a backdrop. Yet, Ling Yu's financial constraints remained a pressing reality. Ling Yu could also take out a loan to acquire the apartment in the Yafa community, yet he felt this would lead to significant losses. Since his arrival in this world, Ling Yu had earned quite a bit, but he would never indulge in the trifecta of gambling, drugs, or vice. The methods available to him were limited. He could continue to produce videos and sell music as before, or perhaps sell the rights to the Legend of Sword and Fairy prematurely. However, with only half of the Legend of Sword and Fairy completed, its popularity had not yet peaked, and its value remained unrealized, making it unfeasible for Ling Yu to part with it so soon. Perhaps borrowing money could be an option, but who would casually lend such a substantial amount as several million to Ling Yu? Ding ling ling. His phone rang. It was a call from Lu Shuping. "Hello, sister. What is the matter?" "Ling Yu, recently, our studio has invested in a variety show. Could you come help with the recording? You can wear a mask." Upon hearing Lu Shuping's request, Ling Yu did not overthink it, assuming it would be similar to the previous experience with Xiao. After hanging up, Ling Yu approached his computer desk and slapped his cheeks. Time to keep earning. Past midnight, which was typically Ling Yu's usual bedtime, he remained at his laptop, typing away at the keyboard. He had considered starting a live broadcast. With over 8 million followers, he was confident that the tips would be substantial. Yet, he ultimately decided against that path, as the persona he had painstakingly crafted would shatter, jeopardizing his future endeavors. While live streaming for donations was an option, it was certainly not necessary unless absolutely compelled. Initially, after his appearance on Xiao, he had planned to temper his visibility, but the gnawing emptiness in his pockets left him lacking the former poise when he slipped his hands into them. He proactively reached out to several video advertising merchants he had previously declined, successfully securing multiple advertisements. Ling Yu planned to strengthen his original trade. And combined with the royalties from the Legend of Sword and Fairy, he anticipated a considerable income during this period. During lunchtime the following day, Ling Yu uploaded the first video he had edited earlier that morning to his Ling Yu account on a popular platform. The description read, "A song composed for my good friend, inspired by the novel The Legend of Sword and Fairy, featuring the original theme, Song Forget the Time by launching." Ling Yu made some adjustments, slightly emphasizing the traditional instruments incorporated into the piece. Here it comes. The beloved creator returns to soothe my melancholic soul. I cannot forget. My brothers. Ling Yu has once again assisted a dear friend with a song. Their camaraderie is truly heartwarming. Thank you, Ling Yu. That negligent author has never acknowledged us, so this shall be my haven. The positive feedback poured in, and for the first time, Ling Yu responded to the comments. My good friend is a bit caught up in his own world. Please be understanding. If there is anything, feel free to reach out to me, and I shall assist you in executing justice. Typically, Ling Yu would hastily conclude his videos, leaving only a brief description and an advertisement in the comments. Today, however, he made a rare, earnest comment that ignited enthusiastic responses from his fans. Go for it. Ling Yu, the little rainbow will always be behind you. Keep up the great work, beloved creator. Create exquisite national-style music, leading our summer nation's music scene toward the world. Having endured the rain, the kindness of others remains. Yet one should swiftly sever ties with fleeting affections. We are fine, merely expressing a sigh. Thank you, dear host. Nevertheless, I still intend to personally deal with that scourge. Following Ling Yu's appearance on Summer Vision, despite wearing a mask, his demeanor and presence captivated numerous female fans. The number of female fans has steadily increased, leading to the formation of several small groups, and, after numerous exchanges, a new fan group emerged called Post-Rain Rainbow, symbolizing the little rainbow behind Ling Yu. Last night, Ling Yu received numerous advertisement offers, prompting him to upload a new music video during dinner time. This time, Ling Yu did not compose a song for his good friend, but released a piece of Blue Star music he adores, Jay Chou's Tornado. Chapter 32. The little singer-songwriter Our Love Resembles a Tornado, subjecting the dear host to a tempestuous downpour. The music is delightful. We meet amidst the winds. Reconvene after the rain. Thank you, Ling Yu, for sharing the music Tornado, as we in the South brace ourselves to confront two super typhoons head-on. Ling Yu's choice of song bore no deeper meaning. He merely chanced upon news of two typhoons forming at sea, surging toward the coastal regions of our nation. Once again, he commented, "Friends from Xiong and Yu, please take precautions." For the past few days, Ling Yu has been uploading 2 videos daily, each interspersed with advertisements. Presently, he charges 150,000 for a single advertisement, amassing nearly 1 million in just 3 days. Additionally, he had agreed to participate in a variety show in mid-October, and upon inquiry, discovered that a single appearance fee reached an astonishing 200,000. This left Ling Yu somewhat perplexed, as he assumed he would merely perform a music segment, perhaps engage in an interview. However, Lu Shuping informed him of the recording fee per episode. Did this imply he would not merely appear once? On October 16th, Ling Yu accompanied Lu Shuping to the variety show recording venue. The site was not far, situated in a nearby province. The setup was less grand than that of Summer Vision, yet the backstage area was substantial, featuring a hall and several waiting rooms, all equipped with a multitude of cameras. Upon entering one of the waiting rooms, Lu Shuping presented a contract, and as Ling Yu scrutinized it, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Wait, sister, did you not just seek my assistance to boost the show's popularity? Why does this involve a competition? In Lu Shuping's contract, Ling Yu clearly saw, on the middle page, a participation agreement. What is this? Am I being sold out? Lu Shuping sat beside him, her expression innocently playful. Indeed, we merely wish to ride your wave of popularity. You can compete and leave after 1 round. With a cheerful smile, Lu Shuping's heart was elated. This time, she was determined to push Ling Yu onto the screen. Even if he hesitated to reveal himself, his talent deserved recognition. Lu Shuping had finally seized the opportunity. If Ling Yu competed and exited promptly, she would garner considerable traffic. If Ling Yu continues to compete, given his prowess, he is certain to clinch the championship in this variety show. Ling Yu is genuinely at a loss. The artistic persona of a talented and enigmatic music creator that he has painstakingly cultivated over the past few months is on the verge of crumbling. I can sign, but I wish to amend the contract's terms, Ling Yu said, languishing in his chair, devoid of hope. Lu Shuping, sensing an opportunity, waved her hand and exclaimed, "Speak. Your aunt has consented." Lu Shuping was aware of Ling Yu's ulterior motives regarding Xiao Kexin, yet she would not oppose him, especially since her daughter was nearing 3 years of age. Ling Yu perused the contract, underlining a specific line on the final page before presenting it to Lu Shuping. "I demand a superior contract." Each participant's contract in this variety show contains a clause stating that the top 3 contestants must be signed by the investors. The second and third places are allocated to other investing companies, but the first place is reserved for the Parallel Studio, the establishment founded by Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping. Ling Yu surmised that Lu Shuping was merely a minor investor, and upon realizing that the top spot required a signature from the Parallel Studio, he deduced that it was indeed the primary investor of this variety show. Ling Yu could not possibly sign the original contract with its supplementary clauses. He sought a superior agreement and even desired additional stipulations. Lu Shuping, delighted by Ling Yu's demands, felt a surge of optimism. This lad was genuinely committed to recording the program. Not only would this elevate the show's popularity, but she could also secure him as an artist. "Excellent. You must." Lu Shuping promptly retrieved her phone, intending to make a call. However, Ling Yu interjected once more, "I wish to add a clause to the contract we will sign." This statement caused Lu Shuping to pause, her seasoned experience leading her to suspect that Ling Yu was about to make an exorbitant demand. Nonetheless, Lu Shuping remained undeterred, narrowing her eyes at Ling Yu and inquiring, "What is it? Is the remuneration for the superior contract insufficient?" "It is not a matter of money. I merely hope your studio will not interfere with my daily activities," Ling Yu replied, locking eyes with Lu Shuping. "Moreover, the company shall only receive a share for my music-related endeavors." Lu Shuping grasped his intention. This young man aspired to wield authority. But what was this additional condition? Did he still envision himself as an acclaimed actor? Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Lu Shuping acquiesced. Ling Yu's earnings from his video productions and songwriting could easily surpass 7 figures annually, especially without any operational support. If entrusted to a major company for promotion, releasing albums and granting licenses, his profits could potentially reach hundreds of millions. Ling Yu understood that his individual capabilities were limited. He believed in keeping the wealth within his own circle. "All right," Lu Shuping agreed on the spot and summoned her staff. However, the modifications made were only to the supplementary signing clauses of the variety show contract, while the agreement with the Parallel Studio would still depend on Ling Yu securing the championship. Yet, Ling Yu's willingness to negotiate with Lu Shuping indicated his confidence in winning. This variety show was an original music competition, undoubtedly tailored for Ling Yu. Furthermore, among the 4 mentors, 2 were acquaintances of Ling Yu, leading him to ponder the absence of any hidden agendas. This variety show, titled Little Songwriter, was hosted by Blueberry Television, and today marked the inaugural day of filming. The participants consist of behind-the-scenes producers, emerging talents in the music industry, and grassroots artists, with their entries being entirely self-composed. The performers are also the creators themselves, which emboldens Ling Yu to assert that this variety show is tailored specifically for him. Ling Yu possesses an extensive musical repertoire for Blue Star and boasts a top-tier vocal ability, complemented by the fact that both mentors are his allies, ensuring a guaranteed victory. During the preliminary selection phase, each contestant showcases their music prepared for the first round, with performances lasting merely about a minute. To advance, they must secure 3 votes from the 4 mentors, allowing them to present the full version of their musical piece in the upcoming competition. As the host introduces the next contestant, he is taken aback upon reviewing the participant's profile. However, years of hosting experience quickly steady him, and he continues, revealing that this individual is a short video creator and a remarkably talented music composer. The host is aware of the contestant's impressive reputation. as recent online buzz has surrounded him. Thus he attempts to heighten the anticipation. Wait, why is there so much dialogue? Is this person truly formidable? Hu Limin, invited as a mentor for little songwriters, is indeed a powerful vocalist and has composed numerous beloved songs, making him a fitting choice. Observing the host's lengthy introduction for a contestant, he exchanges glances with the female mentor beside him, pondering, I don't know, perhaps he genuinely is exceptional. Yuan Chenxi, though relatively new to the industry, has undeniable talent and popularity, making her appointment as a mentor indisputable. Chapter 33, Daily Life. Indeed, the two acquaintances Ling Yu referred to are none other than Hu Limin and Yuan Chenxi, who recently came to invite him to collaborate and were left in awe of his talent. The other two mentors boast even greater renown, one being the rising star Xia Kexin, who has transitioned from obscurity to prominence in recent years, crafting one heartfelt song after another, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the music industry. The other is the seasoned diva Tian Ni, who had seemingly faded from public view, but has mysteriously been re-engaged by her company, Yaomong Entertainment, for this program. After the host creates an air of intrigue, he exuberantly announces, "Let us welcome Ling Yu." The audience gasps in response to the host's declaration of the next contestant's name. Although there are no spectators present, only staff and the four mentors. The collective excitement from the crew creates a thunderous atmosphere at the audition. Initially, I had heard that discussions with Ling Yu were ongoing and had little hope for his participation. Yet I am a fan of his rice aroma, which I still play on repeat every night before bed. I never anticipated encountering him in person. The leadership is impressive. Most of the staff members recognize Ling Yu, and many are enthusiastic fans. Director Tang Xinru from Blueberry TV recalls that during the initial selection process, the first investor was not from the Parallel Studio. However, Liu Shuping, the head of Parallel Studio, proposed bringing a highly popular newcomer to the competition, successfully persuading the leaders of Blueberry TV. Today, Liu Shuping confirmed the final contestant alongside Tang Xinru. The newcomer Liu referred to, who is a short video blogger known for his song Rainy Days. Although the process was somewhat hurried, Tang Xinru was filled with joy, as she too is a fan of his music, particularly his traditional Chinese songs. Ling Yu, adorned with a half-face mask featuring golden lines against a red background from a previous summer show, gradually emerged into the sight of the audience after being called by the host. It's truly him. How handsome. I aspire to be a little rainbow too. Remarkably, even with the mask, his charm is undeniable. While staff members whispered among themselves, the two mentors acquainted with Ling Yu reacted differently. This kid, he doesn't even inform me when we share the same variety show. Indeed, Ling Yu is a junior of mine. How did he end up here? Hu Limin and Yuan Chenxi were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ling Yu, aware of his desire to remain low profile. This was merely Ling Yu's own sentiment. Hu Limin and Yuan Chenxi perceived his reticence as shyness. After all, the financial benefits of being in the spotlight versus behind the scenes are vastly different. Ling Yu, with his immense talent and commendable image, is destined to step into the limelight. He's just yet to reveal his identity. Hello, everyone in front of the screen, and esteemed mentors. I am Ling Yu, clad in casual attire, the same he wore upon arrival. He gave a slight bow while introducing himself. The song I will perform for you is Sunny Day, and I hope you enjoy it. He seated himself at the electric piano prepared by the production team, showcasing his prowess as a student from a prestigious music academy. As the piano began to play, a refreshing and natural melody filled the air. Unlike rice fragrance, Sunny Day required attentive listening to fully appreciate its essence. Yet, as the lyrics unfolded, the audience was swiftly enveloped in a musical reverie. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year of my birth, the childhood swings swaying through memories until now. As the initial verses concluded, the audience became immersed in the romantic emotions conveyed by the music. A lively tempo followed, evoking feelings of past loss. On that windy day, I tried to hold your hand, but alas, the rain fell so heavily that I could no longer see you. The four mentors were perplexed. Upon hearing the song's title, they had anticipated a soothing melody. Why was a song titled Sunny Day accompanied by lyrics about rain? Hu Limin found the song pleasing. yet it diverged entirely from his expectations. In stark contrast, Xiao Kexin believed that the title does not define the song. The lyrics, simple yet profound, resonate deeply. He has experienced the rain, he remarked. Yuan Chenxi's comment made the other mentors realize the implication. No wonder. Yuan Chenxi was aware that Ling Yu had pursued a girl for 4 years without success, suggesting that this song was born from his own experiences. Oh, that rain must have been quite heavy back then. Don't worry. From now on, we little rainbows will hold an umbrella for you. Some of Ling Yu's staff and fans couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy. At long last, another day of love has arrived. Yet it seems that, in the end, you still bid farewell. The piano melody ceased, and Ling Yu rose from his seat. At this moment, Ling Yu could only perform a segment. The complete version would require him to pass the preliminary round, allowing him to sing during the first competition. Thank you for the splendid performance, rain after rain. The host took the stage, leading the applause. May I inquire what the 4 mentors think of this performance? Will they raise their approval cards? 3, 2, 1. Please lift your cards. After the host completed the procedure, the 4 mentors raised their chosen cards. 4 votes in approval. Congratulations, rain after rain. A wave of applause erupted, and Ling Yu received unanimous approval. Now, let us invite Rain After Rain to return backstage while we continue with our stage. Please welcome our next contestant. As Ling Yu descended the stage under the teasing gazes of Li Min and Yuan Chenxi, he made his way to the backstage area. The camera followed him closely as he returned to the waiting room, which was now bustling with people. Although many who had participated in the auditions had already departed, a dozen or so spectators remained to watch the live event. Since the afternoon when he began waiting to perform, Ling Yu had signed no fewer than 20 autographs. Congratulations! Upon seeing Ling Yu enter, everyone in the waiting room stood and applauded. Though it was Ling Yu's first appearance on a variety show, he understood the importance of putting on a show. Thank you all. Thank you. Ling Yu placed his hands together at his chest, expressing his gratitude to the crowd. The audition recording was distinct from the regular filming. Once he stepped off the stage, the recording had concluded. However, Ling Yu was somewhat special, as the director specifically requested to capture the moment of his bow in appreciation. Without lingering, Ling Yu exchanged a few pleasantries in the waiting room before departing. The first episode of Little Singer-Songwriter only edited the stage performances, leaving the rest unedited. Stepping out of the studio, Ling Yu found Lu Shuping's car and, upon entering, headed towards Xiao Kexin's residence. Inside the car, Ling Yu sent a message to Li Min and Yuan Chenxi, suggesting they gather when time permits. This should not be perceived as bribery, as it was Ling Yu, not Rain After Rain, who was in contact with them. Click! Lu Shuping opened the door to Xiao Kexin's home, and together with Ling Yu, they entered. It was now past 6 in the evening, and Ling Ling had already eaten, sitting in a children's chair. Daddy. Chapter 34. A True Fan. Oh, Daddy misses Ling Ling so much. Ling Yu had been busy with car and housing issues and making music, thus he had not visited Xiao Kexin's home in several days. Ling Ling misses Daddy too. Ling Ling had outgrown her tendency to cry at the slightest provocation, yet as she ate, her mouth was smeared with oil. She playfully rubbed her greasy face against Ling Yu's, as if deliberately punishing him for not being there these past few days. Ha! Now Daddy's face is all oily. Ling Yu, unperturbed, shared a hearty laugh with Ling Ling. After dining at Xiao Kexin's home and returning to his apartment to pack his belongings, Ling Yu was escorted into the group by Lu Shuping. In the coming days, Ling Yu would engage in the routine filming of Little Singer-Songwriter. The recordings would focus on the second episode, capturing the process of creating audition pieces in the first competition. Arriving at the variety show set, the staff guided Ling Yu to his room. The room was bright, a suite fully furnished with all necessary appliances, including a small refrigerator. On the table lay promotional milk, and aside from the omnipresent cameras, Ling Yu found nothing amiss. He had already instructed Lu Shuping not to include any footage of his face. After deliberation, the production team acquiesced, as it concerned another's privacy and would enhance the show's appeal. Might I inquire about the thoughts of the rain god during the creation of this song? In Ling Yu's personal chamber, he conversed with director Jing while tidying up. This was a customary process for reality shows. Please, do not address me in such a manner. Ling Yu donned a new mask, now sporting a half mask of breathable white stripes on a blue background. I was feeling rather troubled. Ling Yu feigned distress, stroking his chin. In truth, I too have endured a deeply impactful romantic experience, yet ultimately ended in failure. As he spoke, Ling Yu's demeanor soured. Shaking his head, he turned once more to the camera. At this juncture, my unrequited affection and heartfelt joy must draw to a close. Finally, a smile graced Ling Yu's face. After the heavy rain, the rainbow is revealed. Failure is inconsequential. What matters most is to harbor no regrets. He quoted, "Without enduring the bitter cold, how can one appreciate the fragrance of the plum blossoms?" After reciting a line of verse, Ling Yu resumed his tasks, for he was to remain there for several days. Director Jing was taken aback by Ling Yu's words, particularly the final line of poetry. "Why, have you turned to poetry in your speech?" he remarked. "Rain God, could you recite that poem in its entirety?" Unfamiliar with the verse, Director Jing urged Ling Yu to repeat it. Without turning back, Ling Yu complied. The burdens of life are distanced from the essence, tightly grasping the rope for a performance. Without enduring the bitter cold, how can one appreciate the fragrance of the plum blossoms? Director Jing inquired, "What is the title of that poem?" "It is from Shang Tang Kai-Shi's song," Ling Yu replied. Having accomplished his objective, Director Jing stepped aside to search for it on his phone. Alas, why is it not found? After fruitlessly searching for some time, he gave up, reasoning that the subtitles were not his concern and allowed them to continue their work. During these days, apart from the discomfort of being under constant surveillance, Ling Yu felt he was nearly wasting away. Aside from recording songs in the studio, he engaged in discussions about stage performance details with the production team. He dared not create Blue Star-esque music under the cameras, and could only surreptitiously update the chapters of the legend of Sword and Fairy in the restroom. He had to feign diligence on camera, yet the corners of his mouth lifted more than they had before his arrival. "Mingo, long time no see." During this time, the four mentors of Little Singer-Songwriter had come to inspect. When Hu Limin visited Ling Yu, he immediately began to scold him. "You rascal. Why did you not give me a heads up before joining the program? Trying to distance yourself? Are we? You know I detest being in the spotlight." This time, it was unavoidable. Ling Yu had only discovered Hu Limin and Yuan Chenxi's involvement upon reviewing the program outline included with his contract. Leaning in close to Hu Limin, Ling Yu whispered, "You understand, right? Our friendship demands your loyalty." Before Ling Yu could finish his sentence, Hu Limin pushed him aside with a serious expression, exclaiming, "Away with you. I am the embodiment of justice. How could I possibly engage in such acts?" At that moment, the camera was focused on the two of them, and Ling Yu understood that they were merely playing to the audience. What disaster! Ling Yu spread his hands wide, feigning a look of despair. You're on your own." With that, Hu Limin departed. When Yuan Chun, she came to check on the contestants, she greeted Ling Yu, though her demeanor lacked the warmth displayed by Hu Limin. Soon, the first competition commenced, set to be broadcast live, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. Welcome to the live broadcast of the first round of the show Little Songwriter on Blueberry Channel. I am your host. As the competition began, the stage was far more splendidly adorned than during the preliminary selections, with dazzling lights illuminating the venue, where invited guests filled every seat. Inside the contestants' room, 32 participants awaited their turn, as today's competition would determine the 16 finalists. "Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaohan, also a member of Little Rainbow." A young woman beside Ling Yu greeted him. Like many other contestants, Zhang Xiaohan was dressed in her own attire, her makeup a reflection of her personal style. Clad in a light yellow dress and with a touch of makeup, she radiated youthful charm. "Thank you." Ling Yu assumed it was merely a polite exchange and didn't elaborate further. "Could we take a picture together after the competition?" Zhang Xiaohan continued conversing, her smile blossoming. "Of course," Ling Yu replied. Hearing Ling Yu's affirmative response filled Zhang Xiaohan with joy. She was indeed a fan of his and the leader of a group within Little Rainbow. The group had grown exponentially, with numerous chat groups emerging. Zhang Xiaohan was among the earliest fans to be enchanted by Ling Yu, and this encounter felt serendipitous. The competition proceeded smoothly, with the format for the first episode being relatively straightforward. Voting would be conducted by 4 mentors, allowing contestants to select their mentors rather than relying solely on public votes, which could compromise fairness given the 32 participants. Thus, for this initial episode, the production team decided to let the mentors make the decisions. Zhang Xiaohan was called to prepare backstage, and the staff reminded the contestants, "You can do it." Ling Yu encouraged her as she prepared to take the stage. Zhang Xiaohan turned around, her eyes wide and her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Okay, I will do my best," she replied, before following the staff out of the contestants' room. It appeared she truly was a fan of mine, Ling Yu realized, and he hoped for her success in the first round. The contestants' room featured a large screen, and Ling Yu attentively observed Zhang Xiaohan's performance on stage. Chapter 35. He stood again, though Zhang Xiaohan seemed timid in front of Ling Yu. Once on stage, she exuded confidence as she grasped the microphone. She chose a lyrical song, her voice crystal clear and resonant, showcasing remarkable technique and powerful projection. Complemented by her youthful vigor, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause following her performance. During the voting segment, for mentors, except for Xie Ilian, extended invitations to her. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xiaohan ultimately chose the talented Yuan Chenxi, who excels in both singing and dancing. When prompted by the host, Zhang Xiaohan expressed her desire for Yuan Chenxi to guide her in dance. Recognizing that Yuan has consistently ranked among the top 10 at the Imperial Capital Dance Academy and has become one of her favorite stars, aside from her experience in the rain. Congratulations to Zhang Xiaohan for joining Yuan Chenxi's team. Following their embrace on the big screen, the host took the stage to continue the live broadcast. Next, let us welcome the upcoming contestant, Qi Fan. In the contestant room, a man dressed in an exquisite tailored suit with a made-up face stood up in the center of the front row. Qi Fan, Qi Fan. The audience erupted in excitement, seemingly enamored with this popular figure. "Ugh, what a diva!" exclaimed a bespectacled man beside Ling Yu, evidently harboring strong disapproval of Qi Fan. Intrigued by the man's reaction, Ling Yu inquired, "What is your take on this, buddy? This guy is an artist from Yaomong Entertainment, and he has been in the industry for a while. I see him as merely gilding himself through this show, being a junior to Tian Yinni," the bespectacled man whispered to Ling Yu, his voice barely above a murmur. Ling Yu nodded in understanding, already aware of these matters. In Blue Star, even characters from the second dimension could achieve fame, let alone a charming young man like him. "Rain God, you should be cautious. This fellow may be your competitor in this contest." Although initially reticent, the bespectacled man now spoke with confidence. "No worries," Ling Yu replied, feeling no pressure, certain that defeat was out of the question. After conversing with the bespectacled man, who introduced himself as Miao Jiawei, Qi Fan's musical performance commenced. Qi Fan, set sail." The majority of the audience erupted with fervor, passionately cheering for Qi Fan. His stage presence was commendable, and the chosen music style showcased both singing and dancing, demonstrating his thorough preparation. As the final shot captured Qi Fan winking, the audience responded with thunderous applause. "Unbelievable. The first performance stage already features a dance troupe. He must have some connections," Miao Jiawei remarked enviously after watching. The veteran diva, Tian Yinni, was the first to comment. "Qi Fan, your fundamentals are outstanding. Your breath control throughout the singing and dancing was remarkably steady. You must practice diligently." After her remarks, she exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Fan, who instantly comprehended. "Indeed, besides fulfilling my schedule, I spend nearly all my time in the practice room, averaging over 8 hours of practice a day." Coupled with the sweat glistening from his recent performance, Qi Fan delivered an emotionally charged rendition in the eyes of the audience. At this moment, due to Qi Fan's performance, the livestream audience had surged to over 600,000 viewers. The comment section was flooded with remarks about Qi Fan, most expressing sympathy for his hard work. "He is working so hard. My brother looks so handsome while sweating. Please don't tire yourself too much." Suddenly, a comment caught attention. "Hey, why is someone wearing a mask? Wait, how is it that the one who got rained on is here?" The platform commenced its live stream, drawing an increasing number of viewers into the broadcast room, where many noticed a peculiar figure donning a mask. Among the live audience were numerous fans of Chi Fan, whose cheers resonated vibrantly. Remarkable. I hold great admiration for your relentless pursuit of dreams as a newcomer. I too have traversed a similar path. Keep pushing forward. After Chi Fan's speech, Xie Ilian offered words of encouragement. Next up was Hu Limin. The piece is quite cohesive, and your stage presence is commendable. What do you think, Chenxi? Although Hu Limin verbally praised Chi Fan, he felt somewhat dissatisfied internally and decided to pose a challenge to the only mentor among the four who excelled in both singing and dancing, Yuan Chenxi. The dance has commendable tension. However, further diligence in your vocal performance is necessary. The interjections felt overly contrived, and excessive interaction detracted from the overall fluidity of your piece. It remains above passing grade, Yuan Chenxi stated candidly. In the end, Chi Fan received votes from Xie Ilian and Tianyi, ultimately choosing Tianyi. As the time transitioned from afternoon to 7 o'clock in the evening, the competition continued unabated. To all the viewers in the live stream, and those present to cheer on, the next contestant would be the final participant of this competition. The host, with an exuberant voice, seemed eager to conclude the event. He has been through the rain. After a brief pause, the host introduced with the loudest voice of the evening. He has truly endured the rain. After the rain comes the rainbow. Let's cheer for the rain god. Ling Yu prepared in the backstage, feeling somewhat unwell despite Sunny Day being a solo performance. Oh no, I've taken someone else's spotlight. Ling Yu could hear the thunderous shouts from the audience resonating within the venue. Taking the microphone, Ling Yu slowly ascended the stage. The lights had dimmed considerably, with only a few scattered audience members spotting him at the center of the stage, erupting into cheers. As the piano melody began, the lights gradually illuminated the stage in harmony with the music. The previously silent venue transformed as the audience, upon spotting the masked figure, could no longer contain their excitement. The cacophony of exuberant cheers surpassed the earlier synchronized encouragement for Chi Fan. Ling Yu raised his hand slightly, as if to convey, "You are all too loud." Observing this, the audience gradually settled down, awaiting Ling Yu's performance. In the live stream, the online viewer count surpassed 800,000 and continued to rise. He is here. He is back on the show. Has he officially debuted? I will support him wholeheartedly. Seeing Ling Yu standing there, drenched in the rain, deepened their affection for him. In stark contrast to the tranquil atmosphere, comments and bullet screens in a live stream surged wildly. Ling Yu's stage was simplistic, adorned only with flowing lights and floral patterns, while the large screen displayed only the lyrics. Ling Yu was uncertain why there were so many fans in attendance. The audience area sparkled with supportive light boards dedicated to him. As the music commenced, the audience swayed gently, waving their supportive items in rhythm. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year it was born. The childhood sways in memory, continuing to this day. In Chapter 36, Ling Yu takes the stage for the second time, delivering a stable performance of the lyrics, his magnetic voice resonating throughout the venue. The four mentors have already listened to Ling Yu sing Sunny Day for the second time, yet they still feel ripples of admiration within. Ling Yu's vocal prowess is indeed remarkable. Regardless of the song's style, he infuses it with his unique touch. Hu Limin, who is familiar with Ling Yu, often follows his short videos and finds that Ling Yu's renditions always captivate the audience. Yuan Chenxi is witnessing Ling Yu's live performance for the first time and is utterly astonished. How can he execute perfect pitch variations even when his enunciation is unclear, and sway gracefully before hitting the high notes? Impressive. Yuan Chenxi does not have a background in music and often relies on vocal support during live renditions. Sometimes, the difficulty of certain songs leads to frequent mistakes. Currently, she is diligently honing her vocal skills and holds deep admiration for those with exceptional singing talent. As Ling Yu reaches the onomatopoeic segment of Sunny Day, Xie Ilian is left speechless. After over a decade of studying lyrics, he never considered using onomatopoeia as lyrics. Truly, he is the most popular music creator online, excelling in both singing and composition. Tianyi also offers high praise. Can onomatopoeia really serve as lyrics? Every time I listen to music soaked in rain, memories flood back. Why did I only learn about the rainy performance now? Why didn't he mention it? Does he not regard us as friends? Comments in the live broadcast flood the screen once more, with the online viewer count surpassing 1 million. The audience is enchanted by Ling Yu's singing, their emotions, and the atmosphere merging into the essence of the performance. On the day I skipped class, the day the flowers fell, in that classroom, why can't I see the vanished rainy day? Oh, how I long to feel the rain once more. As Ling Yu's performance approaches its climax, some audience members can no longer hold back their tears, their emotional response is captured by the camera. The live comments become a chaotic tapestry. Back then it was truly joyful. We promised to never part, yet somehow we drifted apart. Why? Why didn't I chase after it back then? When Yuan Chenxi inquired about Ling Yu's contact information earlier, she learned that he had squandered 4 years of youth, affirming that he must still carry that burden. Surely, he was heartbroken on that last day. In the Xiao Kexin household, Ling is watching Ling Yu on the television screen, while Xiao Kexin sits on the sofa, embracing a cushion, also engrossed in Ling Yu's live performance. He must find it hard to forget. After all, for years is a long time. I want to ask once more, will you wait or will you leave? As Ling Yu's performance nears its conclusion, he raises his hand, swaying with the audience. It's not easy to love for just one more day, yet at the end of the story, you seem to say goodbye. With a word by sung only once, Ling Yu substitutes the unvoiced word with a gesture, a smile gracing his face. So beautiful. Daddy, your song is simply wonderful. This was Ling's first time witnessing Ling Yu perform on stage. With Min Jie's assistance, she had seen quite a bit of Xiao Kexin's stage performances. The little one was utterly captivated, bouncing around in front of the television, cheering for Ling Yu. Upon seeing Ling Yu's final wave, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiao Kexin's eyes. We are immensely grateful to Ling Yu for delivering such a splendid performance after the rain. Once Ling Yu's performance concluded, the host took the stage, noticeably lighter on his feet. As this was the final show, may I inquire what emotions inspired you to compose this song? The host posed the customary question. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yu replied, relief. No wonder this piece of music could instantly evoke memories of our youthful days. Many in the audience were moved to tears. The host playfully panned the camera to those still dabbing their eyes. I barely touched my pig-ass trotter rice, for it was too salty. I've lost count of how many times I've empathized with opposed music. You owe me my tears. After the rain, the sun shines, and the rainbow appears. Witnessing the tear-streaked faces of the audience on camera, viewers in the live stream couldn't help but share their grievances. Ling Yu glanced at the large screen and indeed saw many weeping spectators. He grasped the microphone and said, I apologize, but my next song will surely bring smiles to everyone's faces. The host, taken aback by Ling Yu's confidence, responded with surprise. It seems Ling Yu has great faith in his work. Let us hear the evaluations from our 4 mentors. As soon as the host finished speaking, Xia Ilian immediately stood up. May I ask, why did you incorporate onomatopoeic words into your lyrics? The other 3 mentors appeared somewhat perplexed, having not anticipated Xia Ilian's fervor. Ling Yu was also surprised. Was she challenging him? He boldly defended himself, stating it was merely to enhance the word count. At that moment, Xia Ilian seemed bewildered. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Xia Ilian spoke again. My goodness. After years of studying lyrics, how did I not think of your approach? Are you a genius? No one believed Ling Yu was speaking the truth, nor did they think he needed to pad his words, for his works had always been exquisite. The audience burst into laughter at their exchange. I thought there was some profound reasoning behind it when I first listened. You mean to say it was just to add words? My rain god is indeed a genius. Even lyrics meant to pad out the count are so perfect. Incredible. One would never suspect that onomatopoeic section was anything but flawless. Truly, Ling Yu is remarkable. In contrast to the subtlety of the live audience, comments in the live stream erupted. This contestant should join my team. Teach me how to pad my lyrics. Hu Limin joked from the side. Yuan Chenxi also raised her hand, signaling, I want to learn too. Please join my team. Ling Yu remained remarkably humble. Now, let us invite our 4 mentors to cast their votes. The host, noticing the delightful atmosphere, felt compelled to step forward. Unsurprisingly, All four mentors raised their signs, and the venue erupted in thunderous applause. The host paused to applaud before swiftly continuing the process, asking, "Now it's Ling Yu's turn to make a choice. Whom will you select?" Ling Yu feigned a look of distress, hesitating for a moment before extending his hand towards the direction of the mentor's seat. "I choose Mentor Yuan Chensi." Upon witnessing Ling Yu's choice, Yuan Chensi covered her mouth in disbelief. Although she was the mentor, she felt a surge of excitement that surpassed that of the contestants. The audience erupted into applause once more, expressing their support for Ling Yu's decision. The host, contemplating the imminent end of the event, decided to pose another question. "Why did you choose Mentor Yuan Chensi?" Ling Yu recalled a famous saying, "I too wish to dance." In that brief moment of responding to the host's inquiry, Ling Yu had already contemplated his next song selection. He glanced at the fans below who were cheering him on. Since they called themselves Little Rainbows, he decided that his next performance would be Rainbow. Moreover, he intended to sing not the version by Jay Cho, but rather a lively rendition by a certain boy band. Choosing Yuan Chensi was a strategic move for him to seek her guidance on professional matters, such as incorporating dance moves into his upcoming song. Ling Yu planned to request the production team to find a dance troupe for accompaniment, allowing him to join in the group choreography, considering the lyrical portion was rather extensive. Have we grown distant? Ling Yu pondered as he returned to his room to pack his belongings, intending to head home that very night. Suddenly, a voice startled him from behind. Hu Limin had stealthily approached, his expression one of desolation. Ling Yu set down the clothing he was folding and asked, "Brother Min, I will be singing and dancing in the next performance. Can you assist me?" Upon hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Hu Limin, still feeling aggrieved, replied with a heavy heart, "Is it not enough that I find you the best instructor? Why did you not choose me?" Unable to bear it any longer, Ling Yu playfully swatted at Hu Limin with a piece of clothing, urging, "Stop it. Shall we go grab a bite? I need to fly back to the capital soon. Just remember that for now." Hu Limin, still sulking, puffed up and walked away. After finishing his packing, Lu Shuping had been waiting outside for Ling Yu for quite some time. "Let us go home, sister," Ling Yu exclaimed. He had not seen Ling and Xiao Kexin for days. With cameras everywhere, he dared not speak loudly, let alone make a video call. "Goodbye." Lu Shuping drove Ling Yu back to his apartment. The storm had just passed, and Ling Yu stood by the roadside, feeling disheveled. I want to go to Xiao Kexin's house. How did I end up back here?" Throughout the drive, Lu Shuping had not uttered a single word, engrossed in her phone. Ling Yu assumed she was busy and refrained from interrupting her. In truth, after watching Ling Yu's first performance in its entirety, Lu Shuping had reverted to her initial disdainful attitude towards him. What a desperate admirer. He even wrote a song in remembrance. "I absolutely cannot allow you to pursue our Kexin." After placing his belongings back in the apartment and having a meal delivered, Ling Yu sent a message to Yuan Chensi. "Mentor, I need to perform a singing and dancing piece next. I will finalize the song as soon as possible, and I hope you can assist me." Yuan Chensi responded affirmatively, expressing her anticipation for Ling Yu's next work. Unexpectedly, she discovered that her junior could also sing and dance. Was he a versatile musician? Contrary to Ling Yu's expectations, even before the song was complete, Yuan Chensi was already contemplating how to choreograph an elaborate dance for him. Tomorrow, October 18th, was a momentous day for Ling Yu. The following afternoon, Ling Yu set out to visit Zhang Dafu to collect his custom-made golden jewelry. "Mummy, is Daddy not here yet?" In a corner of a restaurant within Disney, Ling, Xiao Kexin, and Lu Shuping were gathered. Xiao Kexin handed Ling a French fry drenched in ketchup, saying, "Daddy is still busy. He will be here soon. Let us have something to eat first." Ling felt a twinge of disappointment. That morning, her mother and great-aunt had brought her to Disney for a day of fun. She was delighted and had not forgotten to ask whether Ling Yu would come. Upon hearing Xiao Kexin's affirmative response, her spirits lifted even further. Lu Shuping and Xiao Kexin took turns accompanying Ling on various amusement rides. By nearly 2 o'clock, the three of them finally arrived at the restaurant to dine. Ling nibbled on her fries while keeping a watchful eye on the entrance, eager to see if Ling Yu had arrived. Daddy, over here." At the restaurant's entrance, a man wearing a cap walked in. Instantly, Ling recognized him as Ling Yu and began to jump around, calling out to capture his attention. Daddy has missed you so much." Upon seeing Ling and the others, Ling Yu hurried over and scooped her up, showering her with affection. Having not seen her for several days, "Ling, you and Daddy will play here. Mummy felt unwell and has gone home with your great-aunt." After finishing their meal, Xiao Kexin bid farewell to Ling. Ling was reluctant to leave, wishing to stay at Disney longer, but upon hearing Xiao Kexin mention feeling unwell, she became concerned. "Then let us go home together." Lu Shuping reassured Ling as she carried the little one in Ling Yu's arms. "It's all right. Ling can keep playing. Mummy is being taken care of by your great-aunt." With a heavy heart, Ling watched as Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping departed, but not long after. She was joyfully exploring Disney with Ling Yu once more. As evening approached, Ling Yu cradled the already slumbering Ling as he returned to Xiao Kexin's doorstep. Ling Yu softly called out, rousing the sleeping child. In a moment, her eyelids fluttered open, still drowsy. A gentle knocking echoed on Xiao Kexin's door. Ling Yu set Ling down, and soon the door swung open. Standing on either side were Sister Min and Lu Shuping. The corridor from the entrance to the hall, as well as the walls, were adorned with colorful balloons and fairy lights. The floor was arranged with candles, leading to Xiao Kexin, who held a cake. Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping had returned home early to prepare a surprise for Ling. "Happy birthday to you." Ling Yu, along with Lu Shuping and Sister Min at the door, sang the birthday song. Wow! Ling gazed at the scene before her, utterly astonished. She understood that a birthday signified the day of one's birth. However, she was unaware of the deeper significance of celebration. She simply sensed the joy radiating from the adults as they sang for her. "Happy birthday to you." Ling mimicked the adults, clapping her hands and singing, her small face beaming with delight, her innocence shining through as she swayed her head and body. "Happy birthday to Ling. Happy birthday to you." After the song concluded, Ling remained exuberant. Ling Yu gently nudged her back, encouraging her to enter, while Xiao Kexin crouched down with the cake, waiting for Ling to blow out the candles. "You must make a wish first," Xiao Kexin reminded her. The little one seems to understand, clasping her hands together, closing her eyes, and silently murmuring. Although the cake only had 3 candles, Ling couldn't extinguish them on her own. It was only with the assistance of Xiao Kexin that she managed to blow them out. "Happy birthday, Ling." Ling Yu, out of nowhere, produced a golden crown and placed it atop Ling's head. The crown, a splendid piece, was not merely a flat, thin design, but rather a substantial and 3-dimensional creation. Ling, upon removing the crown, giggled with evident delight. With a pop, Sister Min and Lu Shuping brought out small party poppers. "Ha ha!" Ling, with the crown back on her head, danced joyfully amidst the fluttering confetti, radiating happiness. Sister Min was astonished by the gift from Ling Yu. "Wow, Ling looks so beautiful today. Truly impressive." Gifting a child a crown, especially one of gold. A silver one would suffice as well. "Dear brother." Ling is transformed into a little princess. Lu Shuping also expressed her surprise. Everyone gathered around the dining table, where Xiao Kexin and Ling together made the first cut into the cake, with Xiao Kexin dividing the pieces thereafter. Ling was the first to indulge. After the cake was appropriately portioned, Xiao Kexin noticed that Ling Yu had vanished. Just a few minutes after she sat down to enjoy her cake, Ling Yu returned, cradling a crown that mirrored the one he had gifted Ling, albeit significantly larger. "This is for Mommy, come." In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ling Yu approached Xiao Kexin. "Thank you, Kexin, for bringing this little treasure, Ling. You have worked hard." Without regard for Xiao Kexin's willingness, he placed the crown upon her head. Seeing her mother adorned with the crown gifted by Ling Yu, Ling clapped her hands. "Mommy is so beautiful." Lu Shuping and Sister Min couldn't help but applaud as well. "This boy is quite remarkable." Xiao Kexin, coming to her senses, suddenly burst into tears. Everyone believed that Xiao Kexin had given birth to Ling solely to cure Lu Shuping's illness. Yet, Xiao Kexin herself knew the truth. She truly loved Ling. Xiao Kexin had always aimed to be a good mother, inspired by her own mother, but work had brought her numerous challenges. She had lived cautiously, never daring to take Ling out. When Ling cried for her father, Xiao Kexin, as a mother, felt utterly powerless. She had thought she could manage as a single mother. Yet reality proved harsh. Xiao Kexin was unaware of many things, relying heavily on Sister Min and Aunt Lu Shuping for support. Prior to Lingling's birth, she had been just a girl, having never even experienced romance. It was only with Ling Yu's arrival that Xiao Kexin realized his sense of responsibility. He would unwaveringly commit to anything concerning Lingling. Xiao Kexin admired Ling Yu, whose understanding of music even surpassed her own. Gradually, she began to discover her feelings for this man who was 4 years her junior. However, she hesitated to express her emotions, believing that everything Ling Yu did was for Lingling's sake. Receiving Ling Yu's gift brought her immense joy. His words of appreciation struck a chord within her, rendering her unable to contain her emotions. "Mommy, don't cry. Eat cake." Upon witnessing Xiao Kexin in tears, Lingling promptly extended the fork, adorned with cake, towards her. Lu Shuping and Sister Min also approached to offer comfort, while Ling Yu stood by, perplexed. Xiao Kexin's tears were not born of sorrow, but rather a sudden surge of emotions that soon subsided. Lingling's little hand remained outstretched, and Xiao Kexin took a bite, exclaiming, "So sweet." Just moments ago, she was like a flower drenched in rain. Now, she radiated joy like a blooming blossom. This enchanting scene left Ling Yu utterly mesmerized. Lu Shuping and Sister Min headed to the kitchen, intending to serve the meal they had meticulously prepared, while Ling Yu rose to assist. As he passed by Xiao Kexin, he heard a soft thank you. Ling Yu responded, "Keep it up." The feast was splendid, and the atmosphere was filled with merriment. Lingling's 3rd birthday was indeed a joyous occasion. In a few days, Ling Yu would return to the set, yet for now, he planned to spend these days at Xiao Kexin's home. "Hello, is this Mr. Ling Yu?" Just as Ling Yu had lulled Lingling to sleep, he intended to seize the opportunity to deepen his bond with Xiao Kexin, hoping to win over this enchanting sister who was 4 years his senior, thereby enhancing the beauty of his life. However, just as he exited Lingling's room, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number. "This is..." "Greetings, I am Tang Jie, the general manager of Yaomong Entertainment." The caller introduced himself. Ling Yu, not wishing to engage in any disturbances at this time, was about to politely decline when Tang Jie's voice came through again. "I am calling to invite you to compose a song. I'm currently lacking inspiration. I apologize." Ling Yu replied, his refusal flowing forth without hesitation. "You are intruding on my joyful moments. Please leave. Perhaps we can collaborate another time, but I have matters to attend to." With that, he swiftly ended the call, executing the action with fluidity. The sound of disconnection echoed, leaving Tang Jie momentarily stunned. As his expression darkened, he slammed his phone onto the desk with a resounding thud. "So audacious are we?" "Very well." He redialed, this time reaching a contact labeled paparazzi. "Hello. Do you want information about the rain-soaked moments? Never relinquish the right to love you." After hanging up, Ling Yu took a seat beside Xiao Kexin, maintaining a distance of approximately 1.5 meters, akin to the distance between the beginning and end of a tale. Initially, he feigned a discussion about music to draw closer to her, subsequently revealing he had composed a new song and sought her opinion. Holding Lingling's toy guitar, he strummed and sang love, very simple. "What do you think?" Xiao Kexin, instead of her usual habit of engrossing herself in her phone, curled up on the sofa, avoiding Ling Yu's gaze, but remaining captivated by his melody. "It's quite lovely," she murmured, half of her face buried in her knees, her voice barely audible. "This song is for you, Kexin. I like you," Ling Yu professed, having prepared for this moment for quite some time. He was certain he had developed feelings for Xiao Kexin. After hearing Ling Yu's song, Xiao Kexin sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Typically, she did not exhibit coldness in Ling Yu's presence. At times, when he played with Lingling, she would subtly engage with her expressions. Ling Yu often caught glimpses of Xiao Kexin's upward curving smile and her crescent moon-like eyes that sparkled with joy. Yet, he could not ascertain whether Xiao Kexin harbored feelings for him. He could only conclude that she certainly did not dislike him. "Do you like me solely because of Lingling?" Xiao Kexin inquired, her gaze no longer evasive as it had been before. Ling Yu sensed the anticipation in her eyes and realized that the opportunity was significant. "It was through Lingling that I encountered you. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I was smitten Whether it was during my first day teaching Ling, twinkle, twinkle, little star in the serendipity of our meeting. Ling Yu finally disclosed everything, but he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Kexin. Wait a moment. You composed that song Twinkle. Twinkle just because you saw my satellite nickname and then taught it to Ling Ling? Xiao Kexin was taken aback, realizing that Ling Yu had planned this from the very beginning. Ling Yu nodded obediently. Indeed, it was her nickname Xiao Xin that had inspired him to recall the song. Xiao Kexin was momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her face in her knees once more. Gradually moving closer to Xiao Kexin, Ling Yu took out a golden rose necklace from his pocket. How remarkable! While others typically presented fresh flowers or diamond jewelry, Ling Yu managed to encompass both, albeit with different materials. The necklace he produced was not particularly extravagant, merely worth several thousand. Yet he had found it striking during his last visit to Zhangdafu and had seized the opportunity to purchase it. The twisted chain adorned with a gold rose pendant, slightly larger than a coin, gleamed with elegance. Although gold prices had soared before his journey, this world appeared untouched by such inflation. Moreover, Ling Yu felt that golden jewelry aptly represented the traditional craftsmanship of the Xia nation. He had never considered those transparent stones. Alas, Kexin, this is for you, Ling Yu said as he presented the necklace before her. As a celebrated diva, Xiao Kexin had been approached by numerous luxury brands. Yet, she did not disdain this modest gold chain, for it was a gift from Ling Yu. It is exquisite, she remarked, gathering her hair and tying into a ponytail. Would you only put it on? With her fair neck and high ponytail, Xiao Kexin resembled the heroine of a youthful literary tale. At 28, she managed her figure and complexion exceptionally well. Ling Yu was momentarily entranced, only regaining his senses when Xiao Kexin turned back, puzzled. Clumsily, he fumbled with the necklace's clasp, carefully adorning her with it. Does it look good? Xiao Kexin asked, letting her hair down and turning to showcase the necklace. Ling Yu scarcely noticed the necklace. His attention was wholly captivated by Xiao Kexin's ethereal beauty. At that moment, they stood close together, and he found himself mesmerized. So beautiful, he whispered. Xiao Kexin met his gaze, and an unspoken connection seemed to envelop them, reminiscent of a romantic drama. Their mutual allure drew them ever closer. Xiao Kexin had already closed her eyes, and Ling Yu was preparing to kiss her delicate lips when, snap, a sudden noise shattered the moment, causing Xiao Kexin to open her eyes wide. Upon realizing how close Ling Yu was, she swiftly turned her head and averted her gaze. Truly, it was exasperating. Ling Yu, realizing he had missed his opportunity, began to seek the source of the sound. He soon spotted Lu Shuping approaching from the entrance. Her gaze fixed on the two with a hint of suspicion. What you two up to? She inquired, noticing their close proximity. Although Lu Shuping regarded Ling Yu as a mere nuisance, she had no intention of obstructing the budding romance between him and Xiao Kexin. This moment could be seen as an unintentional twist of fate, delaying the inevitable blooming of flowers amidst the muck. Having just offered Ling Yu feedback on his new song, Xiao Kexin had composed herself, devising an excuse for their earlier behavior. Ling Yu felt a twinge of regret for having squandered such a splendid opportunity. Yet he understood that chances like this would only multiply in the future. Next week, the first episode of Little Songwriter will be recorded and aired. Starting tomorrow, you must cooperate with the promotional efforts for both the first and second episodes, Lu Shuping reminded him. The first competition of Little Songwriter had already been broadcast live, and the recorded segments had been edited. With the participants for the second episode confirmed, the production team was gearing up for the show's promotion. As one of the most popular music creators online, Ling Yu had to comply with the production team's arrangements. Feeling disheartened, Ling Yu followed Lu Shuping as they left Xiao Kexin's residence. Beep, beep. In the car, he received a message from Xiao Kexin, waiting for your return. How wonderful she is. Upon reading her message, a faint, somewhat embarrassed smile crept onto his face. What s with him? Daydreaming? Lu Shuping noted the change in Ling Yu's demeanor with disdain. The first episode's recorded content had yet to be aired, and Ling Yu's primary task consisted of taking some photos and videos. Let's hurry home. To your place. Ling Yu had worked late into the night, calling Lu Shuping in the morning to pick him up. Once in the car, he feared Lu Shuping would, as previously, take him directly to his apartment. prompting him to speak up. Trying to charm my Kexin, you little rascal. Lu Shuping instructed the driver to head home, her expression one of reluctance. Daddy, hug. Hearing the door open, Ling Yu's daughter, Ling, rushed over to him, eager for a hug after days apart. He lifted her high, noticing how much she had grown since their last meeting. Wow, my little darling seems to have grown taller. After their affectionate reunion, Ling Yu's gaze began to search for Xiao Kexin. Where did mommy go? Uncertain of her whereabouts, he inquired of Ling. After a moment of thought, she replied, she went to earn money. Alas, his fairy sister was not home, which explained Lu Shuping's decision to bring him over directly. During dinner, only Lu Shuping and Ling Yu shared the table. Delicious, Ling exclaimed after a bite of tomato, scrambled eggs. Today, Min Jie had taken leave after Lu Shuping and Ling Yu arrived, and Lu Shuping was not adept at cooking. Ling Yu prepared a few simple dishes with the ingredients from the fridge. To his surprise, he discovered that he could indeed cook, and his skills were commendable. This was the first time he had cooked for Ling, as Min Jie was usually present. Watching his daughter savor her meal brought Ling Yu immense joy. Upon returning to the apartment, he recorded a video. The beloved content creator is finally updated, but alas, there are no new songs this time. When will the rain god release an album? Upon seeing the update, I felt a flutter of anxiety, for I have yet to tire of the songs previously released. After midnight, it will be October 22nd, the day Hu Limin's new album is set to be unveiled, and undoubtedly, Ling Yu will lend a hand in promoting it. 3 days later, Ling Yu must also post a video to promote Little Singer, as requested by the production team. Amidst Ling Yu's busy schedule with his first venture into the rain, another tale of affection unfolds, creating quite a stir. I'm here. Tonight marks the premiere of Little Singer, and Ling Yu arrives at Xiao Kexin's home to watch it together with them. However, unlike her usual exuberance at the sound of the door, Ling remains eerily silent. Sister Min, where is Ling? Ling Yu inquires, perplexed, to Min, who opened the door. In Miss Kexin's room, she responds. After grasping the situation, Ling Yu heads over. Yet, as he approaches the door, he hears faint sobs. Mummy, don't cry. Peering through the gap of the door, Ling Yu sees Ling cradling Xiao Kexin, who sits on the bed. What happened? Are you two quarreling again? He knocks gently, but his growing concern prompts him to enter without receiving a reply. Ling Yu stands there, gazing at the two, momentarily at a loss, utterly unaware of the unfolding drama. Upon closer observation, he perceives that only Xiao Kexin is overwhelmed with emotion, while Ling merely offers comfort. Thankfully, it is not a scenario of mutual tears. What is wrong, Ling? With both women ignoring him, he decides to approach his daughter first. Ling turns to him, her small face etched with worry. Mummy was looking at her phone and then cried. Cried over looking at her phone? What happened? The situation becomes clear. It is merely Xiao Kexin who is sorrowful. Ling Yu sits down on the bed and softly inquires, Kexin, what is troubling you? Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, Xiao Kexin lifts her head, her tear-streaked face striking a chord in Ling Yu's heart. Wah, your friend killed Ling Yu, she exclaims, her sobs growing louder. Children are easily swayed by emotions, and Ling, too, succumbs to the wave of sadness, wailing, wah. At this moment, Ling Yu's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally shatters. Chapter 40. Always very quiet. Just over an hour after Ling Yu's recent update, Xiao Kexin has already finished reading the latest chapter and transformed into this state of distress. Truly astonishing. This is a disaster. Ling Yu had not anticipated that Xiao Kexin would be such an ardent admirer of Ling Yu from the legend of the Sword and Fairy. He can only attempt to soothe the two women before him, first embracing Ling and then pulling Xiao Kexin into the fold. In this first instance of simultaneously embracing the two women he cherishes most, Ling Yu finds no joy in the moment. What should I do? His mind races, contemplating how to console Xiao Kexin. Ling is merely swept up in the emotional tide. If Xiao Kexin can regain her composure, all will be well. As the three of them embrace, Ling Yu feels a profound helplessness, on the verge of tears himself. Suddenly, a song comes to his mind. In the television series The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, there exists a song dedicated to Ling Yu, titled Always Very Quiet. Kexin, my friend urged me to compose a song for Ling Yu. Would you care to sing it? Ling Yu blurted out his thoughts, uncertain if this would soothe Xiao Kexin's emotions. Xiao Kexin looked up at Ling Yu in his embrace, her pitiful expression once again piercing his heart. She remained silent, her sobs less intense than before. Ling Yu believed that she might be intrigued and continued, "My friend, having previously engaged in similar endeavors, has asked me to assist in writing a song for Lin Yu. Allow me to sing it for you. For your love has always been serene, in exchange for the occasional concern you bestow. Though it is a film for three, I find myself nameless throughout." Ling Yu sang the chorus of "Always So Quiet" in his original voice. But before he could finish, Xiao Kexin let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ling, too, was swept up in emotion. Ling Yu stood there, utterly bewildered. On that day, Little Singer-Songwriter was airing, and Lu Shuping finally found a moment to herself. She had intended to sleep until noon, but the sound of sorrowful cries from Xiao Kexin's room pierced through the walls. What happened? She rushed to Xiao Kexin's room, only to find Ling Yu cradling both Xiao Kexin and Ling, both women weeping. Lu Shuping, perplexed by the scene, hastily pulled Ling Yu away to take his place. Min Jie, having heard the commotion, also arrived, standing at the doorway in utter confusion. Ling Yu stood aside, feeling the urge to cry himself. After a prolonged effort to console them, Lu Shuping finally managed to stabilize the situation. "Ling Yu, who is that? The one whose affection is like the wind, right? Summon him forth. I swear I will not let him off lightly for making my Kexin and Ling cry." Upon learning the details, Lu Shuping was furious. "He wants he come? I am certain of it." Ling Yu swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear towards Lu Shuping's wrath. He merely wanted to enhance the narrative of his work. He defended his friend, his voice barely audible. "Enhance? He has written someone to death and calls that enhancement?" Lu Shuping's anger intensified upon hearing Ling Yu's words. "Oh no, what if it becomes known that I am the one behind affection like the wind? I cannot reveal my identity. Absolutely not." Ling Yu felt as though he were walking on thin ice, resolving to erase any traces of affection like the wind at all costs, even if it meant crafting a new narrative. Little did he know, in a few days his identity would be unveiled to the public. If Lin Yu's demise could evoke sorrow in Xiao Kexin, what a vast readership. Noise! They are targeting me again. What? Lin Yu is dead? Dead? I am certain this wretched author must have some issues stemming from unrequited love, now harboring a disdain for women, killing off a female lead in a novel. I sensed something was amiss, and now it's clear, a knife awaits. Don't hold me back. This time, I must send a piece of local specialty to the author. In the capital, at the Hongshizi Reading Building, I gather, Ling Yu's account, "Affection Like the Wind," had infiltrated the comment section of Xianjian Qi Xiaozhuan, causing a stir in reality. At the entrance of the Hongshizi Reading Building in the capital, a multitude had gathered. The crowd was ablaze with fervor, chanting for the return of Lin Yu and demanding a change in the storyline. Even some extreme individuals shouted in fervor, demanding lives. They clutched variously sized gift boxes, the contents of which remained a mystery. The building's security, unaccustomed to such an uproar, found themselves in a situation more befitting an entertainment company. The scene was undeniably unsettling, resembling a quest for vengeance. A dozen security personnel, with great effort, managed to keep them at bay outside the entrance. Frustrated by their inability to enter the building, the crowd placed their gift boxes at the entrance, cursing as they departed. The remaining boxes, once taken away by the security, were opened to reveal an array of knives, kitchen knives, watermelon knives, folding knives, all types imaginable. Additionally, each box contained a card inscribed with the words, "Local Specialties." "Lily, this incident cannot escalate further. Swiftly contact the author to address this." At the Hongshizi Reading headquarters, editor Chen Lily was facing criticism from her superiors. The events that transpired on the first floor had reached the chairman of Hongshizi Reading. Upon investigation, it was determined that the chaos stemmed from the plot of Xianjian Qi Xiaozhuan, specifically the death of Lin Yu. The individuals involved were readers of Xianjian Qi Xiaozhuan, and the gift boxes bore stickers addressed to Love Rising with the Wind. "Indeed, I will urgently communicate with Mr. Ling," Chen Lily declared, exiting the office at the editor-in-chief's signal. Mr. Ling is truly capricious. Upon leaving the office, Chen Lili immediately dialed Ling Yu's number. At the parallel studio, Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin were engrossed in recording Always Very Quiet. The sudden ring of Ling Yu's phone prompted him to step out of the recording booth upon seeing the caller ID. Just that morning, he had been alerted to the significance of Xiao Kexin's situation, and now the attention surrounding Xian Jinqi Xiaozhuan was at an all-time high. Mr. Ling, our company received a call at noon regarding the incident at the Hong Shitsi reading building, Chen Lili informed Ling Yu. What a shocking exaggeration. Ling Yu was taken aback by the readers' organized protest, a cold sweat breaking out as panic surged through him. Luckily, his identity remained undisclosed. But it was imperative to quell the situation. I understand. I sincerely apologize. I will issue a statement this evening. There is no need for concern. After concluding the call with Chen Lili, Ling Yu returned to the recording booth to continue working with Xiao Kexin. Their efficiency was remarkable. Always Very Quiet was completed before 8 o'clock, primarily due to Ling Yu's fervent energy. Though Xiao Kexin expressed some dissatisfaction with certain parts, Ling Yu assured her that they could revise it later, and she did not contest him. Chapter 41. The Rise of Singing and Dancing. Ling Yu edited the audio of Always Very Quiet along with the scrolling lyrics into a video, publishing an article on the Love Rising with the Wind Weibo. Dear readers, please remain calm. The plot cannot be altered. I have asked my good friend to compose a song for Lin Yu, featuring the renowned diva Xiao Kexin as the vocalist, resulting in a truly enchanting musical piece. Thank you for your generous support. The narrative will become even more captivating, so stay tuned. The song was titled Always Very Quiet, and the accompanying video began with the title, followed by the credits. Lyrics and composition by Ling Yu, performed by Xiao Kexin. From the break of dawn, regardless of how the Lin Yu incident has unfolded, Love Comes with the Wind has remained silent. Not a single apology has been uttered. Instead, a trivial article was posted, leading to a flurry of comments in the section dedicated to Love Comes with the Wind. I have never encountered such a heartless author, who so callously decides to eliminate characters from their work. This has happened in both Zhu Xian and Xian Jin Qi Xiachuan. Do you possess no sense of conscience? It wouldn't hurt to revise a bit. It could even add a few more words. What a disgrace. You wretched author, do not harm others. Though Ling Yu may seem aloof, they have never broken the hearts of their fans. Unlike you, each time you face criticism, you seek their assistance. What a scoundrel. The collaboration between Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin produced such beautiful music. Dear author, please refrain from asking our rain god to write songs for you. You are unworthy. This time, Love Comes with the Wind sought Ling Yu again for a song, yet the reception was markedly different from before. Opinions among netizens were mixed, and the outcome was less than satisfactory. Nevertheless, Ling Yu remained undaunted, as this was merely the beginning. Much more excitement lay ahead. Returning to Xiao Kexin's residence, the little singer-songwriter had already commenced broadcasting for some time. The first episode merely showcased the audition scene, with Ling Yu appearing sparingly. Yet he stood out distinctly amidst the crowd, donning a mask. Ling eagerly awaited on the sofa, cheering excitedly whenever Ling Yu appeared on screen. Even when Ling Yu returned to sit beside her, she continued her exuberant calls. I'll be back soon. You must be good. After watching the first episode of The Little Singer-Songwriter, Ling Yu prepared to return to his apartment. He was set to join the crew for the third episode's filming the following day, focusing primarily on creation and practice routines. Ling Yu now seemed akin to a child, reluctant to part from Ling and the enchanting Xiao Kexin. You must be good too, Dad. Ling awaited her father's return, gently caressing Ling Yu's head to soothe him. Ling, what shall we do without your dad? Witnessing his daughter's heartfelt affection, Ling Yu felt on the verge of breaking down. This father-daughter duo has swapped roles. Xiao Kexin observed the interaction between Ling Yu and Ling, chuckling inwardly. Upon returning to his apartment and completing his shower early, Ling Yu intended to rest. Little did he expect Hu Limin to possess such remarkable prowess in singing traditional Chinese songs. Hu Limin was indeed fortunate to have Ling Yu compose for him. Brother Min's skills were truly commendable. The rain god was incredible. The title track Moonlight featured a captivating complexity in its melodies. After the rain comes the rainbow. Go Rain God! A few days post the release of Ling Min's new album, Ling Yu had not paid much attention. Now, checking his phone for recent data, he noted the positive feedback in the comments. In merely 2 days, the sales of Ling Min's new album Moonlight had soared to nearly 90,000 copies. The album's honor evaluation period lasted for a month, and such figures were commendable for contemporary artists. While Ling Min's new album performed well, it paled in comparison to the music crafted by Ling Yu for Xiao Kexin's debut album. This parallel world, akin to the bygone Blue Star, had witnessed the decline of the record industry, transitioning entirely to digital albums. In the industry, albums are typically classified into various tiers based on sales, with each interval increasing exponentially. For instance, a gold record requires sales of 100,000 copies, while platinum record necessitates 500,000. An album that surpasses 1 million copies sold is honored as a diamond record, representing the pinnacle of contemporary accolades. In the bygone era of the entertainment industry, there existed an elite tier known as the Hall of Fame Diamond Record, which required an astonishing 3 million copies sold, a standard of honor that now seems unattainable. However, Xiao Kexin's eponymous album Encounter has achieved unprecedented sales figures since its release, setting a record for the swiftest album sales in today's music landscape. Within a single day, it crossed the threshold of 100,000 copies, and within 10 days, it reached 1 million. Upon the conclusion of the evaluation period, it was certified as a diamond record, boasting sales of over 1.8 million copies. Ling Yu felt that Ling Min's performance was somewhat underwhelming, considering that 2 of the songs had been borrowed from Blue Star. Thus, Ling Yu set up his phone, extinguished the lights, and aimed at the imperfectly round moon above, this time without a mask. The night gradually illuminated his silhouette. He sang a segment of the chorus from Ling Min's Moonlight, editing a video to obscure his facial features and shadows, and subsequently posted it on his Rain God account with a caption, "Brother Min's new album is a resounding success." The Rain God has updated and revealed his face. Wow, so handsome. Package Bao Zheng. Rain God is promoting Ling Min. His new album is already performing exceptionally well. If we amplify the buzz, it will truly explode. The Rain God, previously only showing his mouth, now sat in full view. After releasing the video, Ling Yu prepared to rest, feeling exhausted from the day's events. Rain God, are you ready to perform a dance routine this time? Upon arriving at the set, Ling Yu quickly transitioned into work mode. He engaged with the dance team in the rehearsal studio, familiarizing himself with the choreography for his entire musical piece. As he swayed in front of the mirrored wall, he exclaimed, "Wow, you can see that?" The director, taken aback by Ling Yu's comment, felt somewhat offended. "Do you have any dance experience?" He inquired further. Ling Yu admitted that his dance experience was virtually non-existent, necessitating a fresh start. Nevertheless, he possessed a natural rhythm and quickly grasped the movements. Stopping to glance at the camera, he remarked, "I'm impressively strong right now." With that, he approached the speakers and increased the volume slightly. At this moment, Ling Yu was solely focused on his practice, determined to debut with a captivating performance. The director chose not to dwell on the matter, as time was abundant. "Your junior is quite impressive." Yuan Chenxi, acting as the mentor, frequently monitored the progress of the team members' work. The dance studio's time allocation for the members was structured, making the mentors busier than the participants. Upon noticing Yuan Chenxi's entrance through the mirrored wall, Ling Yu paused the music and greeted, "Good day, mentor." He bowed deeply, displaying his politeness. Yuan Chenxi encountered Ling Yu once again, the second time since their days at the Municipal Music Academy. She distinctly remembered Ling Yu not being so peculiar. "Hello, Rain God." Yuan Chenxi, overwhelmed by such an extravagant greeting, felt a touch flustered. Ling Yu, with a countenance brimming with flattery, replied, "Just call me Xiao Yu. Please refrain from addressing me as Rain God." After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan Chenxi requested Ling Yu to play some music and demonstrate his dance moves in full. "Not bad, quite impressive. You must have been practicing for quite a while." Yuan Chenxi was unaware that Ling Yu had never danced before. Upon completing the routine with grace and precision, Yuan Chenxi assumed Ling You had prior experience. Am I truly that exceptional? Ling Yu was taken aback by Yuan Chenxi's praise. This is my first time dancing, so I have only been acquainted with it for a little over 2 hours, he candidly replied. Previously, his original self had dedicated nearly all his time to part-time jobs, leaving no room for the luxury of dance practice. Yuan Chenxi, astonished by Ling Yu's explanation, exclaimed, "What? With no dance experience, you managed to memorize and perform the routine proficiently in just over 2 hours? Is this the blessing of fate?" Having trained in dance for over a decade, she had never encountered anyone with such innate talent. Although Ling Yu's movements were few, the fact that he could execute a commendable performance in such a brief period was indeed astounding. I believe we can incorporate a few more dance moves. What do you think? Yuan Chenxi felt that Ling Yu's earlier routine was rather sparse and suggested adding more. Sure, Ling Yu thought. Recalling the moves his previous dance instructor had taught him, adding a few more would pose no problem. Yuan Chenxi summoned Ling Yu's dance instructor, and after a brief discussion, they decided to incorporate 2 segments, a group dance during the opening interlude and a solo performance for Ling Yu after the first chorus's interlude. Without consulting Ling Yu's opinion, Yuan Chenxi had him practice the group dance for the opening interlude, while the dance instructor began choreographing some segments for him. The following morning, Ling Yu awoke feeling utterly exhausted. He had practiced dancing until 6 in the evening the previous day, only relinquishing the dance studio to other students when he was finished. His initial excitement during the first practice made him oblivious to his own limitations, upholding the belief that a man should never utter the words, "I cannot." Ling Yu persevered through the entire 4-hour session without rest. Today, however, he felt utterly drained. He had not overexerted himself, merely swaying gently to the music, feeling the rhythm. As he practiced, the door to the dance studio swung open, and a young woman entered. "Hello, how's the practice going, Rain God?" It was Zhang Xiaohan, whom he had met during the first competition. She introduced herself as a member of the Rainbow Team, part of Yuan Chenxi's group. Ling Yu halted his practice and turned off the music, aware that they were recording a variety show that required capturing numerous scenes. He could not possibly ask others to leave, especially since Zhang Xiaohan was part of the Rainbow Team. "Oh dear, I'm so tired," Ling Yu exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor. Although the fatigue and soreness from yesterday's excessive practice had eased somewhat, he was still physically drained and mentally exhausted. A bottle of energy drink was offered to him by Zhang Xiaohan, who had brought it specifically for this moment. "Why don't you take a break?" Ling Yu turned his head to gaze at Zhang Xiaohan, who was squatting nearby. Today, she donned a sweat-absorbing and breathable outfit, exuding an air of confidence. Ling Yu rose and settled onto the floor, accepting a drink from her. "Thank you. What style is your work this time?" After taking a small sip to quench his thirst, Ling Yu inquired. Zhang Xiaohan, seated opposite him, fixed her admiring gaze on him. "I initially intended to sing and dance, but my lack of dance experience." Her expression gradually fell. The mentor arranged for 2 backup dancers to help me appreciate the significance of factors beyond singing on stage. "What? You can't dance because you're inexperienced? Neither can I. So why do I have to dance throughout the entire performance?" Ling Yu felt somewhat targeted, yet was at a loss. In truth, he had genuinely garnered the acknowledgement of the dance instructors from the program, and Yuan Chenxi believed he was entirely capable, contrary to his assumption of being treated differently. Compared to the other team members, Ling Yu indeed possessed a degree of strength. Emotionally bruised, he found himself truly exhausted. After conversing with Zhang Xiaohan for a while, she invited him to take a selfie before leaving the dance studio. The moment Zhang Xiaohan stepped out of the studio, she eagerly logged onto a chat application. "Look, I took a picture with Rain God today. Ha ha ha. Image it's truly like being caught in the rain. Rain God is so handsome. The group leader is also quite beautiful. Group leader, share your address. We'll come to support you." Zhang Xiaohan posted the selfie she had just taken with Ling Yu in their chat group, inciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the members. "No way. What if the program team investigates? Then I want to be able to share Rain God's daily life with you." Zhang Xiaohan remained level-headed, aware that a crowd could potentially disturb the program's filming. Thus, she could risk being reprimanded, and the opportunity to be close to her idol might vanish in an instant. After calming her group members, Zhang Xiaohan returned to her room to practice her singing, her resolve unwavering. I must follow in the footsteps of Rain God. Wow, Ling Yu, Rain God. In just 3 days, you've practiced to such perfection. Are you truly a once-in-a-century prodigy in dance? Following the choreography arranged by Yuan Chenxi and the dance instructors, Ling Yu had nearly eradicated any errors, seamlessly integrating into the dance team. Even while moving his body, his singing rhythm and breath remained steady. In merely 4 days, Ling Yu advanced from a novice to effortlessly mastering the dance, leaving everyone astounded. With his hands in his pockets, slightly out of breath, Ling Yu reflected on his efforts over the past 4 days and was inspired to recite a poem. Countless hammers carved deep in a mountain. Fierce flames burn as if of little consequence. Ling Yu had already performed Rainbow twice in front of Yuan Chenxi, his body drenched in sweat, droplets falling to the floor. Fear not the shattered bones and crushed flesh. One must leave a pristine legacy among mortals. In his past life, Ling Yu had never experienced such an opportunity to sweat freely. After graduation, he faced the harsh realities of society, daily enduring the bullying of superiors and clients. Having traversed into a parallel world, he not only gained a delightful companion, but also had a fairy-like sister by his side. The freedom to pursue his desires was a lifestyle Ling Yu had never encountered as he grew up in his previous life. This poem you recited is quite impressive. Yuan Chenxi was transported by the verses Ling Yu passionately articulated. In the eyes of others, Yuan Chenxi, who debuted at the pinnacle of her career, is undeniably a prodigy. Yet, who truly witnesses the dedication that lies behind her success? From a tender age, she has diligently practiced dance, honing her fundamental skills with unwavering commitment for a decade. Reflecting on her journey, Yuan Chenxi cannot help but express gratitude to her former self for persevering through challenges. Upon completing the poem, Ling Yu had already removed his mask. Chapter 43. The Key to Victory Through Words. Many staff members and fellow contestants have seen Ling Yu's visage, and he harbors no fear. The laws governing individual rights in this world are stringent. Should anyone dare to unveil his appearance, it would indeed be a windfall. Rain God, what is the title of your poem? Why can't I find it? As Ling Yu and Yuan Chenxi pondered this, they were interrupted by the director of the mirror segment. Ling Yu was uncertain whether this poem existed in this realm and hesitated to claim authorship. The lie mode. Time for dinner. I'm starving. After addressing the director's inquiries, Ling Yu began to gather his belongings. Once again, he searched for the lie mode on his phone, but still found nothing. The following day, they were to rehearse for the second round of Little Songwriter, with the official competition scheduled for the day after. After showering, Ling Yu sought a quiet spot to video call Ling Ling. I know, Daddy will be good. What about Mommy? Hurry and let Mommy come give kiss. The video call was abruptly terminated, leaving Ling Yu helpless. Even the fairy sister could be shy. On the day of rehearsal, everyone was particularly cautious, as the first live broadcast and the inaugural recording had generated significant buzz. The staff had been repeatedly instructed by their superiors to ensure that the stage, equipment, and procedures were meticulously prepared. All contestants were fully engaged, showcasing their utmost abilities during rehearsal, striving to capture the perfect feeling before the official competition. Wait, is a masked hero really this formidable? I thought he only excelled in composition and vocal skills, but his dancing prowess is impressive as well. How can we compete with that? I distinctly remember when we signed the contract, the production team stated that this was a music composition program. Why has it transformed into a stage show? During the rehearsal, the performances of everyone's works unfolded before them. Many were breathtaking, yet Ling Yu's was unparalleled. After witnessing Ling Yu's rehearsal, numerous contestants felt disheartened. Ling Yu's performance in the second round mirrored that of the first, placed among the later contestants. Both his work and popularity justified this position. After his performance, many approached him to commend his stage presence. Following exchanges with the other contestants, Ling Yu intended to exit the stage. At that moment, the director and Yuan Chenxi approached him, highlighting several aspects to be mindful of during his performance. Given the richness and brilliance of Ling Yu's stage presence, the production team was keen to avoid any mishaps. Moreover, Ling Yu's current popularity accounted for nearly a third of the audience's attention, making his stage presence crucial. Once the final contestant had performed, Ling Yu finally managed to slip away. Phew, no more singing and dancing for me. Back in the dressing room, he sighed deeply. His spontaneous idea turned out to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. The fatigue that has enveloped him these past few days seems unshakable. He had originally intended to retire early that evening. However, he received a message from a director of a film he had previously collaborated with. Mr. Ling, our movie Autumn Mountain is set to premiere tomorrow night. Could you assist us in promoting it? Autumn Mountain? Is that the film about the tofu vendor? Ling Yu recalled that it was somewhat akin to the Blue Star series, although Blue Star is an adaptation, while Autumn Mountain is an original creation. He had contributed 2 songs to this film. Ling Yu agreed to help, hastily recording a promotional video in his colorful suit, without even changing his clothes after rehearsal. Hello everyone, I am Rainy. Previously, Ling Yu had reached a verbal agreement with Lu Shuping, relieving himself of the burden of managing his public image, as Lu Shuping had arranged for a professional stylist. In the promotional video for Autumn Mountain, Ling Yu donned a vibrant ensemble and a mask adorned in red and gold. The video merely introduced the film and highlighted the 2 songs he had composed for it, Drift and Heading North. Ah, the racing film? The Romance of Man? How exciting. I can't wait to hear Rainy's new songs. I purchased my ticket 3 days in advance, as the earlier slots have been sold out. Though late, A Little Rainbow never misses an event. Ling Yu was uncertain of the impact his promotional video would have. After finishing in the makeup room, he returned to his room for some rest. His father would be returning the day after tomorrow. Yes, Dad, keep it up. Ling Ling will watch you compete with Grandma tomorrow night. Good night, darling. In his room, under the air-conditioned blanket that was billowing high, Ling Yu was video calling with Ling Ling. Every night, he would have video chats with her in places where the camera could not capture him. Exhausted from the day's toil, he nonetheless found joy in these evening exchanges. Ling Ling's adorable presence always healed him, and his routine improved under the influence of her sweet spirit. Having a daughter truly brings immense happiness. With a heart full of joy, fatigue, and drowsiness gradually crept in, and Ling Yu slipped into slumber. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the second round of Little Songwriter Competition. The next day at noon, the second competition of Little Songwriter commenced officially. Chief Fan, set sail. Chief Fan, go for it. After the rain comes the sunshine, and at last, the rainbow appears. Go, Rain God! The audience's cheers resonated. But the most grandiose were undoubtedly those for the 2 gentlemen with large fan bases, Chief Fan and Rainy. My brother is the best. Go for it. Rainy can win just by opening his mouth. Go, Rain God! Little Rainbow has arrived. Everyone clear the way. As the live stream commenced, the audience surged immediately. In an instant, the number of viewers surpassed 500,000 and continued to climb. The competition officially began, and the host expressed gratitude to the sponsors before unveiling the event. Once again, the familiar mask appeared. The Rain God truly stands out. Wait, isn't Rainy wearing the same outfit as last night? In the live chat room, comments began to flood in, with many noting Ling Yu's attire for today. Truly, the Rain God is remarkable. How reminiscent of a rainbow's hues. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. My heavens! Ling Yu, adorned in a suit of vibrant rainbow colors, stands out remarkably in the contestants' room. Such flamboyance pales in comparison to the striking handsomeness of my brother. Wearing a mask is one thing, but donning such a flamboyant outfit is surely intended for comedic effect, is it not? The second round of the competition proceeds in an orderly fashion, with each contestant who has taken the stage completing their performance in full. We extend our gratitude to contestant Zhang San for his splendid display. Next, let us welcome Zhang Xiaohan. The host, brimming with joy, notes the absence of errors from the contestants and knows that following the established procedure will enable him to conclude his work shortly. Come on. Ling Yu has become quite familiar with Zhang Xiaohan and enthusiastically cheers for her. Upon hearing the call, Zhang Xiaohan turns to locate the source of the voice, only to be taken aback with sheer delight as she discovers her beloved idol, who has just been caught in the rain. Chapter 44. Rainbow, thank you. Keep it up. Zhang Xiaohan, lively as a young girl, steps out of the contestants' room. This time, her musical creation is a love song that incorporates the guzheng, a traditional instrument. The sound is crisp and melodious, blending seamlessly into the emotional fabric of the song. It even facilitates the choreography for her two accompanying dancers, allowing them to devise their movements with greater ease. On this occasion, Zhang Xiaohan adopts a narrative singing style, using her music to express herself alongside her dance partners. On stage, she frequently shifts positions to interact with her dancers. With no missteps, her performance unfolds smoothly. After receiving feedback from the four mentors, the host resumes the conversation. Thank you to the mentors for their evaluations. Next, we will have scores from 50 public judges. In the first round of Little Songwriter, the mentors directly made the selections. If multiple mentors chose the same contestant, the contestant had the option to select again. In this second round, the scoring will be determined by the 50 public judges, each of whom must provide a score within a range of 80 to 100. Subsequently, an average score will be calculated based on all the public judges' ratings. This approach ensures visually appealing scores while preserving the contestants' dignity. From the top 16 contestants, the 8 with the highest scores will proceed to the next round. The public judges are randomly selected from individuals within the music community and passionate music enthusiasts. The selection is not entirely random. Invitations are extended, and those who attend are then randomly chosen. Furthermore, only those with a certain level of artistic appreciation and a commitment to fair and just evaluation standards receive invitations. While the program team cannot guarantee absolute fairness in the results, they have done everything within their power and hope that any controversies remain contained. On stage, the staff delivers the recently acquired scoring results to the host. All right, I now have the scoring results for Zhang Xiaohan in my hands. The score is... The host opens the envelope containing the score and announces loudly, 939 points. Let us congratulate Zhang Xiaohan. She is currently the top scorer among all the contestants. The audience erupts in applause, with many shouting praises, such as the group leader is amazing. Zhang Xiaohan was in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her score was so remarkably high. Xiaohan was undoubtedly advancing to the next round. This was the thought of Ling Yu in the contestant lounge. As nearly half of the participants had already performed, Zhang Xiaohan's score surpassed that of the second-place contestant by several points, ensuring her progression. Wow, my score is astonishingly high. After expressing her gratitude, Zhang Xiaohan returned to the waiting area, filled with contestants who had completed their performances. Following Zhang Xiaohan's impressive score, another contestant emerged, astonishing Ling Yu even more. His performance on stage was not particularly spectacular, just a solo singer, but his song resonated deeply with the audience. That contestant achieved a score of 942, dethroning Zhang Xiaohan from her current position at the top. He was Miao Jiawei, who had previously complained about Chi Fan to Ling Yu during the first round. Is this bespectacled fellow really that strong? Ling Yu mused, observing his ordinary appearance and unremarkable voice. Previously, Ling Yu had not perceived Miao Jiawei to possess such talent. The next contestant to take the stage was impressive. In fact, Ling Yu was a fan of his work. After Miao Jiawei, several contestants took their turns performing. For some unknown reason, when the host introduced the next contestant, his words became more elaborate. In the last round, he delivered an outstanding performance. After the rain, the sun shines, and the rainbow appears. Let's welcome Ling Yu. It was no wonder the host realized that the next contestant was Ling Yu, and his arrival signified that the show was nearing its conclusion. Rain God, may I inquire what significance your outfit holds today? After taking the stage, the host posed a question that piqued the curiosity of the entire audience. Ling Yu adjusted his headset microphone, responding, "This outfit corresponds with the stage I am about to present. My piece is titled Rainbow. I hope you all enjoy it." Rainbow? Could it possibly be for us? The audience gasped. Rain God. Oh. Upon learning that Ling Yu's musical work was titled Rainbow, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is the rainbow truly a song written for us? Thank you. Rain God, being your little rainbow is an absolute joy. The viewers in the live stream began to dominate the comments with praises for the little rainbow, and the number of online viewers surged beyond 1 million. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, a prime viewing time, the lights in the venue gradually dimmed and the noise subsided. A spotlight illuminated Ling Yu, making his colorful suit shine even more brilliantly. I still do not comprehend the tears of farewell. Memories are as faint as the wind. Anticipating a rainbow to connect our skies under the spotlight, Ling Yu began his a cappella performance. As the lyrics unfolded, the dance team waiting around the stage gradually advanced behind him. They donned solid-colored outfits, representing the hues of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Once Ling Yu completed the first verse, the stage lights illuminated completely, transforming the venue into a dazzling spectacle of vibrant colors. This grand display was not orchestrated by the production team, but was a result of Lu Shuping's efforts on Ling Yu's behalf. Initially, the production team was reluctant. How could they possibly arrange such a spectacular dance ensemble and top-notch stage design for the second round of competition? Seeing their hesitance, Ling Yu sought the assistance of Lu Shuping. Upholding the principle that professionals should handle professional matters, Ling Yu entrusted Lu Shuping to negotiate on his behalf. As the primary investor, Lu Shuping wielded considerable influence, and at last, Ling Yu's desires were fulfilled. As the interlude began, accompanied by electronic beats and rhythmic drumming, Ling Yu and the dance team commenced their performance. My husband was once a dancer, and now, as I gaze upon his beer belly, I find myself lost in contemplation. An all-rounder singer. Our rain god is an all-rounder singer. How fortunate I am to share the same sky with him. Surely, this song is meant for us. I could weep. Those who have merely had their lips touched by the rain. Those who have stood in the rain. Those whose outlines are obscured by shadows in the rain. And now, those who dance in the rain. Watching Ling Yu, smiling and dancing on stage. The live chat was inundated with messages from Little Rainbows. This group dance segment was a request from Yuan Chenxi. Ling Yu initially only needed to follow the rhythm. In Xiao Kexin's home, with the help of Min Jie, Ling Ling was also watching Ling Yu's live performance on the big screen. Mimicking Ling Yu's dance moves, she amusingly danced in the living room. However, to Min Jie, it appeared as an innocent and endearing display. After the group dance concluded, Ling Yu finally had a moment to pause. The bicycle of his childhood faded in memory, yet he still recalled the song he once cherished and the joyful colors it embodied. With a steady breath, Ling Yu remained undisturbed by the recent dance. Only he knew if he was breathless, as he struggled to maintain his composure. Chapter 45, What a Status! In the sunset's final embrace, I remember your sweet heartbeat. After a hard-won completion of the chorus, Ling Yu braced himself for another dance segment, recalling the techniques learned during rehearsals. This piece had been practiced countless times. Following the chorus, he would perform a solo dance, which would likely leave him somewhat breathless. His practice time had been limited, and he could only steel himself for the challenge ahead. As the interlude commenced, Ling Yu's solo dance belonged to a specific genre of street dance. Remarkable. I would dare to call the one who has danced in the rain the foremost performer in singing and dancing. As the second dance began, he still had to sing the entire song, and the microphones were fully open. How relentless. Go, Rain God. In the broadcast room, one staff member appeared utterly astonished. Director, you should take a look. The staff member pointed at the computer screen. Upon hearing this, Director Tang Xinru turned to see where he was indicating. On the screen was the real-time data of the online audience, displaying over 1.3 million viewers. How astonishing. A mere internet celebrity is sustaining our show's ratings. Those stars are truly laughable. Tang Xinru remained silent, yet her mind was clear as crystal. She understood that the soaring ratings were due to Ling Yu's performance on stage. Tang Xinru continued to fix her gaze on the screen, displaying the stage. Ling Yu executed this segment flawlessly, a testament to his exceptional talent. A rarity in the realm of dance. You whisper that you do not wish to leave, while I remain oblivious. The only remaining challenge for Ling Yu in his stage performance was to complete the song, anticipating a rainbow to bridge our skies. Ling Yu expressed his gratitude to the dance team upon the completion of the performance, while also acknowledging his declining physical strength and breathlessness. After the rain, the sun emerged, revealing a beautiful rainbow. Suddenly, a girl cried out, and her tears prompted many of Ling Yu's fans to join her in sorrow. Sensing the somber atmosphere, the host swiftly took the stage, thanking those who braved the rain to deliver such a splendid performance. Leading the applause, the chaotic scene gradually settled into calmness. The song performed, titled Rainbow, piqued curiosity about its backstory, prompting the host to inquire about the questions lingering in the hearts of the audience. Ling Yu had not explicitly stated this earlier, but now is the time to do so. I just graduated and lack social experience. When I first share my music online, I never imagined so many people would appreciate me. Ling Yu confessed, swallowing hard. He continued, to express my gratitude to the fans I may have neglected, I wrote this song. Thank you for your support. Thank you. After his heartfelt remarks, Ling Yu bowed deeply. Oh no, you haven't neglected us. We will always support you, came the enthusiastic responses from the crowd. Writing songs for fans is a gesture many stars have undertaken, and Ling Yu had certainly awakened to the importance of reciprocating their affection. Standing upright, he added, in my last competition, I mentioned that I hoped you could all smile brightly this time. So let us see those smiles. Upon hearing these words, the tearful little rainbow began to regain composure. Laughter erupted from the crowd, lightening the atmosphere once more. The host then invited the 4 mentors to share their evaluations. I've been following Ling Yu's practice despite the rain. He has worked incredibly hard. Remarkably, he started from zero in dance experience, exclaimed Yuan Chenxi, Ling Yu's mentor, as the first to speak. Hearing about Ling Yu's lack of background, the newly crowned star Xiao Kexin was taken aback. What? Zero foundation? How can one perform so flawlessly without any prior experience? I can attest to that. Hu Limin chimed in, affirming Xiao Kexin's astonishment. My goodness, you are truly remarkable. Xiao Kexin gave Ling Yu a thumbs up. Tian Yinni, the last to speak, remarked, the piece had surprises, yet it still lacked stability. More practice is essential. After the mentors shared their thoughts, the host resumed the program, announcing, now, let us welcome the audience judges to score. Our rain god will definitely take the lead. The crowd cheered. The rain god, even in a mask, is unbeatable. Now, you face the dancing rain god. The live chat was flooded with messages from Ling Yu's fans. Receiving the score results from the staff, the host announced, Ling Yu's performance this time scores 968 points. Congratulations, rain god. The declaration echoed loudly, and without a doubt. As the comments suggested, Ling Yu effortlessly claimed the top spot. The applause was the loudest since the live broadcast began, and the cheers were thunderous. After expressing his gratitude, Ling Yu entered the waiting room, where he noticed Zhang Xiaohan, who was sobbing quietly. Xiaohan, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Ling Yu took a seat beside Zhang Xiaohan. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Xiaohan lifted her head and, upon recognizing Ling Yu, tears streamed down her face profusely. Oh, thank you, rain god, for writing this song for us, she exclaimed, sobbing. Oh dear, another one is crying. Ling Yu could not allow Zhang Xiaohan to weep freely, as this was a live broadcast. I also thank you all. I will continue to write songs for you in the future, but please stop crying, all right? We're live. Ling Yu spoke softly in the latter part of his plea. Many girls dread being seen in their moments of vulnerability, and upon hearing Ling Yu's reminder of the live broadcast, they quickly reacted. How embarrassing. I cannot lose face in front of the rain god. Zhang Xiaohan promptly covered her face with her hands. Ling Yu left his seat and returned with a pack of tissues. Here, wipe your tears first, then quickly touch up your makeup. Upon hearing Ling Yu's advice, Zhang Xiaohan hastily wiped the traces of her tears away and covered her face once more as she left her seat. Next, the host announced the final contestant. Behind Ling Yu, there was still one last participant. The host gestured invitingly. Qi Fan. Qi Fan, set sail. As Qi Fan made his entrance, his fan club erupted in cheers. Recently overshadowed by Ling Yu's small rainbow supporters, they finally had their moment. Their voices were loud, but compared to the small rainbow, they still fell a bit short. What status does he have to appear after our rain god? Bah, our brother is the strongest. They had just checked the order, and the second to last was the climax, while the final one was the grand finale. Our rain god took center stage. When Qi Fan appeared, the barrage of comments finally saw some diversity. The stage performance began, and Qi Fan's musical style this time was different from the previous round. It was not a lively song and dance number, but a heartfelt ballad. The lyrics and melody were commendable. However, Xiao Fan, your composition is excellent, and you have made significant progress compared to before. It seems you have been working hard lately, and it is truly impressive, praised Tian Yin and I during her evaluation. The lyrics are profound, and the melody is delightful, though there are some areas where your singing faltered. Please take note, commented Xie Yin, offering a more moderate assessment. Yuan Chun, she concurred, you should practice your singing skills more regularly. Regarding vocal technique, Hu Li Min was more verbose, whether it is pitch modulation, falsetto, or high notes. You lack proficiency. This performance, aside from the piece itself, reveals that you have numerous areas to improve upon. Nonetheless, your spirit of taking risks is commendable. In the end, Chi Fan scored 953 points, securing the second place. The second round of Little Songwriters concluded splendidly, and congratulations were in order for the top 8 contestants. The host announced the results at the end of the competition, leading to the closing remarks. Thank you all for watching, and we shall meet again in the next contest. Upon hearing the staff call cut, the host swiftly made his exit. Gratitude was extended to the mentors for their diligent guidance and to Brother Min for his unwavering support. In a hotel within the city, Ling Yu treated Yuan Chun Shi and Hu Li Min to dinner. He had long intended to express his gratitude, and after the conclusion of the second round of Little Songwriters, they had come together. Their team was also present, with 2 tables set up in the private room. The drinks flowed, and the dishes were plentiful. Tomorrow, my new album is set to be released, and I hope both of you illustrious stars will lend your support in promoting it. Yuan Chinsi has a rather small appetite after finishing her meal. She even took a digestive tablet. On October 31st, her new album Unmatched will be available for purchase, featuring 3 songs written for her by Ling Yu. Love You, No Setting Sun, and Suddenly Remembering You. Each of these tracks is a premier dance piece crafted by the 3 stellar female vocalists of Blue Star. Hu Li Min, unfazed by the need to maintain his physique, devoured his meal with gusto. Yuan Mei is releasing a new album too. Fortunately, I am ahead of you, or you would certainly overshadow me. Hu Li Min's words held merit. Although Yuan Chensi had only debuted 2 years prior, no one in the music industry dared to underestimate her. With the backing of Xinxia culture and her astonishing dual talents in music and film, she is a flawless artist without precedent or successor. Of course, there are 3 songs that I penned, Ling Yu remarked, having indulged in a bit of drink, feeling weary from recent endeavors. Ling Yu seldom drank, neither in his past life nor in this one, and he wasn't particularly adept at handling alcohol. A few sips would leave him slightly tipsy. What? 3 songs? Lu Shuping, who had come to collect Ling Yu, was taken aback. Upon hearing that Ling Yu had invited Yuan Chensi and Hu Li Min to dinner, she decided to tag along. 3 songs? Ling Yu, you actually wrote 3 songs for Yuan Mei. Unlike Lu Shuping, who was internally astonished, Hu Li Min exclaimed loudly. However, one could hardly blame him. After all, it was music crafted by Ling Yu. Word had spread throughout the music industry that any song written by Ling Yu was bound to succeed. After his initial shock, Hu Li Min glared at Ling Yu. I would traverse mountains and seas for you. I beseech you to compose just 1 more for me, you rascal. No way. I must request 2 more, or you shall not leave this place. With that declaration, Hu Li Min abandoned his meal, standing resolutely at the door. The 2 tables of guests were accustomed to Hu Li Min's passionate antics. They often mingled within the crew, and after a few drinks, such behavior was hardly surprising. Hey, Ling Yu approached Hu Li Min, intending to coax him back to his seat. What is our relationship? We have sung together before, like brothers. 2 songs it shall be. No empty word between us. Come, drink. I shall pour the first round. I was reckless just now. Hu Li Min raised his glass, downing it in one go. The guests at both tables were left speechless, as they were consuming beer from a liquor glass. The total beer consumed by Hu Li Min and Ling Yu amounted to just 3 bottles, hardly sufficient. As the meal concluded, Ling Yu and Lu Shuping made their way back. The clock had already passed 10, and Ling Yu did not suggest visiting Xiao Kexin's home. What did you write those 3 songs for Yuan Chensi? Lu Shuping inquired in the van. Ling Yu, without a moment's thought, replied, about a month or 2 ago. Fortunately, it wasn't recent. Lu Shuping felt a sense of relief wash over her, and chose to remain silent. Recently, the relationship between Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin had begun to blossom, but both were busy and had not allowed Lu Shuping to notice. However, Lu Shuping had her own sources of information and did not need the couple to inform her. Her deep concern for Ling Yu's songwriting for Yuan Qinxi stemmed from her understanding of Xiao Kexin's temperament. How should one describe Xiao Kexin's character? She is the type who becomes irate if anyone touches what belongs to her. Lu Shuping genuinely fears a conflict between the two, worrying that her beloved little treasure might be hurt. Although Lu Shuping does not believe that Ling Yu is worthy of Xiao Kexin, the die has already been cast. As long as Ling Ling is happy, she can accept it. Upon returning to his apartment, Ling Yu cast his luggage aside and headed straight for the shower. Once he had everything in order, he donned a mask and recorded a video to promote Yuan Qinxi's new album, set to release after midnight. After posting it on a social media platform, he sprawled on his bed, scrolling through videos. He stumbled upon a promotional video for Qiuming Mountain and left a comment. Suddenly, Ling Yu realized that he seemed to have something significant to do, yet it eluded his memory. Never mind, he thought, I'll figure it out later. He turned over, intending to sleep. Buzz. His recently placed phone vibrated. Ling Yu illuminated the screen to find a notification of a bank deposit, a fee for little singer-songwriter. He glanced at his balance. Over 40 million, not too shabby. Then, something seemed to strike him, and he got up to fiddle with something for a while before finally lying back down to sleep. Congratulations to Mr. Ling for becoming a distinguished homeowner in our Yafu community. At the sales department of Yafu community, Ling Yu had just completed the paperwork. Today, he made a full cash purchase of a house in the city. After the registration process, it would take about a month for the documents to be finalized, allowing Ling Yu some time to renovate his newly acquired residence. The property was fully furnished, requiring not extensive renovations, but rather a professional inspection to identify any potential issues. Ling Yu also sought the services of a carpenter to craft some small furniture. Today was particularly hectic for Ling Yu. He began his day by purchasing the house and handling the associated formalities. He then met with the inspector at noon and still had to look after the child in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, a significant event was unfolding online, one that pertained to him directly. The situation necessitated a review of the live broadcast of the second round of Little Singer-Songwriter. In the office of the general manager of Yaomong Entertainment in the capital, a loud bang echoed as someone slammed their hand on the desk. The person was Tan Mingxian, the general manager, who was visibly furious. How could this happen? Wasn't it supposed to be foolproof? Why is that brat in first place again? He had just finished watching the live broadcast of the second round of Little Singer-Songwriter and was dissatisfied with the outcome, where his artist only secured second place. Chapter 47. Identity revealed. Beside Tang Jia sat a portly man in a suit, a top-tier agent at Yaomong Entertainment, who was also the manager of contestant Qi Fan. Zheng Dapeng. I've already informed the team to bribe some judges, and Qi Fan's work was sourced from the esteemed Zhang Huang. Zheng Dapeng replied to Tang Jia, trembling with fear, ultimately left speechless. This, what the hell? We bribed the judges and still lost. Tang Jiye's eyes widened in rage. Zheng Dapeng's words only adding fuel to the fire. Bang! In a fit of anger, Tang Jiye slammed his hand onto the table and pointed towards the door of the office, commanding, "Get out." Zheng Dapeng cautiously repositioned his chair and swiftly exited the office, fearful that he might be trapped inside the next moment. How could this be? I refuse to believe you are truly that formidable. Do you dare to contend with us at Yaomong Entertainment? Just wait and see, kid. Tang Jia then picked up his mobile phone and dialed an unmarked number. Hello. Gather more information on Ling Yu before the third round of the Little Singer-Songwriter competition begins. Modify it and release it directly. Make it clean. A voice on the other end responded affirmatively, and Tang Jia promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, in the bustling mall, Ling Yu was out shopping with Ling Ling when his phone rang. Due to the need to furnish their new home, Ling Yu and Ling Ling were exploring various stores, comparing furniture and appliances to purchase. Ling Yu had initially planned to visit Xiao Kexin's house after finishing his errands, but Ling Ling, feeling neglected as Ling Yu had been busy for days, threw a tantrum this afternoon, insisting he take her to Xiao Kexin's. Hearing the phone ring, Ling Yu tugged at Ling Ling's hoodie, saying, Ling Ling, why don't you go play over there for a bit? Daddy just needs to take a call. Okay, Ling Ling exclaimed before bounding off to the children's area. With a sweet cone in one hand and his phone in the other, Ling Yu answered, hello? His gaze remained fixed on Ling Ling, who was playing in the children's zone. The call was from Lu Shuping, her tone laced with urgency. Your identity has been revealed. What? My status as a time traveler has been discovered. What? Everyone knows. Ling Yu's heart raced with trepidation. If there was one thing he feared most in this world, it was the exposure of his identity as a time traveler. Stunned by Lu Shuping's words, he fell frozen. Yes, everyone knows. Lu Shuping's voice echoed with panic. This was it. He was truly doomed. Ling Yu's heart dropped, his entire being rendered motionless, as if his system had crashed. Your background, appearance, and even your 4 years at university have all been unearthed, Lu Shuping continued, her tone steadier than before as she explained the reason for her call. Huh, it's not as I imagined. Phew, that's a relief. After absorbing Lu Shuping's words, Ling Yu regained his composure, exclaiming, who on earth has the time to concoct such nonsense? I'm fed up. Still outside. He did not linger on the conversation and informed Lu Shuping that he would return to Xiao Kexin's house immediately before hanging up. With Ling Ling in tow, Ling Yu dashed out of the mall, as if the onset of a zombie apocalypse were upon them. Have you discovered anything? Upon returning to Xiao Kexin's home, he found Lu Shuping waiting in the foyer. This situation has been brewing for quite a while, and it just erupted. I only just came across it, Lu Shuping stated, pulling out her phone to show Ling Yu. It seems to have originated from the Municipal Conservatory of Music. Ling Yu stared at the content on Lu Shuping's screen, his expression gradually shifting to one of shock. The content depicted a screenshot of a post combining his graduation photo with a picture of him soaked in the rain. The title read, Soaked in Rain, the great admirer Ling Yu from the Municipal Conservatory of Music. I've seen him. Every day, a lecherous fellow lurks at the entrance of the dining hall. It turns out he is Lin Xiao's dog. Who would have thought that our city's music academy could produce such talent? In the screenshots, comments reveal Ling Yu's 4 years of servitude as a sycophant during college. Lu Shuping, upon seeing Ling Yu finish the screenshot, turned to the next one. It was yet another screenshot containing a chat with Wei Xingmi, Sr. Is this your dog? Image Lin Xiao. Indeed, I never expected he would become a star even before me. It seems the saying that too much dog food brings good fortune is true. After reading the screenshot, Ling Yu felt utterly helpless. Although this incident stemmed from his past, he could not escape the label of being a sycophant. The exposure of his identity was unexpected. Can he seek legal recourse? Ling Yu was aware that the law in this world is quite rigorous. Lu Shuping shook her head, stating, we need to find the person who posted it, but after learning about the situation, Lu Shuping had already taken steps to address it. Unfortunately, the opposing party was well prepared, making it impossible to trace. This is troublesome. It's evident they are out to get me. Having grasped the situation, Ling Yu felt no negative emotions. Initially, he refrained from showing his face due to past reasons. Having always worked behind the scenes in Blue Star, he was merely a bit frightened at the beginning. It was not that he could not reveal himself. Now, having even graced the stage at Xiashi, what was there to fear? However, he found himself troubled by those 4 years of servitude. Fine, let it be revealed. What should I do now? Seeking guidance from a professional, Ling Yu consulted Lu Shuping on how to proceed. She suggested that he could ignore it, neither acknowledging nor clarifying anything, and simply wait for the matter to fade before revealing himself again. Lu Shuping had considered many factors. Just be careful not to get caught. After all, Ling Yu is signed with her in Xiao Kexin studio and is participating in a variety show. As long as the parties involved do not offer any explanation, these matters will not pose a problem. The entertainment industry operates this way. They will not allow you to know the true stories of the stars. Moreover, Ling Yu's past indiscretions will not affect his current career. He is merely a victim, and the public is not foolish. They can discern the truth. If the renowned Lu Shuping has said so, Ling Yu can only comply. Xiao Kexin had been quite busy lately and did not return for dinner. Buzzing incessantly since the afternoon, Ling Yu's phone rang continuously. Chen Shi, Ling Yu, are you alright? I just realized you have been cyberbullied. Holy mean, bro. I know a few hackers. I've already enlisted their help. They'll make him pay. Director Zhang. Ling Yu, feel free to ask if you need any assistance. Lu Mingqing, Yu Yi. Just say the word, and I'll rush back to school. Li Ziang. I've already taken care of it. I'll deal with Lin Xiao tonight. Many friends reached out with calls or messages of support, and Ling Yu thanked each one. The most shocking was from the only person aware of Ling Yu's second hidden identity. I'm your greatest fan, Mr. Ling. Did you really get caught in the rain? Can you sign something for me next time? Of course. I will definitely sign. If I don't, I won't be able to live if my second identity is revealed. After reading the message from a friend, which did not include any mention of Xiao Kexin, Ling Yu felt a wave of disappointment. Later, while lulling Ling to sleep at Xiao Kexin's home, he noticed that it was already past 9 o'clock. The absence of the enchanting elder sister today left him quite disheartened. Seeing that Xiao Kexin had not yet returned, Ling Yu dejectedly made his way back to his apartment. Chapter 48. The Enchantress is upset meanwhile. Xiao Kexin found herself in the recording studio of the parallel workspace, her spirit seemingly adrift. Wearing monitoring headphones, she repetitively listened to the voice streaming through them. I finally learned how to love, but alas, you have long since vanished into the crowd. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, Ling Yu returned to his apartment. Unable to find sleep, he had joyously acquired a new house that day. So why did he feel so restless? Tossing and turning in bed, Ling Yu found it impossible to drift off. Suddenly, his phone on the nightstand vibrated. Noticing he couldn't sleep, he decided to check who might be messaging him at such a late hour. Xiao Kexin sent you a message. Was she still awake at this hour? Unlocking his phone, Ling Yu quickly opened the message. Xiao Kexin, why does Yuan Qinxi also have 3 songs? Ling Yu was left utterly perplexed. Why was Xiao Kexin asking such a question at this late hour? His fleeting hope of some delightful news was dashed. He replied, I've known her for quite some time, and her company is quite affluent. I certainly intend to benefit from that. After sending the message, Ling Yu waited in vain for a response. In the meantime, he began scrolling through comments on a video posted on a social media platform. Why does the rain god, despite such a tragic background, still suffer harm? The one who exposed him must die. I, Li Si, comment with my real name. I, Gongsun Wu, vow that if I do not kill the one who posted this, I will present my head. Who hasn't he loved? The one who should be scolded and ridiculed is not the rain god, but that shameless, rotten shoe. Ling Yu discovered that the woman in question was also a singer, albeit one of minor renown, a far cry from the rain god. He couldn't recall how he eventually fell asleep, but upon awakening, he found that daylight had broken. By 8 in the morning, Ling Yu arrived once more at Xiao Kexin's residence, only to discover that she had left long before, despite having messaged him after 1 o'clock the previous night. What was Xiao Kexin busy with lately? Ling Yu was filled with questions and sought out Lu Shuping for clarity. Lu Shuping had just risen, having washed up and seated herself for breakfast. She's busy with her new album. The main track is the one you wrote later. Did you not know? If Ling Yu hadn't asked Lu Shuping, he would have remained oblivious. Although he and Xiao Kexin had shared a few flirtatious moments, they had never truly crossed that delicate line. Most of their conversations revolved around Ling Ling. How could I have been so unaware? Now, Ling Yu realized with a jolt that everything he had done seemed to align with Xiao Kexin's words. Being with her was solely for the sake of Ling Ling. Ling Ling, Daddy has some matters to attend to. I will come and watch the game with you tonight. Ling Yu embraced Ling Ling, planting a tender kiss on her small forehead before departing. Lu Shuping slurped her noodles, perplexed by the scene. It was the first time she had witnessed Ling Yu being so decisive with Ling Ling. Where is Daddy going? Ling Ling soon realized and chased after Ling Yu. As he opened the door and saw her running towards him, he squatted down, saying, Daddy is going to help Mommy, so don't cause any trouble, okay? After gently ruffling Ling Ling's little head, he stepped outside. He turned away, as though resolved to fulfill a certain purpose. Ling Ling watched as Ling Yu came and went, her small face gradually displaying a sense of grievance. Yet, she refrained from crying and returned to the sofa to continue watching cartoons, though her gaze hardly rested on the television. That naughty boy. He has made my little darling feel wronged. Lu Shuping hurriedly finished breakfast and comforted Ling Ling. After a brief visit to Xiao Kexin's home, Ling Yu returned to the apartment. Upon his arrival, he began sifting through the Blue Star songs he had previously recorded in spare moments. However, the more he searched through the music files, the more his mood soured. Why are all the songs sung by men? Am I a fool? Ling Yu had initially intended to gather 8 to 10 songs for Xiao Kexin, but most of the songs he had recorded were male vocals. Time was running short, and he felt uncertain about how Xiao Kexin perceived him now. Would she grant him another chance? Moreover, he finally understood the meaning behind the message Xiao Kexin had sent at 1 in the morning, when he had provided her with 3 songs. One of them had been previously used by him, which surely did not count. Thus, he had only truly composed 2 songs for her, while Yuan Chenzi had 3. Ling Yu suspected that Xiao Kexin was indeed feeling jealous. Things are progressing quite well with Kexin. I'm starting to feel nervous. With no time to indulge in his amusement, Ling Yu swiftly extracted 4 suitable songs from his recordings, 3 of which were duets. He felt a pang of embarrassment. Despite the vast music library of Blue Star at his disposal, he could only muster 4 songs in a moment of urgency. No, I absolutely refuse to accept this, Ling Yu exclaimed in frustration. He then grabbed paper and pen, determined to write a song by hand. Time was of the essence. Having returned to the apartment shortly after 9, it was now noon. Ling Yu hurriedly completed a song, packing his things as he prepared to apologize. At the parallel studio, Xiao Kexin sat in the recording booth. Lost in a daze, her mind was a whirlwind, devoid of inspiration. The ballpoint pen she held hovered over the lyric sheet, yet not a single word could be penned. That insufferable man, he claims to like me, yet turns around to write songs for other women, and he has known them for ages, contrary to Ling Yu's assumptions. Xiao Kexin was not upset over the fact that he had written an extra song for Yuan Chenzi. Rather, she did not want him to compose anything for another woman at all. As Xiao Kexin fumed in silence, she remained oblivious to the figure that entered from outside, for she was absorbed in her own thoughts, wearing headphones. It was Ling Yu who stepped inside. He noticed that Xiao Kexin was engrossed in her writing, oblivious to his entrance, prompting him to softly call out, Xiao Kexin, intrigued by the unexpected voice, turned around, as it was customary for anyone entering to knock. She beheld a tall man donning a baseball cap and a mask. At first, she failed to recognize Ling Yu. It was only when he voluntarily removed his mask that realization dawned upon her. Kexin, have you eaten? He inquired, observing that it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon and finding no trace of food in the recording studio. Xiao Kexin turned back, dismissing him with, Sister Min has yet to arrive. Alas, the fairy sister had once again grown distant. Ling Yu was acutely aware of her shifting demeanor, from initial politeness to increasing aloofness, and then to brief moments of endearing expressions reminiscent of a young girl. Chapter 49. The Princess Ling Yu retrieved his laptop and 2 sheets of handwritten songs from his backpack, settling into the chair next to Xiao Kexin. Kexin, I've composed 5 songs. I do love your thoughts on them. 5 songs? So many. Xiao Kexin understood that Ling Yu's songwriting was akin to a supermarket promotion. He rarely offered just 1 song. The sudden presentation of 5 pieces surprised her. Please take a look. He opened his laptop and accessed the files containing the 4 songs intended for her. Xiao Kexin, uninterested in his invitation, snatched the laptop and placed it before herself. After skimming through the 4 songs, she sensed something awry. Who writes 3 duet songs for someone else's album? Was he trying to stir trouble? These songs are quite good, but I can only accept one of the duet pieces for now, she thought, but refrained from voicing her inner musings. Why not seize the opportunity, you foolish turtle? Although she claimed to want only 1 duet, she had no intention of returning the other 2 to Ling Yu. She planned to keep them for a more opportune moment and was curious about Ling Yu's reaction. Ling Yu mentally chastised himself, pondering why he hadn't recorded more female vocal songs initially. You decide. You can keep the other 2, he conceded, knowing he would not reclaim them. Xiao Kexin found his attitude agreeable and did not press him further. Thank you. She then picked up her phone from the table and dialed. Xiao Rui, come over. Ling Yu was left in a haze, awaiting Xiao Kexin's request for his assistance. Although she declined 2 of the songs, the remaining piece required a male vocalist, and Ling Yu was certain that he was the only suitable candidate for the role. Believing she was still upset with him, he contemplated self-recommendation when a knock at the door interrupted him. Come in, Xiao Kexin called out. A young man entered, fair-skinned and wearing a confident smile. Princess, what do you need? He was undoubtedly the Xiao Rui she had just summoned. Xiao Kexin sat on the chair, slightly adjusting her position. Which of these 3 songs do you prefer? I will duet with you. What does that mean? Xiao Kexin is inviting him to sing together? Ling Yu was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face, questioning the reliability of his own ears. with such an exquisite vocalist sitting beside her. Why would she choose this inexperienced lad to sing with her? Upon hearing that Xiao Kexin wanted to sing with him, Xiao Rui's smile blossomed even more radiantly. Really? Thank you, princess. Upon entering, Xiao Rui had assumed that the person beside Xiao Kexin was someone from the studio, perhaps a producer. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the internet sensation revealed just the day before. Caught in the rain? No way. I'm also your little rainbow. Upon confirming it was Ling Yu, Xiao Rui became exceedingly excited. Rain God, are you alright? Please don't dwell on what happened yesterday. If you encounter any difficulties, you reach out to us. Xiao Rui showered Ling Yu with concern, leaving him speechless. Ling Yu was certain that this Xiao Rui was indeed one of his fans. However, he wasn't inclined to show any warmth, as the opportunity to duet with Xiao Kexin had been snatched away by Xiao Rui. Come here. Xiao Kexin's voice rose slightly, akin to a reprimand. Hearing her call, Xiao Rui obediently approached her laptop. Which song would you like to sing? After playing 3 duet options for Xiao Rui, she inquired. Xiao Rui found the melody somewhat familiar and turned to Ling Yu. Did the rain god write these songs? Ling Yu nodded slightly, appearing somewhat despondent in his chair. At that moment, he felt a pang of sadness for not being chosen by Xiao Kexin to sing alongside her. Upon seeing Ling Yu's confirmation, Xiao Rui eagerly exclaimed to Xiao Kexin, I want all 3. Let us go with only Feel For You. You can leave now. Ignoring Xiao Rui's request, Xiao Kexin issued an eviction order. With a thud, the previously exuberant Xiao Rui collapsed to the floor. Truly, he knelt down, leaving Ling Yu utterly dumbfounded. Sister, I beg you one last time, just once. Xiao Rui cried out hoarsely from the floor, but alas, his performance was lacking. Not a single tear fell. Xiao Kexin didn't even spare him a glance. If you annoy me further, you can go home without singing a single note. Xiao Rui dared not utter another word and slowly got up from the floor, retreating to the sofa in the recording studio. He sat there like a wrong bride, pouting and crossing his arms while staring at the ground. Ling Yu observed their interaction, shifting from initial wariness to sympathy for Xiao Rui. At first, he felt discomfort at Xiao Rui's affectionate address of princess, but as Xiao Rui knelt down and called her sister, along with the disdainful look Xiao Kexin cast towards him, Ling Yu began to understand their relationship. He had heard from Ling before that a certain uncle often visited her home to play, and it seemed this was indeed Xiao Rui. If only Ling Yu spoke up now. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Rui's eyes brightened. Thinking Ling Yu might intercede on his behalf, Xiao Kexin also turned to look at Ling Yu, her gaze exuding an air of danger. Both were mistaken. Ling Yu was not advocating for Xiao Rui. Instead, this song could benefit from the addition of a male vocal, which would infuse it with even more vitality. Ling Yu, noticing how easily Xiao Rui could be bullied, contemplated joining the musical endeavor himself. The original rendition of Only Feel For You featured a 4-member male group alongside a female vocalist. The inclusion of Ling Yu would certainly be more than sufficient. No. You, what on earth? Xiao Rui, overwhelmed, could hardly comprehend why everyone seemed to target him. Xiao Kexin found Ling Yu's suggestion reasonable. She had just reviewed the lyrics herself. Well, Xiao Rui, why aren't you expressing your gratitude? Xiao Kexin resolved to turn around. Her previously dangerous gaze directed at Ling Yu now aimed squarely at Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui, startled, resembled a frightened pup. Thank you. Everyone is bullying me. Feeling deeply wronged, Xiao Rui abruptly rose and exited the recording studio, with no one to disturb him. Ling Yu handed Xiao Kexin the handwritten lyrics of the song he had composed in his apartment. Rain Love, that troublesome man. Surely he is plotting something nefarious. Xiao Kexin scrutinized the handwritten version of the lyrics. Noticing the word rain felt unsettling. Kexin, last night Ling Yu intended to clarify his songwriting intentions for Yuan Chensi. However, before he could utter a few words, Xiao Kexin had already silenced him with her hand. Xiao Kexin, being a rational individual, would never allow her possessions to be encroached upon. Conversely, she would not forcibly seize what did not belong to her. Her message to Ling Yu the previous night was merely an attempt to uncover the truth. Now that Ling Yu had sought reconciliation in the studio, Xiao Kexin realized her overthinking. Ling Yu, an orphan with no family, had lived independently from a young age. After reconciling with Ling Ling, he had spent considerable time with Xiao Kexin and her family. Chapter 50. At last, a kiss to Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu had become as vital as family. Having once lost a beloved relative, she was acutely aware of the pain of losing something irreplaceable and was determined to avoid such loss again. At that moment, Xiao Kexin covered Ling Yu's mouth with her hand. Leaning in closer, their proximity undeniable. Their eyes met, reminiscent of their previous encounter at Xiao Kexin's home. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Yu's hand gradually found its way to Xiao Kexin's face. The instant he touched her, a rosy hue blossomed across her cheeks. The hand that had covered Ling Yu's mouth slipped away. Embarrassed, Xiao Kexin wished to avert her gaze, yet Ling Yu gently cupped her face. Seemingly eager to avoid a repeat of their last encounter, and swiftly pressed his lips against her soft ones. At last, Ling Yu savored the taste of the fairy sister's luscious lips. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping at the door interrupted their brief kiss, causing both Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin to pull away simultaneously. Ling Yu gazed at Xiao Kexin with eyes filled with affection, while Xiao Kexin, flustered from the kiss, dared not meet his gaze and hurried to open the door. Miss Kexin, your meal has arrived. The visitor was Sister Min, whose home was not far from the studio. It was customary for either Sister Min or Lu Shuping to deliver lunch. Please place it inside. I need to use the restroom, Xiao Kexin replied, her cheeks flushed, before hastily departing. As Sister Min entered the recording studio, she noticed Ling Yu was also present. After exchanging greetings, she placed her insulated lunchbox on the coffee table. By the time Xiao Kexin returned, Sister Min had already departed. The studio was once again left with only Xiao Kexin and Ling Yu. Let's dine first. We must not let ourselves go hungry, Ling Yu suggested as he opened the lunchbox for Xiao Kexin. He refrained from interrupting her meal and instead approached the recording equipment, intending to compose the piece for Rain Love. Typically, Ling Yu composed music in his apartment using his laptop and keyboard, yet he was quite adept with the studio's equipment, having mingled in the music industry in his past life. This was as familiar to him as the routine of daily life. While Xiao Kexin ate, she observed Ling Yu with curiosity, wondering why this recent graduate seemed so well acquainted with everything in the studio. Not pondering too deeply, she finished her meal and offered to assist. The humidity in the room felt reminiscent of cherished memories of love. One could only hope the rain would fall endlessly. By the afternoon, Ling Yu had completed the composition and was ready for Xiao Kexin to record. Hold on, he signaled to her through the microphone in the soundproof booth. The word hope needs to carry more weight. Xiao Kexin nodded, and the recording continued. Given the demands of both Xiao Kexin and Ling Yu, it was clear they would not finish recording that day. As dusk approached, around 6 o'clock, they decided to head to Xiao Kexin's home. Mama, did Daddy help out well today? Upon arriving home, Xiao Kexin was pulled into a room by Ling Ling for a private chat. Today, Ling Yu had firmly rejected Ling Ling's playful attempts for the first time, leaving her feeling downcast throughout the day. Xiao Kexin thought her daughter was merely seeking comfort and did not dwell on it. Oh yes, Daddy was remarkable today. He wrote 5 songs for Mama. As she conveyed this to Ling Ling, she gestured with her delicate fingers to indicate 5. Ling Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Seeing her daughter's adorable expression, Xiao Kexin playfully pinched her cheek. What? The rain god can also write poetry? My idol excels in both musical and literary talents. I feel immensely proud. It's all right, the past is behind us. From now on, we will love you. Go, rain god. After the rain, the sun shines, and we see the rainbow. That evening, the second episode of Little Singer-Songwriter commenced its broadcast. The content showcased the daily creative processes of the 32 finalists, alongside performances from the first live competition. The captivating moments received more airtime, while the mundane were minimized. A segment featuring Ling Yu reciting a poem was aired unedited by director Tang Xian, eliciting praise from the audience for his talent. Following the broadcast, numerous marketing accounts began to emerge on social media, compiling every trace of Ling Yu's online presence, all rallying to support him after his true identity was revealed. Can you also write poetry? At Xiao Kexin's home, Ling Yu and the three women were engrossed in watching the second episode of Little Singer-Songwriter. Lu Shuping had just searched for the poem Ling Yu recited during the show, but found nothing. Ling Yu, moved by the moment, openly acknowledged, "I have no choice. In my past life, I enjoyed embellishing my persona with literature. Having perused numerous renowned poems, he now finds himself confronted with the disheartening realization that this world does not reflect the verses etched in his memory. Reluctantly, he concedes to this truth. Both Xiao Kexin and Sister Min, upon witnessing Ling Yu's admission, are filled with admiration. Poetry transcends mere rhyme. It encompasses rhythm, antithesis, and structural intricacies that elude the understanding of the uninitiated. Mastery of this art form requires decades of dedicated study. News of Ling Yu's poetic prowess swiftly ignites fervor across the internet, effectively dousing the flames of yesterday's revelations. It even stirs the attention of the authorities with whom he has previously collaborated. On Weibo, Xiaoshi News publishes an article that denounces the reckless exposure of others' pasts and the reopening of old wounds, declaring that such behavior is intolerable and constitutes a grave violation of law. They express hope that past sorrows will dissipate with the wind, for without enduring the bitter chill, how can one appreciate the fragrance of plum blossoms? This pronouncement makes it clear to many netizens that the authorities are rallying behind Ling Yu. Behold, this is the influence of my rain god. It is perplexing to witness the derision directed at the rain god, a victim ridiculed for misplaced affections. After grasping the events of the previous day, he resolves to refrain from taking further initiative. The journey of the rain god over the past 2 decades has indeed been inspirational. Gaining admission to such a prestigious university while juggling work to support a young woman is commendable. Unbeknownst to Ling Yu, the authorities have voiced their support for him. Following the recording of the second episode of Little Singer-Songwriter, the contestants return to their groups the next day. It is only when Zhang Xiaohan finds him during a break and shows him her phone that he becomes aware of the situation. The rain god is indeed admirable, while that woman is far from virtuous. Zhang Xiaohan, indignant, bites into her chicken leg, standing up for Ling Yu. During lunch, the staff also take a break, leaving only the strategically placed cameras to capture the contestants' true selves. Ling Yu enjoys a bowl of fish head soup, feeling the need to replenish his energy after excessive mental exertion. The thought of encountering her again is utterly repulsive, and he resolves to avoid her at all costs. At this moment, Ling Yu is dining, his expression masked as usual. From his tone, it is evident that he now finds his former self's action shameful. In his past life, Ling Yu has witnessed the heights of fame on platforms like Blue Star, rendering such grievances trivial. Chapter 51. A Turn of Events. The phrase he uttered could hardly be deemed sophisticated. Moreover, Lin Xiao had delivered an even more classic retort, not even worth stitching up. The former statement retains some utility, while the latter lacks any redeeming quality. Just recalling it fills Ling Yu with exasperation. Now, through his efforts, he has seemingly established a relationship with the fairy's sister. Their child is over 3 years old. Surely, his former self can find peace at last. Observing Ling Yu's expression, which betrays a sense of grinding teeth, Zhang Xiaohan wisely shifts the subject. What are your plans for this stage performance, Rain God? Here, she employs the term play, as she perceives Ling Yu's intent to secure victory, viewing the competition merely as a formality. For this time, at this juncture, Ling Yu has yet to submit the music for his performance. Initially, he intended to interact once more with the little rainbows during this competition, but recent events have complicated matters significantly. As he contemplated the possibility that another's affection could be surreptitiously coveted, Ling Yu felt a wave of trepidation. His true identity, having been exposed, rendered him disinclined to don his mask any longer. However, the production team approached him asserting that the contract had been signed and that he was still required to maintain the secrecy of his identity. This predicament could not entirely be blamed on the production staff, as it was a directive from the leadership at Blueberry Channel. They, seeing that the official narrative was already advocating for Ling Yu, sought to extract every ounce of value from the situation, regardless of what might transpire once Ling Yu shed his mask. The present focus remained on his alter ego within the show, The public discourse would persist, and the attention surrounding little songwriter would not shift to Ling Yu. This left him in a quandary, as it seemed they were desperate for viewership. Reluctantly, Ling Yu acquiesced. At times, when Ling Yu was without his mask, significant impromptu moments would emerge. The staff would even remind him to don it again for retakes. The adage that inspiration stems from life resonated deeply with him, and he had already conceived the song for this competition. Before long, Ling Yu spoke again, a melody from a renowned pop diva echoing in his mind as he made his decision. Zhang Xiaohan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Could you let me hear a sample?" "A hum would suffice." Ling Yu shook his head. "This song is a tribute to my future. You'll hear it on stage." He relished in the element of suspense. In the days that followed, Ling Yu immersed himself in the creative process of this musical piece, providing the production team with the daily footage they desired. Previously, he had submitted his music directly to the team, immediately moving to stage rehearsals. Yet this time, his creative process was notably sluggish, given the nature of the variety show. Simultaneously, he was performing, reconstructing his persona. He hoped that once this piece was released, the events of the past few days would fade into oblivion, allowing for a fresh start. However, Ling Yu found himself in a state of indecision, appearing almost foolish as he scribbled and sketched. Aside from the footage of stage rehearsals, it was truly unwatchable. After all, in the first 2 episodes, he had showcased his talents in dance and poetry. Both his popularity and public opinion had been fervently discussed online. "Rain God, could you provide a more compelling scene?" The director, observing Ling Yu lost in thought at the piano, could no longer contain his frustration. "Apologies, I zoned out." Upon hearing the director's voice, Ling Yu snapped back to attention. The director was tasked not only with managing the cameraman, but also with crafting impromptu scripts for the contestants to ensure smooth post-production editing. Presently, Ling Yu appeared as wilted as a cucumber, prompting the director to question whether he was feeling unwell. "Your demeanor makes my job exceedingly difficult. Why not interact with some of the other competitors?" The director was increasingly exasperated with Ling Yu's lackluster energy over the past few days. With rehearsals looming just 2 days away, the footage of Ling Yu was scarce and lacked any noteworthy moments, rendering it unsuitable for the stage. Ling Yu was a highly sought-after figure on Little Songwriter, and if the recording featured few shots of him, it would not only disappoint the audience, but also risk the director's ire from the show's head producer. As the members of the group had become aware of Ling Yu's revealed identity, they chose not to impose strictness upon him. However, after several days of filming with director Jing, it became evident that a change was imperative. For the sake of daily sustenance and livelihood, director Jing felt compelled to offer some guidance to Ling Yu. Approaching him, he gently placed a hand on his shoulder and inquired, "Do you have a poem this time?" To his surprise, Ling Yu responded affirmatively, "Indeed, I do." In an effort to cultivate a certain persona, Ling Yu had grown weary of his own performance. He endeavored to present himself as a lost soul, hoping that the online community would forget the foolish actions of his past life. His aim was to create the illusion that he had come to terms with his situation, merely awaiting the right opportunity. This was in reference to director Jing, who had frequently posed numerous questions during previous shoots. Yet, for reasons unknown, in recent days, he had only reminded Ling Yu to wear his mask. This prompted Ling Yu to contemplate revealing his true self. Fortunately, diligent effort bore fruit, and he finally found his moment. Recent events had afforded him clarity, leading to a profound awakening. With a self-deprecating smile, he turned to director Jing and said, "I shall now present my humble offering." Remaining seated at the piano, Ling Yu gradually tilted his head back and recited his verses, his tone imbued with poignant melancholy. "On the desolate banks of Ba Mountain and the waters of Chu, for 23 years, I have been cast aside. Nostalgia echoes in vain. As I hear the flute's lament, returning home, I find myself like a man lost in the woods." Upon concluding the second couplet, he lowered his head to gaze at the sheet music in his hands. By the side of the sunken boat, 1,000 sails pass before the ailing tree. 10,000 woods bloom in spring. Today, I listen to your song for a moment. Let the cup of wine uplift my spirit. As he continued with the next 2 couplets, Ling Yu's demeanor brightened considerably. Aware that the rehearsal was scheduled for the following day, He focused on the sheet music to facilitate the editing process for the production team. His intention was to seamlessly transition from his recitation to the rehearsal or competition footage during the broadcast. Feeling quite considerate, he smiled broadly after finishing his poem, wishing to avoid delving into the interpretation and inspiration behind it. He merely sought to maintain appearances reminiscent of his former life. What was the title of this poem? Director Jing expressed his admiration, having casually asked, not anticipating that Ling Yu could craft yet another poem. Ling Yu shook his head, replying untitled. It was inspired by feeling. This poem was a response to a couplet from Liu Yushi, closely following the final lines of Bai Ji's drunken gift to Liu, the 20th governor. Could it be that Ling Yu had inadvertently exposed himself? My heavens, is this truly a poem? In the past few days, within Yuan Chenxi's team, all participants had primarily completed their creative works independently. Due to the release of Yuan Chenxi's new album, he had been unable to engage in the regular creative processes and would only be present for the live broadcast of the third competition of Little Songwriters. Consequently, the responsibilities of monitoring the creative workflow and assisting the participants had been entrusted to Xie Ilian. Chapter 52. The dark horse Xie Ilian had been visiting Ling Yu frequently, yet it appeared that Ling Yu had stated he was finished and required no assistance. Essentially, Xie Ilian's visits had become little more than a formality. However, upon entering the practice room today, he was greeted by the sound of Ling Yu reciting poetry. Although he had watched the recorded episodes, hearing Ling Yu recite live was an entirely different experience. Xie Ilian's actions were truly astonishing. A splendid poem indeed. With a running start, Xie Ilian slid to Ling Yu's side, placing his hands on the floor and bowing his head, achieving a perfect size of posture. Oh, great rain god, could you teach me? I wish to learn. Ling Yu was taken aback by this display. Could this fellow be so audacious? Realizing it was likely for show, he thought little of it. Helping Xie Ilian to his feet, Ling Yu assumed an air of a sage. To compose poetry requires a certain mindset and experience. You are still too youthful. At the age of 41, Xie Ilian was momentarily stunned by the 24-year-old Ling Yu's remark about his youth. He paused, then exclaimed with understanding, "Thank you for your guidance. Rain God, I shall return for your counsel when I reach my 60th year." The exchange elicited quiet laughter from the accompanying staff, who unanimously agreed that this duo was another remarkable pairing following Hu Limin and Ling Yu. The next day's rehearsal was quite captivating, with the exception of Ling Yu. Now only 8 contestants remained, and during the previous live competition, Ling Yu's performance had stood out for both the quality of his creation and the splendor of his stage presence, prompting the other 7 to take their performances more seriously. Among the contestants, aside from Miao Jiawei, who opted for a solo accompanied by music, 4 others requested dance teams. The remaining 3 were even more extravagant. 2 had performances featuring both singing and dancing and requested special lighting effects, while the last contestant, reminiscent of Zhang Xiaohan's previous performance, shockingly requested a circus act. Hearing this, director Tang Xinru was left speechless. A compromise was reached. The dance teams and lighting effects would be as open as possible. Any further requests would need to be resolved independently, as this was a music creation competition, not a talent show. With that, Tang Xinru dismissed the matter, exclaiming, "Let all be destroyed." The instigator of this situation, Ling Yu, merely requested a band performance, taking on the roles of pianist and lead vocalist. In contrast to the other contestants, his approach seemed remarkably subdued. Yet, the music he composed was anything but simple. It appeared to be a profound reflection on life, simultaneously inspiring his future self. Will you be watching the live competition tomorrow? Ling Yu was nestled under the covers, avoiding the cameras in his room, secretly video calling someone. It was past 11 at night, and he was conversing with Xiao Kexin. The two had successfully lulled Ling to sleep earlier around 9 o'clock and were now relishing their time alone. I have to record a song tomorrow. Someone has given me too much to handle, and I haven't even completed one piece yet, Xiao Kexin replied, somewhat insincerely. Ling Yu pretended to appear disappointed. Oh, but my piece will be delightful. You're in it, you know. Let us talk about it tomorrow then. Xiao Kexin pondered for a moment, deciding to keep Ling Yu in suspense. Remember to watch. Bye. Get some rest. Ling Yu and Ling had grown accustomed to video calling, always concluding their conversations with a kiss. However, Xiao Kexin thwarted Ling Yu's desires. Women, how will you escape when I return? Ling Yu remained unperturbed, planning to steal a kiss upon his return. The third live competition of Little Songwriter was underway, having already captivated audiences with 2 previous rounds. The excitement was palpable, especially after the recent revelation of Ling Yu's identity as the top online creator. This sparked interest from both the fans of Little Songwriter and Ling Yu, along with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Consequently, within half an hour of the broadcast, the online viewership soared to over 700,000. The next contestant to grace the stage was Miao Jiawei. This round aimed to determine the top 4 among the remaining 8 contestants. As the competition reached its midpoint, 4 participants had already performed, with Miao Jiawei being the 5th. His stage performance thus far had solely featured instrumental accompaniment, but this time he incorporated a harmonica interlude. True virtuosos never rely on ostentation. Their artistry speaks for itself. The audience awarded Miao Jiawei an impressive score of 957 points. Congratulations to Miao Jiawei. Following the announcement of his score, the venue erupted in cheers as Miao Jiawei ascended to first place, surpassing the previous leader by nearly 3 points. The former frontrunner had scored 931 points, a commendable achievement given the fierce competition for a top 4 position. The upcoming 3 contestants would undoubtedly face formidable challenges in their quest to secure a place in the finals. Before the audience could fully celebrate Miao Jiawei's remarkable performance, the next contestant, Zhang Xiaohan, the most popular female participant in Little Songwriter, took the stage. This time, Zhang Xiaohan showcased a dance pop number that required considerable effort. Ling Yu had previously offered his insights, aware that her dance experience may not guarantee success in the subsequent rounds. All contestants were well aware of the competition's contractual stipulations, which promised contracts to the top 3. Failing to secure a top 3 finish meant no guaranteed rewards. Yet, Zhang Xiaohan held a different perspective. As a university student, she felt fortunate simply to have reached this stage among the top 8. Her determination stemmed from a strict upbringing, where her family had been reluctant to invest in her passion for dance and music, especially with a younger brother to support. Zhang Xiaohan's unwavering dedication persisted until she followed her family's wishes and enrolled in a medical university, where she finally found the freedom to pursue her interests. In college, she began her journey from scratch, learning about music and dance. Inspired by the emerging star Yuan Chenxi, she diligently practiced, studying dance videos online and occasionally live-streaming her singing. During her summer job, she saved enough to purchase a guitar, through which she composed 2 original songs. Although Zhang Xiaohan's dance often draws criticism, her vocal prowess and musical talent have garnered recognition from many. It was not until she encountered Ling Yu's video and heard the song Under the Sea that she resolved to learn self-rescue before being pulled into the depths of a stifling existence. Chapter 53. To my future self, Zhang Xiaohan was merely someone who once harbored dreams, uncertain if it was still possible to pursue them. Thus, upon learning about the auditions for Little Singer-Songwriter through the fan group of Yuan Chenxi, she decided to register with a spirit of experimentation. Unexpectedly, she encountered Ling Yu during the show and managed to advance through the stages, ultimately performing a singing and dancing piece that she had long desired on the stage of the top 8. This time, Yuan Chenxi did not provide direct guidance during the contestants' creation, yet Zhang Xiaohan sought her advice in her spare moments. The dance instructors invited by the production team were exceptionally skilled, and upon discovering her opportunity to create a singing and dancing piece, Zhang Xiaohan diligently practiced her dance skills. On stage, after the host announced Zhang Xiaohan's entrance, he proclaimed that she would present her musical work, Swan. Backstage, clad in a chic short skirt and adorned with an elegant makeup look, she stepped onto the stage with a joyful heart after hearing the host announce her piece. Phew, what a relief. In the contestants' room, Ling Yu sighed in relief upon hearing the scores for Zhang Xiaohan's performance. She scored 932 points, a mere 1 point higher than the second place. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Outperformed. Congratulations, Miao Jiawei. Thank you. In the waiting room, other contestants, aside from Miao Jiawei, were already aware of their impending elimination as only two highly favored contestants remained unannounced. However, they did not feel too disheartened. After all, as amateurs, they had the opportunity to participate in such a popular show and make it to the top 8. A sense of hostility. Who? While Ling Yu waited in the contestants' room, he suddenly felt his passive skill, nausea sense, being triggered, prompting him to glance around. At this moment, only Ling Yu and Qi Fan remained in the contestants' room. And who else could it be but Qi Fan? What is this guy up to? He made my skin crawl. At that moment, Ling Yu met Qi Fan's contemptuous gaze, feeling inexplicably perplexed. He could not understand why this defeated rival would look at him in such a manner. How dare he? Before Ling Yu could react, Qi Fan silently mouthed 2 words. Auntie? What does that mean? No, wait. Qi Fan's mouth formed the words. But Ling Yu sensed something amiss, as Qi Fan had also flicked his tongue in between. What the hell? Are you calling me trash? You little brat. Ling Yu realized the meaning behind Qi Fan's words just as a staff member approached to usher him on stage. Just wait. For now, I'll let you have your moment, but in the next round, there will be consequences. Regaining his composure, Ling Yu gave Qi Fan a dismissive smile before rising to leave the contestants' room. But why has Qi Fan committed such a disgraceful act this time? Is it a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Or does Qi Fan truly feel invulnerable? This brings us back to Qi Fan's manager, who provided him with a musical piece for the competition. Behind the scenes, apart from his involvement in the first round's musical creation, Qi Fan secured the pieces for the second and subsequent rounds through the efforts of the renowned producer Zhang Huang, who is already preparing to retire from Yaomong Entertainment. The lyrics and composition of this musical piece are exquisite, and the stage performance is capable of captivating the audience's spirit. As previously mentioned, it was Qi Fan who applied to the production team for circus performance, but after being denied, he did not press the issue further. Nevertheless, he remains quite confident in the performance of this musical piece, which is why he chose to provoke before Ling Yu's turn. This behavior was also instigated by his company's general manager, Tang Jie. Such humiliation. Just wait. I will unleash a powerful performance in the next round. As Ling Yu awaited backstage, he felt an overwhelming frustration akin to a wasted gift card. This recording session of Little Songwriters was driving him to the brink of insanity. Qi Fan's antics had ignited his temper. Go, Rain God! Zhang Xiaohan had already left the stage and encouraged him as she passed by. She had secured her place in the top 4 and was quite pleased. They were both determined to give their best in the next round. Ling Yu managed to temper his earlier disgust and offered his congratulations to Zhang Xiaohan. In return, she expressed her belief that he would undoubtedly advance as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ling Yu. The host called out, granting Ling Yu the respect he deserved. A staff member handed him the microphone as he stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing Ling Yu's figure, the audience erupted in cheers for the Rain God. At that moment, the live stream had surpassed the previous record of online viewers, exceeding 1.5 million. The host had already stepped off the stage, as per Ling Yu's request. Hello, everyone. I am Ling Yu, the one who has weathered the storms. Ling Yu walked onto the stage and introduced his true self directly to the audience and the camera. He felt that this should be the final moment of playing the role of a lovesick fool. His heart began to relax. Rain God, let go of the past. We will always be by your side. Go, Rain God. Ling Yu's tone was unremarkable, merely a simple introduction. However, the fans below believed he was still troubled by those matters. Letting go of past grievances and embracing the present sunshine, a heart set free finds tranquility in time. My piece is titled to My Future Self, in hopes of gazing towards the future and chasing the stars and the sea. After introducing the stage performance, Ling Yu took his seat at the prepared piano. Everything was in place, and with a decisive motion, he pressed down on the keys. Thud, 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 thud. The band joined in harmony as Ling Yu commenced his piano performance. Standing on the rooftop amidst the howling winds, one gazes into the boundless expanse of this solitary city. Ling Yu, having just inspired the audience with his introduction, imbues his melody with an air of helpless melancholy. I initially presumed it to be an uplifting anthem. Alas, it seems the Rain God cannot bear the weight. What is going on? After the first song, Under the Sea, I had already prepared my farewell letter. Yet here we are again. One cannot truly understand another's suffering, so refrain from advising them on virtue. Rain God, do as you will. I shall follow your lead. How could this be? Please take care, Rain God. The stark contrast presented in the music stirs concern among all the audience members who came for Ling Yu. Endless streams of people meander through the streets. Who can hear another's solitude? To find a kindred spirit, to discover a heart that resonates in harmony. In this universe, I am unique. None can replace me. As the chorus approaches, Ling Yu amplifies his voice, seemingly venting his frustrations, lamenting his discontent, while simultaneously expressing his resolve for the future. Regardless of the pain one endures. What of it? At the very least, I am strong. I am unyielding. In the initial chorus, singers typically adopt a gentle approach. Yet Ling Yu employs a forceful emphasis in his delivery. Remarkable. The Rain God is truly unparalleled. Indeed, what a hurt. If one were to only consider the outcome, one would cease to be human. Ultimately, it is the beautiful journey that holds paramount importance. As long as Ling Yu performs, the fans in the live stream will flood the screen with their enthusiasm. A heart in sympathy, a heart in resonance. In a parallel studio, Xiao Kexin is engrossed in watching the live broadcast of Little Songwriters on her phone. She had skimmed through the earlier parts, but set aside her work to pay attention once Ling Yu took the stage. After all, during their video call last night, Ling Yu mentioned that his musical creations allude to her. More of his fanciful whims. That scoundrel. Upon hearing the word heart in Ling Yu's lyrics, Xiao Kexin felt he was being deliberately suggestive. To find a heart that resonates with Kexin, to discover a heart that beats in unison with Kexin, Ling Ling at home steadfastly supports Ling Yu's competition. She interprets the heart in Ling Yu's lyrics as referring to Xiao Kexin's name. Each time Ling Yu's live performance occurs, Ling Ling ensures that Sister Min casts it onto the television. Ling Yu would never deceive a child, always being truthful about his busy endeavors. Grandma, do I sing well? Ling Ling echoes Ling Yu's song, glancing back at Sister Min after the first chorus concludes. Seeing Ling Ling's exuberance fills Sister Min with joy. Of course, you sing beautifully. You're amazing. As night descends, cloaking the city in a brilliant sea of lights, countless souls bear their unique burdens. The television continues to broadcast Ling Yu's voice, and the second verse unfolds. Ling Ling mimics Ling Yu, employing her limited vocabulary to sing along. At 3 years old, she knows only a handful of words, yet she exerts herself diligently. Awaking from slumber, anticipation lingers. I shall not relinquish the courage to love, nor shall I doubt the existence of sincerity. The lyrics of To My Future Self can be regarded as a pinnacle of artistry. The repetition is minimal, with each stanza presenting a distinct message. The meaning of the lyrics is remarkably easy to comprehend, showcasing the extraordinary talent of the lyricist. Truly, he is the Rain God. The lyrics are splendidly crafted. I yearn to experience this live. Ling Yu's piano playing is unexpectedly exquisite. Each of the Rain God's new songs is distinct, and this time, victory is undoubtedly assured. Following the conclusion of the second chorus, the interlude is performed live by the band. At this moment, Ling Yu, inspired, expresses into the microphone, I hope that in the future, when others mention you, you will be regarded as a person with a story, rather than being hastily overlooked as an ordinary individual. Let us strive together. The future is yours. Upon hearing Ling Yu's narration, the audience is filled with exhilaration. In the future, you will understand my madness, Ling Yu concludes, and the applause at the competition is fervent. In this atmosphere, Ling Yu intends to perform once more. In the past, we were mere strangers who never even brushed past each other. In the future, you will be my most cherished memory. Thank you all. Grasping the microphone positioned on the piano, Ling Yu bows in gratitude. You are also our most treasured memory. From now on, we will shield you with our umbrellas. Ling Yu, I love you. After Ling Yu's stage performance, someone becomes anxious. That individual is Chi Fan, who is currently in the waiting room, preparing to take the stage. Utilizing sorrowful matters to manipulate the audience's emotions is truly unscrupulous. Chi Fan feels as though he has been dealt a harsh blow. Initially brimming with confidence, He now finds his resolve wavering after witnessing Ling Yu's performance. At this moment, the host has received the scores for Ling Yu's work and begins to announce. The score for Drenched in Rain is 974 points. Everyone knows that Ling Yu possesses exceptional talent. Yet this score is nearly 2 points higher than the current leading contestant on the top 8 stage. This revelation is utterly astonishing. However, after hearing a public judge's commentary, the audience begins to comprehend. Ling Yu's future undoubtedly exceeds this score. Many are now uttering Ling Yu's name, which brings him some solace. He has been somewhat apprehensive that the disappearance of his enigmatic aura might lead to a decline in popularity. After all, Ling Yu has signed a contract with Parallel Studio and will continue to pursue his career as a musician. Following this competition, Ling Yu realizes that his current stature is rooted in his own strength, with the greatest contributor being the music library of Blue Star. With a score of 974, Ling Yu stands triumphant on the top 8 stage, with only Chi Fan yet to perform. However, Chi Fan's upcoming work seems somewhat jarring. While the theme of the music expresses freedom, the stage is shrouded in chaos. Elements such as mist and drifting flowers, which are irrelevant, clutter the performance, culminating in an explosive finale. The final scoring leads to an awkward situation, as Chi Fan surprisingly ties with Miao Jiawei. Nevertheless, the production team has devised a strategy. Since the public judging panel comprises only 50 individuals, all scores will be evenly divided, retaining only 1 decimal place after rounding. Miao Jiawei's average score stands at 957, with a total of 4,786 points. Chi Fan's average score stands at 9568, with a total of 4,784 points. Thus, the last contestant to take the stage, Chi Fan, secured 3rd place in this competition. Congratulations to Ling Yu, Miao Jiawei, Chi Fan, and Zhang Xiaohan for advancing to the top 4. After the host announced the results of the competition, they concluded their shift. Daddy has once again claimed 1st place. In the Xiao Kexin household, Ling was filled with joy. Snap! That was the sound of the door opening. Xiao Kexin has returned, as evening approaches 7 o'clock. Upon seeing her mother, Ling rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Mommy, Daddy is 1st again. Oh my, that is certain. Daddy is incredibly talented." Xiao Kexin crouched down to embrace Ling. Sister Min had already prepared dinner and went to the kitchen to fetch the dishes. Daddy's singing has mommy in it. Find a partner who cherishes you. Find a heart that resonates. Ling intended to perform Ling Yu's competition piece for Xiao Kexin, but before she could finish the 2nd line, Xiao Kexin covered her mouth. "You sing beautifully. Let us eat first." At that moment, a faint blush graced Xiao Kexin's cheeks. Although the stage for Little Singing Prodigy had concluded, the recording was not yet over. What? A charity gala? Just then, the program staff summoned the 4 advancing contestants to the conference room, announcing a shocking revelation regarding the next live competition process. This upcoming live broadcast would not count towards the contestant scores, but would be treated as a separate competition. Furthermore, the 4 advancing contestants would collaborate with their mentors on this stage under the guise of charity gala, donating 1 million in charity funds in the name of the victor. Chapter 55, National Style Dance Music Pending. What about me? Am I out? Spoke Hu Limin, whose team had been entirely eliminated after this round. Mentor Yuan Chenxi still had 2 contestants. They should discuss who would collaborate with Hu Limin. Director Tang Xinru offered her suggestion. After hearing Tang Xinru's proposal, Hu Limin turned to Ling Yu, his gaze brimming with emotion, as if to say, "You understand me." Ling Yu sensed Hu Limin's glance and winked back, conveying a clear message of camaraderie. However, the exchange lasted but a few seconds. Yuan Chenxi voiced her thoughts. "I believe Xiaoan should collaborate with Mingge. This way, both our teams will comprise 1 male and 1 female, which balances the partnership and eases the workload." Chenxi is right. Such a pairing can create even more variety. Tang Xinru nodded in agreement. With the chief director's endorsement, there was little room for dissent. "My stage with my good buddy, just like that, is gone." Sigh, lamented Hu Limin, feeling as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. Yet, Zhang Xiaohan, assigned to partner with Hu Limin, felt quite pleased. Having just completed the musical stage she had long desired, she was already filled with satisfaction. With the competition teams now determined, Tang Xinru continued to discuss further arrangements. Before the official commencement of the competition stage, a performance stage is to be held. The 4 finalists and their mentors are required to prepare a musical piece, whether it be an original composition or a cover. Let us endeavor to excel. A charity gala will undoubtedly encompass more than just the competition. Not only will the top 4 contestants perform, but numerous prominent artists have also been invited to grace the event. Among them is the esteemed Xiao Kexin, whom Lu Shuping has brought on board. The show Little Songwriters has already made a significant mark, establishing itself as a preeminent variety program. During this period, it has become a sought-after platform, attracting a plethora of advertisers eager to participate, with even next season's advertising slots extending all the way to Malaysia. As the meeting concluded, Yuan Chenxi and Ling Yu walked side by side. Ling Yu, do you have any thoughts? Yuan Chenxi, with her statuesque figure, still appeared a head shorter than Ling Yu, who stood at an impressive height of 183 meters, while she was approximately 165 meters tall. Perhaps all the nutrition had been diverted to certain prominent features. Upon hearing Yuan Chenxi's inquiry, Ling Yu began to ponder earnestly, for he had just made a solemn vow to surprise the unsuspecting chiffon. He intended to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Speaking of surprises, it would surely revolve around the traditional Chinese music that Ling Yu had in mind. However, the notion of a male-female duet performance momentarily left him in contemplation. A plan to create a piece of traditional Chinese music. What do you think? The vast Blue Star music library is not merely a concept. Although Ling Yu hesitated to choose a specific piece, he felt it prudent to solidify the musical style first. Great. It's decided then. Traditional Chinese music it is. Yuan Chenxi expressed her delight. Having practiced dance since childhood, she was most familiar with folk and standard dances. However, upon becoming a singer, her performances had primarily involved choreography. If Ling Yu could produce a traditional piece that allowed for both singing and dancing, she would truly feel accomplished, having elevated her artistry to new heights. After filming concluded, Ling Yu engaged in light-hearted banter with Hu Limin. There will certainly be opportunities in the future. I must take my leave now. Goodbye. Once he boarded the van, he instructed the driver to take him back to the apartment. With the competition drawing to a close and following a meeting, the hour was late, and he decided against disturbing Xiao Kexin at her home. The following morning, Ling Yu rose early. After tidying up, he packed the essentials into his bag. He was dressed in a white work outfit and sported a cap emblazoned with the character's white blood cell. A small round badge adorned the back of the cap, featuring a black circle. Ling Yu was to take Ling Ling to a comic exhibition, hence his attire. Arriving at the Jinshang Tianhua parking lot, he made a phone call and waited patiently. Before long, Xiao Kexin appeared with Ling Ling. Today, Xiao Kexin wore only a mask, eschewing makeup. She donned a red beret, a red vest, and denim shorts. Ling Ling, dressed simply in a sky blue tunic and beige shorts, complemented her look with black ankle boots. She, too, wore a cap similar to Ling Yu's, but hers lacked the round badge and the embroidered text red platelet. These are the costumes specially crafted by Ling Yu, inspired by the anime cells at work from his past life on Earth. Let's go. Upon Ling Yu placing Ling Ling in the rear child seat, she commanded him, and he drove them to the comic convention. Wow, so many people, exclaimed Ling Ling upon spotting the Labrador sheriff. It was her first time at a comic convention, and the multitude of eccentric characters left her in awe. At that moment, Ling Yu donned a mask to avoid being recognized. What a cute little girl. Which character are you portraying? 2 young ladies approached Ling Ling. Although her outfit was simple, her inherited perfect genes captivated many at the convention. I'm a platelet. Daddy says my character is a little helper that heals human wounds. Ling Ling recalled Ling Yu's introduction of her character. She uttered only a few words, yet her earnest demeanor enchanted the 2 girls. Wow, you're amazing. You've already healed me. The girls were reluctant to leave, taking numerous photos with the family of 3. Throughout the morning, Ling Ling was immensely popular, with countless attendees eager to take pictures with her. Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin found themselves obliged to engage with the crowd. Your family is absolutely fantastic. Such beautiful parents and an adorable daughter. Come on, look at the camera. As noon approached, the crowd swelled. They had never seen Ling Yu's and Xiao Kexin's cosplays, and despite their masks, they were still magnetic. The number of onlookers soon surpassed that of nearby performers. Thank you all for your support. We plan to take a break now. Please excuse us. Ling Yu decided to leave to protect their identities and to ensure that Ling wouldn't feel overwhelmed. After departing the convention, he took Xiao Kexin and Ling to a cat CAF. At that moment, Xiao Kexin was cradling a ragdoll cat while Ling played nearby. Mommy, I want to hold a kitty too. Initially hesitant, Ling had now gathered the courage to interact with the cats. Be gentle. Xiao Kexin slowly handed the ragdoll to Ling. Having numerous stuffed animals at home, Ling was quite adept. Chapter 56. The barber talent. The morning passed in this manner, and as they contemplated filling their stomachs, Ling Yu recalled a private dining establishment that Xiao Kexin had previously taken him to. Wow, Ling, you look especially adorable today. Upon entering the private restaurant, they encountered a familiar face, Xiao Rui. Uncle, Ling called out upon seeing him. As Ling Yu had surmised, Xiao Rui was indeed Xiao Kexin's younger brother. Cousin, this is Xiao Rui, the only sibling of Xiao Kexin. Their close bond was evident. Let me hold you. Oh, my Ling has grown. Xiao Rui approached and squatted down to embrace the adorably dressed Ling. He soon realized that she had gained weight since he last saw her. Let's go eat. Today we have lobster. This private dining establishment is owned by Uncle Xiao Kexin, who is none other than Xiao Rui's father. However, after Xiao Rui was accepted into university, his parents embarked on a journey around the world, leaving the management of their business to professionals. Xiao Rui's only responsibility is to occasionally oversee operations. Yet he has no desire to inherit his parents' enterprise. Under the influence of Xiao Kexin, he aspires to become a singer, often approaching her with playful antics, hoping for a morsel of recognition from his illustrious sister after her meals. After all, it is unlikely that Xiao Kexin would utilize all her creative works or the music she receives. Lacking musical talent, he settled for the advantages of good genetics. Through relentless effort, he ultimately gained admission to the city's drama academy, at least ensuring he remains within a similar circle. Xiao Rui believes that one day he will piece together an album from the songs that Xiao Kexin no longer desires. I'll go ahead in order. You all make yourselves comfortable. Since Xiao Kexin and her friends had chosen to dine at his establishment, Xiao Rui felt compelled to provide them with the finest hospitality. Upon entering the private room, Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin finally removed their masks. Mommy, is Uncle going to sing? Xiao Rui has a fondness for his niece Ling, and the two often share whispers. Ever since Ling learned of Xiao Rui's passion for singing, she frequently confides in Xiao Kexin about him. It is uncertain whether it was Xiao Rui who inspired her. Xiao Kexin, while washing dishes for Ling Yu and Ling, did not lift her head and replied, Uncle will be singing with Mommy and Daddy. Recently, during a session at the Parallel Studio, Xiao Kexin decided to give Xiao Rui a chance to duet on Ling Yu's song, Only You Capture My Heart. However, Ling Yu later joined in as well. Can I sing with you? Ling eagerly inquired upon hearing Xiao Kexin's response. You want to sing too? Ling Yu interjected. After Ling Yu's remark, both mother and daughter turned their gazes toward her. Another idea brewing? This thought crossed Xiao Kexin's mind upon hearing Ling Yu's words. Yes, Ling wants to sing with you both. Knowing Ling Yu's prowess, Ling promptly expressed her wish. Ling Yu accepted the dishes washed by Xiao Kexin and assured her, no problem, leave it to Daddy. Soon, many will hear Ling sing. Seeing Ling Yu's confidence, Xiao Kexin chose not to comment. Ling Yu often surprises everyone by casually singing a new song, and while Xiao Kexin is accustomed to it, she cannot help but feel envious. Thank you, Daddy, Ling exclaimed joyfully. Ling Yu understood that Ling wished to perform, as the previous song sung for her had not included her participation. By agreeing to fulfill Ling's desire, it merely required the creation of another song, ensuring that Ling would be included in the production. Cease. When are we recording the song? After placing the order, Xiao Rui returned and, after a brief chat, eagerly inquired about his debut project. Xiao Kexin offered little warmth to her cousin, for Xiao Rui had become quite bothersome. Ever since high school, he had persistently pestered Xiao Kexin for assistance with songwriting. She vividly recalls how audacious he was during those times. At that time, Xiao Kexin had just begun to make her mark in the music industry. During a family gathering, her younger brother Xiao Rui exclaimed with fervor, "Sister, I want to debut, with my long hair styled into a bun. I am certain that if you write songs for me, I will undoubtedly become a legendary superstar." Xiao Rui, with an air of confidence, appeared utterly self-assured. "What about that croaky voice of yours? Dream on." Xiao Kexin, a proud university student at the time, showed no mercy in chastising her younger cousin. "What's wrong with my voice? It's unique. You simply don't understand." Xiao Rui protested, unwilling to concede. With a defiant glare at Xiao Kexin, he declared, "You must write for me. Otherwise, I will expose all your embarrassing moments from childhood. Let us see how you can continue to be a star." The elders in the family were at a loss regarding the antics of the two siblings. They could only engage in their own conversations and enjoy their meals, choosing to overlook the squabbling as a means to foster their bond. "I want to write. I have no embarrassing stories. Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" Xiao Kexin retorted fearlessly. Seeing that she remained resolute, Xiao Rui's expression turned devious. "Remember in middle school when you licked your toes? In high school, you were always shouting about wanting to eat papaya. And during summer vacation, you went a week without showering just to play video games." Before he could finish, he was met with a swift kick from a girl in sneakers. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your sister." From that point on, regardless of Xiao Rui's appeals, whether gentle or forceful, Xiao Kexin steadfastly refused to write songs for him. This continued until the emergence of Ling Yu's song, "Only Feel For You." At that moment, Xiao Kexin thought it might be best to just indulge him. Otherwise, it would be incessantly bothersome. After all, ever since Xiao Rui entered university, he had taken to visiting the studio frequently, neglecting his responsibilities, all the while dreaming of being a singer after getting accepted into a drama academy. Xiao Kexin intended to expose him to the fierce competition of the industry, hoping he would realize that he was utterly unsuited for singing. Once Ling Yu's variety show concluded, he would be able to begin activities under his true identity. Xiao Kexin, a major shareholder of the Parallel Studio, was already privy to Ling Yu's situation. Since his identity had been revealed, Ling Yu had long wished to cast off the mask he wore. However, due to the contract with Little Singer-Songwriter, which he had signed under the name Ling Yu, it was not easy to backtrack. Moreover, Xiao Kexin was in no hurry, as she had recently released her 9th album. When will that be? Who knows how long it will take? Since Xiao Rui received the opportunity to duet with Xiao Kexin and Ling Yu, he began his preparations in earnest, practicing his vocal skills daily with the vocal coach at the Parallel Studio. Upon hearing Xiao Kexin's plans, he found it hard to accept. Heartbroken, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. However, the food arrived swiftly, and soon the three of them began to eat, completely disregarding the sorrowful Xiao Rui. "Xiao Rui, your voice has improved significantly. Keep it up and focus on your vocal technique," Ling Yu remarked at the dinner table, unable to bear the sight of a grown man sobbing. "It's quite nauseating." Chapter 57. More local specialties. Ling Yu understood, well, why Xiao Kexin had consistently refrained from assisting him. The boy's voice would gradually become hoarse even when he spoke. From the moment Ling Yu first encountered Xiao Rui, he was acutely aware of the issue at hand. It was a flaw in pronunciation he had carried since childhood, one he had gradually become accustomed to. With diligent practice in oral resonance techniques, he believed he could rectify this vocal deficiency and reclaim his voice. "Will my voice eventually resemble that of an ordinary person? I truly long to sing." Alas, his voice faltered. Upon hearing Ling Yu's consolation, the tears that had been brewing within Xiao Rui finally cascaded down his cheeks. As Ling Yu munched on his meal, he reassured, "With practice, you will excel. Just imagine, your brother-in-law will champion you." From their very first meeting, Ling Yu regarded Xiao Rui as a gifted barber, albeit one who spoke excessively. Once his voice improved, he was certain Xiao Rui could thrive as a unique rap artist. "Brother-in-law, beloved brother-in-law, I shall align myself with you henceforth." Xiao Rui recently learned of the relationship between Ling Yu and Ling Ling previously. He had only heard whispers of Xiao Kexin's noble act to save Lu Shuping, having sought a quality donor at the Rice Donation Center. Little did he know that Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin were already together. Now, with Ling Yu promising to support his aspirations as a singer, It was indeed a noble calling. He mused that he could call him brother-in-law, or even father if he so wished. Xiao Kexin sat nearby, her face nearly buried in her bowl. The nature of her relationship with Ling Yu had not been publicly declared, yet their frequent glances at one another betrayed an unspoken bond. What is Wapiyu? Ling pondered, eating independently and unable to comprehend the banter between Ling Yu and Xiao Rui. Are you saying Uncle wants to be a singer too? Ha ha! Xiao Rui was overjoyed by Ling Yu's promise. The following afternoon, Ling Yu took Ling to the park to fly kites. Autumn had descended, and the breeze had grown cooler. Let us play together with Daddy. I'm afraid Ling won't be able to catch it. At that moment, Ling Yu had just launched the kite into the air, and Ling could scarcely contain her eagerness to control it. Wow, it's so high. Ling joyfully grasped the kite reel from Ling Yu's hands, her excitement palpable. As it was her first time flying a kite, Ling Yu was cautious not to let her take the reins alone. Thus, they jointly maneuvered the kite reel, reveling in their shared joy. Suddenly, Ling Yu's phone rang incessantly. He hesitated to relinquish full control of the kite to Ling. With one hand, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and answered the call. Mr. Ling, your readers are causing a ruckus. It was Chun Lily on the line. I, too, find myself at a loss. Ling Yu understood precisely what Chun Lily meant by the reader's turmoil. Unfortunately, he could not intervene. Earlier that morning, he had completed the last chapters of the legend of Sword and Fairy, updating them in their entirety. The saga concluded, the sword returned to its sheath, and in the end, only Li Xiaoyao remained with memories of Yurujia. Ah, has everyone perished? I thought Lin Yueru met her demise like Biao, and now Zhao Linger as well. I truly do not know what to say. It seems clear to me that the author has deliberately led us to this tragic fate. As the saying goes, it is not polite to visit without bringing something in return. Fellow friends, gather round. I am selecting local specialties. Let's meet at the usual spot. I am Principal Huang. I shall seek out the rain-soaked ones. Await my good news. The recent reader protest did not match the fervor of the previous one. The readers remained remarkably composed, merely placing their gift boxes at the Hongshizi Reading Building before departing. They lingered not, nor did they brandish placards or shout in anger. Alas! Oh dear, the kite has snapped. In the park, Ling Yu, who was flying a kite with Ling, was about to exclaim, I truly apologize. I had not anticipated this. I appreciate your understanding. After concluding his call with Chun Lily, Ling Yu scooped up Ling and raced towards the direction where the kite had fallen. Fortunately, it did not strike anyone. Upon reaching the open grassy area, they discovered their kite had indeed met its demise. Oh, the kite is ruined. Ling picked up the tattered remains of the kite, her heart heavy with sorrow. How could Ling Yu bear to see his daughter in tears? He promptly suggested, shall we purchase a new one? It was my oversight. I assure you the line will not break again. Is there a panda kite? Ling inquired, her tears beginning to subside. Ling Yu took her to search among the park stalls, but alas, they found no panda kite. As a compromise, they settled for a panda balloon. Next time, I will bring you back to the park once we acquire a kite. Yes, Ling insisted it must be very large. With no panda kite in hand, the father and daughter prepared to return home. The third episode of Little Singers was set to air that evening, but it was only Ling Yu and Ling alongside Ant-Man who were watching. Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping were absent from home. The third episode featured the daily practices of the top 16 contestants. Daddy is so tired, Ling lamented as she observed the exhausted Ling Yu collapsing on the floor after his practice. My dear heart truly feels for you. Ling Yu hardly focused on the television. At that moment, he was engaged in discussions with the vice president of Penguin Video regarding the film rights for The Legend of Sword and Fairy. It was Ling Yu who initiated the conversation. Ling Yu stated, my anticipated price cannot be lower than 25 million. I hope you will consider it. The vice president of Penguin Video responded, Mr. Ling, your trust in our company is greatly appreciated, and we shall provide you with the best possible response. Ling Yu continued, do you require preliminary information regarding the anime licensing? The vice president replied, Mr. Ling, please share a price for us to consider. Ling Yu offered 15 million then. The vice president assured him, we will deliberate on this, Mr. Ling. Please do not rush to consult other companies. We will certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer. The Penguin Group is rather affluent. Ling Yu approached them to avoid complications, unlike the previous ordeal with Zhu Xian, which took considerable time, only for Penguin to ultimately acquire the rights to both the game and the anime. He decided to present them with a price for consideration first, and, if necessary, he would consult a few other companies. After obtaining a quote from Penguin Games, the broadcast of Little Singers was nearing its conclusion. "Do you wish to learn to dance like Daddy?" Ling Yu posed dramatically in front of the television. "Yes, I want to learn. Daddy, teach me. From now on, please refer to me as Teacher Lingling." Lingling had yet to take her bath, so Ling Yu planned to engage her in a delightful interaction. The choreography for Rainbow was relatively simple for Ling Yu to learn. However, for the 3-year-old Lingling, it is indeed quite challenging, with a flurry of movements. She completed her solo dance during the interlude. Posing in what she believed to be a cool manner, she elicited laughter and applause from Ling Yu and Sister Min, who praised her performance. By this time, it was already past 10 in the evening. After Sister Min bathed Lingling, Ling Yu took it upon himself to lull her to sleep in Xiao Kexin's room. Although Lingling had her own room, she preferred to sleep with Xiao Kexin every night. If Xiao Kexin were away, Sister Min would accompany Lingling instead. Later, Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping would return home. Ling Yu only needed to ensure Lingling fell asleep. In the late hours of the night, Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping returned home, feeling utterly exhausted and in need of rest. After Lu Shuping finished washing up and lay down, she had barely closed her eyes when she felt something tickling her face. Who is so bored as to play pranks? She thought, fuming. Suddenly, she recalled that she was alone in her room. Realizing something was amiss, she opened her eyes. A panda. It turned out to be a deflated panda balloon that Ling Yu had bought for Lingling, somehow making its way into Lu Shuping's room. Finally, after enduring the rain, a video had been uploaded. She thought he had abandoned that account. Puffed. Once again, it was an apology from a good friend. That troublesome author has vanished in a thin air. Regardless of whether it was Zhu Xian or The Legend of Sword and Fairy, I've read them all, and I don't even know how I managed to get through them. Being friends with someone like Ling Yu is truly wonderful. That troublesome author should take care of himself. Since Ling Yu asked Xiao Kexin to help sing Always So Quiet, he had not posted any short videos. This time, hidden in the night, he performed a segment from the first chapter of The Legend of Sword and Fairy, titled Junrain. It was still the music meant as an apology to a good friend, expressing love carried by the wind. What? An opera? The 4th round of Little Singer-Songwriter has already begun filming. Ling Yu had informed Yuan Chenxi of his idea for a collaborative performance at a charity gala, featuring a piece of music that blended opera. Am I to perform opera? Yuan Chenxi, upon hearing Ling Yu's outline, felt somewhat intimidated. It was rare to see her in such a lack of confidence, as those familiar with her knew that she would give her all to fulfill any request. Since becoming a singer, she had not only excelled in dancing, but also dedicated herself to singing, daring to experiment with every genre of music. At this moment, Ling Yu expressed his concerns regarding the opera performance, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the task at hand. I can handle the operatic chorus. You can perform the national dance for the verses, can't you? Ling Yu had already meticulously arranged the choreography for this musical stage. Could someone who studied music also perform opera? Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Yuan Chenxi was taken aback. Ling Yu, noticing Yuan Chenxi's incredulous expression, chose not to comment further. Surprisingly, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about opera. In his previous life, he was not only fascinated by classical poetry, but also delved into the study of traditional culture. Ever since the rise of opera music in Blue Star, his curiosity compelled him to explore this unique blend. To keep pace with the times, Ling Yu sought out professional instructors to learn the nuances of operatic vocalization and familiarized himself with the fundamentals of performance, which require years of practice in the 4 skills and 5 methods. While he could not fully embody the spirit and form required for a live performance, he could manage a semblance of imitation. Very well, but are you truly capable? Yuan Chenxi's skeptical gaze was unmasked as she scrutinized Ling Yu. How could a man concede defeat? He assured her, "Rest assured, my confidence is firm." Ling Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed under Yuan Chenxi's intense gaze. All right. I'll dance the style I excel at. If you falter, it won't be my fault." Yuan Chenxi nodded, albeit dismissively, as she examined the handwritten lyrics Ling Yu had provided. Huh, do you dare challenge me? Ling Yu mused, confident that victory was inevitable, primarily to see Qi Fan, who had disparaged him as mediocre, face yet another setback. However, Ling Yu was prepared, and it was unlikely that Qi Fan would be without his own strategies. Huanggu, I truly need your assistance this time. In a villa district of Kyoto, a middle-aged man with graying hair leaned back on the sofa, observing the rotund man seated across from him, who was none other than Qi Fan's manager, Zheng Dapeng. The middle-aged man was Zhang Huang, a former top producer at Yaomong Entertainment. Please, you must lend your support for the collaboration stage between Yingni and Xiao Fan. Zheng Dapeng implored once more. Zhang Huang took a drag from a cigarette and, exhaling a cloud of smoke, replied, I've helped him thrice. First, he altered my song without permission. Second, his vocal skills were lacking. And third, he turned the stage into chaos. He couldn't even secure a first place. Thankfully, my name wasn't attached to it. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to hide my face. Zhang Huang's tone shifted from jest to a loud outburst, startling Zheng Dapeng considerably. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Fan is merely inexperienced. Zheng Dapeng attempted to placate him with a nervous smile. Approaching his 60s, Zhang Huang, after a moment of frustration, began to catch his breath. Once he had settled, Zheng Dapeng resumed his conciliatory demeanor, stating, with Yingni involved this time, there surely won't be any mistakes. After hearing Zheng Dapeng's reassurances, Zhang Huang extinguished his cigarette, declaring, I'm tired. Wait for my news. He rose, signaling the end of the discussion. Thank you, Brother Huang. Please take care. Zheng Dapeng felt a weight lift from his heart upon receiving Zhang Huang's agreement. God of Rain, you can even speak Cantonese. In the practice room, Zhang Xiaohan approached Ling Yu for a chat. How did she know? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohan's question, Ling Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered over how she had come to know about this matter. Ling Yu was indeed proficient in Cantonese. Although he was originally from a city, his parents had relocated him to Guangdong province during his childhood. To him, the Cantonese language was as effortless as a gentle drizzle. A few days ago, I watched television and noticed that the music and lyrics for the show Walin were credited to you. How impressive. Zhang Xiaohan's eyes sparkled like stars. You, a medical student, still find time to watch TV dramas? Ling Yu recalled that it must have been for a previous martial arts film titled difficult to recite. Cantonese, indeed, is quite simple, akin to a pig climbing a tree. Seeing Zhang Xiaohan so intrigued filled Ling Yu with a sense of superiority. He spontaneously uttered a sentence in Cantonese. Yuji just now. Egg. Beat monkey ride pig, take pine root. Zhang Xiaohan attempted to mimic Ling Yu's words. Oh dear, only the last character matched? Ling Yu was taken aback that such a lengthy sentence had only one word in common. Very well spoken. With another 100 or 80 years of practice, you'll master it perfectly. Chapter 59. Where there's a will, there's a way. Upon hearing Ling Yu's assessment, Zhang Xiaohan's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment. What kind of talk is that? Just because you are capable, you belittle others? Yuan Chenxi was nearby and fortunately did not attempt to imitate Zhang Xiaohan. Otherwise, he too would likely have faced Ling Yu's critique. Mr. Ling Yu, when did you learn Cantonese? Following the usual protocol, the director inquired. Ling Yu turned to the camera, adopting a very serious demeanor. Where there's a will, there's a way. I have been interested in Cantonese since childhood. I just don't usually flaunt it. The director was quite satisfied with this response and did not press Ling Yu further. That's it. How beautiful. Zhang Xiaohan, feeling humiliated by Ling Yu, departed, leaving only Yuan Chenxi and Ling Yu to practice their collaborative stage performance. With only 4 finalists remaining, they could monopolize a dance studio. Both were so engrossed in their work that they lost track of time, practicing until past 8 in the evening. It's already past 8. Let's take a break. Yuan Chenxi had been tirelessly rehearsing the choreography, having only hastily eaten a couple of bites for dinner. She placed great importance on this collaboration with Ling Yu. The music was not merely a simple national-style song. It also incorporated operatic elements, marking another innovative musical style from Ling Yu following the traditional national style. You should go eat something. I hardly saw you eat earlier. Don't overexert yourself, Ling Yu suggested without pausing. After all, What he was undertaking was not just a performance, but a national treasure, leaving no room for even the slightest error. Ling Yu recognized his own limitations and had requested a professional opera instructor from the production team for guidance. Unfortunately, mastering such an art form could not be achieved in just a few days. He would even need it on a costume and apply makeup for the performance. Well, I should head back to rest soon. Don't practice for too long. Yuan Qinzi prepared to leave. Unlike Ling Yu, who was merely refining gestures and footwork, her consumption during practice is quite substantial. See you tomorrow. The preparation time for Little Singer is merely 4 days. Typically, contestants do not place much emphasis on stage performance. However, Ling Yu, this determined individual, has transformed the mindset of other competitors, prompting them to elevate their efforts. The production team is unable to alter the broadcast time of the competition, finding themselves equally busy in response to the contestants. The show's reviews and reputation are soaring. Only the staff bear the brunt of the burden. Rain God still needs to practice. Most of them are interns. Television stations often prefer to hire numerous freshly graduated university students before a show's filming, treating them as mere laborers. Although following Rain God is exhausting, his actions appear remarkably impressive. Yet, they seem quite content as there are many stars present. Around 9 o'clock, Ling Yu also intends to return to his room for rest. I miss you. I can hardly eat or sleep. And as soon as I close my eyes, Ling Yu, following his usual routine, video calls Xiao Kexin from beneath the covers. That's enough. In a few days, I will also participate in the evening gala, so we shall meet then, right? In the video, Xiao Kexin is displayed in her living room, just out of the bath, looking extraordinarily beautiful. Meanwhile, Ling Yu hides beneath the covers, illuminated only by the faint glow of his phone. Like a ghost, he wonders how the fairy sister can chat with him for so long. What song do you plan to perform? Xiao Kexin is there to add some glamour to that charity gala. However, she also needs to perform a piece. Encounter. Xiao Kexin has long since decided. For the program I'm participating in, I'll be singing the song I wrote for you. You must love me very much, right? I'm truly delighted. Come on. Give me a kiss. No kiss. Hurry up and go to sleep. Each time their video call nears its end, Ling Yu always requests a kiss, but Xiao Kexin never indulges him. This time, she is even more resolute, directly hanging up. The next day, Ling Yu rises past 11 o'clock, having skipped breakfast. Is your solo performance a new song or something else? During practice, Yuan Qinzi curiously asks Ling Yu, I don't have time to prepare a new song. I intend to sing the one I previously performed in the video, Rice Fragrance. What about you? For this charity gala-s solo performance, Ling Yu genuinely lacks preparation time. Otherwise, he would certainly utilize a song for Blue Star. Me? Love you. Yuan Qinzi blurts out. What? What are you talking about? Love me? Ling Yu panics, hastily responding, Senior Qinzi, I am immensely grateful that you can witness my charming and splendid side. I know I am exceptional in both talent and appearance. Yuan Qinzi finds his sudden self-adoration a bit perplexing. I was referring to the song you wrote for me. Love you. What were you thinking? Ling Yu's unfinished words are abruptly interrupted by Yuan Qinzi's urgent interjection. Oh, so it's the music Love You. Ahem. My mistake, my mistake. Ling Yu feels slightly embarrassed. The live version of Love You, paired with Yuan Qinzi's presence, is bound to be stunning. Ling Yu envisions Yuan Qinzi on stage, pinching his nose as if he might sneeze, undoubtedly catching a chill last night. Wow, it's Xiao Kexin. During the rehearsal for the charity gala, a wave of cheers erupted from staff. At that moment, Xiao Kexin had just arrived at the stage. Although many admired her, none dared to approach for a customary fan interaction. No handshakes, photographs, or autographs. However, one bold soul did muster the courage. Kexin Jia, I'm your fan. Can we take a picture together? It was Ling Yu, who had eagerly awaited this moment and finally had the chance to meet Xiao Kexin. With an expression of mild exasperation, she indulged him until he completed his request. Ling Yu, however, did not linger. After all, filming was still underway, and he was even wearing a microphone. Nevertheless, his boldness inspired others to step forward and greet her. First came the mentors, most of whom, except for Yuan Qinzi, were seniors to Xiao Kexin. She greeted them warmly, putting on a cheerful demeanor. Next were Zhang Xiaoan and Miao Jiawei, two contestants who were quite humble in her presence, aware that this young woman was a reigning diva of the music world. "Hello, Senior Kexin. I'm Chief Fan." He introduced himself, deliberately waiting until last to approach her, extending his hand with an innocent smile. "You little brat, is it you who insulted my man? If it weren't for the filming, I would surely put you in your place for such insolence. And who do you think you are, calling me Kexin?" Ling Yu reported Chief Fan's offending remarks to Xiao Kexin, and although his tearful performance had been feigned, it left a lasting impression on her. Xiao Kexin did not reciprocate Chief Fan's handshake, merely nodding in acknowledgement, her gaze shifting to the stage where the rehearsal was in progress. Chief Fan's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Good luck with the rehearsal, Senior." Aside from that brief moment, she did not spare him a second glance. As the rehearsal neared its conclusion, the final performance was a spectacle requested by Ling Yu. After finishing his individual piece, he required ample time for makeup, thus opting to be the last performer to allow for additional preparation. "Is this a national style dance?" "Wait, this isn't just national style. This is the quintessence of our culture," exclaimed one of the staff, overwhelmed. "Rain God, can you cut us some slack?" Both the staff and the numerous singers were astonished by the collaborative performance between Ling Yu and Yuan Chenxi, particularly the other finalists who felt overshadowed. They realized they were merely there to accompany the frontrunners. Originally, four groups were vying for one position, and the chances had already seemed bleak. Yet Ling Yu, with his unyielding spirit, unleashed a spectacular performance, leaving everyone convinced that victory was unattainable. "What's wrong, Kexin?" Later that evening, in her hotel room, Xiao Kexin sensed something amiss. Ling Yu had requested a brief absence from the production team, having detected an unusual aura emanating from her. After the rehearsal concluded, a palpable air of resentment enveloped Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu found it necessary to discreetly approach her before their live performance commenced the following day. Was it because of me? Although Ling Yu entered the hotel room, Xiao Kexin ignored him completely. At that moment, what was there to hesitate about? He embraced her. Noticing that the strange atmosphere showed no signs of dissipating, Ling Yu boldly drew closer, wrapping her in his arms. Though this was not their first physical contact, Xiao Kexin's body temperature began to rise, her cheeks gradually flushing. "I hope it is I who stand upon the stage," she breathed softly in Ling Yu's embrace. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and for the first time, he witnessed her audacity in maintaining eye contact. "There is still much time ahead. The next time, and the subsequent times, will all be yours." After Ling Yu uttered these words, he slowly lowered his head, leading to their first prolonged kiss, a tender embrace fueled by an uncontrollable passion. When Ling Yu returned to the Group S room, it was after an indescribable moment of intimacy had unfolded. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Little Singer-Songwriter Charity Night." At 6 o'clock in the evening, the fourth live broadcast of Little Singer-Songwriter commenced. This time, numerous advertisers had joined midway, and the promotional efforts for Little Singer-Songwriter were omnipresent, capturing the public's attention. "I heard Xiao Kexin is here too? Oh my heavens! 2 queens and a king. What an impressive lineup. If memory serves, this marked the first time Rain God and Xiao Kexin appeared together on screen, although regrettably, they would not be collaborating on stage. Anticipation for Rain God's performance was palpable. The unparalleled star-studded roster had captured the attention of netizens, who were keenly aware of the broadcast time, resulting in over 1 million viewers at the onset of the live stream. After sufficient chatter, it was time to unveil the performance. The host briefly introduced the purpose of this live broadcast, an independent competition cloaked in charitable intent, with a genuine promise of donations from that million. Let us welcome the first artist to take the stage. She is Xiao Kexin. As the lights dimmed, the audience held their breath in eager anticipation. The emotionally stirring piano prelude resonated through the air, accompanied by the illumination of ambient lights. I hear the winter's departure in some year and month. I awake in the spotlight illuminated Xiao Kexin, adorned in a flowing white dress. Her fair complexion, paired with the minimalist elegance of her attire, rendered her akin to a celestial being. Her voice, ethereal and angelic, captivated the hearts of all present. "Oh, Mommy. Mommy looks so beautiful today." Ling was at home, watching the live broadcast in real time, aware that both her father and mother would be performing on the same program. She had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Xiao Kexin, you are magnificent. The moment Xiao Kexin graced the audience, a wave of applause erupted. This is my fairy sister, hey. Ling Yu watched from backstage, his eyes filled with affection. Thank you immensely, Xiao Kexin, for your spectacular performance. With her song Encounter, Xiao Kexin elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. First, let Xiao Kexin take her seat in the guest area. Following her, the second performer is about to take the stage. Over an hour has passed since the celebrities and 4 contestants completed their individual performances. Now, we arrive at the highlight of this live broadcast, the collaboration stage between the contestants and their mentors. The first to grace the stage is Zhang Xiaoan, who secured the 4th position among the top 8, accompanied by her mentor, Hu Limin. Together, they have crafted a lively piece of music with the theme of relaxation. Both Zhang Xiaoan and Hu Limin exhibit no intention of competing for the championship. Instead, they choose to create a meaningful song. The lyrics gently remind listeners to maintain a tranquil heart at all times. Simple, yet heartwarming. The judging panel for this round is quite distinctive, comprising individuals invited from rural areas, including both children and the elderly, representing various age groups, totaling 100 participants. They can only score within the range of 80 to 100, with the average score determining the final result. Zhang Xiaoan and Hu Limin's music is exceptionally light and delightful, earning them a score of 963. Next up are Miao Jiawei and Xie Ilian, both adept at touching hearts through their music. They have collaborated on a deeply resonant love duet. Aside from their slightly underwhelming high notes, their performance was commendable, yet they scored only 932 points, possibly due to the judges' inability to fully appreciate their style. Now, let us welcome the grand finale featuring Qi Fan and Tian Yini, who are performing a song penned by the esteemed producer Zhang Huang. This ancient-style love song is rich in imagery, and one could say it is a stroke of good fortune for Tian Yini. Their score reached an impressive 986 points, placing them at the pinnacle of the evening. Qi Fan muses to himself, surely this will secure us the victory. Their score is indeed remarkable. Yet the subsequent performance by Ling Yu and Yuan Chenxi awaits. As the host concludes and exits the stage, the lights dim for a longer duration than any previous performances. Are we all prepared? Inquires Tang Xinru, the chief director of the backstage segment Little Singer-Songwriters, to her staff. She places great importance on the collaboration between Ling Yu and Yuan Chenxi. All set, signals the supervising staff member to Tang Xinru. This stage must be flawless. The lights have now brightened, revealing 2 ancient-style screens on stage. Adjacent to the main stage, numerous traditional musicians are readying their instruments. Begin, commands Tang Xinru. The prelude of the guzheng resonates, and the screens swiftly open. Yuan Chenxi, donned in a flowing azure hanfu, steps into view. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the flute joins the prelude, and Yuan Chenxi begins to dance gracefully, performing a classical dance accompanied by traditional instruments. The large screen in the background plays images of falling leaves, instantly transporting the audience back to ancient times. Wow, is this ancient style? No, it should be national style. This is a collaborative stage featuring Yuan Chenxi and the Rain God. The fusion of traditional Chinese aesthetics with Yuan Chenxi evokes the sensation of reigning as an emperor in a period drama. Ah, how exquisite this is! Unlike the mesmerized audience present, the online livestream's barrage of comments scrolls an astonishing pace, mocking those who bask in beauty's glory. How can one truly connect without a heart? The sound of chime bells rings clear, with dim lights flickering between the curtains. You and I are a match made in heaven. Yuan Chenxi's classical dance proceeds at a leisurely pace, characterized by grand and sweeping movements. Her extensive experience in singing and dancing allows her to maintain a steady breath control. Clad in ethereal cyan silk robes, Yuan Chenxi's light and graceful demeanor, along with her enchanting dance, creates a breathtaking spectacle on stage. But where is the Rain God in such a collaborative performance? Why is it that only Yuan Chenxi takes center stage in her solo dance? The audience, perplexed, wonders about Ling Yu's whereabouts, but they soon come to understand. Ling Yu is preparing for a grand reveal. They misinterpret the situation, yet I am only governed by you. Is there a more perfect existence than this? The stage has been dominated by Yuan Chenxi alone until she completes the final line of the main verse. At that moment, the large screen behind her parts in the middle, revealing a woman dressed in theatrical attire. In traditional opera, such a costume is typically referred to as a dan role. With a delicate flourish, she sings. The orchid finger weaves through the ephemeral dust on a 3-foot red platform, all matters sung and played. The audience, both present and those watching online, are instantly captivated. This, singing with an operatic flair? An operatic flair? My goodness, this is truly music of the Xia dynasty. It transcends mere traditional aesthetics. It embodies the essence of our cultural heritage. Where's the rain god? What has become of him? There he is, the rain god in women's attire. How beautiful! I am utterly enchanted. As the interlude begins, amidst the mingling sounds of traditional instruments, Yuan Chenxi resumes her dance while Ling Yu acts beside her. Each performs their role without feeling out of place, creating a scene that embodies double the delight. Even Dad looks splendid today. At the Xiao household, Ling Ling exclaims how lovely Ling Yu appears in his Dan role attire. It is nearly 11 o'clock, and despite her weariness, Ling Ling waits for Ling Yu to make his entrance. Unlike her lively imitations from previous occasions, she rests her little hands against her eyelids on the sofa, determined to stay awake until Ling Yu completes his performance. You wilt not wither while I remain steadfast, nor shall I tire while you do. With what warmth can I sustain you for 1,000 years? The second verse continues with Yuan Chenxi's singing and dancing, followed by Ling Yu seamlessly joining in with his operatic vocals, as dazzling as the first. Amidst the wind and snow, the autumn white hair sways, lights twinkle, crumpling your brow. If you shed a single tear, if I can accompany you into old age, even in the misty waves turning to ash, it shall be achieved perfectly. After Ling Yu finishes the second chorus, the audience assumes this is the conclusion, just as they draw a breath, preparing to sigh. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the next moment, Ling Yu and Yuan Chenxi simultaneously spoke. In the wind and snow, the autumn white hairs ends. The two joined together, employing theatrical tones to sing the second chorus once more. Yuan Chenxi also sang with theatrical flair. How impressive! This stage performance was truly exquisite, from beginning to end. It was filled with tensions, devoid of any surprises. Both Yuan Chenxi and Ling Yu exerted their utmost efforts to perfect this stage. Ling Yu was responsible for the music and the conceptualization of the performance, allowing Yuan Chenxi to shine in her area of expertise. Their performance was flawless, concluding magnificently. If you shed a single tear, if I can accompany you into the gray of the misty waves, it can be perfect. As the lyrics concluded, the instrumental outro continued. The ensemble offstage was still playing, but their melodies were overshadowed by the applause resonating throughout the venue. After Yuan Chenxi finished, her immediate response was not to acknowledge the audience's applause, but rather to embrace Ling Yu, who was dressed as a Dan, female role in traditional Chinese opera. She was profoundly grateful to Ling Yu. Just last night, they had shared a bed, and today she was embracing another woman. Truly, all men are just insatiable swine. Upon witnessing this, the guest, Xiao Kexin, slightly squinted her eyes and a smirk graced her lips, emanating an air of resentment reminiscent of the day after the rehearsal. It seemed Ling Yu would have to console her once more. The duo's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, utterly captivating. The host then took the stage. Following the customary inquiries, may I ask who proposed this stage performance, and who was responsible for the music? Upon the host's question, Yuan Chenxi promptly replied, this stage and the music were entirely the work of Ling Yu. I'm merely focused on what I excel at. At this moment, Ling Yu felt a surge of panic. It was his first time removing the mask and donning women's attire. He desperately wished he could retreat backstage. When the theatrical tones unexpectedly emerged within the music, he was left bewildered. Rain God, may I ask why you chose to incorporate theatrical tones into the music? And when did you learn this style? The host continued with a barrage of questions, pushing Ling Yu, who was already on the verge of collapse, closer to the edge. Well, During my school days, I thought applying theatrical tones to music was quite good, so I learned a bit of the basics. This musical piece can be considered merely a small experiment. Ling Yu took a moment to steady himself, finally regaining his composure. Oh, do you mean that in the future, you will create such magnificent theatrical songs? The host had set a trap. Undaunted, Ling Yu confidently responded, Yes, everyone, please look forward to it. Thank you both. Now, let us see the score for the stage collaboration between Yuan Chenxi and Ling Yu. Their score was an impressive 993 points. Congratulations to Yuan Chenxi and Ling Yu for winning the championship of our Little Singer-Songwriter Charity Night. Ling Yu and Yuan Chenxi's victory was anticipated by all who had witnessed the rehearsal, yet the nearly perfect score was indeed somewhat unexpected. The host then inquired of the judges from the mountainous region as to why they awarded such a high score. Their response was, This is something left by our ancestors. What our ancestors cherished must be the best. Indeed, if our ancestors deemed it good, how could such high scores be unattainable? Upon hearing the judges' evaluations, everyone concurred. Today is Chapter 5. I won't overexert myself. Chapter 62. Here we go again. Congratulations once more to Lin Guoyu and Yuan Chenxi. I also extend my gratitude for their generous donation of 1 million from the championship prize. The host has completed their duties and departed the backstage area with an air of indifference. Off they go. Goodbye. After removing his makeup, Ling Yu bid farewell to familiar faces and made his way to the parking lot. Where are you going? I haven't even gotten into the car yet. He had initially planned to leave in Xiao Kexin's vehicle, but upon arriving at the parking lot, he discovered that her car had just departed, its taillights still visible. Ling Yu had no choice but to send a satellite message. The reply he received was, Figure out yourself. Henti they shared a lovely evening just the night before. Only to turn their backs today, Ling Yu could only return with his luggage. Another defeat. How? Was this fellow truly so difficult to conquer? At Yao Meng Entertainment in the imperial capital, Tang Jie wore a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Zheng Dapeng, seated on the sofa, dared not utter a word. Whether it was the company's investment in the television drama Young Bao Zheng or the male singer Qi Fan that the company was currently promoting, both were being overshadowed musically by Ling Yu. Even attempts to besmirch him online had proven futile. It was as if one individual was single-handedly overpowering their entire company. And he did so with undeniable legitimacy. Tang Jie had mentally sentenced Ling Yu to death, yet all of this stemmed from their own lack of skill. A failed scheme resulted in losses. Ling Yu was blissfully unaware of the grand company orchestrating his downfall. Was there no recourse? Tang Jie once again inquired of Zheng Dapeng. Zheng Dapeng had no substantial ideas but recalled one person, Lin Xiao, the sole individual with potential dirt on Ling Yu. Perhaps they could persuade the girl Ling Yu once pursued to tarnish his reputation. Zheng Dapeng's suggestion was feasible, yet it bore certain risks. Not to mention whether Lin Xiao would agree. The people online were not fools. Who would trust someone who toys with others' emotions? Tang Jie had to ponder this carefully. After all, with such a large company, the ramifications of being exposed for employing such underhanded tactics could be detrimental. In contrast to Tang Jie's scheming, another individual, Zhang Huang, who had also engaged in a covert rivalry with Ling Yu, held immense respect for him as a musical contender. How remarkable it was to apply theatrical vocal techniques within the realm of pop music. He had already begun composing his next piece to send a Qi Fan. Zhang Huang was eager to see if he truly was aging. Daddy, last night was so beautiful. When Ling Yu arrived at Xiao Kexin's home the following day, it was nearing noon. Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping were both absent. Of course. Otherwise, how could our Lingling be so adorable? Ling Yu playfully pinched Lingling's chubby little cheeks. What did Daddy dance to last night? Lingling appears to be quite fascinated by traditional opera, an exquisite treasure of our summer kingdom. Ling Yu enthusiastically introduced it to her, showcasing its magnificence. Lingling's small face expressed astonishment, reflecting the high emotional value Ling Yu held for her. When will Lingling be able to sing? She recalls Ling Yu's promise to let her sing. Lingling wishes to preserve songs like her mommy and daddy, doesn't she? During their last meal together, Ling Yu assumed Lingling merely wanted to perform. He thought it would suffice for her to record her songs like they did. Now, He seeks to clarify to avoid any misunderstandings. Indeed, Ling wishes to sing just like mommy, wanting a similar experience to what Ling Yu envisioned. It is quite remarkable that she desires to record songs at such a tender age. Fortunately, she has confided in him. Very well. Once Daddy completes a show, Ling Yu promised to record for Ling, looking at her with earnest eyes. Last night's charity event for Little Songwriter had garnered extensive coverage online today. The top trending topics on Weibo are filled with discussions about the artists and contestants who performed on stage. The collaboration between Ling Yu and Yuan Chenxi has captured the most attention, particularly the first trending topic, which indulged the audience in the dramas of love and rivalry. The trending search term read, Ling Yu has been a devoted admirer for 4 years, yet prefers to partner with Yuan Chenxi for just 4 days. Upon clicking the term, one would find photos of Yuan Chenxi embracing Ling Yu from last night, along with details mentioning their 4 days of practice. Whether this was a ploy by the production team to generate buzz remains uncertain, but the netizens are certainly captivated. I consent to this marriage. Here is a token of my approval. Do remember to invite me to the banquet. The two splendid individuals truly complement each other beautifully. The rain goddess attire was stunning. Meanwhile, as Ling Yu's official girlfriend, Xiao Kexin decided to avoid Ling Yu, especially after witnessing Yuan Chenxi embrace him last night. Xiao Kexin has a habit of frequently monitoring public opinions about herself online. When she opened Weibo to check for updates regarding her participation in the event, she found a modest mention at the 6th position. However, upon seeing the first post, she became furious. Xiao Kexin, it's time for lunch. Ling Yu brought her meal, replacing Minjia. This time, I certainly won't be able to charm you. Upon seeing Ling Yu, Xiao Kexin did not offer him a warm reception. Not only have I brought you a heartfelt bento, but I also have a song for you. Ling Yu set down the warm meal and retrieved his laptop from his bag. First, a kiss. Ling Yu looked at Xiao Kexin, pouting his lips. This insufferable man, unable to contain herself. Xiao Kexin leaned in and bit his protruding lips. Ling Yu winced in pain, struggling to break free. Xiao Kexin held onto his head tightly, biting down on his lips while his hands roamed over her body. To any onlooker, it did not appear to be a quarrel, but rather an intimate scene, lacking any victim, only benefactors. One was venting, while the other was enjoying. Suddenly, the two, who were on the verge of crossing into unmentionable territory, were interrupted. Who could be so inconsiderate? Ling Yu's phone rang. Answer the call. Xiao Kexin pushed Ling Yu aside. Hello. Ling Yu's voice was slightly raised. You've been exposed again. The caller was Lu Shuping, launching straight into the matter. What have you done this time? It's infuriating. Ling Yu was acutely aware of the adage that fame brings controversy. In his past life, countless individuals who faced dire fates due to public scrutiny were now rising stars, with many artists just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of success. In this world, lacking connections and resources, he was vulnerable to attacks from anyone. The girl he had pursued during university had posted on social media today, claiming that his interest was solely for her physical attributes and that he never truly liked her. She alleged that he was simultaneously courting several girls, even sharing numerous chat screenshots. Lu Shuping recounted matters Ling Yu had been blissfully unaware of. It was accurate to say he had been somewhat lascivious and unfaithful. Upon hearing the news, Ling Yu had activated the speakerphone. As Xiao Kexin tidied her disheveled clothes, she began to stoke the flames of gossip. What are you doing here? Ling Yu questioned, puzzled by Xiao Kexin's interjection, his expression one of hurt. Meanwhile, Xiao Kexin had already picked up her phone to search for the incident Lu Shuping had mentioned. Before long, she found it. Lin Xiao's post closely aligned with Lu Shuping's account. The screenshots depicted conversations between Lin Xiao and several girls, alluding to someone who had previously asked them out. Although Ling Yu's name was absent from the post, it was rife with insinuations pointing toward him, particularly due to the mention of 4 years. Well, isn't that gilded? Xiao Kexin scoffed. A man pursuing a woman must surely be for physical reasons. The country even advocates for a 3-child policy now. She continued, you might have caught a glance, but you reek of desperation. My pursuit of you is merely the result of your past life's blessings, you understand? Truly, you are my idol, a genuine sea dog. I must learn from you. She jested. Unlike the previous instance where he was labeled a simp, this time netizens overwhelmingly defended Ling Yu, dismissing Lin Xiao with disdain. Is this all? What does this prove? After reviewing the comments, Ling Yu felt unperturbed. Can I present evidence of the investments I made in Lin Xiao? Since the last exposure, he had begun to scrutinize the remnants of his past. Then send it to me, and we'll assist you, Lu Shuping suggested, surprised by Ling Yu's foresight. Oh, Kexin, in a few days, my grandfather will be staying for a while. Please make arrangements. All right, Xiao Kexin replied, and Lu Shuping ended the call. Ling Yu decided to leave, intending to retrieve the old phone he had used. What about the song? Xiao Kexin recalled Ling Yu's earlier promise to send her a tune. Oh, I forgot. I'll send it to you now. Ling Yu retrieved his laptop, which he had just put away. I must be off now. After transmitting the music to Xiao Kexin, he boldly planted a kiss on her cheek before departing. Xiao Kexin opened the file that Ling Yu had just sent. Alkishi shakish. Why the need to dwell on it? She could still feel the residue of Ling Yu's saliva on her cheek. Does love truly require courage to confront the whispers of gossip? As Xiao Kexin perused the lyrics of the song Ling Yu had sent, she realized that she had always believed in him, just as she had on their very first encounter. In her heart, she had long deemed him a person of utmost sincerity, both in love and friendship. Meanwhile, Ling Yu drove back to his apartment, retrieving the long-stored document entitled 5. At last, it was time for me to strike back. He opened his phone and transferred the prepared screenshots via Bluetooth to his current device, subsequently sending them to Lu Shuping. Wow, an orphan, working part-time, yet he can spend so lavishly on a girl. How hard must he toil? Lu Shuping was taken aback upon receiving the screenshots from Ling Yu. He had sent dozens of images, showcasing amounts both large and small. She never anticipated that over the span of 4 years, Ling Yu had spent nearly 100,000 yuan on Lin Xiao. The tuition for a semester at the Municipal Music Academy alone was around 15,000, with additional costs and living expenses totaling at least 25,000 for a frugal student to survive for a semester. Yet, Ling Yu managed to not only sustain himself, but also generously support Lin Xiao, all while he had yet to start composing music. This earnest lad was truly remarkable. Lu Shuping held Ling Yu in high regard and promptly forwarded the screenshots to the operations team at the Parallel Studio. Soon, they reached an agreement, deciding that it was unnecessary to reveal Lin Xiao's identity. It sufficed to indicate that this was the amount Ling Yu had spent on someone over the past 4 years. 96,371. Goodness. Could one earn such a sum during university? It must be said, that place was truly ruthless. Poor simp. Thanks to the rain god for the revelation. Though they claimed to not believe in or spread rumors, everyone knew to whom the money was directed. Lu Shuping managed the situation quite adeptly. Once Ling Yu sent the screenshots, he ceased to concern himself with it. He was now in his newly purchased home within the Yafa community. Quite splendid. Thank you for your hard work, master. Ling Yu handed a beverage to the worker, who had just conducted a thorough inspection. The decor matched his expectations closely. Utilizing wood, practical furniture, such as cabinets, shelves, and beds had been crafted. Once I finish cleaning, you can move in a few days, the worker said. Thank you, master. After leaving his new residence, Ling Yu picked up Ling for a shopping trip. Inside the mall, he wrapped himself in layers, as he had garnered a modicum of fame. Ling, do you like this color? Having just purchased a mattress, he was now selecting bedding and pillows, as he had already chosen other appliances and furniture, which would be transported together upon moving in. Does Ling not have bedding? Ling was puzzled as to why Ling Yu needed to buy such items, as her home was already well equipped. Father has moved into a new home, and there's a lovely room for Ling. Ling Yu kept the news of purchasing the house to himself, intending to gather everyone for a celebration upon moving in. Ling expressed her desire for the panda-colored one. Hearing that she would have her own room in Ling Yu's new house filled her with joy, especially since she would not be living with the others. Ling could not quite fathom why that was the case. Moreover, Ling Yu thought to buy her a large panda as a gift. Although he did not understand Ling's fondness for pandas, as a father, he was willing to indulge her whims. Preparations for the new home were nearing completion, and Ling Yu resolved to move in after the next filming of Little Singer-Songwriter. Mama, come quickly. We are at Uncle's place. Ling Yu and Ling spent the afternoon exploring. Dinner was decided to be at Xiao Rui's private restaurant. Xiao Rui was probably at school, so the family of three enjoyed their meal before taking a stroll by the sea. Ling slowed down. Ling Yu had just bought her a small windmill, which she joyfully ran with, the windmill spinning freely in the sea breeze. Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin had confirmed their relationship for quite some time. Yet this was their first walk hand in hand. "Kexin, you seem to have never inquired about my past," Ling Yu remarked, gently squeezing her hand, as he posed a question that had long intrigued him. He had heard that girls sometimes enjoyed being capricious, but Xiao Kexin rarely showed her discontent, whether in the past or during the unpleasant incident that had occurred earlier that day. "Your past is like a pile of dung. What's there to mention?" Xiao Kexin was well aware of Ling Yu's history. She was no longer a naive girl, understanding that the past could inflict deep wounds. Her feelings for Ling Yu were genuine, and she had no intention of bringing up any unpleasant memories. Chapter 64. A family of three, haha. Indeed, it is a pile of dung. Ling Yu chuckled upon hearing Xiao Kexin's response. Having traversed into this world, he bore the burden of his predecessor's identity. All the past misdeeds were now attributed to him, from the initial balance dwindling to 2 digits to the recent slander and today's disparagement. No matter what Ling Yu did, he could not erase the traces left by his former self. Am I here to suffer or to enjoy? Ling Yu began to feel a sense of confusion. Although he now had a daughter and was with such a beautiful fairy-like sister, he questioned whether the future still belonged to him. Ling Yu wondered if there would come a day when he would awaken and find himself back in his former life on Blue Star, just as he had inexplicably arrived in this parallel world months ago. Ouch, ouch, ouch. As he pondered, Ling Yu felt Xiao Kexin's grip on his hand tighten. She noticed Ling Yu entering a contemplative state and assumed he was worried about the events of the day. Why is Kexin's grip so strong? Ling Yu looked at her with a hint of fear in his eyes. With your strength, what is there to worry about? This was both Xiao Kexin's question and her assessment of Ling Yu, as she reflected on how he had been since they first met. The impression one gets of Xiao Kexin is that of a chosen one, rising to prominence seemingly effortlessly. Achieving fame merely requires sharing videos online. And one can grace the stage of summer performances without ever revealing their face, accompanied by a series of soul-stirring, top-tier music, a feat unattainable by most musicians. My sister is truly wonderful. She understands my feelings. I find myself merely lost in thought. Yet with her presence, what do I have to fear? Ling Yu gazed at Xiao Kexin with heartfelt gratitude. This was the truth of Ling Yu's sentiments. When he first traversed into this world, it was Xiao Kexin who provided him with the initial capital of 100,000, allowing him to remain in the city after graduation. Otherwise, he might have been relegated to some obscure corner as an intern. Although his predecessor had received numerous offers from talent agencies, Ling Yu was acutely aware that signing with them would undoubtedly lead to his fame. This confidence stemmed from being a traveler of worlds. Yet, the numerous unreasonable stipulations within the contracts would surely drive him to madness. Our future shall blossom, no matter how many times we stumble. Ling Yu paused, intending to impress with some eloquent phrases learned from his previous life. However, before he could finish, a voice rang out ahead. Ah, ouch. Ling, clutching a small windmill, had fallen while running. Tears streamed down her face like rain, yet she quickly rose to her feet. Seeing this, Ling Yu hurriedly took Xiao Kexin's hand and rushed over. It's all right, it's all right. Ling Yu knelt down to dust off Ling's trousers, exclaiming, Ling, you fell and still managed to get back up. How impressive. Of course. But my legs hurt, she responded, clearly in distress and reaching out for a comforting embrace. Let us head back first, Xiao Kexin suggested. Ling Yu nodded, lifting Ling into his arms while holding Xiao Kexin's small hand. The three returned home, where Lu Shuping and Sister Min were watching a recorded episode of Little Singer-Songwriter, finding a kindred spirit, discovering a heart that resonates. By 9 o'clock, it was time for Ling Yu to perform on stage. Xiao Kexin took Ling to check for any injuries from her earlier fall. Lu Shuping and Sister Min joined in as well. Sasuke, upon seeing his brother Itachi seated on the throne, charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle. However, as the fight ensued, Sasuke realized he was ensnared in an illusion. Yet, Itachi did not resort to lethal force. Today, Ling clung to Ling Yu, refusing to let him leave. Ling Yu, with no choice, began narrating a bedtime story. Just as he was getting into the tale, Ling dozed off. Her little hands clutched tightly to both Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin. Noticing Ling's slumber, Ling Yu considered making his exit. Can Daddy stay with Ling tonight? Just as he managed to pull his hand away from her grasp, her little bell-like eyes fluttered open. Ling Yu was quite willing. He glanced at Xiao Kexin. Let Daddy take a shower first, she agreed. Yes. Daddy, hurry and take a shower. Ling listened intently to Xiao Kexin's words. If Xiao Kexin said no, and it was indeed a no. There had been times before when Ling clung to Ling Yu, determined to keep him there, but Xiao Kexin had offered some excuses, claiming that Ling Yu was busy or had matters to attend to. Ling Yu found himself with no choice but to return to the apartment and keep watch over the empty space. However, this time, Xiao Kexin surprisingly expressed her willingness to stay, although they had shared a room at the hotel before. This occasion held a different significance as it took place in Xiao Kexin's home. It seemed that Ling Yu's persistent efforts had finally touched her heart. Before long, after finishing his shower, Ling Yu returned to the bed. Since he had been unexpectedly left behind, he had not brought any extra clothes and could only wear what he had on that day. Ling nestled between Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin, marking the first time the three of them shared a bed together. Ding-ling. Around 8 in the morning, the alarm clock set by Ling Yu rang. The moment the alarm went off, he woke instantly and turned it off, careful not to disturb Ling and Xiao Kexin, who were still asleep. He tiptoed to the bathroom and, after using the new toiletries Xiao Kexin had brought over last night, made his way to the living room. Mr. Ling, when did you arrive? Sister Min was already busy preparing breakfast. As she brought the completed meal from the kitchen to the dining area, she was taken aback to see Ling Yu in the living room. It dawned on her that she was the only one up at such an early hour. I'll let you in. I stayed here last night, Ling Yu replied, feeling a sense akin to being caught ordering takeout by his parents in the middle of the night. Oh, come and have breakfast. The porridge is ready. Sister Min assumed Ling Yu had merely slept in another vacant room and thought little of it. I thought Daddy had left. Ling and Xiao Kexin had now awakened. The breakfast table, which had originally been occupied solely by Ling Yu, now welcomed 2 more diners. Did Daddy go to work? Bye-bye. Ling Yu had to hurry back to the apartment to pack his belongings for the day's filming. After finishing breakfast, he prepared to leave. Bye-bye, Daddy. In farewell, Ling blew Ling Yu a kiss, which he returned. He then cast a pleading glance at Xiao Kexin, hoping for a similar gesture. Pretending to be engrossed in her meal, Xiao Kexin ignored him entirely. Ling Yu couldn't very well approach her to demand attention, and thus reluctantly exited. Hey, could you possibly sing a song in that theatrical style for me? Upon arriving at the set of Little Songwriter, Ling Yu was quickly found by Hu Limin, who had no students left to guide. Feeling somewhat troubled and powerless, he reflected, it's not that I don't care for you, my friend. It's just that I don't wish to lead you astray. In Ling Yu's musical aesthetic, theatrical singing was something that anyone capable of it could perform. However, he believed it should be reserved for women or those with distinctive qualities, as it could be quite challenging otherwise, especially for someone like Hu Limin, who had a more pronounced physique. Chapter 65. A Cantonese love song. After all, such songs were particularly popular on commercial performance stages. However, if one could not truly engage the audience, there was no need to force it. What if one day the client insisted you change into a costume and perform? If you refused to change, it would not be acceptable. Yet if you did change and the audience was unresponsive, what then? Please hurt me fiercely. I would gladly serve you in my next life. Gulme, hurt me. Hu Limin did not necessarily require Ling Yu to compose songs for him. He simply relished the playful banter, particularly the interactions with his close friends. You've toiled like a beast your entire life. Will you continue in the next? Ling Yu is not without his flaws either. If you wish to perform, my friend will surely oblige. Observing their flamboyant antics, the director nearby, Jing, was thoroughly pleased. The routine for this recording session was already sparse, with only the top 4 remaining. Now, Hu Limin had some leisure time and could occasionally seek out Ling Yu. Their bizarre antics continued to captivate a segment of the audience. What grand spectacle did he intend to orchestrate next? Hu Limin began to speak more seriously. Ling Yu, with an air of arrogance, uttered two words that left everyone astonished. Cantonese. The news of Ling Yu's intention to create Cantonese music quickly spread throughout the group. Many approached him to glean information, with frequent eavesdroppers stationed outside his door. Their behavior was as exaggerated as a child indulging in candy. On one occasion, in urgent need of a restroom, Ling Yu flung open the door only to find a throng of individuals sprawled in the corridor. "What you all doing? Get lost." This marked the first instance of Ling Yu losing his composure on camera, nearly frightened to the point of embarrassment. Following this incident, the chief director, Tang Xinru, intervened to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Why were these individuals so intrigued by Cantonese? Ling Yu found it perplexing, contemplating whether to simply sing for them before rehearsals. If an explanation were necessary, it would require delving into the history of this parallel world and the Blue Star. In the historical context of Blue Star, the musical renaissance of the Xiao Kingdom initially flourished on the island of Hong Kong, followed by the dominance of Taiwan and the rise of Mandarin. This parallel world bears a resemblance, albeit with the Xiao Kingdom's musical prosperity lagging slightly behind that of Blue Star. Presently, Cantonese music finds itself in decline, thus amplifying their appreciation for it. After Tang Xinru cautioned the staff, they could barely contain their excitement, eagerly anticipating the day of rehearsal. It was a poignant sentiment, a Cantonese ballad of heartbreak. This was the rain god's first foray into performing a melancholic ballad in Cantonese during the competition. How impressive! Rain god, holding the black pineapple. When it was Ling Yu's turn to present his musical piece during rehearsal, the enthusiastic cheers of the staff were no less fervent than on the day of the competition. What's going on? Why so joyful? Ling Yu was bewildered. He was performing the provincial anthem of Guangdong, a song so sorrowful that it moved listeners to tears. To his astonishment, rather than empathy, he was met with laughter and cheers. Let all be destroyed. For the first time, borrowing from Blue Star's music yielded results far different from his expectations. Ling Yu felt utterly humiliated, furious. How could they be so joyous while he sang a song laden with sorrow? After the rehearsal, Ling Yu, brimming with frustration, retreated to his bed, secretly venting his grievances to Xiao Kexin over video call. "It's all right. You're the best." She provided emotional support, eventually restoring Ling Yu to his usual self, albeit still somewhat eccentric. "Aren't you going to sleep, Kexin?" At that moment, a male voice emanated from Xiao Kexin's side. The voice sounded somewhat aged. Who could it be? Ling Yu was taken aback upon hearing that male voice. How could there be a man's voice? Has the house been burglarized? Ling Yu was extremely anxious and continued to inquire. "Who is at your home?" "My grandpa. I must hang up now." Xiao Kexin responded and promptly ended the call. A few days prior, Lu Shuping had called Ling Yu to inform him that he had been exposed again. Ling Yu recalled Lu Shuping mentioning that her grandpa was coming. Oh, it turns out to be her grandpa. What a fright. Ling Yu realized this was merely a misunderstanding and peacefully drifted into slumber. Greetings, everyone. You are now watching the live broadcast of the 5th competition of Little Song Creators. The following day at noon, the live competition commenced. Given the significance of this event, Blueberry Station had undoubtedly launched extensive promotions. Consequently, the number of viewers for this live stream reached an impressive 3 million. This figure is indisputable. Whether considering the 4 highly popular mentors or the now somewhat renowned contestants, 3 million is merely the beginning. As the event progresses, the numbers will undoubtedly swell. This round will determine 2 contestants who will advance to the grand finale. This is a competition of 4 down to 2. The rankings provided by the judges will also determine the 3rd place during this contest. The competition officially began. First, we invite past contestants to perform. This time, there are only 4 remaining contestants. The production team decided to bring back a few of the more popular eliminated contestants for performances. Otherwise, the live broadcast duration would pale in comparison to previous events. We extend our gratitude to the contestants for their splendid performances. Now, let us welcome the first of the 4 finalists to take the stage. Following the performances of 2 eliminated contestants, the host announced the first finalist to perform, Miao Jiawei. For this 4 finalist stage, Miao Jiawei approached with a mindset of inevitable defeat, yet he did not surrender easily. Utilizing his acquired musical talents and the most poignant lyrics, He composed another moving piece, securing an impressive score of 956. This placed considerable pressure on Zhang Xiaoan, who had initially participated in the auditions with a casual attitude, believing she would be eliminated after performing her long-desired singing and dancing piece. Fortune had smiled upon her that day, and before she knew it, she found herself on the stage of the Final Four. She chose to take a leap of faith, striving for a performance that would leave no regrets amidst a field of formidable competitors. Unfortunately, as a novice who had only recently embarked on a musical journey, she garnered a score of 938, leaving little hope for a top 3 finish. After all, there was still a formidable contender yet to perform, along with another competitor of significant stature. She could hardly dare to dream of surpassing them. Xiaoan, don't rush to sign with another company just yet. I will take you to great heights in the future. Ling Yu was the third contestant to take the stage. He uttered a cryptic remark to Zhang Xiaoan, who had just stepped down. Take me flying? Zhang Xiaoan was momentarily bewildered. After pondering for a while, she finally began to grasp the meaning behind his words. The rain god advised her not to sign with other companies, implying that Ling Yu intended to establish his own music studio or company in the future. After all, Ling Yu's talent was astonishingly exceptional. She firmly believed that if he so desired, numerous benefactors would undoubtedly come forth to support him. Rain god, I hear your latest work is absolutely phenomenal. The host, upon inviting Ling Yu to the stage, cracked a joke in Cantonese. Hey da, hey ya. Ling Yu responded in kind, eliciting hearty laughter from the audience. Monkey, 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 let us now revel in the Cantonese love ballad. You deceive me, I deceive you. Afterward, the host relinquished the stage to Ling Yu. What? Cantonese? Here it comes. Finally singing in Cantonese. I absolutely adore the cadence of Cantonese. It possesses such a richness. The audience, along with viewers of the live stream, could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing Ling Yu perform a Cantonese song. They were well aware of his proficiency in the language, and many had listened to his composition, Difficult Scriptures. As the piano began to play, a melancholic melody filled the air, suffused with a sense of regret. A date feels like sharing a sumptuous meal, yet any troubles go unmentioned. Once the prelude concluded, Ling Yu began to sing. His deep, resonant voice astonished everyone from the very first note. Why does it start off so somber? Trying to make me shed tears? I'll just lie back and listen. Something felt amiss, and the audience hesitated to comment. As the main verse approached its conclusion, the chorus, the climax of the song, was imminent. Even when joy is met with furrowed brows, despite holding you tightly in my arms, we remain apart. The unspoken intimacy invades my heart. Yet I still wish to tell you how exhausted I am. Upon reaching the chorus, the audience found themselves at a loss for words. Was this high pitch? Or was it falsetto? Yet, it still resonated as a deep tone. I knew it. That wretched rain god has made me weep again. I might as well have a tissue plastered to my face. The rain god's vocal prowess left no room for doubt. The falsetto was executed with remarkable steadiness. The chorus was an imaginative masterpiece. Ling Yu strained as he sang, the veins on his neck visibly pronounced, yet he delivered the falsetto with clarity and precision. Although the pitch was somewhat elevated, it did not verge on an off-key performance. It was, after all, a Cantonese song. The composition remained simplistic. Yet why did it evoke such intense emotions? It felt as though something lingered on my face. I'm lying in bed with my eyes closed, not crying at all, just a touch of melancholy in this love song. And it's a triumph. Stop deceiving yourselves upstairs. How did you comment? After the rain, the sun shines, and a rainbow appears. Keep going. On stage, Ling Yu had already commenced the second verse of his song, accompanied only by the piano. An additional guitar strummed along. You conceal from me. I too conceal from you. How fitting it is. What does such a lonely love signify? With your fingertips entwining me, with heated kisses evading me. As he sang this segment, the band beside him finally began to stir. The drums and electric guitars came alive at last. Silent kisses invade my heart. Yet I still prefer to speak of your fatigue, as if beyond me, there exists another within your heart. As Ling Yu approached the final segment, his exceptional vocal prowess was truly showcased. His piercing falsetto reached unparalleled heights, a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary performer. Many singers struggle to maintain their falsetto during live performances, often sounding dissonant compared to the original track due to post-production enhancements. Yet Ling Yu maintained a seamless transition from the beginning to the end of the song, even employing the falsetto technique in the climactic final chorus, culminating in a powerful explosion of sound. Director, we have surpassed 2 million viewers in the live stream, shouted a data analyst from the control room. Wow, 2 million. I never imagined that my first internship would involve a program reaching such a monumental viewership, came the astonished response. The control room erupted with excitement. Thank you all for your hard work. Let us keep it up. Tang Xinru managed the situation with poise. Although she longed to celebrate, the live broadcast demanded her unwavering focus as the chief director. The staff, invigorated by the encouragement, dared not let their guard down for even a moment. Recognizing the significance of this moment, I shouldn't be watching. I just broke up. A viewer mused, feeling the profound emotional depth of the Cantonese music that always exuded sophistication. Hearing this song is truly exhilarating. That last segment, wow, it gave me goosebumps. Without a doubt, the first position belonged to our rain god. Your performance is astonishing. The online comments were flooded with accolades for Ling Yu's artistry, such as the essence of a classic Cantonese love song. Mommy, I don't understand. In the Xiao family's home, the atmosphere was lively, enhanced by the presence of a kind and gentle elder. This child is remarkable. His Cantonese is so impeccable. Could he be from Guangdong? The elder, Xiao Kexin's grandfather, named Lu Shanhe, expressed his admiration. Great-grandpa, Dad is amazing. Ling Yu's talents elicited praise from the elder, who was increasingly fond of him. Little did he expect his granddaughter's husband to be so outstanding. His visit to the city was not merely for leisure, but also motivated by Ling Yu. Thank you for the heart-wrenching love song delivered to us after the rain. The host took to the stage, instantly feigning tears. Ling Yu always felt that the host lacked a certain seriousness. While undeniably proficient and professional in their craft, the host would hastily depart once the filming concluded, leaving Ling Yu to ponder their whereabouts. Expressing gratitude to the audience, Ling Yu bowed in appreciation, putting on a facade of charm. The host then began to announce Ling Yu's score. Congratulations to Ling Yu for achieving a remarkable score of 983. The grand finale stage was reserved for the last contestant, Qi Fan. Many had speculated about Qi Fan's abilities, given that his song choices mirrored those of Ling Yu, each differing in style. He introduced his upcoming piece titled Embrace This World with Love, hoping it would resonate with the audience. As the performance commenced, it became evident that his stage presence was somewhat lacking. Chapter 67. In good health. His singing and interpretation were merely above average, at times bordering on superficiality. Unable to rival Ling Yu's breathtaking performances, akin to cramming before an exam. Nevertheless, Qi Fan's rendition struck a chord within me. Upon concluding his performance, the host took control of the stage once more. Qi Fan's piece finally allowed him to showcase his talents adequately. The music he composed aimed to inspire a love for life, yet it also seemed to speak to a specific audience, reminiscent of Ling Yu's first music video on a certain platform. The overall rhythm of the music felt somewhat oppressive. The singing technique was not particularly challenging, and Qi Fan executed it reasonably well. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Congratulations to Qi Fan for scoring 971. Together with Ling Yu, he will compete for the championship in the next round. As the host announced Qi Fan's score, the audience remarked on the familiarity of the scene, recalling the perennial runner-up. They also expressed gratitude to Miao Jiawei and Zhang Xiaohan for their splendid performances. After Qi Fan exited the stage, the host invited Zhang Xiaohan and Miao Jiawei to join him. Subsequently, a pageant contestant approached Miao Jiawei with a third-place trophy, proclaiming him the bronze medalist of this edition of Little Songwriter. The venue erupted with applause and cheers of congratulations. Miao Jiawei, you're fantastic. Your lyrics are the best. Xiaohan, you're the most beautiful. The audience sensed that the competition was nearing its conclusion, with an atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. Once the audience settled, Miao Jiawei and Zhang Xiaohan expressed their gratitude before departing the stage. While their competition had ended, Their musical journey was just beginning. The next event would be the grand finale. Anticipation hung in the air. As the host's voice boomed, signaling the end of the workday, he planned to engage with the audience once more. Are you excited? The audience responded enthusiastically in unison. November 30th. The grand finale will be broadcast live for you all. Let us not miss it. With the date of the finale confirmed, the host completed his duties successfully and left the stage with ease and joy. After returning the script to the staff, he strode out with an air of nonchalance, making his way directly to the parking lot. Inside Ling Yu's room, he was busy packing his luggage. It was only a little past 5 in the afternoon, and he could still make it back to Xiao Kexin's home in time for dinner. Yushin, are you planning to start a company? The words Ling Yu had previously shared with Zhang Xiaoan backstage lingered in her mind until the conclusion of the shoot. Zhang Xiaoan needed to confirm in person whether Ling Yu truly intended to take her to new heights. Not at all, Ling Yu replied, equally astonished. When did I ever say such a thing? Zhang Xiaoan was taken aback as well. But didn't you tell me not to sign with any other agencies? I thought you were planning to establish your own. Oh, you misunderstood, Ling Yu clarified. I merely wanted to introduce you to a promising opportunity, and I intend to write a few songs tailored for your voice. He revealed his true intentions. What opportunity? Are you really going to write songs for me? Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy evident in her expression. Ling Yu took out his phone and sent her a number. This is the mobile number of a senior executive at my sign studio. Once you've made up your mind, feel free to call and inquire. I will speak to her on your behalf. I will certainly strive to secure the best possible terms for you, ensuring they will be nothing less than favorable. Ling Yu genuinely believed in Zhang Xiaohan's potential for success. Not only did she possess an appealing image, but she was also talented in songwriting. Her voice was uniquely pure and resonant. With the right resources, this young woman could undoubtedly soar. You signed with someone? Which company? This was the first Zhang Xiaoan had heard of Ling Yu's new contract. After all, Ling Yu had initially been just an internet celebrity and a participant in this competition, where most contestants were either amateurs or individuals like Chi fans seeking to enhance their status. I only participated in the variety show to repay a favor, Ling Yu recalled, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. He could have quietly amassed wealth, yet after joining the program, he found himself exposed, with his past brought to light, ultimately becoming a laborer. Fortunately, it was the company of his daughter's mother, providing him with some level of security. She was the primary investor in Little Songwriter, and, serendipitously, he had signed with that person. Ling Yu had no regrets, just a sense of being compelled to engage in something he hadn't wished to do, which felt rather disconcerting. After all, he had only sought Lu Shuping's assistance in acquiring a license plate. Yet, it was no small feat to obtain a city license plate. And Ling Yu still wondered how Lu Shuping managed to secure one in just a few days. That sounds quite impressive. However, I must first consult my family's opinion. Zhang Xiaohan was intrigued, but her expression soon turned to one of concern. You should have a thorough discussion with your family. This is a significant decision in life. Ling Yu gently reminded her, uncertain of the reason behind her change in demeanor. Yushin, why are you helping me? Zhang Xiaohan inquired. Ling Yu's face brightened with a smile. Haha, you are my very first little rainbow. Moreover, you are truly remarkable. I merely offered a suggestion. The first little rainbow? Upon hearing Ling Yu's response, her heart warmed instantaneously. Zhang Xiaohan could be considered a veteran fan of Ling Yu, even reigning as the leader among numerous fan groups. Thank you, Rain God. Best of luck in the finals. Zhang Xiaohan felt elated at that moment. However, upon seeing that Ling Yu had packed his belongings and was preparing to depart, she decided not to impose further. Best of luck. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaohan, Ling Yu drove back to Xiao Kexin's home. Upon arriving at Xiao Kexin's residence, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman with a full head of silver hair, yet vibrant in spirit. Ling Yu recalled Xiao Kexin's grandfather and, mistaking the elderly man for him, called out grandfather. After uttering the word, Ling Yu felt it might have been inappropriate. However, the old gentleman seemed unperturbed. Lu Shanhe, with a warm smile gracing his face, exclaimed, "You must be Ling Yu. Come in, come in. My, what a handsome young man you are, reminiscent of my youth. Quite robust indeed." After inviting Ling Yu inside, Lu Shanhe blocked his path at the entrance, scrutinizing him with an unwavering gaze, showering him with compliments. In the presence of Lu Shan, Ling Yu felt even more anxious than he did during his previous encounter with Xiao Kexin's father, Xiao Yijun. Although Lu Shan wore a benevolent smile and spoke with kindness, his piercing gaze felt dangerously sharp, as if attempting to see right through Ling Yu. Ling Yu remained oblivious to the extraordinary background of this venerable gentleman. Ah, you seem to be in good health, Ling Yu thought. Feeling much like a deer caught in the gaze of a lion, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 68. The Neighbor's Child, come. Read a passage from the Shang Tang Kai Shi song for us. After a while, Lu Shan finally relented and allowed Ling Yu some respite, only to pull out his phone and activate the camera to record. The Shang Tang Kai Shi song. Ling Yu was still recovering from the earlier encounter when he was prompted to recite poetry. He found himself momentarily stunned. Yes, come on. Remember to infuse it with emotion. Do not deceive an old man. Lu Shan adjusted the filming angle. Ling Yu, unsure of how to proceed, felt trapped and dared not move, thus acquiescing to Lu Shan's wishes. Dust and labor, transcending worldly affairs. Just as Ling Yu had not yet completed a line, he was interrupted by the joyful voice of Ling Ling. Like a rabbit, she bounded towards him. Having heard the commotion in the living room, she had come to investigate, tilting her head to see her great-grandfather holding a phone aimed at a man who was none other than Ling Yu, the person she had missed dearly. Ha! It has only been a few days, and here I am, lifted high by Ling Yu. Laughter ringing like bells. Lu Shan mused, what a lovely sight. Let those old fellows see just how adorable my little Ling Ling is. Hold Ling Ling and read the Shang Tang Kai Shi song quickly. Lu Shan urged Ling Yu, who had yet to have his fill of affection with Ling Ling. With the phone in hand, Lu Shan pressed Ling Yu to continue. Oh, very well. Ling Yu gently cradled the exuberant Ling Ling in his arms. After clearing his throat, he began to recite. However, Ling Ling, unable to remain still, mimicked Ling Yu and repeated after him. Ling Yu found himself at a loss. Interrupted once more. Lu Shan, raising his voice slightly, urged, don't stop. Ling Ling reads splendidly. We're going to have to start over again. Really? After a few complaints. He tapped on his phone screen and insisted, this time do not pause. Ling Yu felt a sense of despair wash over him. Yet he continued to recite the lesson's verses earnestly. Ling Ling followed suit, the opening verses of the lesson. Ling Yu recited, to escape the burdens of dust. One must tightly grasp the rope. Ling Ling echoed, to escape the burdens of dust, one must tightly grasp the rope. Ling Yu continued, without enduring the bitter cold. How can one appreciate the fragrance of the plum blossoms? Ling Ling repeated, without enduring the bitter cold. How can one hear the fragrance of the plum blossoms? Excellent. Well done. Ling Ling is quite remarkable. Applause. Lu Shan finally achieved his wish. After stopping the recording on his phone, he broke into applause for the two of them. Clapping resounded from everyone except Ling Yu, including Ling Ling, who was still in his embrace, and Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping, who had come to watch. Even Min Jia, who had been cooking, stepped out to join in. I truly appreciate this. When are you two getting married? Suddenly, the old man interjected during dinner. Xiao Kexin nearly choked on her food, while Ling Yu, embarrassed, hid his face behind his bowl, as if wishing to bury himself within it. Grandfather, there's no hurry. My career is my priority. Ling Yu dared not speak, leaving Xiao Kexin to respond. What do you mean, no hurry? I only have a few years until I turn 80. Her words stirred the old man's emotions. Do you expect me to wait until the grass on my grave reaches 3 meters high before you tell me? Grandfather, I have married. Rest in peace. His increasingly absurd remarks drew chuckles, albeit no one dared to laugh aloud, especially Lu Shuping, who had buried her head deep in her bowl. A sudden loud clap drew everyone's attention. The old man had playfully smacked Lu Shuping on the head. Why are you hiding? Your daughter is already 3 years old, and you still aren't married. You're almost 40. The old man was now quite incensed. Please, great-grandfather, do not hit my aunt. Ling Ling, unfamiliar with the old man's usual demeanor, was frightened by the unfolding scene. Oh no, great-grandfather is at fault. He won't hit Aunt anymore. Ling Ling, don't cry. The old man, still fond of Ling Ling, immediately rose to comfort her upon seeing her tears. The atmosphere had spiraled out of control, prompting Xiao Kexin to ask Min Jia to take Ling Ling back to her room. After all, the old man likely had more to say. Great-grandfather isn't angry anymore. Ling Ling, don't be afraid. As Min Jia led Ling Ling back to her room, the old man made a solemn promise. After Ling Ling returned to her room, the elderly gentleman resumed his seat. The wife had departed early, and his sole wish was for their happiness, so that he might face her with dignity in the afterlife. The old man had regained his composure, though his tone was imbued with melancholy. Shuping, your life was saved by Kexin and Ling Ling. You must look after them. Do you understand? He gazed at Lu Shuping, who had just lifted her head. The once vibrant old man appeared significantly aged all at once. Father, I will certainly do so, Lu Shuping vowed with resolute eyes. Seeing her commitment, the old man turned his attention to Ling Yu, though his gaze lacked its previous sharpness. Ling Yu, you are truly exceptional. I entrust my Kexin to you. You must care for her well, or I shall surely deliver a severe reprimand. As he concluded, his eyes regained their initial intensity. Ling Yu straightened his posture, proclaiming as if making an oath, I, Ling Yu, vow to protect Kexin with my life. Though somewhat theatrical, the old man recognized Ling Yu's sincerity and nodded, shifting his gaze to Xiao Kexin, his eyes filled with regret and mist. For reasons unknown, tears began to flow from the old man's eyes. Kexin, it is your grandfather who has wronged you, causing you suffering. Realizing his emotional lapse, he looked upward. Xiao Kexin also began to lower her head and weep, as did Lu Shuping. The scene, initially disrupted by Ling Ling's tears, had only just regained its equilibrium, now spiraled into chaos once more. Ling Yu, at a loss, could only approach and embrace his ethereal sister. He understood the reason behind the old man's apology to Xiao Kexin. Although initially unaware, he had gleaned much from Lu Shuping's account. Not long after Xiao Kexin had graduated, the prodigious young woman, with dreams of becoming a singer, faced a calamity. Her aunt's diagnosis echoed the same fate as her mother. Xiao Yijuan sought out Xiao Kexin at the Municipal Music Academy, just 6 months after her mother had passed away. Xiao Kexin had yet to emerge from her grief when this dreadful news struck. She felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Kexin, your aunt's test results have come back. She has the same illness as your mother. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens had opened, pouring down sorrow. The first was her mother's illness, which, due to its advanced stage, had claimed her life. Now, her aunt, who had been like a sister throughout her life, was afflicted by the same fate. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Kexin teetered on the brink of collapse, her ears ringing, rendering her unable to hear anything. It was only upon awakening that she discovered herself lying in a hospital bed, having fainted for a full 5 hours. Kexin, are you all right? Xiao Yijuan had remained by her side during her fainting spell. Although the doctor had assured him that she had merely fainted from shock and was not in grave danger, he was still deeply concerned. Doctor, what is wrong with my daughter? As soon as Xiao Kexin awoke, Xiao Yijuan rushed to seek the doctor. The doctor who arrived conducted an examination and remarked, the patient must not be subjected to any further stress. Let her rest well. Although Xiao Kexin showed some response, her movements and gaze appeared somewhat vacant, as if her spirit had been lost. Come, let us have something to eat, suggested Xiao Yijuan, who had arranged for some porridge to be brought. This was the first time he had fed her since she had grown up. Just like in her childhood, he blew on the porridge to cool it before bringing it to her lips as she lay half reclined on the bed. Your aunt is currently in the early stages. The doctor has assured us that the chances of recovery are very high. He informed her of Lu Shuping's current condition. Yet, Xiao Kexin still lacked the strength to lower her head, appearing deep in thought. Do not worry. I have consulted esteemed experts in the beautiful nation, and they have assured us there is no cause for concern. Upon hearing her father's words, Xiao Kexin's vacant gaze finally regained a flicker of light. Really? At that moment, she felt exceedingly weak, her words barely escaping her lips. Seeing Xiao Kexin finally speak, Xiao Yijuan offered her the porridge. Kexin, do not fret. Your father will certainly see to your aunt's recovery. Witnessing his daughter regain some spirit brought Xiao Yijuan a sense of relief. Is there truly a chance? Xiao Kexin felt engulfed by confusion. Two beloved family members had fallen ill in succession, and the haunting memories of her mother's passing lingered vividly in her mind. She was genuinely terrified that Lu Shuping might suffer the same fate as her mother, enduring the torment of illness until the very end, powerless to change her fate. How could your father deceive you? Now, take another bite. The sorrow weighing on Xiao Yijuan's heart was no less than that of Xiao Kexin. Yet, as the pillar of the family, he knew he must remain steadfast. After spending a night in the hospital, Xiao Kexin was reminded of the final moments spent alongside her mother. Her heart was perpetually anxious for Lu Shuping, who was far away in the capital. You may be discharged now. Just rest well for a few days, the doctor announced the following day after his examination. However, he warned that Xiao Kexin must avoid any further shocks, as her mental state was still rather bleak. She often found herself staring off into space alone. Upon returning home, Xiao Kexin, weakened in body, had her father hire a temporary nurse. My daughter is in poor health, so please ensure her meals are not overly nourishing. And above all, do not let her leave the house for extended periods. This was Xiao Yijuan's final admonition to the nurse before he departed for the capital to monitor Lu Shuping's condition. As Xiao Kexin had not yet fully recovered, he decided against taking her with him. However, the nurse was merely a temporary hire, nothing more than an ordinary worker. The day after Xiao Kexin returned home, she caught a chill and developed a fever. Given her current frail state and poor mental condition, this fever was particularly severe. The nurse was supposed to stay overnight at Xiao Kexin's home, but seeing that Xiao Yijuan was absent and Xiao Kexin capable of independent movement, she left the house by 9 o'clock, harboring a sense of false security. How exhausting! Xiao Kexin lay upon her bed, the pain radiating through her body, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. Auntie, Annie, are you there? She called out with the utmost volume her weakened state could muster. Yet her pleas went unanswered. Desperate, she sought her phone to call her father, but her body felt like lead, every movement a monumental effort. After an agonizing search, she discovered the device, only to find it devoid of power. What to do? As she lay beneath the covers, the sound of raindrops pelting against the window reverberated through the room. This is unbearable. I cannot endure this any longer, she thought, her voice hoarse and exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. Memories of her mother's last words echoed in her mind. Xin, my dear, you must find happiness. I must leave you now, forgive me. I cannot perish, Xiao Kexin lamented, the tears streaming down her face as despair enveloped her. Resolute, she decided to take matters into her own hands and venture out in search of help. However, the residence she occupied was situated in a vast, single-unit layout on the first floor of the Jinshan Tianhua complex. Every ounce of strength was depleted by the time she crossed the threshold of her door. She crawled from the living room to the entrance, laboriously making her way. Downstairs, there's surveillance. I just need to reach the elevator, she muttered to herself. The surveillance on her floor was private, visible only to her, while the first floor was monitored by property management. With sheer determination, she crawled toward the elevator. But despite her efforts, she could not muster the strength to press the button that seemed so tantalizingly close. I refused to die. I promised my mother I would live happily, she whispered, her eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. Suddenly, the elevator dinged. What? I pressed too many buttons. A man clad in a yellow raincoat stepped out, cursing as he fumbled with the elevator's close button, eager to complete his delivery before the rain further delayed him. As he turned, he was met with the sight of Xiao Kexin slumped against the elevator door. Startled, he stumbled back against the elevator wall, exclaiming, "Oh, it's just a person. You scared me." After a brief pause, he sensed something was amiss. Approaching cautiously, he crouched down to examine her. "Miss, what's wrong?" he inquired. Xiao Kexin, nearly slipping into slumber, managed to utter, "Help, homie, are you drunk?" he asked, straining to hear her faint voice. "Could you repeat that?" In an unexpected turn, he lowered himself closer, placing his ear near her lips. At last, her plea for rescue reached him. "Oh, you're burning up," he exclaimed, noticing the severity of her condition as she lay wrapped tightly in her coverings. Chapter 70. Determination. She wore a mask that concealed most of her face, leaving only her expressive eyes and a flushed forehead visible. Huang Paozi gently touched Xiao Kexin's forehead, quickly realizing she was suffering from a severe fever. The situation was dire. However, rest assured, today, I shall undoubtedly save you. Upon assessing the situation, Huang Paozi intended to lift Xiao Kexin into his arms. Yet he still held a takeout order in his hand. What an absurdity to have me deliver this upstairs, he exclaimed, discarding the delivery bag carelessly in the corridor. He swiftly lifted Xiao Kexin, whose weight felt as light as a feather to his robust physique. They soon arrived at the parking lot, making their way toward a haphazardly parked electric scooter. Huang Paozi removed his raincoat and draped it over Xiao Kexin, securing her tightly. As he mounted the scooter, he wrapped her arms around his waist. Outside, the rain poured down incessantly, yet Huang Paozi remained undaunted. I shall brave this torrential downpour to save a life. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. In her dazed state, Xiao Kexin gazed at the back of the man before her, the last word she heard before slipping into unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying on a hospital bed. Sister, are you all right? Xiao Rue, filled with concern, rushed to her side. Since Xiao Yijuan was in the capital, upon learning of Xiao Kexin's hospitalization due to fever, he had sent his brother's family to care for her. Xiao Kexin had been unconscious for a full 18 hours, and now it was already the afternoon of the day after. With her uncle and aunt absent, only Xiao Rue remained by her side. He offered her a sip of water before calling for the doctor to examine her. This time, the doctor's recommendation was to keep her under observation, as her condition was quite precarious. A slight misstep could lead to further complications, which would be troublesome. Xiao Kexin spent 2 days in the hospital, during which a relative from the capital arrived. Xin, are you all right? Do you still feel unwell? The visitor was her grandfather, Lu Shanhe, who rushed to the hospital as soon as his flight landed. I'm fine. I could be discharged tomorrow, Xiao Kexin replied, though her grandfather sensed the lack of emotional warmth in her voice. He was aware of her recent struggles, having fainted twice and feeling utterly unwell. Is there anything you might have forgotten? Lu Shanhe inquired as they prepared for her discharge. Xiao Kexin merely shook her head, having been hastily brought to the hospital with few personal belongings. Then let us go home. Lu Shanhe carried a bag containing Xiao Kexin's clothes from before her hospitalization. Sir, the room for Da Miqing is over here. As they traversed the hospital corridor, Lu Shanhe and Xiao Kexin heard a nurse's loud call. All right, responded a man wearing a cap and a mask, who then approached the nurse. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Kexin turned her head to look. The back of that head feels so familiar. Xiao Kexin paused to observe the man who was wrapped up completely for a few seconds. The elderly gentleman, realizing that Xiao Kexin was not by his side, turned around and saw her standing still. Concerned that something unfortunate might have occurred, he hurried over to her side, asking, What's wrong, Kexin? Xiao Kexin merely shook her head in response. Who would be so inconsiderate as to litter? It reeks to high heaven. Upon reaching their doorstep, the elderly man noticed a takeaway order carelessly discarded in the corridor. After grumbling and cleaning it up, he finally entered the house with Xiao Kexin. Meanwhile, Xiao Kexin was lost in thought, staring at the spot where the takeaway had been. Kexin, make sure to eat plenty. Upon returning home, the elderly gentleman prepared a sumptuous feast for Xiao Kexin. However, midway through their meal, he suddenly began to weep. What's wrong, Grandpa? Xiao Kexin, feeling somewhat numb, still cherished her family deeply. Oh, Kexin, you must save your aunt. The elderly man's cries were heart-wrenching. It was the first time Xiao Kexin had seen him in such despair. Can I really save her? The old man's words left Xiao Kexin bewildered. Your aunt suffers from the same rare hereditary blood disease as your mother, he explained, regaining his composure. But this illness is unlike any known hereditary blood ailment. It has a long incubation period. Your mother was only diagnosed when it became critical, but by then it was too late. Though he had stopped crying, his voice trembled as he spoke. There is only one remedy for this ailment, the umbilical cord blood of a newborn relative. Your aunt is in the same predicament, and now you are all that remains. In truth, when Xiao Yijuan sought out Xiao Kexin, it was to inform her of this singular method to save Lu Shuping. However, before he could articulate this, Xiao Kexin succumbed to the overwhelming blow and fainted. Later, Xiao Yijuan, unable to bear the thought of Xiao Kexin encountering further distress, rushed over upon learning of her condition. "Kexin, I beg you," he implored, preparing to kneel. Yet, Xiao Kexin reached out to steady him before he could. After helping him back up, her expression remained unchanged, but her gaze grew resolute. "I will save my aunt. I promise. Miss, we have regulations against disclosing others' information." A doctor firmly rejected Xiao Kexin's request at the hospital where she had been admitted with a fever the previous day. Undeterred by the refusal, she retrieved an envelope from her bag. "I need the information of a donor who came to donate rice yesterday." The doctor appeared conflicted and replied, "We must adhere to our protocols. Did you see him and become unwell?" As the doctor spoke, the envelope Xiao Kexin had placed on the table mysteriously vanished. Exiting the hospital, Xiao Kexin called Xiao Yijuan. After some time, both Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping announced their plans to go abroad for various reasons. "Grandpa, I'm so happy right now." At that moment, a radiant smile graced Xiao Kexin's face. After exchanging a glance with Ling Yu, she reflected on the sorrow she had endured following her mother's passing and her aunt's severe illness. It had been a long time since she had smiled in such a manner, save for the occasional moments spent with her daughter, Ling Ling. Others had seldom witnessed her joy. "Oh, Kexin, my beloved granddaughter." The old man had not seen such a brilliant smile from Xiao Kexin in years. Ever since he had approached her personally, requesting her assistance in saving Lu Shuping, he had been plagued by guilt. He believed that it was his fault that Xiao Kexin had squandered over a year of her youth. Meanwhile, Ling Yu remained resolute in his belief that Xiao Kexin would never blame those around her. Chapter 71. The envelope. Ling Yu did not know the former Xiao Kexin and was uncertain if she would still exhibit the same cold demeanor towards others as when they first met. However, he was aware that her affections for those around her had remained unwavering. Recently, he had uncovered a fact unknown to him in his previous life. During his last search for the long-buried memories of 5 o'clock, he stumbled upon an iron box. By habit, he had placed his phone inside this box, which had been a repository for treasures since childhood. Upon reopening the box, he discovered an envelope, blank on its exterior, which he realized had never been opened by his predecessor. The aura of mystery surrounding it captivated him. Recalling memories from his previous life, he learned that the envelope had been handed to him by a teacher from the Municipal Conservatory of Music, who had merely stated, "Someone wishes to thank you," before saying no more. His predecessor had assumed it was a love letter from a female classmate, and, in his resolve to remain virtuous, had chosen not to open it. However, upon his discovery of the envelope, Ling Yu, disregarding all caution, tore it open. Inside, he found a check amounting to 100,000 yuan. This unexpected fortune left him momentarily speechless. Yet, his elation was short-lived as he glanced at the expiration date, only to realize that the check had been invalid for over 4 years. His predecessor had truly been oblivious to his good fortune. After scolding himself, he noticed another note inside the envelope, which read, "Thank you for saving me once. I will also come to your aid in times of trouble." What an extravagant statement. Ling Yu was at a loss for words upon reading such bold sentiments. Who had he saved? Reluctantly, he began to ponder the memories of his predecessor. But despite his efforts, he could not fathom who would express such generosity. His gaze fell once more upon the expired check, dated December 2020. Saving someone? Ling Yu mused, recalling that he had just started university at that time. Had he delivered food during a rainstorm and rescued a woman in distress? Indeed, he remembered that on a certain rainy night, his predecessor had aided an ailing woman. The enchanting lady was at Jinshang Tianhua. As Ling Yu pondered this, he found the coincidence rather striking. It reminded him of his first visit to Xiao Kexin's home. Standing before her door, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the place. At that time, he was delivering to 2401, while Xiao Kexin resided in 2301. Ling Yu reflected further. He had paused on the 23rd floor, and suddenly it dawned on him. But why did she claim that it was because Ling Ling wished to see him that she bribed the doctor to locate him? Could it be, "Oh, if your former self retains even a fragment of will, I implore you to depart this world swiftly. Thank you for saving me once. I shall also come to your aid in times of your need." These were the words inscribed on the note within that envelope. This indicated that Xiao Kexin had always been aware of the fact that it was Ling Yu who saved her. Even someone whom she barely considered benefactor. She would go to such lengths to assist. How much more so for those who had accompanied her through her formative years. Grandfather, will my poem be recorded? Ling Yu suddenly broke the atmosphere. Before dinner, the old gentleman learned that the next episode of Little Singer-Songwriter was about to air. Ling Yu still had a new poem yet to be broadcast, and he insisted that it be recorded after the meal, just as before. The old man agreed, promising to showcase it after the program aired. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Come quickly. The old man sprang to his feet, hastily exiting the dining room, while simultaneously pulling out his phone to start recording. Only Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping remained in the restaurant. At this moment, Lu Shuping was also inspired by the old gentleman and wished to express some heartfelt sentiments. However, before she could articulate anything, Xiao Kexin interrupted. It's all in the past, and I'm truly happy now. Ling and Ling Yu at this moment. Xiao Kexin appeared remarkably relaxed, her delicate face gradually forming a charming smile. They're the happiness destined for me. Are you unafraid of sacrificing everything to leave a clear conscience in this world? After Ling Yu completed a recitation of the Lime Ode with the old man, the latter watched the video repeatedly. With a resounding clap, the old man stood up again, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly remarkable! From whom did you acquire such talent, Ling Yu?" Hearing the old man's inquiry, Ling Yu did not fabricate an excuse. None. It's simply the product of my idle thoughts. Idle thoughts? Is this the mindset of a genius? The old man seemed to accept Ling Yu's words, nodding in agreement. With the Ninja World War concluded, the time for Naruto's resurrection was drawing to a close. Coincidentally, today marked Naruto's birthday. Having just accompanied Ling into her room, Sister Min casually helped Ling finish her bath. Ling Yu then found the perfect moment to recount tales of Naruto to Ling. However, this time, it took Ling quite a while to fall asleep, as Ling Yu was deep into the story of Naruto and Sasuke's battle. As he made his way to the living room, he spotted Xiao Kexin, Lu Shuping, and the old man engaged in a game of do di ju. Boom! I'm out. Xiao Kexin discarded her cards, triumphing as the landlord. No more, no more. I shall retire to indulge in a beauty sleep. Having endured consecutive defeats, Lu Shuping casually discarded the cards in her hand. Tomorrow, I am set to move into my new residence and intend to cook for myself. Are you available? Ling Yu approached and uttered words that astonished the players who had just concluded their game. A new home? Did you take out a loan? Lu Shuping was aware that Ling Yu had earned a considerable sum from filming and songwriting. However, in this land where space is a luxury, it was dauntingly sufficient only for a down payment. How could such a significant matter not be discussed? The current bank interest rates are rather steep. The old gentleman had come to regard Ling Yu as one of his own, continuing, if funds are insufficient, seek assistance from your grandfather. My years are numbered, and all I leave behind will be for you. Xiao Kexin was less concerned. Where did you buy? Yafa community, not far away. Indeed, Ling Yu's new home was quite close to Xiao Kexin's residence. A mere 30-minute walk would suffice, and by car, it would take only 10 minutes. Provided it was not during peak hours. Until we meet again, family. Ling Yu grabbed the backpack he had brought from the filming crew and departed from Xiao Kexin's home. He had merely 2 days of leisure ahead, yet those days would be filled with activity. As he was moving tomorrow and meeting with numerous companies interested in the licensing of The Legend of Sword and Fairy the day after. His first novel, Zhu Xian, had stirred the initial tempest of the Xinxia genre. Chapter 72. The new home even prompted all reading platforms to create a category for Xinxia literature. At that time, the licensing of Zhu Xian had unveiled the predatory nature of many companies, all eager to partake in a lucrative first installment of this burgeoning genre. However, back then, Ling Yu, the author, was merely an emerging writer. Regardless of the company's interest, they only approached Hong Shitsi Reading to express their acquisition intentions, disregarding the fledgling author. Now, however, the landscape had shifted. Although the game and anime adaptations of Zhu Xian had yet to be released, the influx of new and seasoned readers was steadily increasing. Its popularity continued to ascend, surpassing even the fervor it garnered during serialization. Coupled with the ongoing competition among readers over the female protagonist, The value of this work was continually rising. Ling Yu's second work, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, had not only matched but exceeded Zhu Xian in terms of popularity and reader reviews, inciting ravenous appetites among various companies. This resurgence of desire reignited their predatory instincts. Furthermore, the narrative of a novel was rife with controversy, maintaining its unyielding popularity. Compared to his first work, Zhu Xian, it possessed even greater commercial potential. Rumors circulated in the industry that Ling Yu was contemplating selling the film and television rights to The Legend of Sword and Fairy. This news not only piqued the interest of major players, but also attracted numerous television stations to seek Ling Yu's collaboration. Initially, Ling Yu had privately approached the deputy general managers of two companies under the Penguin umbrella to discuss offers. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had recently been inundated with calls from parties interested in acquiring the rights to The Legend of Sword. Ling Yu once inquired whether Chen Lili was the one who divulged her phone number. However, he had previously instructed her to await a response from the Penguin side before making any plans. Chen Lili would never casually disclose Ling Yu's contact information to others. Thus, it could only be that those individuals had employed some mysterious means to locate him. Capital is indeed capital. Tracing my identity is as effortless as plucking something from a pocket. Since they have come knocking, Ling Yu sees no reason to decline. The more competition, the higher the value, and consequently, the more he stands to gain. When Ling Yu moved, he only had 2 suitcases and a few bags of personal belongings. He simply hired a vehicle to transport them. The apartment would be vacated once the lease expired. He was too indifferent to proactively seek this or that. The new home's appliances and furniture would be delivered as well, as it had been agreed upon at the time of purchase. Nevertheless, Ling Yu still tipped the delivery men 200 yuan each and bought a case of water and 2 packs of cigarettes to share with them upstairs. The workers, seeing Ling Yu's generosity, became more diligent and careful in their tasks. By around 11 in the morning, Ling Yu's new apartment in Yafa community appeared refreshed and inviting. Excellent. He decided to prepare a meal to add some warmth and liveliness to the space. That evening, he would invite Xiao Kexin and her family over for dinner. So he intended to gather the necessary ingredients first. It was only after 1 o'clock that Ling Yu returned from shopping for groceries, ready to begin preparing lunch. Cooking for himself was quite straightforward. He utilized a rice cooker to steam some ribs while sought a mix of vegetables, balancing meat and greens. What song should he create for Ling Ling? During the meal, Ling Yu recalled a promise he had made to her, helping her create a musical piece. Of course, he must conceal his identity and appearance, opting for animation as a substitute. He had already settled on a musical selection, a children's song that had gained considerable popularity in his previous life. The song had enjoyed a stint of fame, beloved by many young people. However, this endeavor would have to wait until the conclusion of the little singer-songwriter program. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time to commit. Is this Ling Ling's room? How beautiful! In the afternoon, Xiao Kexin's family arrived at Ling Yu's new home, and Min Jia was also invited. Ling Ling was thrilled to explore the room Ling Yu had meticulously prepared for her. The walls were adorned with numerous glow-in-the-dark star stickers, and he had even created a starry ceiling for her. The little bed resembled a giant panda. "Oh, panda hug!" Ling Ling exclaimed as she leaped onto the bed, sprawling out in a starfish position. Seeing Ling Ling so delighted with the room he had arranged for her brought Ling Yu a sense of relief. He could already envision the joyful moments they would share as a family of 3. This house is quite spacious. What was the down payment? Since Lu Shuping opened a studio with Xiao Kexin, she had gradually embarked on the path of a shrewd businesswoman, viewing everything through a commercial lens. A few 100,000, perhaps? Ling Yu replied uncertainly, not daring to reveal that he had purchased the apartment outright. Otherwise, it would lead to troublesome questions about the source of his funds. Noticing Ling Yu's hesitant demeanor, Lu Shuping's curiosity was piqued. I initially believed him to be a staunch masculinist. Subsequently, I shot him an irritated glance and remarked, "If you encounter difficulties, do remember to speak up." Indeed, Ling Yu, in this day and age, earning a living is no easy feat. If you face challenges, you must reach out to your grandfather. Do you understand? The old gentleman, having traversed similar paths, assumed that Ling Yu was concealing the price of the house to spare those close to him from worry. Meanwhile, Xiao Kexin remained an observer, silently surveying her surroundings. Thus, Ling Yu guided them through the new abode, eventually arriving at the master bedroom. It was quite simple, lacking any noteworthy embellishments. Lu Shuping had anticipated that someone as flamboyant as Ling Yu would have adorned his room with opulence, yet the reality was rather unexpected. Apart from the essentials, it was merely a television set. Let's play cards. Today, I intend to reclaim all that you won from me last night. Lu Shuping called out to the old gentleman and Xiao Kexin, eager to continue their unfinished battle from the previous evening. My album? Xiao Kexin noticed a tall glass display cabinet nestled in the corner of the master bedroom, which housed only a single music album, Ling Yu's 9th album. Personally signed by Xiao Kexin. I want to join in. How about a game of Big Two for 4 players? Upon hearing Lu Shuping announce the card game, Ling Yu felt a stir of excitement. After all, he had grown up in Guangdong province, where it was customary to engage in a few rounds of poker during the New Year festivities. Apologies. I just happened to have a handful of fortune, Ling Yu exclaimed as he spotted the old gentleman forming a winning sequence. He promptly discarded his chicken-stealing card, clinching victory in that round. Dad, did you not see that cunning glint in his eyes? He was undoubtedly plotting to steal. Lu Shuping, having incurred significant losses, even began to scold her father. Ha ha ha, I wasn't paying attention. The old gentleman, unfazed by his daughter's reprimand, found joy in the moment. After glancing at the time, Ling Yu rose and announced to everyone, I shall prepare dinner now. Mingjie, it's your turn. During the card game, Mingjie had been entertaining Ling Ling. Now that Ling Yu had obligations, there was no one else to take her place. I'll do it, Ling Ling exclaimed, her little hand raised high, eager to join the lively atmosphere. No, darling, children cannot partake in such games. Lu Shuping quickly interjected, suggesting, let's play Do Di Zhu instead. Both Xiao Kexin and the old gentleman agreed, acknowledging that Ling Ling was still too young for cards. Ling Ling continued to play with her grandmother, knowing that soon she would enjoy a meal prepared by her father. Noticing her daughter's pout, Xiao Kexin offered words of comfort. All right, I shall go see what your father is cooking. With no toys at home, Ling Ling had already grown quite bored. Now that the adults had excluded her from their game, she felt compelled to seek out Ling Yu. Chop, chop, chop. Oh, Daddy is so impressive. Ling Yu was busy preparing the dipping sauce, his dual knives moving in a blur. Pleased by his daughter's praise, he quickened his pace. Tonight, Ling Yu planned to create a Cantonese hot pot, known as the Bien Lu. He was simmering a broth made from chicken bones, red dates, goji berries, and dang shun, adding a few slices of ginger for flavor. He had sliced the meat in advance, ready for a quick boil, and procured an abundance of fresh ingredients. Beef and lamb, along with an array of mushrooms and greens, are plentiful. The light flavors, complemented by homemade dipping sauces that range from spicy to mild, are sure to be well received by Xiao Kexin and her companions. The soup is truly enchanting. Cantonese cuisine? Quite delightful. As the meal commenced, Ling Yu first served a bowl of soup to the ladies. The elder expressed that it was remarkably authentic, and the women concurred that it was delicious. With half a pot of soup remaining, they began to cook the meat. Delicious, Ling Ling exclaimed as she picked up some meat that Ling Yu had just dipped in the sauce, cooling it down before savoring it, declaring it exquisite. Ling Ling felt a spark of curiosity, for this was her first encounter with such simple yet aromatic fare. After pondering, she pointed at the small dish of dipping sauce and asked Daddy, is this what you just prepared with those 2 knives? Ling Ling's curiosity was piqued, as she remembered that Ling Yu had merely prepared the ingredients in the kitchen and had not actually cooked anything. How could the dish be so delightful? She thought back to the sight of Ling Yu chopping the ingredients for the sauce, and her intrigue deepened about what truly lay within that small dish. The adults, too, turned their attention towards him. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Ling Yu explained, it's simply chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, cilantro, and shallots, sautéed in the special peanut oil from Guangdong. He had followed the local tradition without any peculiarities, except for the unique peanut oil source from a small workshop in Guangdong, which he had searched extensively for online. That peanut oil, oh, how fragrant it was. Was there some sort of technology involved? Or perhaps it was just a skilled craft? The elder, a true connoisseur, recognized the distinctiveness of the peanut oil. He often watched videos and was aware of the rampant food fraud prevalent today. Surely not. It's probably just a bit more stimulating. A drink of herbal tea should remedy that, he remarked. Ling Yu, having grown up with it, certainly knew well. Herbal tea? Is that the notorious brew that terrifies everyone outside Guangdong? Lu Shuping was taken aback to hear those words from Ling Yu. What? What is herbal tea? Ling, too, was filled with intense curiosity. Assuming they wished to try some, Ling Yu responded, I happen to have some on hand. Just a moment. With that, he rose and headed towards the kitchen. The sounds emanating from the kitchen soon confirmed that Ling Yu had begun to brew the tea. The others exchanged glances, wondering why they hadn't tea stopped him. I'm so full. Ling, being the slowest eater, was the last to finish. Sister Min, despite being a guest, began attending to tasks in Xiao Kexin's home. Ling Yu, eager to assist, was politely declined. He had no choice but to retrieve the herbal tea he had started brewing during the meal and served it to everyone. Be careful, it's hot. He thoughtfully ladled some into 2 bowls to cool it down before placing one in front of Ling, gently reminding her. After just a few gentle blows to cool it, Ling took a sip. It's a bit sweet. Having never tasted such a dark concoction before, she offered her assessment after a moment's reflection. It's neither unpleasant nor delightful. Sweet? Isn't it said to be more bitter than a life of hardship? The adults exchanged skeptical glances. Xiao Kexin was the first to grasp the bowl after Ling. Like Ling, she merely took a sip with her cherry-like lips. At first, it felt a bit peculiar. Then it transformed into a sweetness. Xiao Kexin's assessment was akin to Ling's. Lu Shuping and the elder, witnessing the typically honest Xiao Kexin express such sentiments, reluctantly picked up the bowl and took a sip. To their surprise, it was quite palatable. How could the online reviews be so dismal? Lu Shuping glanced at Ling Yu. In his previous life, Ling Yu had come across numerous videos concerning the cool tea of Guangdong province. Now, he finally had the opportunity to vindicate the beverage. They had only consumed it when feeling unwell, as it was akin to traditional medicine. What I brewed is meant for daily enjoyment, featuring ingredients like kapok flowers, honeysuckle, and licorice, all of which are sweet and agreeable. Upon hearing Ling Yu's explanation, the group began to comprehend. How do you know so much about this, not being from Guangdong? The elder inquired, perplexed. Ling Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Shuping finished the cool tea in one gulp and answered for him. He's a genius. Don't even mention matters from other provinces. He might even know about extraterrestrials. That was a reasonable point, and surprisingly, the elder concurred. The housewarming was thus simply concluded. There was no time to relax, for those cunning wolves and tigers had arrived. However, the target was not Ling Yu, but rather the Penguin Company. Damn, no wonder it looked so familiar. It really has been rained upon. I thought it was just a namesake. I never expected it to be him. Now there's a celebrity effect. This complicates things further. Truly, the rain god. So dashing. During the meeting the next day, the lead representative chose a star-rated hotel as the venue. Ling Yu was the last to arrive at the conference room. The main character always makes their entrance last. From the moment he stepped through the door, both familiar and new representatives recognized him by another title, the Rain God. Long time no see, greeted Chen Lily. As a representative from the third-party reading platform, Hong Shitzi Reading, she had come alongside a senior executive. It's been a while. Sister Lily, Ling Yu responded, acknowledging her. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the attendees, Ling Yu took his seat at the head of the table. We propose that no single enterprise should acquire all the rights, stated a representative as the attendees gathered. The previous day, various companies had aimed to secure the rights for Xianjian, and their representatives had already arrived in the city. The last meeting had been independently organized by Ling Yu, whereas this time, it was spearheaded by them, having consulted Ling Yu's availability before finalizing the meeting time. In the last meeting, aside from the Penguin Company, the other numerous companies had been utterly defenseless. They had watched helplessly as the rights to Zhu Xian for both the game and the anime were entirely claimed by the Penguin Company. This time, the representatives present understood that their only competitor was the affluent Penguin Company. They were all aware that if Penguin Corporation chose not to appoint individuals this time, they might not even be regarded as mere beasts. Thus, prior to this meeting, numerous companies had united in their efforts. They intended to exert pressure on Ling Yu, preventing Penguin Corporation from monopolizing the situation. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to conspire against us? The vice president of Penguin Games, who was the instigator of the previous meeting's incident, felt compelled to interject. Wow, how spectacular! Such a commotion has arisen. Ling Yu was perplexed, for upon his arrival, a grand performance was already unfolding. The vice president of Penguin Video added, "The highest bidder wins. If you lack stature, do not don an oversized hat." Are you implying that you are a big-headed doll? How dare you insult me? Apart from the television station representative attending for the first time and the two representatives from Hongshuzi reading, those who had conspired to boycott Penguin Corporation confronted the two representatives from Penguin. The exchanges escalated into a fierce verbal battle. How rude. I absolutely love it. Witnessing the chaos akin to a United Nations debate, Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was not his concern, after all. However, if this continued, his time would be significantly squandered. As the focal point and seller of this meeting, he deemed it necessary to intervene. Try looking at me again. Stop, stop, stop. Let's all calm down for a moment, shall we? Ling Yu's voice resonated loudly, silencing the crowd. Upon hearing Ling Yu assert control, everyone ceased their disputes and donned their shoes once more. Before long, those who had been embroiled in heated arguments were seated in their respective positions. Ling Yu's authority was to be respected. After all, he held the most significant influence at that moment. Everyone was there for profit. Having witnessed such a spectacle for the first time, Ling Yu struggled to stifle his laughter. Clearing his throat, he composed himself and continued, "We are all here for profit. After all, there's no need to make things so awkward, right? I am but a mere mortal, rather fond of wealth." With a contemplative demeanor, Ling Yu had already resolved his course of action. As per the usual practice, the highest bidder prevails. He slammed the table, offering no concessions. All proposals and previously agreed-upon verbal commitments were rendered null and void. Observing Ling Yu's unwavering stance, none dared to be the first to speak up. Failing to secure this licensing bid would merely result in a scolding upon returning to their companies. After all, the leadership had emphasized the necessity of acquiring the rights to Xianjian. Conversely, should they provoke Ling Yu further and risk being ousted, the consequences could be far graver than mere reprimands. They could potentially take the blame and lose their jobs. I will start with a price. For the anime licensing, the minimum is 10 million. If my desired price is not met, there is no point in further discussions. Let the performance commence. After announcing his bid, Ling Yu fell silent. Apart from Penguin Animation, nearly all the representatives were taken aback. The vice president of Penguin Video was already aware of Ling Yu's desired price. The cost of licensing an anime artwork exceeds 10 million. Would it not be more prudent to resort to theft? After Ling Yu's words lingered in the air, no representatives from any anime production companies dared to participate in the bidding. A multitude of individuals remained in silence for an extended period. Our company is willing to acquire it for 13 million. Observing the prolonged silence, the vice president of Penguin Video became the first to seize the opportunity. Is there anyone else willing to participate? Ling Yu inquired, raising his eyelids to scan the assembly. No one responded. None dared to take on this proverbial hot potato. After all, anime differs fundamentally from film and gaming, which possess established audiences for their licensing. As long as a game can be developed and adequately promoted, it is virtually impossible to incur substantial losses. The current demographic of fans for Xianjian predominantly consists of spirited young men. The question lies solely in how much profit can be made. Conversely, film adaptations benefit from the original work's popularity and the allure of star power, ensuring a return on investment. Coupled with the future potential for on-demand viewing on video platforms and television, it could be deemed a surefire profit. However, with regard to the anime rights, many representatives were hesitant to guarantee a break-even point, as the audience for manga is considerably limited. Furthermore, the production costs for high-quality animation are exorbitant, making it a gamble they were unwilling to take. If only one company is offering 13 million, then I certainly shall not entertain selling it. Isn't this a bidding process? How could one refuse to sell? The rejected party silently cursed Ling Yu's entire lineage. Initially, the vice president of Penguin Video merely intended to pick up the scraps. He never anticipated that Ling Yu would outright refuse to sell. For film licensing, a minimum of 20 million is required, and I am including my song June's Rain in the package. Ling Yu boldly quoted the film rights for Xianjian, disregarding the status of the anime licensing. Just as he finished his bid, a representative from Xiao Television raised their hand. Mr. Ling Yu, why not package that song Always Very Quiet as well? Ling Yu, recognizing the politeness and sincerity of the representative, responded candidly. That song has already been gifted to Xiao Kexin. I must inquire first. The song Always Very Quiet had indeed been given to Xiao Kexin, hence its exclusion from the bundled offer for June's Rain alongside Xianjian. Such a beautiful song, simply given away. What kind of prowess do you possess? Ling Yu's words left the audience speechless. Mr. Ling Yu, you must persuade her. I offer 23 million. It was evident that Xiao Television had come prepared. However, in the next moment, someone shouted, we bid 25 million. Who among them was so audacious as to compete with Xiao for the prize? No one anticipated this turn of events. Just after the representative from Xiao Television made their bid, they were immediately overshadowed. The speaker was the vice president of Penguin Video, who now directed an apologetic gaze toward the Xiao representative. What a farce! If you possess the courage, then act boldly. Witnessing the vice president of Penguin Video feigning humility, the others regarded him with disdain. I shall add another million, making a total of 26 million. The representative from Xiao showed no hesitation and immediately increased the offer. In the blink of an eye, the vice president of Penguin Video spoke up. We will offer 30 million. Very well. So this is how it is, huh? I shall return and press your sore spots. Upon hearing this offer, the representative from Xiao ceased to speak. Chapter 75. Abandoning medicine for sound, Ling Yu waited for a moment, observing that no one else contended, and began to announce. I am exceedingly pleased to collaborate with Penguin Video. I look forward to your support. Following this was the game video for Xianjian. There was no suspense. The vice president of Penguin Games chose not to engage with others. With an effortless 30 million plus revenue sharing terms, he secured the gaming rights for Ling Yu's second work. Mr. Ling, why is the anime license not for sale to us? After the meeting, only two vice presidents from the Penguin Group's subsidiary remained. The vice president of Penguin Video expressed confusion regarding Ling Yu's refusal to sell the anime rights. No one has offered me a satisfactory price. Ling Yu had previously informed him that the anime rights would be sold for 15 million. He had not anticipated that he would still be evading the issue at this point. If I offer 15 million, do you think that would suffice? The vice president of Penguin Video dared not be overly presumptuous, lest Ling Yu devise some trickery again. Ling Yu feigned contemplation, then sighed. 15 million it is. It saves trouble and worry. This maneuver left the two vice presidents of Penguin Group's subsidiary speechless. Subsequently, the vice president of Penguin Video requested Ling Yu to inquire about the current copyright holder's willingness regarding Always Very Quiet. This would assist him in reporting back, especially since the representative from Xiao had just added an additional 2 million to the budget. Ling Yu readily complied, sending a message to Xiao Kexin in their presence. He received a reply granting him the liberty to act as he saw fit. The meeting concluded. Mr. Ling, this collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant. A senior executive from Hongxi Reading extended a hand to Ling Yu. Ling Yu reciprocated the gesture. Thank you, and I look forward to future opportunities to collaborate. After engaging in pleasantries for a while, the senior executive departed the conference room. Raingod, here, please sign your esteemed name. Chun Lily produced a frame from her bag. It contained a photograph of Ling Yu wearing a mask on the stage of Little Singer, singing Rainbow. Ling Yu was unaware of where Chun Lily had procured it. He could tell that she genuinely cherished his music. Accepting the marker she offered, he signed his name for the first time for someone else. Previously, he had signed for a few fans at Little Singer, but that had been under the name Rain God. Thank you, Rain God. Best of luck in the finals. Chun Lily expressed her joy and offered Ling Yu a loud cheer. Goodbye. Ling Yu accompanied Chun Lily to the entrance of the hotel, exchanging farewells. He also encountered the two vice presidents from Penguin, who were awaiting him, planning to treat him to dinner as a token of gratitude. However, Ling Yu had other commitments that evening. He needed to prepare samples for 2 songs to be performed at Little Singer. Aside from the song performed at the grand finale, there is also the champion's performance piece. Ling Yu, confident in his victory, chose not to indulge in unnecessary distractions. He decided to return home and prepare diligently. Tomorrow, he would join the group, and this time, he would remain there for over a week. However, things did not go as planned. He had finally completed one piece. He was determined to continue working hard. Just as Ling Yu was about to create his second musical sample, the phone rang. The caller's tone was far from pleasant. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, creating an ominous atmosphere. "Oh, rain god, I fear I can no longer pursue my dreams of becoming a singer." The call was from Zhang Xiaohan. The background was chaotic, filled with the incessant sound of rain, suggesting she was caught in it. "What is wrong? Where are you?" Ling Yu was taken aback by Zhang Xiaohan's urgency. It felt eerily reminiscent of a scene from an idol drama, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something unfortunate was about to unfold. The sound of rain persisted on the line, and after a brief pause, Zhang Xiaohan's voice emerged. "My parents won't allow me to sign the contract." Understanding dawned upon Ling Yu. A few days prior, he had encouraged Zhang Xiaohan to consult her parents about her aspirations. Her initial joy had swiftly morphed into a mask of worry. At that moment, Ling Yu had been oblivious to her concerns. In retrospect, it seemed reasonable. After all, Zhang Xiaohan was a medical student, and her family would not permit her to take such risks lightly, especially in the entertainment industry. "Xiaohan, this is an inevitable challenge." Ling Yu intended to console her, but before he could finish, she interrupted. "But I truly want to continue singing and dancing." Zhang Xiaohan's emotions escalated, and suddenly, a loud clap of thunder startled Ling Yu. "Who is indoors? Where are you? I'm coming to find you." His concern for Zhang Xiaohan intensified, fearing she might act impulsively. "I'm by the bund," she finally revealed. It turned out that she had gone there to clear her mind, but was now soaked by the downpour. Her spirits, already low, had plummeted further. Ling Yu, cautious of the rain, drove carefully, taking over half an hour to reach her location. "Get in the car." He exited the vehicle, holding an umbrella, and approached Zhang Xiaohan, who was seeking refuge from the rain. It was difficult to discern whether her face was wet from the rain or from tears, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Once Zhang Xiaohan was in the car, she continued to weep. It seems women are indeed made of water." Ling Yu found himself at a loss, unsure of where to take her, allowing her to vent her frustrations for a while. "Xiaohan, your chosen field may not persuade your parents to support your dream of becoming a singer," he began, only for Zhang Xiaohan's sobs to intensify in response. Ling Yu felt helpless, as the storm outside mirrored the tempest within the car. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Xiaohan's tears evolved into something more profound than mere weeping. "I have a profound desire to become a singer, yet they never listen to my thoughts and make decisions for me instead. Oh, this time they even scolded me. I truly cannot endure this any longer." Zhang Xiaohan grew increasingly agitated, her words flowing more abundantly. Thus, the two remained in the car. After a while, Ling Yu finally grasped the general situation. Zhang Xiaohan had always conformed to her parents' expectations throughout her life. Moreover, her parents exhibited a slight preference for sons over daughters. Initially, Ling Yu intended merely to console Zhang Xiaohan. However, upon hearing her story, he began to feel sympathy for her. A girl so talented deserves to be cherished. Undoubtedly not inferior to my own Kexin. Yet, Kexin is the most capable. No one could replace her. Gradually, Ling Yu's perspective began to shift. To encounter talent without nurturing it certainly does not align with the conduct of a noble traveler. This time, Ling Yu resolved to take action. However, he did not intend to tackle this alone, as he lacked the necessary strength. But his aunt possessed such capabilities. "Xiaohan, if you could become a singer, would you consider joining my company?" Ling Yu inquired of the still weeping Zhang Xiaohan. Chapter 76. Encountering a ghost, wasn't this fellow just trying to persuade me moments ago? Zhang Xiaohan pondered, confused by Ling Yu's abrupt change of demeanor. "Of course. You promised to help me soar. You even mentioned a takeoff as sudden as pulling a sprout from dry soil." Her sobs began to diminish, yet her volume increased significantly. Ling Yu had indeed promised to assist her in taking flight, though she wondered what he meant by taking off from dry land. "Well, since you were so eager to become a singer, rest assured." With that, Ling Yu dialed Lu Shuping's number. "Sister, do you recall Zhang Xiaohan from Little Songwriter?" She is interested in joining our company. She only started engaging with music in university. However, we need to address her parents' mindset. This could be a bit challenging. Leave it to me. I will handle it with utmost care. Thus, they concluded their conversation. Zhang Xiaohan's performance had left a profound impression on Liu Shuping, one of the principal investors in Little Songwriter and a key figure at Parallel Studio. Her creativity and vocal talent were undeniably promising. Moreover, it was astonishing to learn from the phone call that Zhang Xiaohan had only begun her musical journey in university, having previously worked as an agent. Liu Shuping's instincts in the industry were second to none. She would not let such a promising talent slip away. What happened? Xiao Kexin inquired, noticing Liu Shuping's heightened excitement after the call. Ling Yu just informed me that the fourth-place contestant from Little Songwriter is interested in signing with our company. Zhang Xiaohan, the girl with a clear and resonant voice? Upon hearing this, Xiao Kexin began to recall who Liu Shuping was referring to. Her creativity and voice are quite distinctive. But why did Ling Yu approach you? Xiao Kexin questioned with skepticism. Perhaps they became acquainted during the show, Liu Shuping speculated, uncertain and hesitant to speak further. If one inadvertently utters an ill-chosen remark, causing discord between the young couple, one could easily be deemed a great sinner. Xiao Kexin refrained from further inquiries and resumed browsing her social media. Today, news emerged regarding the lucrative licensing of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Although unconfirmed, the buzz surrounding it has attracted considerable attention. As an avid reader of Love in the Wind, Xiao Kexin is also closely following the developments. After discussing matters with Liu Shuping, Ling Yu conveyed the information to Zhang Xiaohan. Shall I escort you back to school now? The torrential rain had subsided from its earlier ferocity, and Zhang Xiaohan's mood had stabilized. Since the school has imposed a curfew, she softly responded from the passenger seat. Do you have your ID? If not, I can book a room for you at a hotel, and you can return to school tomorrow. Ling Yu had contemplated bringing Zhang Xiaohan to his home, as there was an available guest room in his new apartment. However, upon further reflection, he felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was now a man with a girlfriend and a child, and it would be inappropriate to bring another woman home. All right. Zhang Xiaohan's voice remained faint as a whisper. Once they reached an agreement, Ling Yu started the car, heading toward a hotel not far from Zhang Xiaohan's school, making it convenient for her return the following day. I shall take my leave now. Contact me if anything arises. After securing the room and handing the key card to Zhang Xiaohan, he bid her farewell. Thank you, Rain God. Goodbye. They waved each other off, oblivious to the figure outside the hotel entrance, who was aiming a phone camera at them. Is that really Zhang Xiaohan? And that man, could it be? As Ling Yu and Zhang Xiaohan entered the hotel, a man passing by took notice. In this day and age, it was quite commonplace for young couples to visit hotels. However, Zhang Xiaohan's striking appearance allowed the man to recognize her immediately. Ling Yu, donning a mask and a loose-fitting shirt, was less identifiable, whether by physique or features. Nevertheless, the man recognized him after a brief glance. They've truly been caught in the rain? This is monumental news. I must document this. Thus the man, having identified Ling Yu and Zhang Xiaohan, proceeded to capture their every move after entering the hotel and even shared it in a chat group. Rain God is dating Zhang Xiaohan. They make quite the match. The excitement in the group was palpable. Where is this? Send the address. I must witness this. Zhang Xiaohan appeared drenched. Where had they just been? Oh, they must have sought shelter from the rain, perhaps engaging in some post-rain escapades. Seeing the group's keen interest, the man began to worry. Let us not jump to conclusions. Only Zhang Xiaohan remains at the hotel. Rain God has already left. Fearing that his friends might spread false rumors online, he even posted 2 photos of Ling Yu driving away after dropping Zhang Xiaohan off. However, his caution fell on deaf ears. Enthusiastic individuals began disseminating the photos across various chat groups, and some even took it a step further by posting them on social media platforms, with sensational headlines rife with speculation. Extra! Rain God is dating Zhang Xiaohan. A match made in heaven. A night to remember. Salt! Rain God has a hidden agenda with Zhang Xiaohan. In less than an hour, the photographs of Ling Yu and Zhang Xiaohan in the hotel lobby had gone viral online. Kexin, where are you going at this hour? Liu Shuping inquired. I'm binge-watching a series tonight. The old man has returned to the capital, so I can finally indulge myself, she replied, explaining why she was still awake past midnight. However, she was completely engrossed in her show when suddenly, Xiao Kexin's door swung open, and she dashed out as if possessed. Lu Shuping was momentarily bewildered, but quickly realized that something might be amiss. "Where are you going? It's still raining outside," she called out anxiously as she chased after Xiao Kexin to the elevator. Xiao Kexin, with a blank expression and a cold tone, replied, "I'm going to find Ling Yu. Why are you both in such a hurry?" Lu Shuping, a single lady, expressed her confusion. She cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Kexin and cautioned, "Be careful." Afterward, Lu Shuping turned and returned home. Ling Yu had just settled Zhang Xiaohan before heading home. The clock had already struck 11. He needed to rise early the next day for work. After showering and drying off, he lay down and closed his eyes, setting his phone to silent mode. Suddenly, a loud knocking on the door jolted him awake. "Huh? Is someone at my door?" Ling Yu sat up groggily, uncertain if the knocking was directed at him. As the banging continued, he resolved to investigate. If this disturbance were to ruin his peaceful dreams, he would certainly unleash his fury. Upon getting up, he felt much more alert. Indeed, it was his home. Who would be so reckless as to disturb him in the dead of night? The knocking grew increasingly insistent as he approached the door, and a flicker of fear overcame him. Grabbing a mosquito swatter from the living room, he ventured forth. "Is anyone there? Have I encountered a ghost?" Peering through the peephole, he saw nothing. This eerie situation only heightened his anxiety. Chapter 77. Unlosable quickly. Back to bed. "Everything will be fine once I wake up." Ling Yu attempted to reassure himself, just as he heard a sound from outside. Upon listening closely, he recognized the sound of a woman weeping. Terrified, he slowly turned around and retreated to his room, lying back in bed and pulling the covers over himself, even concealing his head. Moments later, a hand emerged from beneath the blankets, reaching for his phone on the nightstand before swiftly retreating back under the covers. "Help! Someone save me!" Ling Yu resolved to reach out to someone about his predicament. However, upon unlocking his phone, he was astonished to discover dozens of missed calls. "Huh? Why has Kexin called me so many times?" All the missed calls were from Xiao Kexin. Had you been browsing articles about the Xian Jin Qi Xia Zhuan novel while still in bed before heading out? Xiao Kexin was eager for the new installment of her beloved series and had intended to scour the internet for any updates on new works. Yet as she scrolled, she stumbled upon a suddenly trending topic that had even reached the hot search rankings. The protagonist of the entry, Xiao Kexin, is acquainted with the situation, particularly the photographs of Ling Yu and Zhang Xiaohan that were surreptitiously captured. The news has spread like wildfire, escalating in intensity and intrigue. Ling Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Kexin, still clad in her pajamas, rushed out. She drove directly to Ling Yu's residence, only to find him unresponsive to her calls and knocks. Was he truly at the hotel? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, tears cascaded from her enchanting eyes, gliding down her delicate, fair face until they dripped onto the ground. Sobbing uncontrollably, Xiao Kexin crouched beside Ling Yu's door, clutching her knees. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, upon realizing Xiao Kexin had not answered his calls, began to feel a pang of anxiety. He suspected that the figure outside might indeed be Xiao Kexin. After trying to reach her several times without success, he rose to investigate and pressed his ear against the door. He listened intently for a while, and the sound of her cries confirmed his fears. It truly was Kexin's voice. After gathering his courage, Ling Yu finally opened the door with a creak. Hearing the sound, Xiao Kexin looked up, and Ling Yu peered out, witnessing her heart-wrenching appearance. "Kexin, what are you doing here?" Upon confirming it was indeed Xiao Kexin, Ling Yu's anxiety dissipated, though he remained puzzled as to why she had come to his home in the dead of night, banging on the door and weeping. He quickly stepped outside. "You big bad guy, why didn't you answer the phone? Why did it take you so long to open the door?" Upon seeing Ling Yu, Xiao Kexin began to throw a childish tantrum. "What's going on? I want to sleep. My darling." Ling Yu, living in a 2-unit building, feared disturbing the neighbors and swiftly carried Xiao Kexin into his home. "You scare me to death. I thought I was seeing ghosts." Ling Yu, disregarding the circumstances, intended to offer her some stern words of guidance. "Look at you." Xiao Kexin picked up her phone, intending to show him the photos of Ling Yu and Zhang Xiaoan that had been circulating online. As she unlocked the screen, she first noticed Ling Yu's missed calls. Seeing Xiao Kexin's sudden silence, Ling Yu glanced at her phone and realized why she hadn't answered. There was a mute icon displayed on the screen. Before leaving, Ling Kexin's friend had already fallen asleep beside her, and she had inadvertently set her phone to silent mode. Distracted by her tears, she had failed to notice the incoming calls. "Why did you come here so late? Were you missing me?" Ling Yu, now aware of the misunderstanding, began to inquire about Xiao Kexin's intentions. She opened her social media app, revealing the trending topic that had taken the internet by storm. "I'm in hot water. This is ridiculous." Ling Yu's frustration grew as he pondered the rapid spread of this falsehood. How could rumors escalate so quickly? It had only been about an hour since he returned home. "Kexin, believe me, tonight." Ling Yu, dismissing the trivialities of online gossip, resolved to calm the still sobbing Xiao Kexin. Subsequently, he recounted his entire evening's experience to her, leaving no detail unshared. After engaging in an extended session of aerobic exercise with Xiao Kexin, Ling Yu successfully calmed her emotions. "Time for rest. I have to return to the set tomorrow," he mused, oblivious to the numerous times he had already contributed. Upon waking, Ling Yu gingerly supported his waist as he entered the bathroom. After a refreshing wash, he began to gather his belongings. "Are you leaving?" he wondered aloud. But perhaps his movements had been too loud, as Xiao Kexin stirred awake, sitting on the edge of the bed and gazing at him in a daze. Upon noticing her, she opened her arms wide. Ling Yu, understanding her silent plea, paused his packing and swiftly approached her side. "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" he asked as he enveloped Xiao Kexin in his embrace, allowing her to nuzzle against his sturdy chest. After a moment, she ceased her playful antics and looked up at him. "Good luck, little brother," she encouraged. "All right, little brother it is." Ling Yu leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her lips, then tenderly smoothed her tousled hair while whispering sweet reassurances. "Don't worry, fairy sister. Your little brother is incredibly capable." Her cheeks, still flushed from earlier, bloomed with a deeper hue at his words. Xiao Kexin buried her face once more against Ling Yu's chest, playfully rubbing against him. "I left the keys on the bedside table. I forgot to give them to you yesterday, so please don't be mad, fairy sister." Ling Yu cradled her delicate face in his hands. Their eyes met, and the air thickened with an indescribable tension. Perhaps it was due to the quality of his toothpaste, for Xiao Kexin took the initiative to loop her arms around his neck and leaned in to press her lips against his. Thus, they indulged in another passionate embrace for what felt like an eternity. As the clock approached 8 in the morning, Ling Yu, sensing they were on the brink of crossing into a new stage of intimacy, hastily broke the kiss. "When I return, I shall be your champion, little brother." At the entrance, Xiao Kexin adjusted the hood of Ling Yu's sweatshirt. The scene before them resembled that of newlyweds just back from their honeymoon. The husband reluctantly parting and the wife lingering with reluctance. "Do not worry, you cannot lose," she assured him as she finished tidying his appearance. "My man will undoubtedly win." Watching Ling Yu depart, she began to prepare herself. Having come over in haste the previous night, she only brought one set of pajamas. With new toiletries available at Ling Yu's place, she found little else to do, so she donned a mask she found and drove back to her own home. "Mommy, were you off to so early?" Upon returning home, Xiao Kexin discovered Sister Min and Ling Ling had already finished breakfast. They were puzzled to see her returning in her sleepwear, having assumed she had left early for a purpose. Mommy, I just took Daddy to work," she explained, momentarily lost for words under their astonished gazes. Xiao Kexin spoke no falsehoods, merely omitting the details of the previous night. The only one who might have grasped the situation, Lu Shuping, was still asleep, leaving no one the wiser as to why Xiao Kexin had come home clad in pajamas. Upon hearing Xiao Kexin's response, Ling Ling became quite upset. Why did Mommy take me with her? You are such a bad person. I shall no longer pay you any heed." With that, the once joyful Ling Ling dashed off to her room. Xiao Kexin chose not to pursue her to offer comfort, as such playful skirmishes frequently occur between them. Her approach to Ling Ling's upbringing was characterized by a certain sternness. Prior to Ling Yu's arrival in their lives, it was often Xiao Kexin who played the role of the strict parent, while Lu Shuping assumed the more lenient position. However, since Ling Yu's presence, the little one's emotions had stabilized considerably. Her demeanor transformed into one of delightful vivacity, and when she felt upset, she began to introspectively discern the root of her troubles, no longer resorting to the melodramatic tantrums of earlier days. Oomph. I will secretly seek out Daddy, wicked mommy. Ling was currently toying with the children's guitar that Ling Yu had gifted her. Ever since Ling Yu promised to compose a musical piece for her, she had earnestly taken to practicing, emulating the adults around her. Yet, to the adults, her earnestness appeared merely as playful antics. No one could fathom the genuine excitement that filled her heart. Meanwhile, Ling Yu hastily procured some breakfast before heading to the little singer-songwriter production team. However, he found himself significantly delayed. Filming was originally scheduled to commence around 9 in the morning, but it was now past 10, nearly half past. So how's your confidence? Yuan Chenxi, serving as Ling Yu's mentor for this variety show, was required to make an appearance in the final round's creative routine filming. My dear brother, victory is assured. Hu Limin also attended, having no students of his own, and shared a fraternal bond with Ling Yu, making their camaraderie unmatched in this competition. He certainly intended to lend support to Ling Yu, a newcomer in the industry, despite his burgeoning online popularity, which mostly attracted casual onlookers. Rest assured, we shall not falter. Ling Yu swallowed a mouthful of bread, recalling the words Xiao Kexin had spoken earlier at home. He felt an urge to boast and deliver some preemptive banter to Chi Fan, hoping to clear the cobwebs from his ears. Alas, they had reached the final stage, rendering such bravado unnecessary. May I inquire why, having weathered the storm, you dare to utter such audacious claims? Is it confidence in the piece you are set to present in the competition? Are you not afraid of incurring the audience's ridicule for failing to secure the championship? This inquiry was directed at Director Jing. The scene of Ling Yu enjoying his breakfast was not initially intended for editing into the broadcast. However, due to a lack of material to capture, the filming crew had been closely following Ling Yu since his arrival at the set. Ling Yu, not responding promptly to Director Jing's question, continued to savor his bread, gesturing for him to wait a moment. Of course, who among us has not faced mortality? Am I to fear the tumultuous waves? After finishing his bread and taking a sip of water, Ling Yu prepared to feign a cup. Oh dear, a new poem? The director, Jing, is well aware of Ling Yu's temperament and senses that he is about to spring into action once more. Is the phrase since ancient times? Who has been free from death? A new line of poetry from you. Jing questions again. Hee, I knew you would ask. Ling Yu responds with a mischievous grin aimed at Jing. Engaging in this again? Whether you choose to speak or not is your affair. If you remain silent, I shall continue to inquire. Jing, faced with Ling Yu's demeanor, displays no unusual reaction. Ling Yu, not wishing to provoke him, thinks to himself that there is no need for workers to make life difficult for one another. Indeed, it is a new poem. This time, it bears a title, Crossing the Lingding Sea. Ling Yu declares, revealing the name of his poem. Observing Ling Yu's straightforwardness, Jing decides to add a touch of theatricality. Please commence your performance. With the ability to write both songs and poetry, you shall never starve, shall you? Yuan Chenxi, who is not unfamiliar with Ling Yu's poetic talents, recalls witnessing them during the second round of practice. Let us get on with it. Hu Limin, having watched the program's replay, is aware that Ling Yu has already composed 2 poems in the show. This marks the first time he hears it live, and he feels quite exhilarated. Ahem, here we go. Ling Yu clears his throat and prepares to set the scene. First, put on the mask. Jing shouts from the side. Ling Yu, whose momentum has been abruptly interrupted, feels exasperated yet complies and dons the mask. In the next moment, he stands with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a posture reminiscent of an elder, and recites with clarity. Enduring hardships and encountering the passage of fate, the clash of arms leaves the stars scattered around. The mountains and rivers are shattered. The wind carries the floating cotton. My life is adrift, like raindrops striking the duckweed. At the fearful bank, I express my trepidation in the Lingding Sea. I sigh with despair. Since ancient times, who has been free from death? Let my loyal heart illuminate the annals of history. Upon hearing Ling Yu finish, Gungjing inquires once more. Could you share the mindset you possessed while composing this poem? Ling Yu, not being the author himself, finds it challenging to provide an answer to such a question. He feigns deep contemplation for a considerable time before finally conjuring an excuse. My life feels as though I tread on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore? With that, Ling Yu turns and walks away, leaving a group of bewildered onlookers in his wake. Huh, you're asking me? Meanwhile, for Ling Yu's rival, Qi Fan, he receives a song sent by the company. Penned by Zhang Huang. Xiao Fan, you must give it your all this time. Zheng Dapeng, Qi Fan's manager, hands him a disc, offering words of encouragement. However, deep down, Zheng Dapeng lacks any confidence. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, he recognizes Ling Yu's formidable capabilities and doubts Qi Fan's chances of overcoming him. Yet, while Qi Fan may falter, Zhang Huang might not. After all, Zhang Huang is a renowned producer at Yaomong Entertainment. When Zheng Dapeng visited Zhang Huang to collect the disc, the latter's words left him feeling disheartened. This time, I cannot guarantee victory either, for that lad has no fixed style. I can only create a piece that Xiao Fan can perform flawlessly. This was Zhang Huang's assessment of the final song he crafted for Qi Fan. Zhang Huang found it difficult to decipher Ling Yu's thought process and realized that he could not resort to opportunism in musical style. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to crafting a piece that Qi Fan could perform flawlessly. Alas, all he could do now was give it his all. Zheng Dapeng remained silent. Everything now hinged on Qi Fan's performance. Chapter 79. Scandal. Had Qi Fan avoided the chaotic antics of the past, he would undoubtedly achieve a commendable result. Winning was a thought he dared not entertain. I shall exert every ounce of my strength. Qi Fan understood that a defeat this time would jeopardize his future at Yaomong Entertainment. He was acutely aware that he was there to enhance his career, and the company had invested significantly in him. Failing to secure the championship would lead to dire consequences, either being sidelined or reduced to a mere supporting role, paving the way for the next rising star the company sought to promote. Please, let us see someone who has weathered the storm. A moment of leniency would be greatly appreciated. Emerging from the rain, outside the set, a throng of media personnel gathered, eager to uncover the truth behind Ling Yu and Zhang Xiaohan's appearance at the hotel the previous night. Hey brother, is it true what happened last night? Hu Limin, returning from lunch, noticed the multitude of reporters drawn by the incident. He sought out Ling Yu to get to the bottom of things. Ling Yu's creative routine continued into the afternoon until the crew finally took a break. He retreated to the hall of the set for a moment of respite. Despite the numerous cameras surrounding the building, Hu Limin remained unperturbed, understanding that the production team would likely refrain from including any footage that could be detrimental. How could that be possible? Last night, Xiaohan's school had a curfew, and I merely booked her a room, Ling Yu explained, choosing to keep Zhang Xiaohan's contract with the parallel studio under wraps, only sharing the subsequent details with Hu Limin. Hu Limin, clearly skeptical, donned an expression of understanding. We're all men here. No need to pry further. My daughter is over 3 years old. I wouldn't dare engage in reckless behavior. Ling Yu, confronted with Hu Limin's insinuations, found himself at a loss for words. He had just consulted Lu Shuping on how to handle the situation and was advised not to respond. Clarification could only come after Zhang Xiaohan officially signed with the company. Moreover, the current circumstances were mutually beneficial for both of their public personas. A little scandal was inconsequential. Ling Yu felt helpless, primarily concerned that Xiao Kexin might overthink the situation. However, Lu Shuping assured him that she would explain matters to Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu could only hope to appease her with his youthful vigor upon returning home. Rain God, have you indulged in seafood so soon? Congratulations. As Ling Yu grappled with his frustrations, Qi Fan happened to pass by. The tension Ling Yu felt was exacerbated by Qi Fan's casual remarks, especially given their previous encounter where Qi Fan had called him trash. With Qi Fan's flippant comments now grating on his nerves, Ling Yu could no longer contain himself and retorted, "What? Do you want to partake as well?" After a brief inquiry, he continued, "What a pity, I've already finished eating. After all, you will forever remain in second place while I, the champion, devoured everything in one bite, leaving not a drop for you." Ling Yu stated a fact. acknowledging that while the audience may only remember the victor, the one who holds the title of champion will always recall the loser who lay beneath their feet. Chief Fan, at this moment, wished to hear nothing more than the word second place. Had he ever snagged a third place, perhaps his feelings would not be so intense. Yet, fate had conspired against him, as he consistently found himself in second place, with Ling Yu always claiming the top position. Chief Fan was infuriated by Ling Yu's words, although he dared not express his fury before the cameras. Initially, he had learned to manage his public persona at the company. If his true nature were to be exposed, the carefully crafted image of the artist he had cultivated would be utterly destroyed. Very well, just you wait. This time, you shall face a devastating defeat, Chief Fan declared before departing the hall, returning to the practice room to hone his skills, vowing to seize the championship and deliver a resounding blow to Ling Yu's pride. With your level of talent, even if you were to pen a song for him, victory would still elude you. After Chief Fan's departure, Hu Limin finally spoke. During the confrontation between Ling Yu and Chief Fan, he had not dared to utter a word. Had he spoken, he would undoubtedly have sided with Ling Yu. But he was not foolish. The audacity with which Chief Fan approached him suggested he was well prepared for any fallout. Should the truth be revealed, it would only lead to further complications. Thus, confronting Ling Yu privately was the most prudent course of action. If Chief Fan were to divulge the incident later, he could serve as a witness. Ling Yu spat in disdain. If it weren't for the mask I wear, I might even fear his fans turning against me. As night fell, Ling Yu finally found a moment of solitude. Approaching dusk, Lu Shuping sent him a message, requesting he call her when he had a chance. After a long day of filming, Ling Yu returned to his room and immediately dialed her number. What a grand affair, he exclaimed. Lu Shuping's request for a call was concerning Zhang Xiaohan's contract. Not even a lion would demand such a hefty sum. 1 million as a signing bonus. Ling Yu gasped again, as if he had heard something unfathomable. Earlier that afternoon, Lu Shuping had approached Zhang Xiaohan. Hello, I am Lu Shuping, the chairwoman of Parallel Studio, and I also serve as Xiao Kexin's manager. They met in a coffee shop, where Zhang Xiaohan was taken aback by Lu Shuping's introduction. The chairwoman, the manager of the goddess Xiao Kexin. Zhang Xiaohan was astounded. Hadn't the rain god mentioned only a senior executive would be present? Why was the chairwoman here? In truth, Ling Yu was unaware of Lu Shuping's status as chairwoman, as he had only signed a contract without delving into the specifics of Parallel Studio. He had always believed Lu Shuping was merely Xiao Kexin's manager and assumed the decision-maker was Xiao Kexin herself. Hello, I am Zhang Xiaohan. Zhang Xiaohan firmly grasped the hand extended by Lu Shuping. The two exchanged familiar glances, and Lu Shuping confirmed Zhang Xiaohan's intention to sign a contract. Now, the only step left was to communicate with Zhang Xiaohan's parents before heading to the studio to finalize the agreement. However, when Lu Shuping took the phone that Zhang Xiaohan used to call her parents, a brief conversation quickly revealed the underlying issue. Zhang Xiaohan's parents harbored fears that pursuing a singing career would yield unsatisfactory results, ultimately offering no greater financial reward than continuing her education to become a doctor. As Zhang Xiaohan's parents had children later in life, they were nearing their 60s and hoped that Zhang Xiaohan would support them once she began working. Lu Shuping assured them that upon signing, Zhang Xiaohan would receive a base salary sufficient to cover household expenses. Yet, Zhang Xiaohan's parents remained unconvinced and resolutely forbade her from signing the contract. Lu Shuping, exasperated, inquired what they truly desired, only to be met with the demand for a signing fee of 1 million to allow Zhang Xiaohan to proceed. Chapter 80. Overthinking this was quite untenable. If they acquiesced this time, what would prevent further demands in the future? Ling Yu pondered, casting a dissenting vote. How to navigate this situation? If they refused, it could lead to troublesome statements in the media. However, if they acquiesced, there was no assurance that future demands would not escalate further. Lu Shuping leaned towards letting the matter rest, as new talent emerged every year, and their studio was not in urgent need of immediate results. After all, there was still the enigmatic Ling Yu yet to be cultivated. No, I had promised her. I do not wish to go back on my word. Ling Yu resolved to consider further options to persuade Lu Shuping not to abandon the matter. Yet, Lu Shuping had reached a point of silence. allowing Ling Yu to grapple with the situation on his own. The reality was clear. Zhang Xiaoan's parents were unwilling to let her go. Even though Zhang Xiaoan had reached adulthood, coercion could lead to backlash, marking a significant blemish on her career. Is Ling not tired yet? Ling Yu, as usual, was nestled under the covers, engaged in a video call with Xiao Kexin. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and Ling Yu had initially intended to confide in Xiao Kexin. However, the screen was occupied by Ling, who had practiced guitar for an extensive duration today. Isn't that impressive? Indeed, Ling had dedicated an entire day to her guitar practice. And the day when Ling Yu had promised to produce music for her was drawing near. Truly, Ling was a little princess, unparalleled in her talent. Yet suddenly, Ling Yu paused. Ling, intrigued, inquired, "What is it? What's wrong?" However, Ling needed to conserve her energy to maintain her utmost performance. Ling Yu now understood how to navigate a child's whims. No. Ling wishes to chat with Daddy a bit longer. Ling's response surprised Ling Yu. When had his daughter evolved into this? Before Ling Yu could dwell on his confusion, Xiao Kexin's voice resonated from the other end of the line. "So, you intend to disturb Daddy's sleep?" I found myself momentarily at a loss when Ling was questioned by Xiao Kexin. After all, father still had work tomorrow. "Let him rest," Xiao Kexin urged again. Ling, feeling somewhat reluctant and aggrieved, eventually spoke up, "Then let Daddy sleep goodbye. We'll chat tomorrow night." As Ling appeared discontent, Ling Yu refrained from intervening as Xiao Kexin disciplined their daughter. Although Ling was unhappy, she still offered a kiss to Ling Yu. After about half an hour, Xiao Kexin returned the call. Ling Yu finally had the chance to assume the guise of a younger brother. "That was my first acquaintance, the little rainbow. I cannot accept this." In both his past and present lives, Ling Yu was astonished to discover the existence of fans, a luxury he never imagined he would possess. It was during an encounter with Zhang Xiaoan that he even performed a song and dance for them, an act driven by his desire to impress. Yet he genuinely invested effort into it. The studio would not grant signing fees to newcomers, but a loan could be extended. Xiao Kexin shared her thoughts, echoing Lu Shuping's sentiments, as both had invested considerable wealth and effort in managing the studio. They cannot simply disregard their own interests. It would have to be resolved privately, she suggested, clarifying that her intentions were not unlawful, merely precautionary. Ling Yu suddenly understood. He had heard of such methods online. This was the only option, yet he felt it best to lend the money to Zhang Xiaoan himself. He decided he should not trouble Xiao Kexin and the others too much, opting to address the matter of 1 million himself. "Is there anything else?" Xiao Kexin inquired, assuming Ling Yu was about to end the call. Upon hearing her question, Ling Yu's mind sparked with an idea. He observed Xiao Kexin on the screen, wondering if she had yet to take her bath. "Please remember to bring your phone into the bathroom. I'm concerned for you," he began, but before he could finish, the video call was abruptly terminated. All right, I'll strive for the next opportunity." In the medical school dormitory, after 11 o'clock, Zhang Xiaoan lay in bed, unable to sleep for an extended period. The phone next to her pillow vibrated, prompting her to check it immediately. Is this truly feasible? It was a message from Ling Yu, offering to lend her 1 million, with the understanding that she would repay him when financially able. However, when Zhang Xiaoan provided the money to her parents, he requested that she retain some form of evidence, whether audio or video. Ling Yu had witnessed many betrayals by family during his time in the Blue Star. Whether she chose to heed his advice was her decision, especially with Ling Yu's presence assuring that even if things went awry, the parallel studio would not incur losses. "Thank you, Rain God. I understand what to do now." Zhang Xiaoan had never anticipated her life would take such a turn. She had always been too timid to oppose her parents' wishes. Yet, for the sake of her dreams, she was willing to take risks, having glimpsed a world that belonged solely to her the moment she stood on stage, with an audience eagerly awaiting her performance. "Wow, you've been hiding all this talent, haven't you? Such a beautifully evocative song, and Xiaohan sings it so exquisitely. It is my first time witnessing my daughter sing live. I cannot fathom why I had not supported her before. How foolish I have been." At this moment, we have arrived at the rehearsal stage of the Little Singer Finals. The production team has set the competition stage at the City Sports Arena, designed to resemble a concert format. Numerous singers have been invited to perform, and with the previously eliminated contestants and the 4 mentors. This final stage promises to be a grand musical feast. The contestants Ling Yu and Chi Fan will take the stage last to determine the champion of Little Singer. As for the signing incident involving Zhang Xiaohan, it has concluded, and it was not as dramatic as Ling Yu had imagined. The notions of family betrayal and disloyalty to parents were merely figments of their imagination. Do not worry, Annie. Xiaohan will continue to shine on stage, illuminating it with even more vibrant colors. Ling Yu is comforting an ordinary woman beside him. When Zhang Xiaohan expressed her desire to become a singer to her parents, they merely misunderstood the entertainment industry, believing that their obedient and diligent daughter had been misled by those with ill intentions. Consequently, they consistently opposed her decision, even mentioning an exorbitant signing fee of 1 million. After a couple of days without a response from Zhang Xiaohan, her parents grew increasingly anxious. Before Ling Yu could set Zhang Xiaohan's plans into motion, her mother had already arrived in the city, intent on personally dissuading her daughter from signing. However, after some communication and understanding, coupled with Lu Shuping's rights as an investor in Little Singer, Ling Yu brought Zhang Xiaohan's mother to the rehearsal site, planning to have her watch Zhang Xiaohan's performance stage before making any decisions. Ling Yu also took the opportunity to share a song stored on his laptop, a piece by the Blue Star Singers for Zhang Xiaohan's performance. I can finally see all dreams blooming, chasing youth with voices ringing clear. The song Ling Yu provided to Zhang Xiaohan was the widely acclaimed Invisible Wings from the previous life of Blue Star. Ling Yu, being well prepared, possessed an unfathomable number of copyrighted songs on his laptop. Whenever necessary, he would readily share them, whether for himself or those around him, believing that such generosity would foster growth and brilliance. Moreover, it was merely borrowing songs from Blue Star artists. Invisible Wings, let dreams endure longer than the sky, leaving a wish for imagination. After concluding her performance on stage, Zhang Xiaohan was filled with happiness, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you, Rain God. As she descended from the stage, her gaze remained fixed on Ling Yu, brimming with gratitude. Although the misunderstanding was ultimately resolved only when Zhang Xiaohan's mother arrived. It was Ling Yu who supported her throughout this journey. It was his encouragement that prevented her from succumbing to the harsh realities of life, allowing her to finally grasp her dream of becoming a singer. She even performed a song that Ling Yu had written for her. Xiaohan, I am sorry for all the hurt I caused you. Zhang Xiaohan approached the crowd, her mother already in tears. She walked over and embraced Zhang Xiaohan tightly. Indeed, how could there be so many heartless parents? Ling Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment for misjudging Zhang Xiaohan's parents earlier. Witnessing such a warm scene, everyone rejoiced for Zhang Xiaohan as she prepared to embark on her singing career. They gently applauded in support. To pursue what one truly desires, and to receive understanding from family, is the greatest happiness of all. To be honest, if I had not succeeded, I might still be back home, tending to cattle. Rain God, it's your turn. As the final stage of rehearsal approached, it was now Ling Yu's moment to shine. I want one too. My good buddy, write me a song in this style. Even as a woman, I couldn't help but feel compelled to embark on a journey after hearing it. How incredible! The final stage for Ling Yu, though merely a rehearsal, left everyone in awe. It was their first encounter with such a perfect song, one that could touch the very souls of listeners, even if they did not fully comprehend it. After his performance, the chief director, Tang Xinyu, approached Ling Yu. Is there anything you need to adjust? As the chief director, Tang Xinyu was committed to her responsibilities. She held the final say on the stage, but also needed to attentively consider everyone else's opinions to refine the rehearsal for the upcoming live broadcast of Little Singer-Songwriter. Well, there is indeed a rather excessive request, Ling Yu confessed, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. No worries, just speak your mind, Tang Xinyu encouraged. Ling Yu extended his left hand and gestured at his side. Could you provide me with a sword? A realistic one. Huh, a sword? Not only Tang Xinyu, but also those nearby listening to their conversation were somewhat perplexed. What was the purpose of bringing a sword into a singing performance? That's fine as long as it's not sharpened, Tang Xinyu conceded, albeit not fully understanding Ling Yu's rationale. Indeed, Ling Yu had his reasons for wanting the sword. He believed it would enhance his appearance, with no other practical purpose behind it. The others present were left speculating about the true motivation for Ling Yu's desire for the sword. Had they known it was merely to look cool, they would have surely scolded him for his vanity. In a corner, one individual was watching Ling Yu intently. Just perform well, Chi Fan. You must have confidence. Only Tian Yini was there to support him. How could this be? How could every song be so exceptional? Chi Fan began to doubt whether the world was somehow favoring Ling Yu. Time and again, he found himself unable to surpass Ling Yu. Even during rehearsal, each performance left him feeling utterly defeated. Ling Yu sensed the hostile glare directed at him and quickly turned to see Chi Fan glaring at him with barely concealed anger. However, Ling Yu felt nothing but moved his lips slightly before turning back to continue his conversation with the person beside him. Did he just call me an idiot? Chi Fan realized the meaning behind Ling Yu's silent lip movements. The shapes formed by Ling Yu's lips clearly depicted four very familiar scenes. Ling Yu finally avenged being called a loser back then, and his mood was exceedingly pleasant. Where are we going, Mommy? Asked Ling, her face a mixture of confusion. It was just past 7 o'clock, a time when she would usually be preparing for a bath. But today was different. Xiao Kexin had dressed Ling in an adorably charming outfit. She wore a red qipao, complemented by a white cotton coat. Ling's hair was styled into 2 cute buns. We're going to cheer for Dad. Would you like to come along? Xiao Kexin had just paired a long, dark gray trench coat with her outfit, wrapping herself up snugly, complete with the standard sunglasses, mask, and cap. Upon hearing that they were going to support Ling Yu, Ling's previously puzzled expression transformed into one of excitement. Yes, let us go cheer for Dad. The 2 women left quietly, their destination being the city stadium. This time, Xiao Kexin truly went all out. Welcome everyone to the final stage of Little Songwriter. The city stadium was hosting the live broadcast of the last competition of Little Songwriter. This venue could accommodate 720,000 spectators, and merely renting it for a day cost 250,000. The preparations for the final stage of Little Songwriter had taken nearly 15 days, from building the performance stage to the current competition. However, the production team did not expect to recoup their expenses through ticket sales. They simply wished to present a splendid finale for the last competition of Little Songwriter. A heartfelt thank you to the invited performers, our contestants, and the 4 mentors for their marvelous performances. The 5 invited popular singers, along with several previously eliminated contestants, and the 4 mentors had all completed their performances. Next to take the stage were the 2 contestants who had emerged from the preceding rounds of Little Songwriter, Ling Yu and Chi Fan. Chapter 82. Swift Sword and Fast Horse. First to appear was the creator of numerous spectacular and flawless stage performances whenever he graced the stage. His musical creations brought serenity to the soul, and his voice resonated deeply with the audience. The host's introduction this time was particularly heartfelt, more so than any previous occasion. Recently emerging on the internet, he was hailed as the new trend in national-style music, the Rain God. Ling Yu was still the final act, performing second to last. Rain has fallen. Within the stadium, there were over 70,000 spectators, filling every seat. Upon hearing that the next performer was Ling Yu, those familiar with the impending grand finale erupted in cheers of support. After the rain, the sky clears. Here comes the rainbow. Go, Rain God! Chi Fan, set sail. In the audience, fans of Ling Yu and Chi Fan fervently raised their support lightboards and waved their cheering paraphernalia, rallying for their beloved singers. What masterpiece will he unveil for us in the finals? Let us welcome the Rain God to the stage to reveal the mystery. The host announced that the contestant is Ling Yu, yet he did not divulge the title of Ling Yu's performance to the audience. With a sudden click, all the lights in the venue dimmed. Is Daddy about to sing? Among the audience, a female spectator overheard a little girl beside her affectionately refer to her idol as Daddy. Rather than finding it odd, she felt an unexpected joy. Daddy? Ha! Little sister. I'm your stepmother. Director. The number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 2.5 million. Ha! 2.5 million. In the front row of the audience, a staff member was connecting with the control room backstage. Upon hearing that the online viewership had exceeded 5 million, they were momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. Wow, that's a whole 50,000 more than last time. My goodness. Unbelievable. Truly the rain god. The contagious enthusiasm spread among the staff. Focus. This is a live performance stage, and there are over 70,000 spectators present. Tang Xinru, now quite anxious, noticed the staff beginning to stir restlessly and felt compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor. This final stage was of utmost importance and could not afford any mistakes. After days of exhausting preparations, she understood that they were on the brink of the performance, and everything must go flawlessly. Sensing the impending frustration of the chief director, the staff quickly refocused on their tasks. With a snap, a spotlight illuminated the figure at the center of the stage. The light revealed Ling Yu clad in a striking crimson flying fish suit, complemented by a white collar, black boots, black trousers, and a black belt. The flying fish suit was intricately embroidered with a four-clawed fish pattern, and he donned a half-red and gold mask, along with a beautifully crafted spring knife at his waist, resembling the attire of ancient constables, the Jinyui. It's Daddy! It's Daddy! Mommy, look! Go, Daddy! Ling Ling was witnessing her first live performance for Ling Yu, and, upon his appearance, she instantly erupted with excitement. He looks quite dashing in that outfit. Xiao Kexin did not need any prompting from Ling Ling. Her gaze remained fixed on the stage, fearing she might miss the moment Ling Yu emerged. Rain God, I want to have your baby too. The nearby female spectator, witnessing Ling Ling's spirited cheers for Ling Yu, was nearly shouting herself hoarse. Huh? What are you doing, Annie? Ling Ling was taken aback by the woman's declaration of wanting to bear a child for her daddy. Do you think you're my mommy? Just as Ling Ling was about to scold Xiao Kexin, she found herself cradled in Xiao Kexin's arms. At that moment, many in the crowd stood up, as Xiao Kexin wanted to ensure that Ling Ling could see. The stage performance by Ling Yu had commenced. On the stage, a guqin player commenced with a melodious performance. Soon, a resonant sound from the eru joined in harmony. Is it truly traditional music once more? My intuition, sparked by the flamboyant attire of the rain god, suggested that this time it must indeed be a piece of national-style music. The rain god's mask, coupled with ancient garb, evokes the image of a chivalrous hero. Ling Yu was the first to introduce this genre of national music, and both the audience and fans eagerly anticipated his continued creativity in this realm. In the previous third competition, he had crafted a piece titled Qianxi Shi, showcasing a dramatic vocal style. However, for those who had developed a fondness for national music, that single composition was far from sufficient. In this final showdown, Ling Yu finally unveiled another piece of traditional music, a source of great joy for his supporters. As the eru's prelude concluded, the bamboo flute gracefully joined the accompaniment. The fervent notes of the flute resonated beautifully with the melodious eru, solidifying the audience's conviction that this was undoubtedly a piece of national music. Before they could voice their excitement, several other instruments joined the live performance, including the traditional pipa and contemporary drums. The blend of these instruments was perfectly harmonious, creating an exquisite synergy. At that moment, the screen on stage revealed the title of Ling Yu's musical creation, Ming Yu Tianya. Now it makes sense why he chose such flamboyant attire today. Truly, he is the rain god. His prowess is astonishing. The prelude alone could overshadow any other music. Even the divine could not intervene. Hasn't he secured the championship with this? Both the live audience and online viewers showered high praise upon the prelude of this national music piece. Soon, Ling Yu raised the microphone he had clutched for so long. A wandering knight, renowned far and wide. Now, the rivers and lakes converse, many foes, but only a few friends, yet when encountering adversaries, it becomes arduous. On stage, alongside Ling Yu, were numerous performers wielding swords and spears, all professional talents whom Ling Yu had requested from the production team. They energetically executed their martial arts choreography in sync with the music. Is this poetry? I have heard prose songs and classical Chinese songs, yet I have never encountered such lyrical artistry in music. My friend, I merely asked you to create music, not to elevate it to such lofty heights. Is there another performer yet to take the stage? As Ling Yu sang the lyrics, he astonished everyone present. The poetic verses of this song left the audience in awe. They had witnessed Ling Yu reciting poetry in recorded segments and were aware of his ability to compose songs, even to pen poetry. Yet, they could never have fathomed that he would intertwine music and poetry so seamlessly. In the midst of revelry, as garments flutter and dark clouds gather, it is within this realm of youthful wanderers that one finds a penchant for traversing the world freely. With the fleeting years, one embraces the swift sword and galloping steed amidst the entanglements of affection and enmity. The mundane world remains unshattered, devoid of burdens, consumed solely by the allure of life and death. In drunken discourse, one philosophizes, while in sobriety, one gathers blossoms. As the initial refrain concludes in chapter 83, the audience resonates with the chivalric essence emanating from the music, experiencing the subtle intertwining of earthly pleasures and heroic sentiments. The vigorous rhythm and stirring melody, coupled with lyrical poetry, allows listeners to savor the bittersweet experiences of life, rekindling memories of youthful exuberance and maturity. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall once again embark upon my journey through the martial world. Innkeeper, bring forth wine and dishes. Today, I shall not return until we are all intoxicated. Though the heavens may be indifferent, love endures. Upon the platform of slaying immortals, I shall accompany you through life and death. Though we may not share the same path, we empathize in our shared tribulations. With a sword and a steed, poetry and wine, a few good friends suffice. Who shall join me in reveling under the bright moon? As the interlude concludes, Ling Yu senses an unsettling shift within his body. Yet, he perseveres, maintaining his emotional performance. The new verse unfolds, leading to the repetition of the refrain. Ling Yu, despite his discomfort, manages to complete the song. As the musical performance reaches its final bass interlude, he finds himself in a daze. Why has the world lost its color? Why can I not move? Silence envelopes him. What is happening? His body feels utterly ungovernable. Thank you, Ling Yu. In an instant, this phrase echoes in his mind, a voice both familiar yet elusive. This world shall be entrusted to you. Take care. The familiar voice resonates once more. In the next moment, his body finally regains its normalcy. With the last notes of the interlude, Ling Yu successfully concludes the song without faltering. Phew! Before I leave, do give me a grand farewell. Ling Yu comes to understand the recent events. A remnant of his previous self-s was at play. Yet, he chooses not to hold it against that soul, feeling a tinge of pity for its plight. Though the former self had played a jest at the last moment of departure, Ling Yu finds it difficult to blame him, for he now occupies a space that feels somewhat unworthy. Farewell, Ling Yu. Thank you for bringing us such a magnificent and chivalrous musical creation after braving the rain. Please return backstage for now. The finals proceed differently this time, with the results of both contestants announced simultaneously. Therefore, Ling Yu must first retreat to the backstage and await Chi Fan's performance. We appreciate everyone's support. See you shortly. After expressing his gratitude to the audience, Ling Yu made his way off stage. Rain God, you are the best. Champion, champion. The fervent cheers of the crowd resonated loudly, echoing through the air. Daddy is the champion. Xiao Kexin was covering Ling Ling's ears, fearing that the noise would overwhelm her. Hubby is the champion. Yet, no matter how Xiao Kexin tried to muffle the sound, it couldn't shield Ling Ling from the high-pitched shouts of a nearby female spectator. Daddy is my mommy's husband. You odious aunt. Ling Ling could no longer contain herself and shouted at the woman. Little sister, why not call me little mom and let me hear it? The female spectator, noticing Ling Ling's animated gestures, failed to catch the insults being hurled. She merely found the little girl's interaction utterly adorable. I'm going to... Before Ling Ling could finish her retort, Xiao Kexin covered her mouth. Oh dear, the wheels of fate have begun to turn. Meanwhile, Ling Yu was backstage, witnessing Chi Fan's performance on stage. His heart filled with emotion. Although Ling Yu understood that this was a parallel world, he had encountered many occurrences reminiscent of Blue Star since his arrival here. Just months prior, he had received invitations to collaborate on songs for television dramas or films. Now, focusing solely on Chi Fan's performance. This marked the second instance of a familiar Blue Star melody. In the previous competition, Chi Fan's musical piece, Cherish This World, bore a striking resemblance to a song from a certain high-pitched singer from his past life on Blue Star. Aside from the title, they were nearly identical. At this very moment, Chi Fan was performing Too Much Love for You, which echoed the works of another controversial artist from Blue Star. I Love You has turned into Hurting You. Our love is suffocating. It's not intentional, just too much love for you. Chi Fan's performance this time was devoid of extravagant visual effects, focusing solely on a heartfelt solo rendition. Chi Fan, set sail. Little Fan is the champion. As Chi Fan concluded his performance, the audience erupted in applause. Dear audience, both champion candidates have completed their musical creations. It is now time to reveal the competition results. Ling Yu followed the host onto the central stage. By this time, he had changed into a simple yet stylish casual outfit, adorned with colorful floral embellishments. Standing on either side of the host, Chi Fan and Ling Yu awaited the moment when the host would announce the champion of Little Songwriter. If it weren't for the champion's performance, I would have already drifted off to sleep in my bed by now. The mask of the rain god bore the prominent inscription of champion. Can you not see it? I am eagerly anticipating the rain god's performance shortly. The barrage of comments in the live stream overwhelmingly expressed the belief that Ling Yu would undoubtedly emerge as the champion. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support of our show, Little Singer-Songwriter. Now, I shall raise the champion's hand, and I hope you will join in with the most fervent and resounding applause to celebrate with him. The host stepped back to await the results of the competition before returning to the center stage between Ling Yu and Chi Fan. He expressed his appreciation to the audience and the sponsors. Inside the Yaomong Entertainment Building in Kyoto, Tan Mingxian was intently focused on the computer screen. Everything was meticulously arranged. Why was this young man still able to contend against us until now? The screen displayed the live footage of Little Singer-Songwriter. The host, having expressed his gratitude, firmly grasped the hands of Ling Yu and Chi Fan, and with a triumphant shout declared, "We have weathered the storm." Bang! Following the announcement of Ling Yu as the champion, the stage erupted with the fireworks, ribbons, and other celebratory items that had been prepared in advance. At this moment, they all burst forth in celebration of the champion's birth. Chapter 84. Ling Yu at the pinnacle, the dazzling fireworks and fluttering streamers created a breathtaking and rare spectacle above the stage. Wow! In that instant, all those who cherished the masked figure on stage collectively erupted in jubilant cheers. The champion, my rain god, is the champion. Hooray for the rain god. We are the champions. Ling Yu's little rainbow had also endured the trials. Since the beginning of the competition, their beloved singer had faced the scrutiny of past exploits and the fabrication of rumors. Initially, when they discovered Ling Yu, this treasure of a musician, they were not so desperate for recognition. The day he unveiled his true self after the storm, those cruel individuals forced them to confront the identity of the rain god prematurely. They revealed his background spanning over 20 years to the public and sought to tarnish his name with baseless accusations. Unfortunately, at that time, they were powerless to aid him, only able to retaliate online. Yet, it was futile. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Ling Yu suffered. Champion, my dad won. On the side of Xiao Kexin and Ling Ling, there was also joy for Ling Yu's victory as they joined the audience in cheering for him. My champion brother. Incredible. However, Xiao Kexin, holding Ling Ling in her arms, did not vocalize her excitement like the others. Instead, she silently congratulated Ling Yu in her heart. At this moment, in the center of the stage, Chi Fan, after hearing the host announce the results, walked off the stage with a sense of desolation. This time, Chi Fan had poured his efforts into his performance, but he was acutely aware that he could not compete with the prodigious Ling Yu. Yet, he was truly reluctant to lose, for he understood that if he lost this time, he would never have the opportunity to stand on any stage again. As expected, he faltered. "All right, manager, I will return now." At this moment, in the backstage area, Chi Fan's manager, Zheng Dapeng, received a phone call. After a brief response, the call was abruptly terminated. Sighing, Zheng Dapeng returned his phone to his pocket and departed alone. Meanwhile, in the center of the stage, amidst the cacophony of applause, Ling Yu was still being celebrated by the host, who held his hand aloft. Is this what victory feels like? It seems rather surreal, yet I find it delightful. Suddenly, the lights that had been illuminating the stage in celebration of the champion's emergence extinguished. just when the excitement seemed to peak. The pitch-black venue left the audience bewildered. However, Ling Yu's voice soon resonated throughout the stadium. I sincerely thank you all for your unwavering support. Next, I present my champion performance music. After the rain, the sun shines and the rainbow appears. Reaching the pinnacle, I remain true to my original aspirations. Between the Rainbows is dedicated to all of you, especially those who held an umbrella for me in the rain. As Ling Yu's voice faded, the darkness enveloped the venue. Suddenly, a melancholic piano prelude filled the air. Is Between the Rainbows also meant for us? I could weep. He even added a phrase to our cheer, a homophone of his name. How can anyone be so thoughtful? After the rain, the sun shines and the rainbow appears. Reaching the pinnacle, I remain true to my original aspirations. Ling Yu's words stirred many fans to tears of joy. The song's prelude was prolonged, yet the audience remained patient, gathering their emotions as they awaited Ling Yu's performance. With a snap, the spotlight illuminated Ling Yu at the center of the stage. Wow! Typically, the audience maintains composure during a performance, but now, it was the complete opposite. At this moment, they erupted into unison cheers. Director, do I have champion privileges? Ling Yu inquired of the chief director, Tang Xinru, before taking the stage. Your chances of winning are quite high, but must you be so ostentatious? Tang Xinru replied, somewhat speechless, as Ling Yu boldly made such a statement before the results were even announced. Will you perform a striptease if you win? As long as it's not illegal. Anything goes. Tang Xinru hesitated for a moment, but ultimately consented. Thus, the victorious Ling Yu, in his final performance on Little Singer-Songwriter, removed the mask he had always worn. Oh no, it's all right. If you prefer, you can keep wearing the mask. Don't say that, buddy. I'm a bit nervous. Ling Yu, I love you. The young fans, known as Little Rainbows, had previously speculated about Ling Yu's reasons for always wearing a mask. They initially thought it was due to insecurity about his appearance or a desire for modesty. However, when revelations about his orphan past and unrequited love surfaced, they realized just how painful Ling Yu's history truly was. Mommy, let's take a picture. Ling was attending her first live performance to cheer for Ling Yu, having previously expressed a desire to support Xiao Kexin, who had never acquiesced. Now, at Ling Yu's performance, and with him finally having removed his mask, Ling excitedly urged Xiao Kexin to take out her phone for a photograph with Ling Yu, to borrow the wings of angels, to grasp the rainbow in the clouds, always dispersing just when within reach. The illusion of eternity is truly nothing at all. The verse is brief. Yet Ling Yu sings with evident discomfort. After all, this is his inaugural performance before an audience, and there are a staggering 70,000 spectators present. He can almost feel his toes digging into the stage floor. Fairy tales say that after the rain, a rainbow shall appear. Yet they never mention that it may vanish in an instant. The chorus demands a soaring falsetto, prompting Ling Yu to close his eyes. After the rain, the sun breaks through, revealing the rainbow, soaring to the pinnacle, never forgetting his original intention. The audience, momentarily captivated by Ling Yu's striking looks, soon realizes that his expressions and movements are markedly uncoordinated. They speculate that Ling Yu is reminded of past, painful experiences by this song. Standing amidst the endless mortal realm, gazing at the sky you once occupied, what is gained can swiftly turn a loss. What then is eternity when one cannot possess completeness? Ah, is it not my wife and child? During the second verse, Ling Yu's eyes darted around, and he unexpectedly spotted a mother and daughter who strikingly resembled Xiao Kexin and Ling. Indeed, that is the little Chong Sam I bought for Ling. Why didn't they inform me of their presence? I could have seated them closer. Ling Yu observed for a while and finally spotted the Chong Sam he had gifted Ling peeking out from her padded coat. Confirming his suspicion, he began to sing while becoming somewhat distracted. Mommy, Daddy sees us, Ling exclaimed, noticing Ling Yu on stage making playful faces toward them, confirming that he had indeed seen them. Don't look over here, you silly brother. Xiao Kexin grew anxious. She refrained from communicating with Ling Yu, fearing such an interaction might reveal Ling's identity. Husband, Ling Yu, my love for you is boundless. Before Xiao Kexin could respond to the chaos, a female audience member, whom Ling had just scolded, passionately shouted in excitement. Chapter 85. Smile now, the sky after the rain. The rainbow reappears, the blessing of angels, kissing the multitudes of the world, no longer questioning you, why you cannot stay, letting go of obsession. Smile. Now, ever since Ling Yu discovered that Xiao Kexin and her daughter were present, his gaze remained fixated in their direction. The ethereal mother, the adorable daughter, and the self he had just departed from. As he sang the final line of the song, he recalled the peculiar events that had just transpired, maintaining a beaming smile as he watched the mother and daughter from afar. "Oh, rain god, come home with me. I shall bear your children." The female audience member seated next to Xiao Kexin truly believed Ling Yu had taken an interest in her. "Mommy, did you get a good shot?" After Ling had thrown a few words at the female audience member, she had already received a verbal reprimand from Xiao Kexin. Now, facing them, Ling still held on to a bit of annoyance, but chose to ignore it, allowing Xiao Kexin to continue taking photos. "All done. Let us head home now." Xiao Kexin put away her phone and, before Ling could react, lifted her up and stood. "Hey, why are we leaving already?" Ling Yu observed as Xiao Kexin and her companion stood up, his attention fixed upon them until Xiao Kexin entered the exit corridor, cradling Ling in her arms. Once again, congratulations to Mr. Ling Yu for clinching the championship title of this season's Little Songwriter competition. May I invite the hostess to the stage for the award presentation? After Ling Yu completed his performance, the host swiftly ascended the stage to conclude the final proceedings, followed closely by two hostesses who approached with a crystal-clear trophy, adorned with a star-shaped gold block inscribed with text, as well as a large placard announcing a cash prize of 1 million. "Thank you to the production team for this reward," Ling Yu expressed gratefully. This marks Ling Yu's inaugural honor in his singing career. Although it is merely a variety show competition, he felt immense joy. Throughout this journey, he shed his previous lethargy and rekindled his unwavering confidence. The grand finale stage of Little Songwriter has drawn to a splendid close tonight. Thank you all for your presence and viewership. The broadcast of the show will undoubtedly be remarkable, and I hope you will continue to show your support. I am your host, Su Xiaoxian, and until next season, let's not part ways. Farewell. As Ling Yu pondered why Xiao Kexin and her friends had departed early instead of waiting for him, the host beside him had already commenced the closing remarks. "Is being a champion so extraordinary? Do you dare to hinder my departure? Believe me, I could turn off the microphone." While the audience was still reluctantly bidding farewell to Ling Yu on stage, the host had already entered the corridor, preparing to leave. "Rain God, keep it up. We look forward to more new songs in the future. I love your songs. We all adore them. Thank you, Rain God. We are champions." Ling Yu listened to the voices of his fans, and he finally remarked, "Parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion. The next time we meet, we shall all become stronger. Farewell." Ling Yu also took his leave, noticing the fervent excitement of the crowd. He thought it prudent to exit promptly to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Upon returning backstage, he hurried to a corner, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of Xiao Kexin and her friends. However, upon opening the satellite chat, he was met with a plethora of images sent by Xiao Kexin, all taken from her seat in the audience. One particular photo stood out, as it captured Xiao Kexin with her mask pulled down, her face pressed closely against Ling's, coincidentally catching Ling Yu's gaze from the stage. "Oh my, I absolutely adore this picture." Ling Yu examined the photo intently for quite some time, almost compelled to change his profile picture to this image, yet reason ultimately held him back. "I shall visit you all tomorrow. Tonight, I have other matters to attend to." In the chat, he noticed a new message from Xiao Kexin. "We're leaving now, champion brother." Just as Ling Yu was about to respond, he received a message from Tang Xinru, urging him not to rush off and to join everyone for a meal. After replying, Ling Yu changed his clothes and removed his makeup. Once everything was in order, he stealthily departed the stadium, trophy and placard in hand. Why haven't they come out yet? Surely they haven't left already. It is inconceivable that the rain god would leave without a word. Surely he would bid farewell. Let us wait for a moment longer. Ling Yu drove to the parking lot exit and noticed a multitude of fans, still lingering with their rain-soaked support banners. "It's late. It's time to go home," he called out, lowering his window to wave at them. "There he is, the rain god. Will we meet again?" They shouted, their voices filled with fervor. "Rain god, promise me you'll be happy. Don't leave. How could I live without you?" Ling Yu felt a strange sensation as he emerged. Was their enthusiasm truly that overwhelming? He decided it was best to make a swift exit, pressing the accelerator as the fans rushed towards him. It was already past 1 in the morning, and December had arrived. Ling Yu arrived at the hotel address sent by Tang Xinru, who had reserved several tables in advance. Welcome our champion. At this moment, the attendees were few, mostly past contestants, and the 4 judges who had performed earlier and arrived ahead of him. Director, come, let's drink. Soon after, the director and some staff members joined the gathering. As the standout guest of the evening, Ling Yu had already been filled with spirits more than he could count. In his exuberance, he eagerly approached to toast. Papa, dinner is ready. A voice interrupted his revelry. Huh? Am I not at Raftel? Ling Yu dreamt he was aboard Luffy's ship. The sun will burn your bottom. Hurry and wake up. He opened his eyes to find Ling Ling shaking his arm vigorously. Ouch! Ling Ling, where are we? He sat up, feeling a throbbing headache. Looking around, he realized this was not his home, though the room seemed vaguely familiar. Can you get up by yourself? Before Ling Ling could respond, Xiao Kexin appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing her, Ling Yu understood he was at Xiao Kexin's residence. Papa, hurry and wash your face. It's time to eat. Ling Ling exclaimed, tugging persistently at his arm, determined to pull him from the bed. After a moment to gather his senses, Ling Yu groggily rose. Let's go outside and wait for Papa, Ling Ling suggested. Seeing that Ling Yu was finally awake, Xiao Kexin encouraged Ling Ling to step outside. What happened last night? Ling Yu asked, curiosity piqued as he sat at the dining table, struggling to recall any details from the previous evening. After swallowing her food, Xiao Kexin explained, last night, my aunt came to the hotel to bring you back. I heard you almost swore allegiance to a tree by the roadside. Ling Yu, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. He had no recollection of such absurdity. All he remembered was that it had been the most he had ever drunk in his 2 lifetimes. Chapter 86. The quacking voice changed. Ah, how amusing. I don't remember at all. Swearing allegiance to a tree? How could I have committed such an ethical transgression? Ling Yu pondered this bizarre incident, but could not grasp its significance, deciding instead to treat it as if nothing had occurred, and continued to eat his meal. Ling Ling sat between the 2 adults, intrigued by their conversation. Just as I took a mouthful of rice, I hurriedly inquired, what is the bond of brotherhood? Ling Yu did not respond. Instead, he picked up a piece of chicken and offered it to Ling Ling, saying here, ah, let us not dwell on the past. Ling Ling, have you seen the news? Xiao Kexin suddenly asked. The greens that Ling Yu had just picked up fell back onto the plate. When would I have the time to look? After finishing his grooming, Ling Yu came over to eat, with no opportunity to glance at the news. Moreover, he had never dared to open his account. The overwhelming barrage of reader comments was unbearable. All were warm greetings, with trending topics dominated by his championship and various rumors surrounding him. Xiao Kexin set down her bowl and chopsticks, having eaten her fill. She then stood up and headed straight to her room. Huh? Rumors? Ling Yu was entirely unaware of his current popularity on social media. During his time in the filming crew, he had merely faced numerous media inquiries. At that moment, they had all been blocked by the production team, and Ling Yu thought the situation was not dire. Hearing Xiao Kexin mention it now suggested that the matter was indeed significant, especially given her concerned tone. After the meal, Xiao Kexin went to her studio, leaving Ling Yu alone at home to care for the child. Ling Yu was somewhat out of sorts, having just endured a night of heavy drinking, and with nothing pressing on his agenda that day. He decided to remain at home, watching cartoons on television with Ling Ling. Indeed, cartoons seemed only suitable for children and college students. Ling Yu found it dull, but had no desire to move, planning to lounge on the sofa for the afternoon. Papa. Ling Ling's demeanor today felt somewhat different from usual. Not only did she show no emotional response to the cartoon's plot, but her posture on the sofa also appeared unnatural. Her big, round eyes occasionally darted toward the languid Ling Yu. What's the matter, Ling Ling? Ling Yu maintained a peculiar position, only moving his mouth slightly. Gradually, he realized that he felt even weaker than when he had just woken up. Upon hearing Ling Yu's response, Ling Ling's small hands began to intertwine nervously. Her face adorned with a look of turmoil as she seemed to be grappling with something difficult to articulate. After a considerable pause, as Ling Yu turned his head out of curiosity, Ling Ling finally stammered, when can I sing a song? Singing? Oh, Ling Yu suddenly remembered. He had previously promised to prepare a song for Ling Ling, one that belonged solely to her. He had not forgotten. The song was ready, but he had simply been too busy to discuss it with her. That's what you meant. Ding dong. Just as Ling Yu was about to speak to Ling Ling about the song, the doorbell rang. It's young master, Xiao Rui. It's been ages. Hearing the doorbell, Sister Min came to the living room monitor to check, and then allowed Xiao Rui to enter. What brings my brother-in-law here? Before long, Xiao Rui arrived upstairs. Brother-in-law, let us go. Hurry, let us record a song. I'm feeling exceptionally strong right now. Xiao Rui's voice echoed even before he appeared in the hallway. At this moment, he wore an expression of urgency. Last night, during the live broadcast of the competition Little Singer, Xiao Rui had watched intently. Upon learning that his brother-in-law had clinched the championship, he felt an overwhelming joy. After class, he hurried to the parallel studio to await developments. Ling Yu, upon hearing the commotion, was reminded of the promise made by Xiao Kexin to involve him in the song Only You Matter to Me. Was there really such an urgency? Hadn't Kexin mentioned that her new album wouldn't be released until January of next year? Ling Yu had previously conversed with Xiao Kexin regarding her upcoming album, noting that most of the songs had been recorded, though a few remained unproduced, including the trio's collaboration on Only You Matter to Me. Xiao Hui, noticing Ling Yu's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. How can you be so indifferent, brother-in-law? He exclaimed, sitting down beside Ling Yu. This is my debut. Of course. I need to start preparing early. This child was indeed quite impulsive. Ling Yu, feeling exasperated, shook his head. I understand your eagerness, but you need to be patient. Yes. Uncle, please don't rush. Ling Ling chimed in from the side, as they had recently discussed Ling Ling's single. She certainly did not want Ling Yu to be overshadowed. Oh, even Ling Ling is ganging up on Uncle. He treats you so well. Xiao Rui, besieged by the father-daughter duo, felt his initial excitement turn into a sense of grievance. In an instant, he crouched down, covering his face with his hands, and began to wail. Xiao Rui was aware that Ling Yu had just won the title of champion in Little Singer, gaining considerable attention. If he could persuade Xiao Kexin to release Only You Matter to Me as a single at this juncture, his musical career would undoubtedly be off to a spectacular start. With a diva and a prodigy, it seemed like a guaranteed success. However, Xiao Rui did not dare to voice his aspirations, as they were swiftly stifled. He had already inquired with Xiao Kexin about when recording would officially commence, only to be told that Ling Yu had the final say. Since Ling Yu had just concluded his competition duties, he would next need to participate in the promotional activities for Little Singer, and the details of his contract with the parallel studio were yet to be discussed. As a caring and considerate elder sister, Xiao Kexin intended for Ling Yu to rest for a while. She planned to wait until after January 3rd, when the broadcast of Little Singer would conclude, to invite Ling Yu to collaborate on her new album. Uncle, stop crying. You're a grown man. Although Xiao Rui feigned tears, Ling Ling could no longer bear to watch. She climbed down from the sofa and approached Xiao Rui, hands on her hips, resembling a teacher chastising a student. Ling Ling doesn't love Uncle anymore. I'm so sad. Upon hearing Ling Ling's words, Xiao Rui abandoned his previous pitiful demeanor. Xiao Rui, your voice seems to have improved significantly. Please refrain from speaking that way, Ling Yu remarked, confirming his observation that Xiao Rui's vocal quality appeared fuller. He had sensed this change ever since Xiao Rui had entered the room, though the boy's volume had made it difficult to ascertain. After careful listening, it is evident that Xiao Rui's voice has gradually transformed from its original croaky tone to a slightly husky sound. Clearly, as he has claimed, he has indeed grown stronger. Ahem. Xiao Rui has ceased his pretentious demeanor. Recently, he has been diligently correcting his pronunciation, attempting to shed the habit of speaking loudly when excited. However, such ingrained habits are hard to shake off, and he occasionally falters. Daddy, where's my song? With Xiao Rui returning to normalcy, Ling Ling chose not to prolong the conversation. She rushed back to Ling Yu, tightly clinging to his leg, still preoccupied with his promise to create a musical piece for her. Upon hearing his daughter's repeated inquiries, Ling Yu resolved to fetch his laptop. Chapter 87. Xiao Rui earned a fortune. Ling Yu was uncertain whether Ling Ling would appreciate the song he had prepared. He intended to present it to her for an initial listening. However, since he had been brought back by Lu Shuping the previous night, his car remained parked at the hotel from last evening, along with his laptop and the luggage he had brought to the Little Singer production team. Does Xiao Rui have a car? Ling Yu noticed a handy individual nearby and inquired. Yes, why? Although Xiao Rui was merely a university student, his parents had arranged for his needs before they went abroad. The three of them then embarked on their journey in Xiao Rui's vehicle, heading to the hotel where they had dined the night before. Ling Yu drove his own car, taking Ling Ling back home. During their return, he purchased a cake and several cups of milk tea for their afternoon snack. They soon turned back. Ling Ling could have chosen not to accompany them, yet her desire to stay close to Ling Yu prevailed, and he found it impossible to dissuade her. Where have you all been? By the time the trio returned to Xiao Kexin's home, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. At that moment, Lu Shuping finally awoke. Typically, when she was not busy, she would set an alarm for noon to wake up for lunch. Last night, she had received a phone call from Tang Xinru around midnight, prompting her to retrieve the inebriated Ling Yu from the hotel. Consequently, she did not return to bed until after 4 in the morning, leading to her late awakening today. Ling Yu, it took immense effort for me to preserve your reputation last night, Lu Shuping exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of the cake that Ling Yu and the others had just brought back. She then grabbed a cup of milk tea and took a large sip. Approaching 40, Lu Shuping, a single woman of means, showed little concern for gaining weight. Meanwhile, Ling Yu and his companions enjoyed the cake, though not with Lu Shuping's fervor, as she had skipped lunch. Ha ha ha, Ling Yu chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. The last time he had attempted to return a favor, Lu Shuping had tricked him into being a workhorse for an entire variety show. The experience had been starkly different from the simple recording assistance Lu Shuping had originally described, and far removed from Ling Yu's expectations, which had left him feeling as if he had been thrust into the spotlight. Should I take your silence as agreement then? Hee hee. Noting Ling Yu's reluctance to respond, Lu Shuping interpreted his silence as tacit consent. You audaciously interrupted my beauty sleep. Lu Shuping's gaze gradually turned perilous, as if a cunning idea had struck her. The scrutinized Ling Yu felt a chill creeping up his spine, apprehensive in the presence of this formidable woman. It was only after becoming acquainted with Lu Shuping that he grasped the extent of her influence within the entertainment industry. To illustrate, he had just completed the recording for Little Singer-Songwriter, a variety show in which Lu Shuping was a primary investor, collaborating with Xiao Kexin in a parallel studio. A competition broadcasted live attest to a first-rate operation, and the grand finale was even held at the City Sports Arena. Though produced by Blueberry Television, the funding was entirely reliant on those investors. Ling Yu was blissfully unaware of the truth, as Lu Shuping had lured him into participation under the pretense of inviting him to compete. Had he known, he might have wept in despair, realizing he, a time traveler, had been sold out while counting her profits. Beside them, Ling Ling and Xiao Rui quietly indulged in cake, cautious to make not a sound. Both were acutely aware that Lu Shuping was capable of committing truly dreadful acts at such moments, not out of anger, but rather through her scheming. Though Ling Ling was spoiled by Lu Shuping, she had also fallen victim to her tricks. One fateful evening, due to a dispute over the television, Lu Shuping deceived Ling Ling into believing that lipstick was delectable. Just as Ling Ling took a bite, Lu Shuping swiftly pried it from her mouth, an act witnessed by Xiao Kexin, who almost punished Ling Ling severely. Yet, for reasons unknown, the instigator Lu Shuping sheltered Ling Ling, orchestrating a grand performance that culminated in a proposal for Xiao Kexin to have Ling Ling reflect on her actions in solitude. Thus, Ling Ling stood in silence for a full hour, the cartoons having ended long ago. To this day, Ling Ling vividly recalls her aunt's terrifying demeanor that night. Xiao Rui, having just been the object of Lu Shuping's gaze, felt an immediate rush of dread. No, I haven't done anything, he stammered. Hee hee, is there something you wish to instruct me, Auntie? Cold sweat broke out upon him. Xiao Rui, being Xiao Kexin's cousin, had long referred to Lu Shuping as Annie. Lu Shuping's eyes darted, as if another thought had crossed her mind. Soon enough, she spoke again. I hear you will be joining our company next year, correct? Lu Shuping was aware that Xiao Kexin had plans for Xiao Rui to participate in the new album's collaborative songs. As family, it was only natural that Xiao Rui would opt to sign with the parallel studio. Indeed, Annie, I hope you will look after me well. Though Xiao Kexin had not disclosed the signing to Xiao, he had contemplated it for quite some time. Since entering university, he had persistently pursued Xiao Kexin, albeit without success. For reasons unknown, hearing Xiaorui's affirmative response filled him with an inexplicable joy. Lu Shuping's expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. I will certainly take good care of you. Right, Ling Yu? As her words trailed off, Lu Shuping's gaze returned to Ling Yu. Haha, as a family, we must support one another. Why does it keep coming back to me? Come on. Ling Yu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Noticing Lu Shuping still watching him expectantly, he conceded, All right, why don't you compose a duet for Xiaorui and Zhang Xiaoan? Just then, Lu Shuping reached for a tissue from the table to dab her mouth, adding, This also serves to clarify the rumors about you and Zhang Xiaoan. With that, Lu Shuping resumed her indulgent enjoyment of cake and milk tea. Oh, I almost forgot about that matter. Truly, you are a professional. Ling Yu was initially at a loss on how to explain things to Xiao Kexin. It wasn't merely during lunch that she mentioned it. He vividly recalled that stormy night when she had rushed to find him. Having not seen him, she chose not to return home, instead crying helplessly in solitude. Such a scenario was one Ling Yu did not wish to endure again. He would not allow his beloved to suffer tears on his account ever again. Fortunately, Lu Shuping had just presented him with a solution, akin to finding a pillow when one is sleepy. This time, Lu Shuping did not play tricks on Ling Yu, and his anxious heart finally found solace. In the midst of this, another beneficiary, Xiaorui, was overjoyed. Really? I have another song written by my brother-in-law? Ha. Once Xiaorui grasped the situation, his voice gradually became more exuberant. Is Zhang Xiaohan the one who secured 4th place in Little Songwriter? Ha. I'm starting at the pinnacle. Xiaorui's exuberance elicited laughter from both Lu Shuping and Ling Yu, as they were fully aware of his fervent desire to become a singer. Only Ling remained puzzled, not understanding why the adults around her could shift their emotions so rapidly, oscillating between fear and joy. Chapter 88, Diva. After finishing the small portion of cake that Ling Yu had given her, Ling tugged at Ling Yu's sleeve. I want to hear the song you made for me, Daddy. Shortly thereafter, Ling Yu also finished his cake and milk tea. He opened his laptop and played the song he had written for her. In my heart, I plant a little seed. Da-la-dee-da-la. It can fulfill small wishes with its magical charm. I've heard that every child longs to possess it. Are you ready? Oh, let us explore together. Baladiba-la. As the music played, Ling began to clumsily mimic the melody, her little body swaying with delight. The little one bounced about, exuding an adorable liveliness. Xiaorui joined in, nodding his head to the rhythm, while Sister Min clapped for Ling. Is this song meant for Ling? Lu Shuping inquired of Ling Yu. Indeed, he replied, increasing the volume to elevate Ling's spirits. The song Ling Yu had penned for her was titled Courage Unleashed, which had also been sung by several young girls on Blue Star. However, this song might be a tad advanced for Ling at her current age. Lu Shuping furrowed her brow and continued speaking to Ling Yu. Ling is still quite young. We must be patient. At merely 3 years of age, this song may present some challenges for her. However, Ling Yu remained unfazed, for we live in an era of prosperity and technological advancement. With the ability to modify pitch and sound, what musical endeavor could possibly prove insurmountable? If all else fails, we can simply alter the vocals. Ultimately, as long as Ling is happy, Ling Yu is willing to do whatever it takes. Do you like it, Ling? He inquired after the song concluded. The lively Ling instantly raised her hands in enthusiasm. I like it. That's wonderful, Ling Yu sighed in relief, as this matter had lingered for far too long. Had Ling not enjoyed the song, he would have had to search the Blue Star music library for another fitting piece. This is my song, Ling proclaimed, clearly satisfied, as she leaped onto the sofa and approached Ling Yu. Thank you, Daddy. Oh, to receive a kiss from my little darling is truly delightful, Ling Yu exclaimed, embracing Ling and planting a kiss upon her forehead. Annie needs a kiss too. Lu Shuping feigned displeasure upon noticing that Ling had only kissed Ling Yu. Uncle wants a kiss. Xiaorui chimed in, joining the playful banter. No, Ling giggled, opting instead to leap off the sofa and frolic around the living room once more. After playing Burst of Courage several times, Ling Yu decided to send the song to Lu Shuping, intending for Ling Ling to practice and become well acquainted with the lyrics and melody. That evening, upon returning home, Ling Yu was astounded by the audacity of those around him. Having just finished a shower, he impulsively lay on his bed, scrolling through his social media feed. He discovered that the most trending topics were centered around his recent victory. Other discussions revolved around significant national events. However, he noted with some dismay that among the top 10 trending topics was still a contentious entry concerning an alleged incident involving him and Zhang Xiaoan. Ling Yu felt unable to clarify the situation immediately and resigned himself to accept the unfolding narrative. As he perused the comments, his irritation grew. Nevertheless, his immediate concern was to find a way to stabilize Xiao Kexin's emotions. Despite the misunderstanding surrounding the hotel incident, it remained a source of frustration. Furthermore, Ling Yu noted that Xiao Kexin had a penchant for social media. The previous incident had also been triggered by her browsing her feed. There was no alternative but to expedite the creation of a song for Xiao Rui and Xiao Han. Just as Ling Yu was about to exit the app, a sudden thought struck him, and his finger hovered above the screen. He realized he had yet to promote himself. He contemplated using his long-dormant author account, Love on the Wind, to generate some buzz. He posted a congratulatory message on his feed, "To my talented and charming buddy. Ling Yu, congratulations on winning the title of Little Singer-Songwriter Champion." Ling Yu composed a simple text without any embellishments. However, once published, it swiftly attracted the attention of eager readers. Oh dear, the author of the dog-themed work has surprisingly posted on Weibo, arranging a banquet for themselves? Return my BO. Return my Zhao Linger. I am a farmer. Send me an address, and I will deliver local specialties to you. Do you think you deserve to ride on the coattails of our rain god as popularity? Hurry back to your unrequited love and stop meddling. Alas, two accounts, one rising steadily, the other burdened with infamy. Ling Yu observed that the dual personas he maintained were experiencing a stark divergence in reputation. He sighed deeply within himself. In the following days, Ling Yu dedicated himself to the promotional activities for Little Singer, often returning to the set for filming, though the atmosphere was not as tense and rigorous as during the competition. Excellent, just like that. At this moment, Ling Yu was capturing his final set of promotional photos for Little Singer. Thank you, esteemed mentors. He had been busy from morning until afternoon, having only paused briefly for a meal. The remainder of his time was spent posing or changing outfits and touching up his makeup. Now that the photo shoot was complete, he felt a genuine sense of joy and relief, for he was indeed unaccustomed to this lifestyle. The promotional video he participated in had also wrapped up yesterday, and today marked the conclusion of this photo shoot. It could be said that he had fulfilled all promotional obligations for Little Singer. He merely needed to post on social media when the show aired, providing a little boost to its popularity without the need for extensive travel. After tidying up his belongings, Ling Yu prepared to leave. Ling Yu, wait a moment. The call came from Yuan Chenxi. She, too, had completed her filming for the day. However, she still needed to participate in interviews and other promotional activities, being one of the mentors. At this point, Yuan Chenxi had yet to finish her last set of photos, and she seemed to have something significant to discuss with Ling Yu. Ling Yu had already reached the entrance when he heard someone calling his name, prompting him to turn around. He saw Yuan Chenxi hurriedly approaching him, and he instinctively halted his steps. Gulp! Senior Chenxi, what's the matter? Ling Yu steadied himself before responding. No, wake up, Ling Yu. You are a married man. Yuan Chenxi was adorned in a deep purple gown, and as she jogged, certain areas of her attire bobbed up and down. The sight was enough to catch Ling Yu's eye. Yuan Chenxi caught her breath, saying, I have something important to discuss with you. Could you wait until I finish this set of photos? Sure, I'll wait for you in the car. In recent days, Ling Yu had received numerous invitations while visiting the set, including casual meals and conversations, but he had declined almost all, except for a few familiar faces like Tang Xinru and Hu Limin. Now that Yuan Chenxi had approached him with a matter of importance, he did not overthink it and readily agreed. As she was indeed his mentor and they had collaborated before, it was only respectful to give her face. However, women do take considerable time for their photos. Chapter 89. I wanted to. Ling Yu waited in the car for quite a while without seeing Yuan Chenxi come to find him. Even his messages went unanswered. In exasperation, he downloaded a game to pass the time. He had nearly reached the golden rank when he still had not seen Yuan Chenxi emerge. As dusk fell, after a prolonged wait of nearly 2 hours, Yuan Chenxi finally arrived at the parking lot. "I'm so sorry for making you wait," she said, her expression filled with remorse for her tardiness. She then took her seat in the passenger side of Ling Yu's car. "It's quite all right. What brings you here, Senior Chenxi?" Ling Yu inquired, maintaining his patience as he directly addressed the matter at hand. "I was wondering if you would sell me that song, Qianxi Shi," she replied. At that moment, Yuan Chenxi had changed into casual attire, speaking in a somewhat timid manner. Her makeup had been washed away, leaving her natural beauty on display. Her large eyes sparkling as they gazed at Ling Yu. "Qianxi Shi? I remember that song well," Ling Yu mused, recalling their collaboration on it, which had stirred a hint of jealousy in Xiao Kexin. It was an incident that had left a lasting impression, not to mention the fact that it was inspired by his songwriting for Yuan Chenxi. Now, as Yuan Chenxi expressed her desire to acquire Qianxi Shi, Ling Yu felt a moment of hesitation. The live version of their collaboration had already been released on music platforms without his explicit consent, although the copyright remained in his possession. If Yuan Chenxi intended to purchase the song, it was clear she planned to re-record it. Ling Yu pondered briefly before refraining from giving a definitive answer. He felt it prudent to proceed cautiously in dealings with women. "Well, that's negotiable," he replied, reaching for his phone to consult Xiao Kexin regarding her feelings on the matter. "I've recently perfected my vocal technique. If you agree to sell it to me, I intend to produce it as a personal single," Yuan Chenxi declared earnestly. Her dedication to her burgeoning career as a singer had grown substantially since their previous collaboration on Qianxi Shi. The song had captivated her, particularly the innovative vocal style it employed, opening a new realm of possibilities in her musical journey. Yuan Chenxi was determined to re-record the piece, aspiring to perform it solo and create something remarkable. "Are you really diving into artistry so soon?" Ling Yu thought, taken aback by how, in less than 3 years since her debut, Yuan Chenxi had already envisioned perfecting a song. Ling Yu's gaze remained fixed on his phone as he paused momentarily before responding. "No problem. Let us keep the price consistent with our previous arrangements." Just as he prepared to answer Yuan Chenxi, a message from Xiao Kexin chimed in, accompanied by an amusing emoji. However, it was her succinct yet light-hearted response that left Ling Yu both amused and exasperated. "I want it too. Thank you so much. Let us celebrate with a meal." Yuan Chenxi beamed, her joy palpable. After all, Qianxi Shi was a groundbreaking musical style crafted by Ling Yu, and until now, she had never dared to hope he would agree to sell it to her. To this end, she had negotiated with the company, insisting that no matter the cost, the acquisition must be secured. Now that the purchase was finalized, the most significant aspect was that there had been no additional charges, and the company would not exert any pressure on her. Suddenly, she had earned an extra 500,000 and could enjoy a meal out. Perfect. Ling Yu, having sold the song, was in quite a jubilant mood. The following day, he arrived at the Parallel studio. "Ling, please commence your performance." Having completed all related engagements for Little Songwriter, he was finally able to focus on producing the recording of Courage Explosion for Ling. Ling adored singing, though her passion was limited to mere enjoyment. Devoid of any formal singing experience, Ling Yu held no stringent expectations. He was patient and nurturing, treating her with kindness. After all, she was like his own child, and he was determined to make it work against all odds. Since hearing the song, these 2 English words had become her catchphrase. However, the recording process proved rather tedious for a child. Additionally, at just over 3 years old, Ling found the task overwhelming. Consequently, recording the song alone took 3 full days, and Ling Yu spent an entire week refining the audio before he felt satisfied. During the production of Courage Explosion, Ling Yu encountered a rather vexing dilemma: how to resolve the animation aspect of the song. His initial thought was to replace it with animation, but he lacked the skills for that. Desperate, he turned to his social network, seeking assistance from his friends. Soon, just as he was nearing the completion of the audio adjustments, a message arrived from an old friend he had not been in contact with for quite some time. Lu Mingqing wrote, "Brother Yu, the company I am currently interning at is an animation studio. Do you need help?" Ling Yu was taken aback upon reading the message. How could a top graduate from a music academy end up at an animation company? Lu Miqing had been his roommate and classmate for 4 years, and they had lost touch for a while. Without delay, Ling Yu replied, and their conversation resumed. Through their exchange, Ling Yu learned that Lu Miqing was interning at an animation studio in a neighboring city, serving as an assistant to the music director. The company was relatively small, and the assistant's role primarily entailed various menial tasks. Lu Miqing was acutely aware of his limitations and recognized he could only secure an ordinary job, striving diligently for a stable life. However, upon seeing Ling Yu's post, he conceived a plan to leverage his connections to seek a better position and improved benefits within the company. Securing a formal position early would certainly be a cause for celebration, especially considering Ling Yu's current meteoric rise in the industry, standing as an unparalleled force among newcomers in the music realm. Even the prominent singers endorsed by major companies have been rendered ineffective by him. He has triumphantly claimed the title of champion in this year's most popular variety competition. Ling Yu remarked, "All right, my friends, I shall assist your company first." He was well aware of Lu Miqing's intentions and did not dwell on them. He would certainly lend a helping hand to those around him. Moreover, the song Eruption of Courage does not impose high demands on musical animation. It primarily relies on a youthful vocal rendition and the slightly intoxicating accompaniment and melody that evoke a sense of childlike innocence when listeners hear it. Chapter 90. Without further ado, once everything was settled, Ling Yu requested Lu Miqing to send over the email address. He would only need to wait until he completed the song and drafted the script description before sending it to Lu Miqing. Lu Miqing responded, "Brother Yu, I am committed to working hard in this endeavor." Ling Yu replied, "We are all comrades in this. No need for further words. The music issue has been resolved. Once I finish the production, I can seek recognition from Ling Ling." Upon arriving at Xiao Kexin's home, Ling Yu immediately collapsed onto the sofa. "Dad, what's wrong?" Ling Ling rushed over, her concern evident. Ling Yu weakly raised his hand, wearing a strained expression. I'm almost done with Ling Ling's song. Soon you can have a look." As he finished speaking, his eyes closed peacefully. "Dad, don't joke. Dad." Ling Ling appeared anxious. "You two have had enough." Xiao Kexin, who was having breakfast, could no longer hold her tongue and scolded them. Clearly, this was not the first time she had witnessed such antics between the father and daughter. He. How did Dad perform?" Ling Yu rose and embraced Ling Ling. Ha. "Just a tad worse than you, a tad." Ling Ling playfully pinched the air with her tiny fingers in front of Ling Yu. Upon hearing her evaluation, Ling Yu immediately became displeased. "How could that be? Let us ask Mommy for judgment." "All right, it must be that Ling Ling performed better." "Impossible. It was me. Xiao Kexin, having finished her breakfast, quickly retreated to her room, exasperated, pondering how things had turned out this way. She was baffled. Why had her once obedient daughter transformed? Why had her initially gentle partner become so bothersome after merely a few days of closer interaction? Even breakfast had become a raucous affair, making it unbearable. Oh dear, has Kexin woken up? For reasons unknown, Lu Shuping had risen unusually early that day. Upon exiting her room, she was greeted by the joyful sight of Ling Yu and Ling Ling enjoying their time together in the living room. Lu Shuping felt a surge of happiness at the sight of Ling Ling's laughter, recalling how, before Ling Yu's arrival, Ling Ling often lamented about her father's absence, questioning whether he no longer wanted her. At that moment, Lu Shuping felt as though her heart was on the verge of shattering. Now, with Ling Yu's arrival, Ling Ling had also ceased to exhibit that previous state of distress. She had come to accept Ling Yu's identity. Although Ling Yu often joined them for meals, he genuinely contributed when necessary. The earlier incident of deceiving Ling Yu into participating in a variety show still amused Lu Shuping upon reflection. Simultaneously, she felt immense gratitude that Ling Yu could become part of her family. "Hurry up!" Xiao Kexin, scrolling through her phone, responded with evident impatience to Lu Shuping's voice. The two were scheduled to attend an event that day, and it was rather surprising that Lu Shuping, as the manager, had risen later than the artist. This is not the life I envisioned. No one knew about Xiao Kexin's inner turmoil. Even Xiao Kexin herself was unsure why she had become so irritable. "Do you like this, Ling Ling?" In the shopping mall, Ling Yu was selecting clothes for Ling Ling. Today was once again his designated time to care for her. He held up a winter hanfu for children, comparing it against Ling for quite some time. "I love it," Ling exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she gazed at the vibrant outfit in the full-length mirror. "Wow, what a cute little sister. Is this a hanfu? It's so beautiful. I must get one for my niece as well." The little girl was exquisite, though her father seemed rather mysterious. Ling Yu strolled through the mall with Ling, who had changed into the newly purchased winter hanfu, adorned in a red, pink, and white ensemble, and sporting 2 bun hairstyles done by sistermen before they left. She resembled a young princess emerging from a palace. Passers-by couldn't help but shower her with compliments, utterly charmed by her cuteness. However, the contrast between Ling Yu and Ling was stark. Dressed in a hat, mask, and oversized coat, one might easily assume that this adorable little girl had been abducted by him, were it not for their intimate interactions. "Ling, come quickly." Ling Yu seemed to have spotted something, calling out to Ling before sprinting ahead. Upon hearing her name, Ling turned to look, only to see Ling Yu already a considerable distance away. "Wait for me," she called, hurrying after him with small steps. "Wow, a little panda," Ling exclaimed as she approached a black and white creature crawling on the ground. No, that's just a little dog," Ling Yu clarified, perplexed by her excitement. He then explained further. Just moments ago, Ling Yu had wondered how a national treasure could be present in the mall, only to realize upon closer inspection that what they had seen was merely a Shih Tzu whose owner had dyed its fur in panda-like colors. "The little dog is adorable." Ling crouched down to pet the Shih Tzu's fur. She had a fondness for pandas and could easily distinguish them with just a glance. Moreover, adults had informed her that pandas were protected animals, not commonly seen in everyday life. "What a cute little girl. May I take a photo?" The owner of the panda, Shih Tzu, was equally smitten by Ling's charm and inquired of Ling Yu whether Ling could pose with his dog. "Of course," Ling Yu replied, as Ling embraced the little panda. Ling Yu agreed to let Ling hold the panda, Shih Tzu. Ling showcased remarkable modeling talent, her smile natural and her posture relaxed, embodying the essence of a born-child model. Seeing this, Ling Yu couldn't help but take out his phone to capture a moment, sending the photos to Xiao Kexin. "I'm at work, and you all are having so much fun," Xiao Kexin remarked as she returned from the day's event. While sitting in the car, she glanced at the numerous photos Ling Yu had sent, each one capturing Ling's adorable moments or snapshots with Ling Yu. Not long after, Xiao Kexin arrived home, the clock nearing 8. "I'm back." Ling Yu was watching television with Ling when he heard the door open. Turning around, he saw Xiao Kexin and Lu Shuping. Ling Yu greeted them warmly. With everyone gathered, it was time to eat. However, during the meal, one person suddenly appeared in distress, bending over the table, unable to contain themselves. What's wrong, Kexin?" Ling Yu was the first to notice something amiss with Xiao Kexin, who was behaving quite differently from her usual self. She kept fiddling with her chopsticks, lifting and then putting down her rice, seemingly lacking in appetite. He observed her face contorting in struggle as she pressed her hand against her stomach. Before long, Xiao Kexin collapsed onto the table. Ling Yu, sensing something was off, quickly got up and approached her with concern. "What's going on?" Lu Shuping also turned her attention towards them, and Mingjie came over to check on Xiao Kexin. Only Ling seemed momentarily oblivious to the situation. Xiao Kexin attempted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a wave of nausea surged within her. She swiftly covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom. Xiao Kexin was sick, and the cause remained unclear. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Lu Shuping gazed at Ling Yu, her eyes widening as if struck by a thought. Could it be? Soon, Mingjie helped Xiao Kexin out of the restroom. Having just vomited, Xiao Kexin's face was pale, clearly in discomfort. "Mommy, are you okay?" Ling, now aware of the situation, climbed down from her chair and rushed to Xiao Kexin's side, her small face etched with worry. "Kexin, is your period here?" Lu Shuping inquired. Although not a first-hand experience, sir, she felt Xiao Kexin's current state resembled that of someone who might be pregnant. "It does seem quite similar," Mingjie concurred. What is happening?" Ling Yu, as a man, was oblivious to the implications of the term period. "It hasn't arrived this month," Xiao Kexin confirmed in her mind, realizing her monthly visitor had failed to make its timely appearance days prior. "You didn't take any precautions?" Lu Shuping exclaimed, her gaze fixed incredulously on Xiao Kexin. Recognizing the gravity of her oversight, Xiao Kexin cautiously shook her head. No. Oh my. Two major stars actually dared to go without protection? At this moment, Lu Shuping's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, utterly disbelieving her ears. As a seasoned agent, she understood that during an artist's ascent, the occurrence of marriage and childbirth was utterly inadvisable, particularly for female artists. Should a pregnancy arise, it would significantly impact both fan loyalty and image cultivation. The last time Xiao Kexin became pregnant was due to Lu Shuping's health issues, resulting in over a year of wasted potential for Xiao Kexin. Since then, Lu Shuping had been plagued by guilt and self-reproach, which compelled her to continue serving as Xiao Kexin's agent. She was determined to provide her with the finest resources available, aspiring for her to attain a status of unparalleled excellence within the music industry. Now, upon learning of the current unexpected situation, Lu Shuping feared that Xiao Kexin was pregnant once more, her mental state on the verge of collapse. "I cannot believe this," Lu Shuping exclaimed before returning to the dining table, where the food seemed to conspire against her. She busily shoved morsels into her mouth. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, the unwitting accomplice, finally grasped the implications of their conversation. "I truly couldn't bear it. How could anyone endure this?" Ling Yu referred to the night he and Xiao Kexin had spent together at his home, not to be confused with their first encounter at the hotel, where precautions had been taken. That night, amidst the downpour, neither had time to contemplate or implement safety measures. "You, hurry and buy a pregnancy test." Lu Shuping, her mouth full, pointed at Ling Yu. Upon hearing the command, he dashed downstairs. "Mommy, what does it hurt? Let me help you." Little Ling, concerned about Xiao Kexin's health, was oblivious to the adult conversations, merely assuming Xiao Kexin was unwell. "It's nothing," Mingjie reassured, supporting Xiao Kexin as she returned to her room, with Ling by her side. Soon after, breathless and frantic, Ling Yu returned, exclaiming, "I'm back." Hearing the commotion, Xiao Kexin emerged from her room, accepting the pregnancy test from Ling Yu before retreating to the bathroom. Would it be a boy or a girl? A boy would complete a pair of dragon and phoenix, while a girl would also be cherished, adorning them with two little bundles of joy. Ling Yu, unfazed, had already begun contemplating names for the yet-to-be-determined baby. In the living room, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. Lu Shuping's pent-up fury simmered within, awaiting the outcome. If her suspicions were confirmed, the tempest of emotion would inevitably erupt. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xiao Kexin emerged from the restroom. "How is it?" Ling Yu asked, his inexplicable anticipation rendering Lu Shuping speechless at his expression. "You reckless fool." Lu Shuping seethed at Ling Yu's unrestrained excitement, on the verge of reprimanding him. Under the scrutiny of various gazes, Xiao Kexin finally made her move. She slightly shook her head and raised the pregnancy test in her hand, which displayed a single line, confirming that she was not pregnant. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Shuping as she finally felt at ease upon learning the result. In stark contrast, Ling Yu appeared deflated, much like a balloon that had lost its air, his demeanor exuding profound despondency. "I wonder what you all think. If you have any thoughts, make sure to inform me in advance. Do you understand?" Lu Shuping's warning resonated clearly, particularly the latter part directed at Ling Yu. The intent was unmistakable, considering Lu Shuping had observed Ling Yu's earlier behavior. She was acutely aware of Xiao Kexin's character, not exactly infatuated, but certainly someone willing to make sacrifices. Although she knew Ling Yu would never harm Xiao Kexin, Lu Shuping felt compelled to protect her. Furthermore, as they were both artists, it was imperative that they maintained a sense of vigilance. "I will accompany you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." With the matter clarified, concern for Xiao Kexin's health began to surface among the group. Ling Yu took the initiative to suggest a hospital visit the following day. "The weather is turning cooler. Take care to keep warm. I'll fetch you some medicine to take home, and remember to take it on time." Under Ling Yu's guidance, Xiao Kexin underwent a comprehensive series of examinations. The result revealed that her condition was merely a minor issue related to her menstrual cycle, posing no significant threat. The nausea was attributed to recent stress rather than any false pregnancy. Further tests also failed to uncover any hereditary ailments akin to Lu Shuping's. "I told you, next time you shower, make sure to video call me so I can supervise you properly. As they drove home, Ling Yu suddenly made this audacious remark, causing Xiao Kexin to nearly lean out of the car window in disbelief. This brother truly has no shame. Xiao Kexin pondered how she ended up with such a man. Sis, are you all right? In the recording studio, Xiao Rui noticed Ling Yu entering first, carrying a large bag of medicine. Out of curiosity, he inquired, "It's a minor issue. Tonight, just prepare a splendid feast for your sister," Ling Yu replied as he set down his backpack and the medicine. Xiao Rui immediately agreed, even pulling out his phone to message the head of their private restaurant. "Brother-in-law, everything is arranged." Xiao Rui efficiently booked a dozen exquisite dishes within minutes, all selected for their quality and price. Meanwhile, Ling Yu had already begun working on his laptop. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. As the person in charge here, only Xiao Kexin could respond. "Come in." "Hello, Rain God. Long time no see." A young woman entered, clad in a pink cardigan and trousers that concealed her ankles, topped off with a plush beret, presenting an adorably youthful appearance. "Long time no see, Xiao Han." Ling Yu was the only person here familiar with Zhang Xiao Han. He took the initiative to introduce her to everyone. "This is Zhang Xiao Han, who has just signed with our studio and will be one of us from now on. I hope you all will guide her kindly in the future." Zhang Xiao Han was acquainted with everyone except for Xiao Rui. Previously, when Xiao Kexin attended the charity night of Little Songwriters, she had greeted Zhang Xiao Han up close, leading to a brief acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Yu stated the purpose of inviting them both today. "I have written a song for you two young talents. Let's listen to it." Although Xiao Rui was already aware of this, the moment of revelation had finally arrived, filling him with both excitement and anxiety. With a click, Ling Yu located the audio file and pressed play. The prelude began with electronic sounds, swiftly followed by the emergence of lyrics. "Those who have forgotten their names, please come with me. Now let us worship happiness. Those who have laid down their burdens, please come with me. Let us spread the joy and establish an era of happiness." The first verse featured a duet, leading into a rap section. This was a duet song, and the rap should not pose much difficulty for Xiao Rui. His vocal abilities had improved significantly, and he simply needed to pay attention while singing. As the music played, Ling Yu explained to Zhang Xiao Han and Xiao Rui that Worship Happiness was immensely popular in the 2000s on Blue Star, even if it was merely a cover of a South Korean musical piece. Once translated into Chinese, it fits seamlessly. At that time, the rap scene in Xia country had yet to emerge, and this song introduced a fresh Mandarin style, igniting a fashionable wave of duets in Xia country. "Brother-in-law, can I really do this?" Xiao Rui had longed to be a talented singer like Xiao Kexin. Since his rebellious phase, he had been influenced by her, emulating the trends of singers and learning instruments, songwriting, and arranging. He had always engaged with these pursuits and enjoyed altering his appearance to change his demeanor. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he had never received recognition. You must believe in yourself. You may doubt the world, but never doubt your own capabilities, understand? Ling Yu's impression of Xiao Rui was far from what it was now. He had not anticipated Xiao Rui's growing insecurities. "Brother-in-law? The rain god is your brother-in-law?" Zhang Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Rui's unexpected address to Ling Yu. After hearing Ling Yu's encouragement, Xiao Rui's face displayed hesitation as he turned to Xiao Kexin, saying, "Sister, I lack confidence." "What? Are you still a sister's boy?" Ling Yu felt somewhat speechless. Xiao Rui spoke to him with inquiry. Yet when addressing Xiao Kexin, he exhibited a hint of childlike dependence, akin to a young child seeking reassurance. Ling Yu once suspected that Xiao Rui had a penchant for older sisters. "If you choose to back out now, I shall remove your teeth one by one." Xiao Kexin, taken aback by Xiao Rui's sudden hesitance, uttered a threatening remark. After having been plagued by him for so long, how could he even contemplate retreating now that the opportunity had finally presented itself? Xiao Kexin would not indulge Xiao Rui. Ever since she embarked on her singing career, Xiao Rui had clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. "Sister? Xiao Kexin is a sister? Then how does the rain god fit in as her brother-in-law? How many sisters does he have?" Zhang Xiaohan was utterly bewildered by the intricate relationships among the three. Xiao Rui was acutely aware that Xiao Kexin would undoubtedly follow through on her threats. The anxious expression that had previously adorned his face transformed into one of earnestness as he declared, I was merely inquiring about your opinions, rest assured. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Rui's legs trembled incessantly. Very well, let us proceed with this for now. In the evening, all details regarding the production of Joy Worship had been meticulously arranged by Ling Yu. The studio would oversee the production process, while Zhang Xiaohan and Xiao Rui were tasked with simply singing the song as per Ling Yu's instructions. Xiao Rui, what delectable dishes have you prepared? As the group entered the elevator, Ling Yu inquired about the menu he had ordered for lunch, as he had not dined there in quite some time and missed it dearly. Xiao Rui rambled on enthusiastically, recounting an extensive list of dishes. Finally, as if recalling something important, he added, Is Ling coming? Of course. Kexin hasn't returned home after her visit to the hospital. The little one has been chattering about it all day. Ling Yu was engrossed in his phone, sending messages to an unknown recipient. Well then, tonight's menu features many of her favorite dishes. Xiao Rui held a great affection for Ling, and although he hadn't been informed in advance about her arrival, he had unconsciously ordered several dishes for her. Who is Ling? Is she a little one? Since noon, Zhang Xiaohan had accumulated a plethora of questions in her mind. She longed to shout at the three of them. What exactly is your relationship? Why hasn't the news reported anything? Fortunately, it wasn't long before Zhang Xiaohan found an opportunity. Otherwise, she might have gone mad. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin shared a vehicle, while Zhang Xiaohan found herself in Xiao Rui's car, as the backseat of Ling Yu's European car was rather uncomfortable. Xiao Rui, are you and Xiao Kexin siblings? No, we are cousins. How many sisters do you have? When did the rain god start dating your sister? I only have one sister. We are both only children. Then who is Ling? Ling is my adorable niece. After this exchange, their expressions diverged dramatically. Xiao Rui, having learned that he would be releasing his first song, was so elated that he bobbed his head in joy even while waiting at traffic lights. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohan sat in the passenger seat, her head resting against the cushion, motionless, like a monk in deep meditation or a nun lost in thought. Ling, this is Aunt Xiaohan. Hello, Aunt Xiaohan. As Chapter 93 unfolds, the four of them arrived at Xiao Rui's private restaurant, where Lu Shuping had already brought Ling ahead of time. Lu Shuping greeted Ling and Zhang Xiaohan, finally pulling the latter back from her existential doubts. What a delightful little girl. Those eyes truly resemble the rain gods. Zhang Xiaohan was taken aback by Ling's porcelain doll-like features the moment she laid eyes upon her. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to discover that Ling's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Ling Yu's almond-shaped ones. Hello, Ling. Zhang Xiaohan had already inquired about her on the way here, yet she could hardly believe it. Her idol was indeed paired with the queen of the music industry, and they even had a daughter of such considerable age. I think I might just collapse. My heart aches. Zhang Xiaohan admired Ling Yu, but it was a sense of reverence rather than love. Now, upon learning that Ling Yu had a wife and daughter, she reluctantly accepted this sudden reality, yet left her in profound sorrow. Such is the nature of fandom. One can only sincerely wish for his happiness without ever receiving a word of gratitude in return. Mommy, does it still hurt? Ling approached Xiao Kexin, placing her tiny hand near her mouth and blowing gently for a while. She then tenderly rubbed her mother's belly. Seeing her daughter display such a heartwarming gesture brought comfort to Xiao Kexin. Rubbing Ling's little head, she gently replied, It doesn't hurt anymore. Ling has made it all better. Even upon hearing this, Ling remained unconvinced and continued to massage gently. Forget it. I won't support the rain god anymore. I shall support Xiao Kexin and Ling instead. At this moment, while the dishes had yet to be served, the interaction between Ling and Xiao Kexin shattered the emotional barriers that Zhang Xiaohan had erected. Ling, Daddy's hands hurt so much. I've been writing songs. Ling Yu exclaimed, crossing his hands in a display of pain. Little Rui, for reasons unknown, also clutched his throat, speaking in a bubbly voice. Ling, quick, help uncle. Your little tricks, one fool, Ling. Ling, hearing their cries, dismissed them with indifference. Go away. Don't delay my Ling's treatment. Lu Shuping retorted to Ling Yu and little Rui, then moved beside Xiao Kexin. Annie is here to help Ling save Mommy. Was this how this family typically behaved? Zhang Xiaohan, the sole outsider, was filled with bewilderment at the scene before her. A few days later, Ling Yu was invited to the neighboring city. "Brother Yu, over here." As Ling Yu parked his car in front of a tall building, he heard Lu Mingqing's voice calling out from distance. "Long time no see, fourth brother." Ling Yu, clad in a paparazzi-proof outfit, approached Lu Mingqing. "Don't mess around. I'm not short." Lu Mingqing, slightly over 1.7 meters tall, initially intended to embrace Ling Yu in a long-awaited brotherly hug. Instead, he found himself tumbling into Ling Yu's arms. "Did you wear height-increasing insoles? How come you're so tall?" Lu Mingqing pushed Ling Yu away. "No, it must be you," Ling Yu retorted, having meant to point out Lu Mingqing's height. Suddenly struck with a playful jab, he exclaimed in pain, "You little rascal. Don't run. Stand still." After Lu Mingqing briefly interacted with Ling Yu, he took off running. Reacting quickly, Ling Yu pursued him, shouting in anger, "Hurry up. Otherwise, my boss will scold me." The two chased each other along the roadside, playfully tussling for a while. Realizing he could not compete with Ling Yu, who was significantly taller, Lu Mingqing promptly begged for mercy. Ling Yu had come to find Lu Mingqing today because the music animation for Courageous Outburst had been completed. Moreover, Lu Mingqing had another request, which was the true reason for Ling Yu's visit. Hello. I am Peng Xingwei, the music director at Wheeling Animation." Lu Mingqing's company, Wheeling Animation, was not small and had gained a modest reputation within the industry, having produced 1 or 2 well-known children's animations and seeking breakthroughs in other age demographics, hoping to grow stronger. Earlier, when Ling Yu had approached Lu Mingqing for the production, upon learning that the producer of the music was Ling Yu, Peng Xingwei had asked Lu Mingqing to inquire if Ling Yu could compose 2 songs for their new animation. After all, Ling Yu was currently at the peak of his career, and engaging him could significantly enhance their promotional efforts, potentially elevating their new animation to new heights. "Hello." Ling Yu shook Peng Xingwei's outstretched hand. "Please, let us first review the work." Peng Xingwei led Ling Yu toward the office, with Lu Mingqing following closely beside him. "Very good," Ling Yu remarked. The music for Courageous Outburst had been completed and aligned closely with his vision. The elements of childlike innocence and vibrant scenes were designed to be easily understood by children. This song was crafted solely to please Ling Ling, rendering other considerations irrelevant. After confirming the music animation for Courageous Outburst, Peng Xingwei played their company's new animation for Ling Yu. "Drip, drip, the earth language transforms. Hello, my name is Ao." At this moment, the plot unfolded with the protagonist lamenting about life outside his apartment complex. Upon leaving the fitness area in the community, the protagonist expressed a desire for a pet to play with forever. Suddenly, a meteor descended from the sky, and a little penguin, claiming to be a meteor-type alien named Ao, hatched from it. "Wait, this seems familiar. Is that not the magical Ao?" Ling Yu recalled a childhood animation featuring a blue frog that bore a striking resemblance to the penguin named Ao in the current animation. It took him a moment to remember that this was a highly rated and popular show, Magical Ao, though in this parallel world it was titled Alien Penguin Ao. Before long, the first episode concluded. "Mr. Ling, would you like to continue?" Peng Xingwei felt a twinge of concern, unsure if Ling Yu would accept the invitation to compose songs. Observing Ling Yu's furrowed brow in contemplation, he felt a sense of dread wash over him. After all, setting aside the question of how much they could offer Ling Yu, given his current stature, composing for an animated film seemed a significant underutilization of his talents. Not to mention, this animation is indeed suitable for viewers under the age of 10. Are there both an opening and an ending theme? Ling Yu is aware that composing songs for animations is not particularly lucrative. Furthermore, he had merely intended to reconnect with Lu Mingqing during this visit. However, upon discovering that this animation bears an uncanny resemblance to one from Blue Star, his perspective shifted. Once again, he encountered a product from Blue Star. Is this mere coincidence? Or is it an enigma beyond scientific explanation? Chapter 94. Ling Yu's grand stage having traversed from Blue Star himself. Ling Yu personally believes that this must be a serendipitous arrangement by fate. With this in mind, he began to diligently recall the opening and ending themes from his time on Blue Star. After all, he was merely borrowing them. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? "I'll take it," As for the remuneration, not long after, Ling Yu made a startling declaration. Neither Lu Mingqing nor Peng Xingwei had anticipated that Ling Yu would accept the invitation to compose for this modest animation. At that moment, Ling Yu's agreement left them both baffled. Let's say 50,000 for one song. Additionally, how about covering the cost for my music animation? Ling Yu had calculated the fees for the two songs, but in the next instant, he felt as though he had undersold himself. He might as well offset the production costs for a courageous outburst as well. Recovering from his initial shock, Peng Xingwei nodded vigorously. Absolutely. It's settled then. Seemingly fearful of Ling Yu changing his mind, he promptly dashed out to procure a contract. Miqing, please show Mr. Ling around. Any expenses incurred, I shall reimburse you upon your return. Peng Xingwei displayed a commendable understanding of social etiquette. With the song invitation confirmed, he discreetly urged Lu Mingqing to treat Ling Yu well, considering the distance he had traveled. Brother Yu, what would you like to eat? Feel free to say anything. Today, Ling Yu had certainly elevated Lu Mingqing's status. Lu Mingqing was adamant that Ling Yu should not leave without enjoying a meal, insisting that they dine together. Next time, I'll drink you under the table, little brother. That is a promise. Goodbye, brother Yu. Ling Yu had driven here and had abstained from alcohol. The two merely shared a meal, vowing to return next time for a more spirited encounter. On his journey home, Ling Yu felt a sense of satisfaction regarding today's earnings. Not only did he spend no money, but he also made a profit of 100,000, which he deemed acceptable, aside from a bit of fuel expense. Rain God, what are your thoughts? Just then, Chen Lili called with news that sent a wave of terror through Ling Yu. The physical copies of Zhu Xian had already been printed, and the publishing house had contacted Hong Shitzi Reading to commence detailed discussions about the release. During the meeting, the publisher made a request. They hoped that Love Takes Flight could host a signing event. Upon hearing this alarming news, Ling Yu was rendered utterly unsettled. Should he agree, the author he had so painstakingly concealed would likely no longer remain a secret. The publisher suggested that the official release should occur either before or after the new year, allowing ample time for promotional efforts. Noticing that Ling Yu on the other end of the line remained silent for an extended period, Chen Lili felt compelled to reiterate the details of the matter. However, she ultimately broached the question of whether to hold a book signing event. She was aware that Ling Yu, whose pen name was Love Drifting with the Wind, preferred to keep his identity concealed. Nonetheless, hosting a signing event could significantly enhance the visibility of the physical copies of Zhu Xian, thereby substantially increasing profits. Both the publisher and Hong Shitzi Reading were eager for Ling Yu's agreement. Yet, Ling Yu, after careful consideration, chose to decline. He recognized that the advantages of this decision outweighed the disadvantages, but he truly wished to remain anonymous as Love Drifting with the Wind. The novel Zhu Xian has long since concluded. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers for their affection. The physical copies are now complete and will be released before the new year, with the exact timing to be determined. Ultimately, Ling Yu adhered to Chen Lili's suggestion and initiated an online pre-release promotion for the physical book of Zhu Xian. He posted an article on his social media, though it lacked any fervor. Anticipation is in the air. I will certainly be collecting a copy when it becomes available. Will there be a signing event? Finally, I will have the chance to meet the author in person, and I shall bring local specialties as a token of respect. The author won't be able to escape the new year. I mean it. The comments from netizens left Ling Yu feeling quite apprehensive. Fortunately, he had rejected the request for a signing event. At Xiao Kexin's home, a grand event was unfolding, initiated by Ling Yu, with an audience comprising Xiao Kexin, Lu Shuping, and Sister Min. The sole performer was introduced. Hello, everyone. I am Ling Ling, and I will now present my musical piece, Burst of Courage, dressed in a charming uniform. Ling Ling stood before the television, announcing her performance to the three-seated spectators. As the applause erupted from Xiao Kexin, Lu Shuping, and Sister Min following Ling Ling's introduction, Ling Yu, operating his phone nearby, prepared to project the animation of Burst of Courage onto the television. The quirky introduction played, bringing the applause to a halt. But this version contained only the accompaniment. Ling Ling was required to sing live. With a microphone prepared by Ling Yu firmly grasped in her small hands, Ling Ling earnestly sang, "A seed is planted in my heart, da-la-dee-da-la." During the chorus, everyone joined in, swaying their heads in unison with Ling Ling, as she had played the song countless times at home. Even Sister Min had grown exceedingly familiar with it. As the music concluded, Ling Ling returned to her exuberant demeanor, expressing her gratitude to the audience. "Thank you, everyone. Please rate my performance." Emulating the process she observed from Ling Yu during the Little Singers competition, she invited the crowd to provide her with scores. The adults were charmed by Ling Ling's innocent and adorable nature, erupting in laughter. Lu Shuping was the first to offer her evaluation. Ling Ling's performance was flawless. "I give you a perfect score of 100. Her grandmother shared the same sentiment, adding, "I too grant Ling Ling 100. Mingjie concurred. Ling Ling's father had been attentive to her efforts and wholeheartedly agreed with the perfect score. Ling Yu, the composer of the song, also awarded her 100. Despite his significant assistance, it was remarkable that Ling Ling, still a child, managed to collaborate so successfully until the end. Apart from Xiao Kexin, everyone present rated Ling Ling. She gazed at her with hopeful eyes, as Ling Ling had always been influenced by her surroundings, believing her mother to be the most extraordinary. As Ling Ling turned her gaze towards Xiao Kexin, the latter had already made her decision. This performance was meant to bring joy to Ling Ling, and her choice would undoubtedly mirror that of the others. 100. Ling Ling is the best. After Xiao Kexin finished scoring Ling Ling, she initiated a round of applause. "Thank you. Thank you, everyone." Yet, once Ling Ling expressed her gratitude, she dashed back to her room, unable to conceal her elation upon learning she had received a perfect score. It was a rare sight for the audience to witness her shyness. The song Courage Explodes was entrusted to Lu Shuping for operation. It would soon be produced under the studio's name and released as a single on music platforms, ensuring that Ling Ling's identity would remain discreet. As Ling Yu did not possess the means to safeguard it, he had already been approached multiple times by others seeking collaboration since his arrival. With Courage Explodes reaching its conclusion, Ling Ling's challenges were far from over, as Ling Yu had prepared 2 more songs for her. These were the opening and closing themes for an animated series he had recently taken on, titled Alien Penguin. The original works, Amazing AO and You and I, were set for her solo performances. Ling Yu was brimming with ambition, planning to have Ling Ling sing these 2 songs solo. "Have you made your choice?" Lu Shuping inquired simultaneously to both Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu, wearing an indifferent expression, replied, "Let Kexin decide. I merely wish to be with her." Upon hearing Ling Yu's willingness to follow her lead, Xiao Kexin momentarily paused before exclaiming, "Let's go to the Imperial Capital TV station. It's a perfect opportunity to visit Dad and Grandfather." Lu Shuping, seeing their decision made, felt their choice was quite commendable. Upon retrieving her phone, Lu Shuping commenced the call. Meanwhile, as she returned to her room, Ling Yu instantaneously appeared beside Xiao Kexin, embracing her delicate waist. "Sister, how is your acting practice coming along?" Xiao Kexin, taken aback by Ling Yu's sudden embrace, shot him a sideways glance. "It's not difficult. What's the matter? Let go." Sensing Ling Yu's tone, she deduced that he had some musical notion in mind. Curiosity piqued, she intended to inquire further. However, Ling Yu's hands around her waist grew increasingly audacious, even beginning to ascend. At this hour, past 10, both Ling Ling and Sister Min had succumbed to slumber, and Lu Shuping had just entered a room. In the living room, only Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin remained, emboldening Ling Yu's reckless behavior. "It's a duet. Cool me. Give me a kiss to inspire more creativity." Ling Yu, emboldened by having penned a new song, seemed to have lost all restraint. Xiao Kexin found herself ensnared. Unable to extricate herself, and reluctantly, like a dragonfly skimming the water, she quickly pecked Ling Yu's lips. Afterward, she turned her gaze toward the door of Lu Shuping's room, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes, fearing discovery. Ling Yu, unsatisfied, continued to pucker his lips toward Xiao Kexin. Just as he was about to succeed, a sudden sound interrupted them. "All right, I've confirmed your attendance. You're scheduled to rehearse on the 29th. When shall we depart?" Lu Shuping, discussing plans with Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin, was referring to the annual New Year's Eve gala. Currently, Ling Yu lacked a manager, with Lu Shuping temporarily assuming that role. Coincidentally, both Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin had received invitations from several television stations to participate in the New Year's stage. Kexin, you decide. I'm fine with anything, hee hee." "Well then, let us set off on the 27th. Just as Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin were about to share a kiss, Lu Shuping's emergence disrupted them, causing the two to feel inexplicably guilty, their words stumbling. I'll head to bed first. I stayed up late last night. The year's end is truly hectic. Lu Shuping turned and retreated to her room. Once more, the living room was left with only Ling Yu and Xiao Kexin. Ling Yu suddenly spoke. I don't want to go home. Then you should carry Ling back to her room first. Xiao Kexin replied, her gaze cast downward, uncertain of where to focus. Upon hearing her suggestion, Ling Yu promptly arose and made his way to Xiao Kexin's room. That night marked Ling Yu's second overnight stay at Xiao Kexin's residence. Unlike the previous occasion, he nearly struggled to rise in the morning. Daddy, it's so hard. In the recording studio of the parallel studio, Ling was playfully vying for her father's attention. The father-daughter duo was recording magical, oh yeah. It's all right. You just need to sing like Daddy, and I'll adjust your pitch afterward. Ling Yu endeavored to be gentle, using the softest tone to guide her. Whoosh. Where to? Ling inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Ling Yu, concerned she might not understand, pondered briefly before articulating in a manner she could grasp. It's akin to when you brush your teeth. After cleaning your toothbrush, you still need to rinse your mouth. Oh, Ling expressed her understanding. As for this metaphor, it is unclear what Ling Yu thinks. However, it suffices that Ling comprehends it. Cool, mate. Let's continue. Ayo. I love sweet candies gourd. Ling is still young, and her singing techniques require Ling Yu's patient guidance. Although Ling Yu can cover for her, the aspects of melody and lyrics are akin to teaching Ling anew. After all, at this moment, Ling recognizes only a few characters. It is indeed a bit too much to ask of her. Meanwhile, Ling Yu begins to feel a twinge of regret within. Why did he assign such a significant role to a 3-year-old child? Unfortunately, he has little time to dwell on this. He and Ling had already made arrangements. He must proceed with determination. How frustrating. Merely the recording of the first song has proven to be nearly as challenging as the outburst of courage, if not more so. Although it took about a week to complete the original sound, the recording process demanded even more from Ling Yu. He had to focus on enunciation, melodic interludes, and the addition of singing techniques, among other aspects. Ling Yu devoted himself entirely to teaching Ling as if she were a student, with the additional time spent on sound editing. He finally completed the song Magical Ayo before heading to the capital.